In the past, a great conflict unfolded. Four masters battled for supremacy, each striving to be the world's strongest. Among them was a powerful warrior with blonde hair and a formidable physique. Another was a mysterious figure, cloaked in an air of power and grace. A wise old master, his face etched with years of experience, also participated in the conflict. At that time, a sinister blood demon cult plotted to dominate the Murim. They laid a trap to achieve their nefarious goal. It was a request. A desperate plea was made, a father begging for his son's life. "At least, spare my son." "No, father." And so, the four masters ended up imprisoned in an underground prison. The elderly master, his face etched with years of experience, unleashed a powerful strike. His movements, though seemingly slow, carried the weight of decades of honed skill. The impact reverberated through the air, a testament to the master's strength. His opponent, bound and helpless, could only brace for the inevitable. Within the confines of the blood demon cult's underground prison, the capture masters were forced to endure a grim fate. Their martial arts, once a source of pride, were now to be studied by their captors. Kale, ever defiant, considered his options. 10 years was a long time, but was it long enough to enact his plan? He nodded, accepting the terms. His trust in the academy was unwavering, and he would not disappoint them. His new instructors arrived, their presence commanding respect. They were to be his teachers, and he would learn from them. But Kale's patience was wearing thin. He was not one to be trifled with, and his anger flared. He challenged them, his words laced with a hint of menace. Were they truly prepared to keep him here? The masters, enraged by his audacity, prepared to retaliate. Their fury was palpable. Master Namgung scoffed at their arrogance. He knew their plan was doomed to fail. The red-haired warrior revealed his secret, his inability to use inner breathing. This was the reason he took the job. Kale offered them a deal, a chance to be spared. He gave them a choice, a decision that would shape their destinies. After careful consideration, they all agreed. And 10 years passed. He had been planning to kill them all along. Kale stood, wounded but defiant. His tunic was stained crimson. "Let's be honest," one of the cultivators stated. "You've never trusted me," the other cultivator retorted. "There's trash that should have been dead a long time ago," Meng Hoke, the king of the green forest, declared, his voice booming. He gestured towards the injured warriors, Goddess Un Yerim, Light Horse Han Wanhu, and Swordsman Mo Yohan. "I am very well aware of their physical state," the cultivator stated. "Even if they recover their martial arts, it will only be temporary. Stop bluffing and die. I will use the skills you've left behind. You acted cool, all by yourself. Yeah, use it well. Sometimes you have to go all out to feel less unfair." The implications of the recent events settled upon Kale. He understood that the demon cult strategist was not as formidable as initially believed. He subtly concealed the blood staining his fingers, a casual gesture that belied the intensity of the recent conflict. His nonchalant demeanor masked a growing unease. The cultivators before him, clearly surprised, were far more powerful than he had anticipated. He counted 5 of them, each radiating an aura of immense power. A sinister smile played on the lips of a hidden figure, their anticipation palpable. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the figure, signaling the commencement of an attack. The red-haired warrior, a figure of immense power, launched a devastating attack. The force of the attack was overwhelming, a whirlwind of energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. Master Jean, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of dread wash over him. This power was unlike anything he had ever encountered. He was shocked by the sheer might of the attack, questioning how such power could exist. The red-haired warrior unleashed their heaven-defying divine arts, a technique of immense power. The warrior explained that this was a celestial art form, only usable by the founders, though incomplete. Kale, however, remained unfazed. He knew that unless the blood demon emerged from his seclusion, he was invincible. With a determined expression, he prepared for battle, declaring, "Let's go." He launched himself into the fray, a whirlwind of motion amidst the chaos. Crimson energy erupted from his body as he moved. The cultivators, cloaked and menacing, surrounded him, their leader barking orders. With a blur of motion, he struck, sending one of the attackers reeling back with a pained cry. The red-haired warrior, their leader, vowed to leave none alive. Another cultivator urged their comrades to press their attack, fearing retreat. A dark-haired cultivator, wielding a sword, declared that today, the blood divine cult would be eradicated from Urim. The battle raged, a flurry of blows and desperate defenses. He countered with a swift strike, silencing one of his opponents with a fatal blow. His resolve hardened. He would repay all the shame he had endured. A wave of energy surged from him, a powerful display of his abilities. With a triumphant cry, he sent another cultivator sprawling. The red-haired warrior, undeterred, pressed their attack, urging their remaining allies to fight on. A cloaked figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, frantically searched the area. His words hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea. "Where is he?" The question was answered almost immediately. A voice, confident and laced with amusement, cut through the silence. From the shadows, a warrior with vibrant red hair emerged, a cruel smile playing on their lips. They moved with a predatory grace, their movements swift and deadly. The warrior's greeting was less than cordial. Was my greeting too harsh? They asked, their tone dripping with sarcasm. The red-haired warrior's eyes glowed with an inner fire, their power palpable. He reacted instantly, launching himself towards the source of the voice. A fierce clash of power erupted, the air crackling with energy. The warrior pressed their attack, their movements a blur of motion. The cloaked figure, battered but not broken, muttered in disbelief. Damn it. In the end, the blood demon himself came. That day, the aftermath of a devastating battle was laid bare. A fiery explosion had consumed the area, leaving behind only destruction. The stark words, all died, hung heavy in the air, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A tranquil scene unfolded, a stark contrast to the carnage that had preceded it. The sun shone brightly on a peaceful landscape. From a distance, a grand academy could be seen, its architecture hinting at a rich history and tradition. A young man, his face etched with worry, called out, "Master." Another young man, seemingly a student, approached him, concerned. He asked, "Master, are you staring off into space again?" The master sighed. All the students were waiting for him at the academy. The student, exasperated, exclaimed again, "If you keep doing this, I'm going to complain about you to the Grand Master." He gently pulled the master to his feet. Relieved, the student said, "All right, let's go." The other student eagerly agreed, "Yeah, let's go quickly, quickly." They set off towards the academy, the master's pace surprisingly brisk. A voiceover explained, "I woke up in the body of a martial arts master in a rural village, almost a month ago. Baek Sur-young, that is the name of this body. Born with a rare constitution. It is said that he passed through many life-threatening situations since birth. His weak mother died a few years after giving birth to him. His father, Baek Mu-hyun, desperately sought to save his son, exhausting all medical resources available, but to no avail. He established an academy in a rural village with clean air and water, hoping the environment would improve his son's health. But his son, despite his illness, he trained in martial arts daily, yet he was unable to master the art properly. In his pursuit, he delved into forbidden demonic arts. Overexerting himself, he collapsed. But in reality, he died. He was aware of his own death, yet he continued to strive, clinging to a dream rather than accepting a life of perpetual illness. A month has passed since he awoke in this body. He found himself in the academy's training grounds, surrounded by students. A young man cried out for help, collapsing before him. He let out a pained sigh. The blood demon cult was eradicated decades ago. The master's words hung heavy in the air. There was no doubt that the path of martial arts demanded rigorous training. He continued, pointing out the inefficiency of their current methods. Time, money, and dedication were being squandered. His frustration boiled over. A sharp retort escaped his lips, directed at the young man before him. The young man, indignant, voiced his protest. He questioned the ethics of forcing such harsh training on children. The master's response was firm. He believed their efforts should be directed towards more meaningful pursuits. Meanwhile, the academy director, Baek Sur-young, addressed another student. He reiterated the need for dedication and perseverance in martial arts. The student, clearly unaware of his surroundings, was reprimanded for his behavior. Master Jean noticed the commotion and approached, concerned. A desperate plea for help echoed through the courtyard. A young boy was desperately seeking aid for his injured brother. The sight before them was shocking. A young man lay injured, his condition unclear. A father, overcome with worry, begged for his son's safety. He cradled his son, his face etched with worry. What had happened? The diagnosis was grim, a serious injury sustained during martial arts training. The young man's bones were broken, but his internal injuries were not life-threatening. A physician would examine him further in the morning. He slept soundly. His brother, overcome with relief, expressed his gratitude to the Grand Master. The Grand Master reassured him, gently touching his head. Rest was all that was needed for a full recovery. But the Grand Master wondered who was responsible for the injuries. He was trying to ascertain the cause, but the sheer pressure exerted by the boy's injuries was overwhelming. It was unlike anything he'd seen before. The boy claimed he'd been hurt while playing with friends. Jan Gil possessed exceptional skills for his age. However, the Grand Master knew that the injuries sustained were not the result of any training he had provided. The boy's brother angrily declared it the fault of the Jin Academy. They had ignored the Baek Academy, dismissing it as teaching weak martial arts. The Grand Master questioned if it was the Jin Academy located in the border village. The young man, Sur-young, pondered aloud, expressing his surprise at the Jin Academy's unexpected affiliation with the prestigious Namgung clan. He voiced his suspicions about the Academy's location in such a remote area, deeming it unusual for an institution of its supposed standing. The discussion turned to Jangil's injuries, questioning whether multiple Jin Academy disciples had been involved in the attack. It was revealed that only one assailant was responsible, but their skill was alarming. They had used a technique known only to the Academy, suggesting an inside job. Suryong reflected on the fact that a child had been the target of such a dangerous attack, alone and vulnerable. The gravity of the situation became clear. A deadly technique had been used against Jan-gil. A concerned expression crossed Suryong's face as he processed the information. Urgently, Suryong's companion called for immediate action, demanding they go to the Jin Academy to confront Yongsam, the perpetrator. They set off towards the Jin Academy, their purpose clear. Meanwhile, Jan-gil's father, seemingly calm, stated that he would meet with the Jin Academy's director, suggesting a more measured approach. Another individual, possibly a superior, advised caution, suggesting that a simple warning might not suffice. Suryong's expression shifted to one of determination and anticipation. The question of the Jin Academy's true affiliation with the Namgung clan remained. The recruitment notice highlighted a need for skilled translators and editors, as well as individuals capable of accessing paywall content. A casual invitation to join their Discord server was also extended. The early morning was shattered by an unusual commotion. A question hung in the air. What was causing all this ruckus? A group of students, identifying themselves as being from the Beck Academy, approached the source of the disturbance. A stern-faced elder, his expression etched with years of experience, observed the scene from a distance. He noted that the child's injuries were too severe to be dismissed as mere childish play. The elder's gaze was thoughtful. The elder recalled a previous incident. One of his academy's disciples had been seriously injured the night before in a fight with a student from the Beck Academy. He touched his ear, deep in thought. He questioned why he was so concerned about children fighting. His expression was one of mild confusion. The elder reflected on the severity of the child's injuries, concluding that it was far more than just a simple fight. A younger man, amused, chuckled at the elder's concern. He argued that boys grow from fighting and getting hurt, questioning the elder's sensitivity. The elder, however, firmly stated that he does not condone violence among his disciples. Despite his words, the elder admitted to having some doubts about the younger man. The younger man's expression turned serious, his eyes narrowed. The question hung heavy in the air, a stark accusation leveled at Suryong. Did he truly know the extent of his actions the previous night? An elder, his face etched with concern and anger, watched Suryong closely. The weight of the accusation was palpable. Suryong responded simply, his voice low and measured. It had been a fair fight, he insisted. Another elder, his expression skeptical, questioned the fairness of the fight. He seemed unconvinced. The elder pointed an accusing finger at Suryong, demanding an explanation for his actions. He argued that if the fight was unfair, the responsibility lay with the instructors for not adequately preparing their students. The elder countered, his voice rising in indignation. How dare they cause a disturbance in another academy's grounds over a single injured student? A different elder chuckled, dismissing the whole matter. The teaching at the other academy was poor, he claimed, and the outcome was hardly surprising. The two elders from the same academy exchanged a knowing glance, a silent agreement passing between them. Meanwhile, a group of students discussed the upcoming match, their excitement palpable. Suryong realized the truth. It had all been a carefully orchestrated trap. He understood the implications of his father stepping down. Rumors would spread, and the students would leave. The other academy's director was pleased with the outcome, seeing an opportunity for revenge. Master Namgung, a weathered figure with a heavy heart, contemplated the difficult decision before him. He knew that no matter what course he chose, the outcome would be far from ideal. A sudden, sharp sound cut through his thoughts. It was a deliberate clearing of the throat, meant to announce an arrival. He looked up, his gaze falling upon a group of figures approaching. The elder addressed them with a formal greeting, though a hint of underlying tension was palpable. Two figures, one older and one younger, stood together, their conversation hinting at a shared secret. The elder revealed a shocking truth. The younger man was a descendant of the prestigious Namgung clan. The elder, however, downplayed the significance of this revelation, emphasizing his dedication to upholding the clan's reputation. Meanwhile, others present expressed skepticism, questioning the newcomer's true origins. Suryong, burdened by the weight of the deception, resolved to take action. He knew he had to address the lies that had taken root. His words sparked amazement among those who witnessed his skill. A question arose regarding the consistency of his martial arts teachings with those of the Namgung clan. He confirmed the similarity, though with a subtle qualification. His exceptional progress was noted and praised. The instructor chuckled, impressed by Suryong's keen observation. A jovial, older man, his face crinkled in a wide, hearty laugh, extended an offer. I'll teach you too, if you'd like. The unexpected arrival of the Namgung Academy caused quite a stir in the village. Master Namgung, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern, addressed Suryong directly. Suryong responded with a confident, almost playful wink. Master Namgung, still processing the events, voiced his disbelief. He hadn't expected the Namgung clan's martial arts to contain such lethal techniques. He had initially mistaken Suryong for a member of an evil sect due to the intense killing aura he emanated. The revelation of Suryong's true nature left Master Namgung speechless, his shock evident. News of Suryong's potential connection to an evil sect spread among the onlookers, causing a wave of fear and uncertainty. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the tension palpable. Suryong, unfazed by the sudden change, nonchalantly remarked that the lower the skill, the easier it is to learn. An enraged voice boomed, demanding an explanation for Suryong's earlier words. An observer noted Suryong's peculiar expression, as if he was considering a retreat. The enraged man unleashed a furious accusation. "You bastard!" Suryong, the instructor, his face grim, considered the implications of what he'd just learned. The techniques being taught were those of a dark sect. He resolved to handle the situation himself, instructing everyone to remain calm. Given the uncertainty, a decision was made to verify the claims. The instructor then addressed the assembled crowd, proposing a course of action. He announced that the prestigious Namgung clan had opened a martial arts academy nearby. He suggested contacting them for celebratory wishes and also proposed a way to verify the authenticity of the teachings. But before the proposal could be fully discussed, a voice cut through the air. The instructor, his face contorted in fury, silenced the speaker with a sharp rebuke. His anger was palpable, his eyes blazing. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, questioning the speaker's motives. The scene shifted to a wide shot, showing the large crowd gathered in the courtyard. He glared, suspicion etched onto his features. He believed the speaker to be a fraud. The academy director, a stern-faced man, confronted a younger cultivator. He demanded accountability for the recent accusations. The younger cultivator, his expression unchanged, simply stated that he was the one responsible. He warned the younger man about the gravity of his actions, referencing the dangerous nature of the accusations. The director explained that the Namgung clan would not tolerate such slander. He lamented the escalation of the situation, noting that emotions had run too high. The younger cultivator revealed his extensive experience in the forbidden arts, implying a long history of deception. He scoffed at the accusations, his confidence unwavering. He angrily rebuked the accusations of using underhanded tactics. He challenged the director, questioning his courage. The director, seemingly amused, responded with a chuckle. He noted the tension among the younger cultivator's disciples, further solidifying his suspicions. The cultivator accused the academy of masking its true nature. The director responded with a dismissive laugh. The academy director, a man of advanced age with silver hair, let out a chilling laugh, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. His hands trembled as he clutched his face, a manic grin spreading across his features. His laughter echoed, a sound both unsettling and powerful, as if fueled by some dark energy. A sudden gust of wind erupted from him, a violent force that sent those nearby reeling. One cultivator cried out in pain, his ears ringing from the sheer force of the wind. Kale, his expression unreadable, calmly stated that the director had finally revealed himself. He stood poised, ready for whatever might come next. A faint trace of blood trickled down Kale's cheek, a testament to the intensity of the recent confrontation. His body began to undergo a transformation, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The cheeky academy cultivator, his torso bare, laughed, a sound of arrogant confidence. He acknowledged Kale's growing power, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. He challenged Kale to see how long he could maintain his current state. Meanwhile, two other cultivators discussed the unsettling atmosphere, wondering if they should retreat. The academy director, his face a mask of fury, surveyed the assembled crowd. His eyes, narrowed slits of barely contained power, held a chilling promise. A surge of energy, raw and untamed, erupted from him, the air itself crackling with the force of it. He unleashed a devastating blow, the ground trembling beneath the impact. His voice, amplified by his power, boomed across the courtyard. Anyone who dared to move would face death. Panic seized the onlookers. Desperate pleas for salvation filled the air. But many remained silent, their fear too great to even speak. A young man, his expression grim, watched the unfolding scene. He considered the consequences of his actions. He resolved to act, despite the overwhelming odds. He would not stand idly by. His resolve was met with disbelief by a nearby observer. The young man stood firm, his gaze unwavering. He turned his attention to the terrified crowd, a question forming in his mind. He declared that all the respect he needed to show was finished. Following this declaration, a figure emerged, wielding a sword, and commanded him to stay back. Meanwhile, another cultivator stood poised, ready for action, his expression grim. Master Jean, facing a formidable opponent, issued a sharp command. Suryong, stay back. Despite his courage, Suryong's ambition was deemed insufficient to face such powerful foes. The odds were insurmountable. Meanwhile, two figures, their bodies tense, exchanged a heated glance. The air crackled with unspoken tension. One of them, stepping forward, declared, "I'll take over from here." His brother, however, protested, "Hey brother, you can't look away during a fight." With a blur of motion, the battle intensified. The clash between the two warriors was fierce, their faces contorted in expressions of extreme effort and anger. One of them grunted, clearly taking a blow. He stumbled back, momentarily stunned. His opponent, seizing the advantage, laughed. "Ha ha, let us fight." A swift counterattack followed, the swords clashing in a flurry of steel. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of motion and skill. The muscular warrior, Cheeky Academy, engaged his opponent with a fierce strike. He couldn't afford to hold back. The situation demanded swift action. His opponent, a younger man with dark hair, parried the blow, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. He wondered if his hesitation stemmed from the worry of others. The young man resolved to end the fight quickly. His opponent scoffed, challenging him to prove his skill. A powerful blow sent the younger man reeling. He was clearly outmatched in terms of raw strength. The younger warrior countered with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur. He realized, with a jolt of fear, that he was in serious danger. The older warrior taunted him, comparing his frantic movements to a mouse whose tail had caught fire. Despite the taunts, the younger warrior continued to fight valiantly, dodging and weaving through his opponent's attacks. However, the older warrior noted that his movements were beginning to slow. The younger warrior, despite his exhaustion, felt a surge of gratitude for his opponent's blatant underestimation. He reassured himself that there was no need to be so afraid. The battle raged. His opponent, a powerfully built man, grinned cruelly. "Since I'll kill you right after slowly enjoying this." He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion. Despite the power difference, the younger warrior found an opening, striking with precision. He's full of openings. A swift counterattack sent the older warrior reeling. The older warrior's expression hardened. He was clearly surprised by the younger warrior's skill. He gritted his teeth. "You jerk. I won't let down my guard twice." He launched another attack, but this time, it was met with a counter. The older warrior was struck by a flurry of small projectiles. The younger warrior smirked. "Did you know?" He explained his strategy, revealing a surprising fact about his opponent's body. The older warrior was shocked. "What nonsense is that?" The younger warrior pressed his advantage. Despite his attacks, the older warrior proved remarkably durable. "I did expect it, but this guy's body, it's still this durable no matter how hard I hit." He formulated a new plan. With his strength, I'll only need a short moment to paralyze his arms. But the impact reverberated through the ground, a silent testament to the raw power unleashed. Dust and debris swirled around the combatants. He had to strike at the precise moment. Only then could he secure victory. His opponent, a formidable figure, was already anticipating his next move. A grimace contorted his opponent's face as he felt the full force of the blow. His body, normally a bastion of strength, felt strangely weak. With a swift, decisive movement, Kale seized the opportunity, his hand clamping down on his opponent's head. A sharp crack echoed as the blow landed, sending a jolt of pain through the man's body. He staggered back, his face contorted in agony. Kale smirked, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It was a shame to end the fight so quickly, but his opponent had proven surprisingly weak. Another blow followed, a brutal counterattack that left his opponent reeling. He coughed, blood welling up in his mouth. Kale's voice was devoid of emotion as he delivered the final blow. 2 strikes had been enough to subdue his opponent. His opponent stumbled, blood trickling from his nose. He was clearly weakened, his body unable to withstand the onslaught. The defeated man cursed, his rage barely masked by his pain. He had underestimated his opponent's skill and speed. With a final, decisive kick, Kale sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. The fight was over. The man lay defeated, his body battered and bruised. He watched as Kale approached, a mixture of anger and defeat in his eyes. Kale's question hung in the air, a challenge and a subtle threat. His opponent, for the moment, was speechless. He landed a swift blow, the impact echoing with a sharp whack. His opponent, a powerfully built man, stumbled back. The warrior's strategy had shifted. He was now using his internal energy to protect his openings. His opponent, enraged, cursed him. The enraged man roared a threat of death. With a grim expression, the warrior announced that he was done sealing the man's meridians. He refused to let his opponent escape. He warned the man that he was foolish to get hit by his attacks. The warrior revealed that there were many others like his opponent. A pained cry escaped the man's lips as he was struck again. His face contorted in agony as he was subjected to another brutal attack. The man raged, lamenting his inability to use internal energy, even compared to his fellow teachers. He scoffed at those who had mastered internal energy techniques, feeling ignored by them. He questioned their perceived superiority. With a final, desperate attack, he attempted to end his opponent's life. He finished his opponent with a swift kick, the impact sending the man sprawling across the dusty ground. His words echoed in the air. "Is this all you know how to do?" The defeated cultivator coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is how it's done." The victor stood over his fallen foe, his expression grim but resolute. He had proven his superiority. Phew! A moment of quiet reflection followed the intense battle. He felt a surge of exhaustion. His thoughts turned to the next challenge. Shit, if I just fix. Suddenly, A voice filled with rage interrupted his contemplation. I'll kill you. A new arrival appeared, breathless and apologetic. Q. I'm late. The newcomer's arrival was unexpected, but it shifted the balance of power. The newcomer's desperate plea for help was heard. F.A. Father. The severed limb lay on the ground, a grim testament to the brutal fight. Are you okay? As fine as I can be. His eyes, twin pools of sapphire, narrowed. He had expected a challenge, but not this. The defeated man's laughter echoed, a testament to the warrior's skill. A question arose, a silent query hanging in the air. Why was such a powerful individual living so discreetly? The young man's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He and his companion discussed their next steps, the matter seemingly settled. The battle concluded with a resounding victory. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating the triumph. Their master skill was lauded by his students. Suryong, the victor, was addressed. He acknowledged the praise, but his thoughts turned to the future. Suryong's name was called again, this time with a sense of urgency. He found himself struggling with his physical limitations. Exhausted, he decided to rest. He left the cleanup to someone else, a weight lifting from his shoulders. A few days had passed since the incident at Jin Academy. Suryong, along with several other students, were seen in the academy courtyard. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. He was utterly weary. He longed to see his mother. His companions noticed his slumber. A suggestion to flee was made, but Suryong was listening intently. His peers questioned their ability to endure hardship, comparing themselves to their master. He agreed, calmly and confidently. However, doubts about their master's true strength lingered among the students. Suryong's expression shifted to one of mischievous excitement. The students marveled at their master's hidden power, his seemingly effortless control over the elements. Suryong and his classmates watched in awe as their master demonstrated incredible feats of agility and power, exceeding their expectations. Their astonishment grew as they realized the extent of their master's abilities, even his ability to fly. One student exclaimed that their master was likely the strongest in the land. Another student pointed out that their master possessed knowledge of the most powerful techniques, suggesting they might eventually learn them as well. Suryong, however, remained calm, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he internally acknowledged the accuracy of one of his classmates' observations. He knew 5 of the strongest techniques in Urim, but he had no intention of teaching them to his students. They would have to learn on their own. Later, the master reflected on the possibility of finding successors to pass on his knowledge, but he observed a group of potential candidates, their skills and potential still uncertain. He sighed, acknowledging the uncertainty of finding suitable successors. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the master questioned the excessive noise during training. He found his students playing around instead of focusing on their training. Master Jin, his expression unreadable, stood before his students. He had a policy of neither punishing nor neglecting those who struggled with martial arts. One particularly clumsy student, struggling with a basic stance, was urged to try again, properly this time. The village's remote location, far from the bustling cities, was ideal for training. The clean air and water masked the scent of blood. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched with envy, amazed by the ease with which the students learned. The lesson concluded abruptly. The master's decision was final. He remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. Kale, his expression questioning, observed the master from afar. A concerned voice called out to the master. Something had happened. A visitor from the Murim Alliance had arrived. The title page indicated the beginning of Chapter 4, titled Strength. Go Juyel, a man from the Murim Alliance Gangseo branch, introduced himself. He stated that he had heard of the other man. Bai Yunjek, seemingly surprised, reacted. A question arose about whether he was a master of light or foot techniques. It was deemed an over-exaggeration. Baek Mi-hyun, the director of the Baek Academy, appeared, expressing confusion at the situation. He explained that his martial arts skills were not exceptional enough to warrant a title. Baek Mi-hyun called the other man a jerk. The two were praised for their humility and for defeating the evil sect. They were considered superior. They humbly deflected the compliments, attributing their success to luck. Baek Mi-hyun paused, seemingly considering something further. Baek Mi-hyun abruptly asked if they had met before. The other man replied that he didn't think so, due to his poor memory. The young man, dressed in dark gray and black, stood before a group of figures in traditional robes. A sense of uncertainty hung in the air as he uttered a single word. Perhaps. He requested a glass of cold water, a simple need given his long journey. His hosts, though seemingly welcoming, offered him tea instead, a gesture of hospitality in their humble academy. However, the conversation would not end there. There were still matters to discuss. Orders were given. Others were dispatched to secure criminals in the basement. He savored the tea, a moment of quiet contemplation before the upcoming discussions. The host explained that some information could not be shared with outsiders. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men were observed. Their identity was a matter of speculation. A man's face, etched with worry, filled the frame. His expression hinted at a growing unease. A startling question arose. Why was the blood cult present? The man's apprehension deepened as the implications of the blood cult's presence sunk in. The elder's words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the blood cult's violent past. Decades ago, internal conflict had shattered the organization. He continued, explaining that the alliance had seized the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. A younger cultivator, present at the discussion, admitted to knowing some details of the cult's downfall. From their conversation, the elder pieced together what had transpired after his death. He revealed a secret known only to him. A fierce internal struggle had taken place among the cult's ranks after the death of the four masters. They had discovered recent movements from individuals suspected to be descendants of the blood cult. This raised a chilling possibility. The blood cult could be resurrected. One of the cultivators noted that while it was uncertain, the possibility remained. He had noticed someone looking at him intently. The two cultivators were then questioned about any other information they had gathered. They were asked if they knew anything beyond what the others had told them. One of them responded that he wasn't sure, as he hadn't really spoken to those locked in the basement. The other cultivator smiled knowingly. The Murim Alliance had been carefully observing the evil sect's activities. A cultivator reported that if anything noteworthy occurred, immediate notification was requested. A reward was promised by the Murim Alliance for resolving this incident. One cultivator questioned the reward, stating they acted without expectation of compensation. Despite appearing relaxed, the observing cultivator remained vigilant, noting the subtle details of their reactions. One of the cultivators smiled knowingly. He was suspicious of their actions, his hands poised to draw his sword, feet ready for swift movement. Their suspicion stemmed from uncovering the evil sect's teachings being passed to their disciples. He pondered the situation, his gaze thoughtful. The old man's suspicious behavior fueled their suspicions. His wariness suggested they were concealing something. A cultivator wondered if they were descendants of the blood cult. Recognizing Sir Beck's voice increased his familiarity with the situation. However, he dismissed it as a common voice. Is that so? He felt an oppressive aura emanating from the newcomer, an intimidation so intense that it made breathing difficult. It's been a while since he'd felt this level of nervousness. However, he recognized the face. He had definitely seen it before. He had finally been caught. Another cultivator asked what was happening. He thought the man looked familiar. A confrontation began. The speed of the attack was too great. It was too late to stop it. Father. He wondered who it was. Aren't you the handsome gentleman? It's been a while, Hyungnim. He tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. What? The handsome gentleman? The title card announced the start of Chapter 5, focusing on the theme of strength. Two figures, Baek Suryong and an unidentified man, met. The man greeted Suryong warmly, expressing surprise at the length of time that had passed since their last encounter. The man continued, expressing his astonishment at Suryong's current position as the leader of the Alliance investigation team. Suryong's companion questioned him, wondering why he had pretended not to recognize him earlier, given that he knew his identity from the beginning. Suryong explained that he had left his school abruptly and had not contacted his friend for a long time. He felt that pretending not to know him was less shameful. His friend responded, incredulous at Suryong's claim of shamelessness. The man reminded Suryong of their close past relationship. Suryong smiled faintly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Suryong asked his son, Suryong, to fetch them some drinks. The older Suryong introduced his friend to his son, explaining their past relationship. The two friends laughed, with the older Suryong jokingly mentioning his age. A bystander commented that anyone who didn't know the older Suryong was a spy. Baek Suryong introduced himself and invited his friend to sit and have some wine. The scene opens on a warmly lit room. Baek Suryong and two other figures seated around a low table, engaged in quiet conversation. A fourth figure, partially obscured, sits at the head of the table. One of the companions chuckles, a light-hearted sound that contrasts with the serious air of the others. The conversation seems to center around Baek Suryong's father. A brief flashback is shown, hinting at a significant event that took place at Baek Academy over 2 decades prior. The words 5 great academies appear, suggesting a larger context. The scene shifts to a different individual, sipping tea thoughtfully. He reflects on the changes that have occurred since his time at the Celestial Martial Academy, a significant institution in the past. Suryong is addressed by name, the focus shifting back to the initial scene. One of Suryong's companions playfully teases him about his father's romantic exploits during their school days. The other companion responds with a light-hearted greeting, addressing the first as brother. He comments on the enduring handsomeness of their friend, recalling a past nickname. The conversation turns to Suryong's lack of a nickname, prompting a playful exchange. Suryong explains that he finds the idea of a nickname embarrassing at his age. A scene change shows a man reporting the successful transfer of the evil sect members. Suryong reveals that he still has some unfinished business to attend to and will return the following day. The scene concludes with Suryong departing. A jovial suggestion was made. Now that the obstacles have vanished, shall we proceed? The group raised their cups in a toast. One of them addressed another, little brother. However, a somber note was introduced. He pondered, I don't see Yakbing. Did something happen? His companion responded, It's been a while since she died. They confirmed. So eventually that's what happened. Yeah, she was very frail. A silent exchange passed between the two. One of them exclaimed, "Ah," he continued, "of the people I saw during a criminal transfer. I completely misunderstood you. You were definitely familiar, but since I couldn't remember who you were, I thought you were one of them." He confessed, "I was almost punished." They shared a drink together. One inquired, "Anyway, does the academy make money?" It does not seem to be in the best condition. The academy headmaster, a man of middle age with neatly combed gray hair, sipped his tea. It was enough, he mused, for a family of two to eat and live. He addressed his companion, a younger man with sharp features and intense gray eyes. There was no need to cling to pride. Wasn't their reunion fated? The younger man considered the offer. Would he teach martial arts here? The prospect of teaching at the Azure Dragon Academy was raised. The headmaster seemed intrigued. He found the current situation agreeable, though different from their youth. This place was good, too. Even with proper martial arts, a lack of funds meant starvation. The reality of their circumstances was stark. The younger man agreed. His friend's words held truth. He hadn't considered the substantial income potential of becoming a star instructor at a prestigious academy. How would his skills compare to those of other instructors? His friend confidently asserted his abilities. His friend continued, praising his skills and handsome appearance, suggesting that students would flock to him. A third person apologized for interrupting their conversation. The newcomer seemed curious about the discussion. What exactly constituted a star instructor? The older man clutched his head, groaning in pain. He felt deathly ill. His nephew, concerned, offered him a honey drink, explaining its restorative properties. The nephew presented the drink with a smile, receiving a grateful acknowledgement. The older man, despite the remedy, wondered about his own honey water. He explained that they had run out of honey, prompting a question about why he hadn't brought 2 cups. The nephew playfully accused his uncle of jealousy, given their long separation. The older man chuckled, praising his nephew's maturity and kindness. He then commented on the nephew's rare and kind nature. The uncle reflected on his son's reunion with his father after 3 decades of estrangement, noting the evident affection. The 2 men continued their conversation, a sense of warmth between them. The uncle further vouched for his son's character. The nephew, feeling better, prepared to leave. As he departed, the uncle reminded him of their previous night's discussion. He offered a final piece of advice, a gentle reminder that his nephew had time to consider his options before committing to the Azure Dragon Academy. The young man expressed his gratitude, his uncle's offer of a letter of recommendation a significant gesture of support. With a polite farewell, the young man departed. As he left, the uncle and nephew exchanged parting words, a mix of well wishes and cautionary advice. The uncle looked forward to their next meeting, envisioning a convivial gathering over drinks. He turned and left, his footsteps echoing the finality of their conversation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of figures could be seen practicing martial arts. Suryong, observing from a distance, seemed pensive. He was approached by someone who asked him a question. The question concerned his plans to attend the Azure Dragon Academy. A young man, his expression thoughtful, was questioned about his plans to attend the Azure Dragon Academy. He was challenged. Would his companions intervene if he declared his intentions? Even if they did, he seemed resigned to their lack of understanding. His feelings had been conveyed, yet he pressed on, questioning whether they had truly given up on him. He knew the world was not as they perceived it, a fact they also acknowledged. His past victory was dismissed as mere luck, a point he was challenged to refute. Had the previous fight been pointless due to the opponent's lack of preparedness? The man explained that he had dedicated his life to rectifying Suryong's inherent power deficiency, a condition present since birth. Suryong acknowledged this, confirming the assessment. Despite this knowledge, Suryong's determination to enroll in the academy remained unwavering. What? Enroll? He was warned that his frail body would not withstand the rigors of the academy. Suryong's father, his face etched with worry, urged him to listen. The weight of unspoken concerns hung heavy in the air. He explained that Suryong's illness defied all known cures. Its very nature remained a mystery. Despite the considerable resources invested in his treatment, no progress had been made. Frustrated and desperate, Suryong's mother shook him, her anxiety palpable. His father pleaded with him to consider a simpler life, suggesting marriage and settling down in their village. He pointed out the futility of Suryong's continued pursuit of martial arts, given his age and the inevitable beatings he would endure at the academy. Suryong, however, remained resolute in his decision to enroll in the Azure Dragon Academy. His parents were shocked by his unwavering determination. His father reminded him of their previous conversation, urging moderation in his drinking habits. Suryong, however, had a new plan. He intended to earn money. He decided to apply for a job, believing it would help him hone his skills and potentially save his aptitude. His parents were taken aback by his choice of a workplace over the academy. He silently resolved to prove them wrong, his gaze fixed on a distant horizon. Suryong stood before Master Nam Gong, hands clasped behind his back, his posture radiating quiet confidence. The air crackled with anticipation as Master Namgung began to explain the 18 strikes of the outlaw ceremony. A swirling vortex of emerald energy materialized before them, a testament to the power contained within the ancient technique. He commanded Suryong to execute the strikes slowly, emphasizing precision over speed. Suryong, despite his initial hesitation, began the first strike, his movements deliberate and controlled. The force of the strike sent a shock wave through the air, causing Master Namgung to stumble back slightly. He continued, each strike more powerful than the last, his movements becoming increasingly fluid. Master Namgung urged him to continue, reminding him of the importance of mastering the technique. But Suryong was not yet finished. He had more to give. With a final, explosive strike, he unleashed the full power of the 18 strikes. He declared that the training was far from over, his determination unwavering. Suryong stood before Master Meng, the tension palpable. The older man's words hung heavy in the air. He could end Suryong's life with a single blow. Master Meng's expression softened slightly, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He acknowledged Suryong's apprehension. He proposed a decisive action, suggesting they conclude their training today. Ah, Keith. Oh my. Master Meng revealed his plan. He would share the locations of his hidden elixirs and treasures, but only after his death, ensuring Suryong's survival. He urged Suryong to complete the task, a subtle command veiled in a seemingly open suggestion. The old master explained his reasoning. The knowledge would only be useful to Suryong after his passing. Suryong, taken aback, expressed his surprise and unease at the unexpected turn of events. Master Meng pressed Suryong to take the knowledge now, rather than risk losing it. The scene shifted to a training arena. Suryong and Master Meng faced each other, ready to begin. Master Meng, noticing the limited meal portions, grumbled about the apparent lack of food for him. Suryong, contemplating the situation, suspected there might have been more food prepared. A surge of energy coursed through him, leaving Suryong breathless. Master Jean, sensing the shift in his student, offered to teach him another technique. The pair journeyed deeper into the mountain, following a barely visible path. Master Jean noted that the elixir was well hidden. Suryong, however, noticed something unexpected. They moved swiftly, a blur of motion. They had arrived at their destination. Master Jean explained that he had come to this place before to learn martial arts. Suryong questioned the existence of the elixir. A profound question hung in the air. Had Suryong's entire life been a deception? Suryong's expression hardened, a new resolve settling upon his features. It was here, the place where the notations began. Suryong and Master Jean continued their trek, the probability of finding the elixirs remaining high. Master Jean instructed Suryong to follow closely. Suryong felt a strange sensation, as if captivated by a ghost. The pair moved deeper into the forest. The air grew heavy with an otherworldly presence. Suryong's senses heightened, alert to any danger. They continued their careful advance through the mystical woods. He noticed something in the distance. Master Jean, too, seemed to sense something. There, nestled amongst the trees, was a summer house. Suryong's suspicions were confirmed. Suryong thanked Master Jean, intending to use the elixirs left behind, knowing they were likely hidden somewhere within. Master Jean admitted he did not know what the elixirs were, but was surprised to find the rumors of the wandering pharmacist were true. Suryong, his expression unreadable, stood amidst the quietude of the ancient forest. He recalled Master Jin's warning. The final moments before discovering the elixirs were the most perilous. Despite the master's assurances that no traps awaited, a sense of unease lingered. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped Suryong's lips. His eyes widened, his senses heightened, as he sensed a disturbance in the air. Meanwhile, Jangil, ever eager to prove himself, implored his father to demonstrate his skills. Master Jean, however, seemed perplexed by the request, questioning what skills his son was referring to. A deafening roar shattered the tranquility, signaling an imminent threat. A massive tiger, eyes blazing with fury, emerged from the shadows, its claws extended. Master Jin's face registered surprise and concern. Chapter 7. Strength. The scene opens with a title card. A powerful roar echoes, shaking the very ground. The source is unseen, but the intensity is palpable. A cultivator, wielding a sword, faces a colossal tiger, its eyes burning with predatory intent. The beast is immense, its power evident. The cultivator cries out in exertion, the strain evident on his face. He is clearly struggling against the tiger's might. A fierce blow lands, sending the cultivator reeling. He coughs, blood staining his lips. He retaliates, his sword flashing in a desperate counterattack. The clash of steel against claws reverberates through the air. The tiger lunges, its massive form a blur of motion. The cultivator barely manages to evade the attack. The tiger growls, its power undiminished. Master Meng's words echo in the cultivator's mind. It was once a cub, but now it is a fully grown beast. Another cultivator, witnessing the scene from a distance, recalls hearing of this beast decades ago. He cries out in alarm. calling for Suryong. The situation is dire. Meanwhile, a pharmacist explains that instead of traps, there could be a beast. Suryong, upon hearing this, realizes the warning came too late. He wasn't sure a beast of such size existed, but there it was. The immense tiger's presence filled the clearing, its eyes burning with predatory intensity. The tiger moved with terrifying grace through the forest, its power palpable. The elder cultivator spoke to his son, explaining that leaving the area would deter the beast. The son, however, questioned his father's decision, highlighting the difficulty of their situation. The tiger watched them from the shadows, its patience wearing thin. The son considered the potential profit from selling the tiger's hide, a grim solution to their immediate problems. He noted the tiger's immense size, a fact that both excited and frightened him. The tiger stalked towards them, its movements deliberate and menacing. The son drew his sword, preparing for battle, his resolve hardening. He felt a surge of confidence, ready to face the challenge. His father offered a prayer for his success from afar. A powerful force impacted the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The resulting shockwave flattened the grass in a wide radius. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. Master Jean, his face grim, prepared for the next attack. The cultivator braced himself, his eyes locked on the approaching threat. The air crackled with anticipation. A deafening roar echoed through the forest as a massive tiger emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with predatory intensity. The tiger lunged, its claws extended, aiming for the cultivator. The cultivator parried the attack with his sword, barely deflecting the blow. He stumbled back, coughing up blood. The tiger's power was immense. With surprising speed, the tiger unleashed another attack, its massive paw aimed at the cultivator's head. The cultivator recognized the tiger as a spirit beast, a creature of immense power and magical abilities. He countered with a powerful strike, aiming to exploit a weakness in the tiger's defense. He shouted that the tiger was nothing but a beast. The cultivator's strike landed true, piercing the tiger's hide. He noted with satisfaction that his attack had found its mark. The tiger roared in pain and fury, its attack growing more ferocious. The cultivator's son watched in horror as the battle raged around him. He was filled with fear and uncertainty. The cultivator, wounded but resolute, continued to fight the spirit beast, his determination unwavering. The tiger, enraged, unleashed a final, desperate attack. The clash of power shook the very forest. A cultivator, his gray robe billowing, launched a swift attack against a massive spirit tiger. The tiger retaliated with a powerful swipe. The force of the tiger's blow was immense. Even iron armor would shatter under such strength. Such power was nearly undetectable to the average warrior or hunter. The cultivator's son, Jan Gil, watched in fear as the battle raged. Fortunately, the cultivator was a seasoned warrior, having reached the peak of his abilities. He questioned the tiger's unusually thick hide. Jan Gil had never seen his father fight with such intensity before. Despite his skill, the cultivator knew that defeating a spirit beast would be a difficult task. The cultivator reflected on his previous encounter with a fake Namgung. That opponent had been too weak to truly test his skills. The cultivator found it hard to pinpoint the exact nature of the tiger's resilience. Another cultivator observed the fight, questioning the cultivator's seemingly inefficient fighting style. He scoffed, unimpressed by the young cultivator's bravado. The seasoned warrior, Kale, stood firm against the relentless assault of the spirit tiger. Master Jean, observing from a distance, offered a seemingly casual suggestion of aid. The spirit tiger, enraged by Kale's defiance, lunged again, its claws extended. Kale, despite his skill, was clearly struggling. A sharp blow sent him reeling. The tiger pressed its advantage, its massive paws connecting with Kale's defenses. With a deafening roar, the tiger unleashed another devastating attack. Kale, sensing his son's fear, resolved to end the fight quickly, even if it meant risking his own safety. Master Jean watched, surprised by Kale's sudden, aggressive maneuver. He questioned the wisdom of such a reckless approach. His doubts grew as he considered the potential consequences. Kale, however, pressed his attack with renewed vigor. It was far from over. He grimaced, the exertion evident in his strained expression. It seemed age was catching up to him. Even this level of swordsmanship was leaving him weary. A desperate cry pierced the air. His son, Jan Gil, warned him of the approaching danger. The spirit tiger lunged, its roar echoing through the forest. The cultivator, momentarily stunned, braced himself for the impact. He coughed, blood staining his lips as he staggered back from the force of the blow. Another violent cough racked his body, further weakening him. He cursed, his eyes darting to the tiger as it prepared to strike again. It was a desperate situation. With a final surge of strength, he commanded the beast to retreat. The tiger roared in defiance, its attack unrelenting. Jan Gil rushed to his father's side, concern etched on his young face. He asked if he was all right. The elder cultivator, despite his injuries, cautioned his son against interfering, stating that it was too dangerous. Kale's son, Jan Gil, Limped, his words laced with desperation. If you say that while limping, no one will believe you. And if you die, I'll die as well. He looked up at his father, his eyes wide with fear. The elder cultivator, Master Jean, remained stoic, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. Master Jean urged, "At least run." But Kale, ever defiant, countered, "Stop saying nonsense." The spirit tiger lunged, its claws extended, aiming for Kale. The ensuing clash was a whirlwind of motion. The tiger's attack was met with a fierce counteroffensive. A powerful roar echoed through the forest. The battle raged, a blur of claws and energy blasts. The tiger, wounded but relentless, continued its assault. Master Jean watched, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. He knew the danger his student faced. He spoke calmly, "Fight calmly. I'll cover for you from the back." Kale's eyes narrowed, a glint of steel in his gaze. He understood the gravity of the situation. With renewed focus, he unleashed a devastating attack, aiming for the tiger's vulnerable underbelly. Master Jin's strategy was clear. By focusing their attacks, their chances of survival would increase. The tiger, weakened and enraged, lunged again, its movements clumsy and desperate. Master Jin's face was grim, sweat beading on his brow. The battle was far from over. He grunted, his movements precise as he continued to evade the spirit tiger's relentless attacks. "Don't use sword chi anymore. Just aim for the sides," he instructed his young companion. The younger warrior retorted, "I know that much." The tiger lunged, its claws extended. The older warrior roared, "Ha!" A blinding flash of light erupted from the clash of their attacks. The dust settled, revealing the tiger, wounded but still dangerous. The younger warrior found something amidst the chaos. "Father, look at this." He held out a glowing pearl. "It has an inner pearl because it's a spirit beast." The elder warrior examined the pearl. "It's not as big as I thought it would be. This is pretty big. To catch a proper spirit with our abilities is impossible." With the problem solved, they decided to head to the summer house. The younger warrior expressed his desire to rest. The younger warrior reflected, "I judged wrongly. I was sure he had reached the peak of his strength, but..." He turned, his back to the viewer, silhouetted against the fading light of the gazebo. A sense of quiet contemplation hung in the air. Master Jean, noticing something amiss, frowned. A subtle energy seemed to be hindering his growth. He urgently beckoned Kale over, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Come look at this. Is there something?" Kale, startled by the urgency, turned to see Master Jin's worried expression. The master's usually calm demeanor was replaced by a palpable tension. Kale, upon closer inspection, agreed. "Yeah, seeing the leaves, it seems like it has been at least 100 years." As expected, Master Jean confirmed his suspicions. "As expected, I knew this would happen." He pointed out a detail that only a cultivator of his experience would notice. If it were a normal elixir, then Master Meng wouldn't have made a fuss about it. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he clenched his fist. The process was complete. He approached Master Jean, who responded, "Certainly. It is a rare elixir, but..." Kale explained that while the elixir could help repair his meridians, the energy it provided was minuscule. The image showed a close-up of the elixir's plant roots. Master Jean clarified that the problem was Kale's lack of knowledge on how to properly process the elixir. The two cultivators walked through a tranquil garden. Kale realized he needed a substantial amount of money, far more than what he could earn from selling the roots. He then resolved to train his body to earn that money. The image showed a close-up of the elixir's plant roots. He looked at the roots and wondered aloud if he could eat them all. Master Jean subtly smiled. Kale looked at Master Jean with a thoughtful expression. Kale stared, speechless, as a powerful gust of wind buffeted him. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. The force of the blow sent him reeling, his head ringing. He glared at the source of the attack, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. His attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, tossed him a small, glowing object. "Eat it," the figure commanded. He caught the object, a strange herb, and examined it closely. A smirk played on his lips. He mused that it would be enough to begin altering his constitution. He noted there was a spa nearby. He suggested they take a bath together, but his companion declined, stating there was no need. His companion urged him to join him in the water, noting how clear it looked. He hesitated, then plunged his hand into the water, surprised by the sensation. He learned that there was a spa next to the hut. He asked about the training methods at the spa, learning that it could increase inner chi or reduce muscle fatigue. An older man commented on the training habits of the younger generation. The older man and the younger man discussed the possibility of hidden treasure in the mountains, dismissing the idea as unlikely. Master Meng, an elderly man, scolded Kale about eating meat that would rot his teeth. Kale, however, was preoccupied. He retorted, calling the old man a cheap jerk. Kale wondered aloud if there were treasures hidden in the mountains, a thought sparked by Master Meng. Master Jean approached Kale, concerned for his well-being. Kale, however, was distracted by something else. He explained to Master Jean that the issue of weapons was not his current concern. Master Jean pointed out something to Kale. Kale recognized the object, recalling seeing something similar in a past life. He was struck by a wave of intense recognition, unable to forget the feeling. A figure, seemingly engulfed in flames, appeared. A searing pain shot through him, a phantom agony from a life long past. The memory, vivid as a brand, seared itself onto his mind, a blade of unnatural metal piercing his heart. He recognized the metal instantly. It was the same metal that forged the swords of the blood demon divine cult. The red-haired warrior, a figure of terrifying power, stood before him, a grim determination etched onto their face. I'm certain. The material was used to create the blood demon divine cult swords. It was a metal from legends. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the water. It was Starfall, a rare meteorite ore. He dove into the water, retrieving the glowing ore. Weapons forged from Starfall or were used by masters, and depending on a user's skill, could become divine weapons capable of breaking the heavens. The sword that fell into the hands of the blood cult wasn't a Starfall sword. If only he had a weapon of similar power. Meaningless thoughts. What's important is that the material is now in his hands. This is unexpected. He emerged from the river, soaked to the bone, clutching a dark, oddly shaped stone. His companion, a man with long gray hair, regarded him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The gray-haired man examined the stone closely. It's Starfall. He scoffed, incredulous. Do I look like I'm joking? It'll be night soon. Let's head down first. If this is exposed to the world, it'll cause countless bloodshed in order to acquire this. Even we who discovered this won't be safe. But come on, let's take it. We could just not sell it and keep it. The gray-haired man exclaimed. Are you really trying to start a war? Why would we do such a dangerous thing? And since the mountain isn't far from our village, the warriors who hear the rumors will come rushing in. Not just the righteous groups, but evil sects will definitely come too. Even guys who unsheathe their sword after the slightest provocations. The two men stood together, contemplating the implications of their discovery. The question hung heavy in the air. Could they truly stop them all? He remained silent, his expression unreadable. Master Jean suggested a simple solution. If they kept quiet, no one would be the wiser. Kale, however, seemed unconvinced. He pointed out that Master Jin's personality would likely give away their secret. Despite his reservations, Kale agreed to hide the Starfall ore. Master Jean regretted his earlier outburst. Kale expressed his desire to show his gratitude to both Master Manhwa and the Starfall ore itself. He pondered the ore's potential uses, considering the possibility of crafting a weapon. He weighed his options, creating multiple weapons or focusing on a single, powerful one from the Starfall ore. The tiger playfully attacked Kale, causing him to yelp in surprise. Kale cleared his throat, his mind still focused on the Starfall ore. He grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now, then, shall we return? Before departing, he issued a final instruction. Do not use the elixirs until I return. Do you take me for an idiot? Go and sell the tiger hide for a good price. I'll return soon. Yes, travel safely, is what I said. The heaven-defying divine arts he was about to perform were, in essence, a martial art that goes against the laws of nature. The chi cultivation method is also different to the norm. In the eyes of normal warriors, it might as well be a demonic art. Wouldn't it be better to do it now and get punished later? He ate his fill, savoring the meal. Thank you for the food. A searing pain shot through Kale's chest, a sudden, violent force ripping through his defenses. He coughed, a ragged sound escaping his lips as he stumbled back, the impact sending tremors through his body. The attack had been swift, unexpected. His vision swam, darkness threatening to consume him as he clutched at his chest, the agony intensifying with each ragged breath. He tasted blood. Chapter 9, Strength. The title card set the stage for the coming trials. A violent clash erupted, sending debris flying. The force of the impact was immense. Kale braced himself, his knuckles whitening as he absorbed a powerful blow. He gritted his teeth, determined. He felt a searing pain as the attack tore through his defenses. His body trembled. Despite the pain, he remained resolute. This was merely the first step, he reminded himself. He pushed back, his own power surging forth. The cultivator's attack faltered. He would not fail. He would overcome this challenge. He closed his eyes, drawing upon a deep well of inner strength. Purple energy crackled around him. The energy intensified, swirling around him like a protective storm. His resolve hardened. With a roar, he unleashed his power, commanding his opponent to move. The force of the attack left him reeling, but he stood firm. He groaned in pain. He had reached this point before, he realized. He would not be defeated. A coughing fit racked his body, blood staining his lips. The battle was far from over. Kale's cultivation was severely hampered. A large amount of contaminated chi blocked his 8 ancillary meridians. Even the chi accumulated from a normal life would have been enough to kill him before his 30th birthday. He clenched his fists, the strain evident on his face. His opponent, confident in his victory, challenged him. Kale's eyes burned with determination. He would fight to the end. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a surge of energy erupting from his body. The force of the blow sent tremors through the air. The contaminated chi began to recede from his meridians. He felt a surge of power, far beyond anything he had experienced before. A roar escaped his lips as he pushed his body to its absolute limit. He coughed, a violent spasm racking his body. He knew that if he lost consciousness now, he would be finished. He collapsed, a wave of purplish-black energy erupting from his body as he fought against the encroaching darkness. The contaminated chi, a relentless tide, threatened to consume him entirely. With a final surge of willpower, he pushed past the pain, his body trembling with exertion. A single thought echoed in his mind. I succeeded. He had managed to create an inner Dan, a reservoir of strength within his own body. The newly formed Dan pulsed with a faint blue light, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. His fists felt completely different now, imbued with a newfound power. A confident smirk played on his lips as he felt the surge of power. He exhaled slowly, the tension leaving his body. By using the stimulation from the herb, he had reached the first phase of the heaven-defying divine art. His body felt stronger, his movements more precise. To reach a higher phase, he would need more elixirs and formations. Even so, he could not yet start training in the heaven-defying divine art. He mused, the need for greater strength a pressing concern. His current techniques, while potent, were insufficient to fully harness the immense power he sought to command. His solution? To transform his frail body into an unbreakable fortress. The 18 strikes of the outlaw, a legendary martial art, would be his path. There was no better method for physical training. A determined glint shone in his eyes as he began his rigorous practice. He moved with a newfound grace and power, each strike precise and deadly. His body pushed to its limits, the exertion evident in his every movement. With a powerful punch, he unleashed the culmination of his training. He exhaled sharply, his body screaming in protest. He could only train as much as his body could endure. He would continue until his father returned. His footsteps echoed, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Kale, the shadow, stood amidst the fading light of dusk, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He mused on his progress with the 18 strikes of the outlaw, a path to unlocking a sixth sense. He envisioned surpassing even the Bandit King in outer arts once he mastered the first half of the strikes. But a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Would mastering only half suffice? He still had much more to learn. The Crazy Demon's martial arts remained a formidable challenge. His training encompassed a vast array of techniques, including the Ice Moon Goddess's divine arts and the Swordmaster's sword techniques. And finally, the heaven-defying divine art, a pinnacle of power. He wondered how powerful he would become if he mastered them all. His ambition burned bright, to become the strongest under heaven. A figure, cloaked in white, approached a home under a starlit sky. The words "Daddy's home" floated above them. Meanwhile, Jan Gill, brimming with excitement, revealed that he had made a significant amount of money selling a tiger skin. A figure, cloaked in shadow, appeared suddenly before Beck Suryong, causing him to cry out in surprise. Suryong, visibly shaken, asked what had happened to his companion, noting the latter's altered state. The cloaked figure, revealing himself to be Master Jean, explained that the effects of the medicine he had given Suryong were stronger than anticipated. Master Jean questioned Suryong about whether he had consumed the entire Hajuo fruit by himself. Suryong nervously denied having done so, his laughter betraying his nervousness. A flashback showed Master Jean warning Suryong about the dangers of consuming the fruit before he left. Despite the warning, Suryong had consumed the fruit anyway. Suryong pleaded for calm, urging a peaceful resolution. Master Jean, however, was not appeased and scolded Suryong for his recklessness. He ordered Suryong to stop running away and face the consequences of his actions. Suryong recounted how, despite the initial pain, his body quickly recovered. He described his daily routine of meditation to refine his chi. Kale continued his training, focusing on the 18 strikes of the outlaw to improve his flexibility and body conditioning. A letter arrives, a development he has eagerly awaited. The letter's sender is from the Azure Dragon Academy. It contains information about something he had previously inquired about. The Academy is hiring new instructors. He carefully examines the letter, a thoughtful expression on his face. A murmur rippled through the air, a collective breath held in anticipation. A group of young men, their faces alight with excitement, gathered near a gate, their chatter a mix of anticipation and nervous energy. It was the day of the manor exam. Two of them discussed the upcoming fight, speculating that it was a fight of the century. One suggested that if the son lost, he would not be sent to the city. Kale stood before a figure, his expression unreadable. The figure questioned whether this was his skill check before leaving. Meanwhile, a powerful cultivator, his presence commanding respect and fear, addressed the crowd. He questioned to which village the rumors would spread. Even with the manor exam, the unusual gathering of the Yuji sons was noteworthy. A person with such fame and influence in a village or town would not gather them like this. A large crowd had gathered in a courtyard, their attention focused on a central figure. The figure, addressing Kale, warned him that if he didn't want to be ridiculed, he shouldn't go. Kale, however, remained resolute in his decision, stating that he couldn't do that. Kale asked Jan Gil to hold onto his luggage for a while. Jan Gil, overwhelmed, fumbled with the luggage, falling to the ground. The suggestion hung in the air, a final chance offered. A crowd murmured in the background, their anticipation palpable. He had already made his decision. There would be no turning back. Master Namgung, a seasoned instructor, questioned the younger man's readiness to teach. He had warned him a month prior that some students would show early promise. Confidently, he declared himself changed, a different person than he was a month ago. Kale, impatient with the ongoing discussion, felt there was no way to reach a mutual understanding. He offered a demonstration, confident in his abilities. Master Namgung agreed to assess his progress, stipulating that he would not use his inner chi to ensure a fair evaluation. The young man drew his sword, preparing to showcase his skills. He began his demonstration, a move known as kisusik. The wind whipped around him, a testament to his control, though barely contained. Master Namgung observed, noting the clear signs of training in his posture. The demonstration continued, the swirling energy intensifying. He mused, probably. The next moment, his blade flashed, a blur of motion. His opponent, however, countered, shouting, "You will need inner chi." The onlookers gasped, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. "Wow!" They cried out in unison, "Master!" Kale stood victorious in the center of the training grounds, the crowd murmuring their approval. "You're amazing." Master Namgung observed, thoughtfully, "Wait a minute. Father, your sword technique." He felt a nagging sense of incompleteness. "Feels like something important is missing. I am leaving." Master Namgung offered an explanation, "To help you fill that part." Kale reacted with disbelief. "What?" His father's voice boomed. "There isn't anything you can't say to your father." Master Namgung's attack was swift and precise. Kale smirked, provoke him? Huh. The swordsman's demonstration continued, his movements a blur of controlled power. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he executed a particularly swift maneuver. He was fast, impossibly fast. His opponent, momentarily stunned, questioned if the attack had targeted his shoulder. The blow landed with a sharp tch, the force of the impact sending a shockwave outward. His dark coat billowed behind him as he moved, a whirlwind of motion. His opponent, a man of considerable skill, watched with narrowed eyes, his expression unreadable. He was clearly surprised by the speed and precision of the attack. The attack continued, a flurry of motion too fast for the eye to follow. His opponent barely managed to deflect the blows, his own movements strained and desperate. The changing technique was almost impossible to predict, leaving his opponent struggling to keep up. He knew he couldn't continue like this. He needed to create some distance and reassess the situation. He leaped back, creating space between himself and his relentless attacker. The onlookers watched in amazement, their gasps audible. The swordsman stood amidst a swirling dust cloud, his opponent before him. He felt the weight of impending death, a chilling premonition. His opponent, sensing his hesitation, pressed the attack. "Say that you won't go now. If this fight prolongs, you'll only get hurt more." The words hung in the air, a stark warning. But the swordsman's resolve remained unshaken. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on his opponent, a storm brewing within. With a sudden burst of speed, the attack commenced. "I see you haven't come to your senses yet." The clash of steel echoed through the arena, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the eye to follow. A swift maneuver left the swordsman's opponent momentarily off balance. He let out a triumphant laugh. Huh. But the respite was short-lived. The opponent recovered quickly, their counterattack relentless. The swordsman gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on his blade. It's not easy to endure, either. He felt the strain, the near certainty of losing his grip on his sword. Despite the overwhelming pressure, he refused to yield. But his opponent, too, was feeling the pressure. "I'll endure. If I continue to, whatever technique it is will soon be seen by the eye. More so if these techniques." The blood demon lunged, his ornate sword a blur of motion. He aimed for Kale's heart. Kale, however, anticipated the attack. These were techniques he'd observed during his recent training. A flash of blue energy erupted from the tip of Kale's sword as he parried the blow. He recognized the energy signature instantly. His eyes narrowed. He knew what this meant. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds as the two warriors traded blows with blinding speed. Water splashed as Kale's blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing his opponent's neck. He was surprised by the power behind the blood demon's attacks. It was far greater than he had anticipated. Kale stumbled back, his breath ragged. He had underestimated his foe. He realized the truth. This wasn't just a sparring match. This was a genuine fight for survival. Meanwhile, a figure watched from afar, their expression unreadable. The blood demon pressed his advantage, his movements relentless. Kale, defiant, challenged his opponent. He would not yield. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and energy. The blood demon lunged, his ornate sword a blur of motion. Kale parried the blow, the impact sending a shockwave through the earth. He retaliated with a swift counterattack, aiming for the demon's exposed flank. But the demon was faster, his movements fluid and unpredictable. Kale cursed, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. The near miss left him breathless. He braced himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration. His opponent, sensing a shift in Kale's stance, pressed his advantage. An observer noted that Kale was focusing his remaining strength. The Blood Demon's technique was described as a revolving wind sword technique, a legendary style. Kale realized that raw power wasn't enough. He needed precision. He shifted his focus, preparing for a more calculated approach. The battle continued, the combatants moving with deadly grace. A flurry of blows exchanged, each strike carrying the weight of desperation. A vision flashed before Kale's eyes, his mother's death. Fueled by grief and rage, he prepared for a final, desperate assault. It was not his fault. He stared intensely, his gray eyes unwavering. His father looked distraught, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Of course. Kale's voice was soft but firm as he spoke. Me being born weak isn't your fault either. The elder man responded. I am not a burden that a father has to hold onto for the rest of his life. Kale's expression hardened. What exactly are you saying? His father's voice rose in indignation. Who said you're a burden to me? The elder man recoiled in surprise. He unleashed a torrent of energy, the chains of power binding his father. The energy chains binding Jean pulsed with fading light, the aftermath of Kale's unexpected attack still hanging in the air. It's the end, Jean thought, a grim acceptance settling over him. He looked at Kale, his son, and spoke, Don't feel sorry for me anymore. The weight of his past, the loss of his wife, and the burden of his son's weakness had driven him to this point. The scene shifted to a wide shot, showing Kale and Jean standing in the center of a large courtyard, surrounded by onlookers. Jin's confession revealed a truth. His self-imposed isolation had stemmed from his inability to cope with his grief, causing him to lose his mastery over his abilities. A close-up on Jin's jade pendant, a symbol of his lost power. Despite everything, Jean saw potential in Kale, urging him forward. Kale and Jean stood together, under a clear sky, a stark contrast to the tension moments before. Jean gave Kale permission to leave, accepting his defeat. Jin's face held a hint of a smile, a subtle expression of pride. The onlookers reacted with shock and confusion to the unexpected turn of events. Jean expressed his pride in Kale's growth, highlighting his remarkable journey from a frail child. Suryong's graduation was met with joyous celebration. The young man basked in the warmth of his friends and mentors' congratulations, a wide smile gracing his features. He accepted a parting gift, a simple offering of sustenance for his journey. Meanwhile, Suryong expressed his desire to continue his training at the Jade Dragon Academy upon reaching the age of 15. His master, however, seemed hesitant, prompting a question about the ease with which he was sending his student away. Jean, his master, was urged to depart ahead of the others. Jin's expression was one of quiet contemplation, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The question of whether he could easily part with his student lingered in the air. But his face, though tired from the events that transpired, seemed refreshed, suggesting a sense of peace. The title of Chapter 11 was displayed. A piece of advice was given, to make a lot of money in return after self-improvement. Two figures stood in a courtyard, one instructing the other to protect the place until their return. One of the figures, a man with dark hair, bowed and took his leave. He stated his intention to depart. He walked away, his departure marked by a swift, decisive step. Further instructions were given regarding his arrival at the Jade Dragon Academy. The man continued his journey, his mind focused on the upcoming arrival at the academy. He was informed that his maternal grandfather would be there. The man paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. Another individual revealed that the departing man was the student chief at the academy. The man reacted with surprise and questioned why he was only being told this now. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. What could possibly be causing such a reaction? The young man stood before an older figure, his expression unreadable. The elder spoke, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. It had been a long time since their last encounter, and the estrangement between his wife and him had lasted for 30 years. The young man's question hung in the air. Why? Since when? A subtle smile played on the younger man's lips as he conversed with the elder. He confirmed the length of their separation, 30 long years. The younger man questioned the continued use of the term elder, given the significant time that had passed. His demeanor shifted, becoming sharper. He challenged the elder's brusqueness. He considered the elder's potential reactions, acknowledging the possibility of being mistaken for his mother or, worse, being killed for the resemblance. The elder's response was a simple, yet ominous, or his eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling upon his face. The elder issued a warning, to be cautious and flee if he encountered a man named Megukrium. The elder placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder, stopping him. The young man's thoughts turned to the grim possibility of his grandfather killing his own grandson. He weighed his options, the grim reality of his situation heavy in his heart. His grandfather, a man he barely knew, posed a mortal threat. Escape alone was a gamble, but staying meant certain death. Master Jean, his face etched with concern, gently cupped Kale's chin, his touch both reassuring and firm. Despite the palpable tension, Kale remained resolute. He had made his decision. With a quiet confidence, Master Jean accepted the responsibility for the consequences. Kale, now alone, stood tall, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. Before departing, he received a final instruction from Master Jean to maintain his health and well-being until their reunion. A silent farewell passed between them, a bond of trust and shared purpose unspoken yet deeply felt. He walked away, leaving Master Jean behind. The distance between them grew, yet the weight of their shared understanding remained. He was given clear instructions on how to maintain contact. He acknowledged the instructions, his mind already racing with plans. Kale walked onward, his steps firm and purposeful, into the unknown. He stood alone, a silhouette against the twilight sky, lost in thought. How heartless, he mused. The man wouldn't even spare a glance back. His features were sharp, etched with a quiet sorrow. But now, there was no need for such sentiment. That's why he sent him. Because the young man resembled him, he would surely attract much attention from the ladies. Will he succeed? He probably will. A vision flickered in his mind, a fleeting image of a woman, beautiful and serene. He chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Should he follow him now? This is the only present his wife left before passing. Taking after her, he's spunky and causes trouble often, but if he follows him secretly and watches from afar. Stop it. What are you doing? You even lost the fight. A young woman with striking blue eyes smiled serenely. She was correct. He reflected. Who am I to protect when I've even lost the fight? Still, a loss is a loss. He walked away with the woman, their figures silhouetted against the light. He admitted to himself, I lost to that child. His face was a mask of contemplation. A single tear traced a path down his cheek, yet a faint smile played on his lips. He chuckled, that's right. He brought a hand to his mouth, lost in thought. He rationalized. He said it wasn't my fault. But then a painful truth surfaced. He was born weak. She asked, then did you blame yourself all this time? He replied, of course. If you didn't meet me, you wouldn't have died so early. He pondered the weight of his actions, a profound sadness settling over him. The thought lingered. Had his choices led to the existence of that child? His wife, her eyes filled with a gentle understanding, questioned his seriousness. Her parents, she explained, had longed for a child. He offered a sincere apology, clarifying that his words had not reflected his true feelings. She smiled, her affection evident as she embraced him. The weight of his unspoken regrets seemed to lessen. But their son, Sir Yong, was now a grown man, ready to forge his own path. She urged him to let Sir Yong pursue his own destiny. A single word escaped his lips, Yakbing. His face reflected a mixture of sorrow and acceptance. Sir Yong, their son, prepared to depart. He stepped through the gate, leaving the familiar grounds behind. A wave of relief washed over him. He expressed his gratitude for the lessening burden on his heart. He examined the hilt of his sword, a familiar weight in his hand. A quiet voice, filled with pride, reached him. What do you mean? You did well. The words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. His wife's words followed, a hint of sadness underlying her tone. What do you mean by remarry? I plan on learning the martial arts. I couldn't until now. He let out a weary sigh, the weight of unspoken emotions heavy on his shoulders. Phew! With a practiced grace, he sheathed his sword, the movement fluid and precise. He stood poised, ready for whatever might come next. He moved with a sudden burst of speed, his movements a blur of motion. He continued his relentless assault, each strike precise and powerful. His opponent stumbled, momentarily off balance. His eyes narrowed, focusing on his target. He stood, sword raised, ready to strike again. A voice cut through the air, a question hanging heavy with implication. Are you the Jade Prince? He sat alone, a faint smile playing on his lips. The air around him shimmered, a subtle residual effect of his recent exertion. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the quiet. Who are you? Why do you suddenly show up when I'm drinking and fight about my face? The newcomer paused, a thoughtful expression crossing their face. But still, since we met like this, will you buy me a drink? A woman, her eyes sharp and assessing, watched him from across the room. What? His gaze hardened, remembering their first encounter. He thought, I remember our first meeting wasn't all that great. He recalled the events, a whirlwind of emotions and action. Looking so weak, she seemed like she would break if you hit her slightly. Despite her fragility, she boldly asked for a drink. But somehow, he fell in love with a woman who seemed to break if you slightly hit her. He proposed marriage, Yakbing, marry me. He promised to change his ways, making her the only woman he cared about. She responded, I won't live a long life because my body is weak. Do you still like me? He stood, his resolve firm. He would not let her fragility deter him. She responded, what do you mean? I don't have the slightest intention of doing that. A figure, cloaked in shadow, moved with surprising speed. His movements were precise, almost balletic, as he deftly avoided the outstretched hand of his pursuer. He paused, a question hanging in the air. The elder, his face etched with concern, watched him from a distance. The elder's gaze followed the figure's every move, his expression unreadable. Another figure, enraged, threatened violence. The scene was tense, the air thick with unspoken accusations. A desperate plea echoed through the scene. The stakes were high, the consequences dire. The elder's fury was palpable, his voice a low growl. His disappointment was evident. The figure, his face partially obscured, reflected on a past trauma. The memory was clearly painful. He spoke, his words a promise, a vow to make amends. His commitment extended beyond mere happiness. He intended to find a cure for a debilitating illness. He stood resolute, his resolve unwavering. The weight of his promise was heavy upon him. His proposal was rejected. A different path was suggested, one that prioritized personal happiness. The woman, her expression serene, considered his words carefully. The revelation of a son brought a new layer of complexity to the situation. A babe, a spitting image of Kale, wailed. Years passed. A young man, his face etched with determination, held a sword, its edge shimmering with an ethereal blue light. He leaped, a blur of motion, the sword a streak of blue against the white expanse of the sky. The sword's power surged, a wave of energy rippling outwards. He sheathed the weapon, a quiet gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Yakbing. The sword, now still, pulsed faintly with residual energy. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sprawling landscape. A majestic mountain range dominated the skyline, its peaks kissed by the fading light. He pondered the information. Among the 5 great academies, Jujak Academy was renowned for its facilities and instructors. A memory surfaced. He wondered aloud if he had told his companion about Jujak Academy before. 20 years prior, the scene shifted to a bustling academy courtyard. Students and instructors alike filled the space. His companion chuckled, admitting he'd heard the story countless times, yet never tired of it. The pair enjoyed a meal together, the narrator noting that his companion was of the highest caliber, while the others were merely second-rate. He considered the less-than-ideal alternatives. The thought of relocating them to a remote mountain and burying them crossed his mind. His anger flared. The Jade Dragon Academy had extended an invitation, offering him an instructor position. He was taken aback. The Jade Dragon Academy? It was an unexpected turn of events. His companion expressed confidence in his abilities, certain that the academy would flourish under his guidance. He reassured his friends, promising to call upon them once he secured his position as an instructor. A jovial, overweight man chuckled, his words dripping with sarcasm. That's why today's alcohol costs so much. You guys are really sick. His comment was directed at a younger man, whose expression was one of disbelief. He questioned aloud, You think the academy would invite a loud pig like you to be an instructor? The younger man's gaze shifted, his attention drawn to someone else entirely. A figure of authority, cloaked in dark robes, stood nearby. Even the newcomer seemed taken aback. He muttered to himself, Even if the Jade Dragon Academy doesn't have talented people, this is too much. The newcomer's aura was intense, causing a ripple of shock. A simple statement was made. He's a master. The disbelief continued. One of the onlookers exclaimed, Are you crazy? Do you know who this is? A warning was issued, stark and clear. If you offend him, you'll die. The overweight man's face paled, his earlier bravado replaced by fear. The master, unfazed, simply replied, Why? Try running your mouth as you please. 3 other men watched the scene unfold, their silence speaking volumes. Kale, the master, quietly ate his noodles, lost in thought. It was his first time experiencing this body since his ascension, and he realized he must be in his mid-20s. The young master, his back to the viewer, stood silhouetted against a purple, ethereal glow. The narration box above him spoke of the exceptional skills or influential lineage such a young master must possess. The alternative, the text continued, was a powerful family backing him. His demeanor, as seen in the following panel, seemed to confirm both possibilities. He thanked a man for helping him sober up after drinking too much wine, explaining his previous boisterous behavior. He then found a seat at an inn. The innkeeper, a large man, gestured to a table. The young master's intense gaze was briefly shown. The innkeeper's expression shifted to one of shock and awe. The innkeeper and his companions were just about to leave when a young master asked them to sit. They were loud and boisterous before, but now they were refreshed. The innkeeper praised the young master. He was bored by the lack of a fight. He mused on the recent battle, noting the opponent's lack of foresight. Their failure to anticipate a prolonged conflict had been their undoing. The scene shifted to a nearby table where a discussion was taking place regarding a man's surprising lack of courage. A man with dark hair and a serious expression was approached. He asked if the newcomer had any business with him. The newcomer, a man with neatly styled brown hair, simply stated his interest in the other man. The brown-haired man's confident demeanor was evident as he sat calmly. He explained that the other man had been the first to react to his announcement, showcasing his preparedness. The 2 men sat across from each other, a silent tension hanging in the air. The brown-haired man questioned whether his initial display of interest was sufficient. He reflected on the other man's abilities, realizing they were greater than he initially anticipated. The dark-haired man smirked, seemingly unfazed by the other's assessment. The brown-haired man apologized for causing a commotion, explaining his actions. He stated that he had simply sat down to enjoy a drink. The young man, Yonho, explained his situation to the other, a matter-of-fact tone in his voice. He was new to Kangho and thus didn't yet have a by-name. He was from the AK family, a young master with a distinguished background. The two continued their conversation over tea, a quiet understanding passing between them. Among the many spear techniques, the AK family's was known to be one of the most advanced. AK Bai, the current head of the family, was a master of this technique. Yonho offered to pay for their meal and drinks, hoping to prolong their meeting. Despite the rumors surrounding the AK family's successor, Yonho had never heard of this individual before. He was curious about the other man's age, noting that he appeared younger than himself. The other man was 25, 2 years younger than Yonho. He suggested using the familiar term Hyungnim, a respectful form of address. Yonho found the other man's personality rather annoying. He proposed they order more alcohol. Lodgings. The scene opens on a tranquil, snow-dusted building, suggesting a quiet, perhaps secluded, location. Suryong, seated at a table, reflects on his father's irresponsibility. He finds a familiar echo in his own situation. He sighs, lamenting his inability to make friends due to his rigorous training under his father's orders. The sudden suggestion of finding a match feels jarring and incongruous. Meanwhile, Yonho recounts his own struggles, barely managing to convince his father to allow him to follow his own path after years of strict tutelage. His companion remarks on Yonho's talent for storytelling, noting that his narrative sounds less like a personal account and more like a carefully crafted tale. The conversation turns to Yonho's reasons for coming to Kangho at such a young age. Yonho explains that his reason was quite trivial, a fact that surprises his companion. The focus shifts to Yonho, his expression intense and serious. His companion observes Yonho's strength, prompting a question. He playfully suggests that Yonho is secretly a master, a notion Yonho considers. Yonho reflects that his inner chi is not easily perceptible, leading to potential misunderstandings. He explains the extensive work and resources required to reach the next stage of his cultivation. Yonho, the Cheeky Academy cultivator, poured himself another cup of tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered aloud when he would finally earn enough money to achieve his goals. Suryong, his companion, inquired about the reason for Yonho's departure from home. The answer was simple. He was attempting to pass the entrance exam for the prestigious Jade Dragon Academy. Suryong's own ambition was to become an instructor at the academy, a path he believed would bring both fulfillment and financial success. He expressed surprise and concern at Yonho's decision to take the exam, given his current circumstances. Yonho's response was a defiant declaration of his intentions. Despite the potential difficulties, Yonho remained resolute in his desire to continue his journey alongside Suryong. Suryong, captivated by Yonho's unwavering determination, found himself drawn to the prospect of adventure. He believed that traveling with Yonho would lead to exciting and unpredictable experiences. However, a moment of doubt clouded Suryong's enthusiasm. He questioned the wisdom of their plan. Undeterred, Yonho offered to cover all travel expenses, further solidifying his commitment to their partnership. Suryong, charmed by Yonho's generosity and unwavering spirit, smiled. He reassured Yonho that their companionship would endure, even when sober. Namchang. A full moon hung heavy in the inky sky, its pale light barely piercing the storm clouds that gathered overhead. He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. How had this happened? Before him stood a figure, ancient and powerful, radiating an aura of immense power. The figure hissed, a word barely audible above the stormed eye. A violent impact echoed through the night. He found himself in a bustling city, the sounds of commerce and daily life a stark contrast to the recent battle. Suryong and Yonho walked side by side through the city streets. As expected, a large city was different from their quiet village. They needed a place to stay. But Yonho had somewhere else to go first. A man, Go Juyol, the second leader of the Gangseo branch investigation team, was introduced. Suryong received a letter of recommendation from his uncle. He had met Yonho's friend, and his complexion looked better. Yonho, a newcomer to Gango, introduced himself with a confident smile. He was recognized as a disciple of the prestigious Sandong AK family. Though pleased to see a familiar face, Yonho was preoccupied. He'd been out of his mind lately and had pressing matters to attend to. His companion, observing his haste, politely acknowledged his busyness. Meanwhile, Suryong had already taken care of the recommendation letter. He then informed Yonho that he had something important to share. Yonho, intrigued, asked what it was. Suryong explained that a civilian had recently been murdered by a Murim soldier. Yonho's expression turned serious as he listened. He was shocked to hear that a civilian was the victim. The details of the murder were grim. Martial arts techniques were used in the killing. Suryong suspected the involvement of the blood cult. The title card for the next installment appeared, promising a continuation of the unfolding mystery. A recruitment notice for translators and editors, along with a Discord server invitation, concluded the current segment. The inquiry began. Kale's reputation for uncovering the methods of past evil sects preceded him. He stood before two figures, their expressions unreadable. The weight of expectation hung heavy in the air. Despite the lack of definitive proof, the severe damage to the corpse strongly suggested demonic arts were involved. One of the figures, a man with thoughtful eyes, stroked his chin, considering the implications. He needed only confirmation that demonic arts were indeed at play. The other man, Kale, expressed his willingness to assist, hoping to apprehend the culprit as well. Solving the case would add another achievement to his already impressive resume, a fact not lost on him. The man with thoughtful eyes proposed a collaboration with the government office if Kale was interested. Kale readily agreed to take on the challenge. News of the Martial Arts Alliance's involvement reached them. Head Constable Chung Cheon, the man in charge of the case, introduced himself. He was a man of action, his posture sharp and alert. Meanwhile, Baek Sur-young, a newcomer to the Murim, expressed his lack of title. The constable suggested they first examine the body. Upon closer inspection, the state of the corpse was deemed poor. Sur-young's presence irritated the constable, who questioned his insistence on accompanying him. The constable explained that the circumstances pointed towards demonic arts. However, he felt a similar martial art was involved and decided to see the suspect. The constable examined the body further. Having finished his examination, Sur-young expressed his desire to meet those involved. Chung Cheon then proposed a visit to the Scarlet Flower Palace, a brothel owned by Elder Hyo, where the prime suspect was located. Scarlet Flower Palace. Baek Sur-young vehemently denied any involvement, his words echoing in the tense atmosphere. He admitted to a past argument with Elder Hyo, but insisted it was commonplace. The elderly woman's face contorted in disbelief, her expression a mixture of anger and skepticism. Others at the table, however, questioned the frequency of his disputes with the elder. The woman remained unconvinced, her silence heavy with doubt. She recalled the conversation where a man had suggested stepping back and letting someone else manage the brothel. Sur-young countered that while the man may have financed the establishment, he was the one who ensured its success. The narrative shifted to the brothel itself, its reputation and profitability noted. Despite his claims, Sur-young's companions remained suspicious. One of them pointed out that the woman lacked the skills to commit the crime. The implication was clear. If not her, then who? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Elsewhere, a man issued a sharp command, his anger palpable. He demanded the immediate presence of an elderly woman, his frustration evident. The commotion continued. A sharp cry pierced the air. General Zhang, his face grim, addressed the assembled officials. He declared that there was no need to search for a second suspect. An older woman, previously hidden, was confronted. She was accused of deception. The officials identified the second suspect as Elder Hyo's son. The woman reacted angrily, demanding that they leave immediately. Her outburst was fierce, her anger palpable. A man, smirking confidently, announced his intention to claim the Scarlet Flower Palace brothel. He was challenged. His claim was met with immediate outrage. The man was ordered to leave. An observer noted that the brothel's ownership was only undisputed when the old man was alive. The man, undeterred, drew his sword, ready for a fight. Do you still not understand the situation? A woman, terrified, pleaded for help. The academy headmaster, Yeon-ho, watched with grim determination as the negotiations over the Scarlet Flower Palace brothel reached a critical juncture. His concern was palpable. The wrong owner could bring ruin to his family. His gaze hardened. He would not stand idly by. A surge of power pulsed within him, a visible aura of violet energy crackling around his form. Meanwhile, a tense discussion unfolded between two other figures. One, clearly agitated, argued that government intervention was impossible in matters of Murim warriors. The other, more composed, explained the inviolability of such internal conflicts. His eyes narrowed as he observed the armed men present. He addressed one of them directly, noting their status as Murim warriors. The man smirked, revealing his understanding of the situation. A sudden, violent clash erupted. A swift, powerful blow landed. The impact sent the recipient reeling. Yeon-ho watched, his expression a mixture of shock and anger, as he witnessed the unexpected ruthlessness of the attack. He questioned the involvement of a seemingly harmless old woman. The academy master, his face contorted in fury, glared at the scene unfolding before him. Assassins. He addressed someone unseen, his voice tight with barely controlled rage. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. A figure in rich, dark robes reacted with alarm. The shock was palpable. Another individual, his expression sharp and calculating, spoke confidently. I can give 2 times, no, 3 times what that granny offered. He scoffed, dismissing the offer. 3 times is definitely too little, huh? 5 times. No, 10 times? The granny may have the Scarlet Flower Palace, but I'll have way more. The scene shifted to a different location, the tension remaining high. A sharp rebuke cut through the air. Shut up. A sudden impact echoed, followed by a cry of pain. Ack, how could? A voice, filled with righteous anger, condemned the actions. You treat a woman like that. I can't forgive you for pointing a sword at her throat. A plea for forgiveness followed, laced with genuine remorse. I'm sorry. Forgive me. A man, his body bruised and battered, knelt before two others, his defeat evident. A new character appeared, his voice calm and inquisitive. Hey, Jis. The instructor, a seasoned veteran, eyed the young man before him with a discerning gaze. He had seen countless liars in his career, but this one felt different. Despite his youth, the man possessed an unsettling calm, a stillness that belied a potential for hidden depths. His composure faltered, however, as the accusation hung heavy in the air. A wave of denial washed over him, but it was quickly suppressed. The young man countered, pointing out the absurdity of the claim. He was the one who stood to gain the most from the elder's death, yet he would have no reason to kill him. He pressed further, his voice rising with indignation. The implication that he was the only heir was insulting. The truth, however, was far more complex. There were others. He was not alone in his claim to the inheritance. Several figures stood behind him, their faces grim. The revelation was explosive. These were not legitimate heirs, but children born from the elder's extramarital affairs. One of the individuals present reacted with a mixture of anger and disbelief. He had seen them before, these illegitimate children, coming only to beg for money. His anger boiled over. He silenced the other with a sharp rebuke. The young man, unfazed, retorted with equal force. A swift blow landed, silencing the other. He declared there was nothing more to hear, urging their departure. The question of the final suspect lingered in the air, a shadow of uncertainty. Their gaze fell upon the last suspect, a figure shrouded in mystery. Even he found the child's words incomprehensible, a jarring display of youthful cruelty. The scene shifted, revealing the harsh realities of their world. Money, a corrupting force, twisted familial bonds into bitter rivalries. Those clinging to pathetic lives, and those in the brothels, differed only in the amount of money they possessed. They scoffed, the weight of their words heavy with the cynicism of experience. He mused that to gain entry into the Jade Dragon Academy, money was paramount. He resolved to approach the final suspect with greater composure. They approached the academy, the tension palpable. The suspect vehemently denied any involvement in the murder. The investigation continued, focusing on a particular individual. His demeanor suggested a high level of suspicion. Despite his suspicious nature, his official records were impeccable. His past as a Ronin was noted, but his current life seemed above reproach. He explained that he had turned his life around after marriage, leaving his past behind. The investigators questioned whether this was truly the case, or if he was merely a pawn in a larger game. He countered that finding legitimate work with his appearance was difficult. He revealed that he had been offered his current position by Elder Hio, a benefactor. The investigators admitted they knew nothing about this. One of the investigators voiced their skepticism about the suspect's claims. Despite his outward appearance, the suspect seemed to be the most honest of the three suspects. However, the lingering question remained. Would a suspect remain a suspect even after discovering his will? The mention of a will piqued their interest. A new piece of information surfaced. Elder Hio's heir was named in the will. This revelation left the investigators stunned. The recruitment notice was stark against the dark background, a stark contrast to the previous scene. It detailed the need for Korean and Japanese translators, editors, and Naver Raw providers, all paid positions. The question hung heavy in the air. Why hadn't he been told about the will? He explained that revealing the existence of the will prematurely would have caused widespread chaos. The name Podonym was uttered, a name heavy with significance. A young man with striking red hair listened intently, his expression unreadable. The gravity of the situation was emphasized. A civilian might have been murdered using demonic arts, drawing the Murim field's attention. He was questioned about his involvement in a fight. The red-haired man and another stood nearby, observing. He acknowledged the abruptness of their request to join the investigation. Despite this, he formally requested their help in finding the culprit. He made a gesture of agreement, his resolve clear. The understanding was mutual. The investigation would proceed. The red-haired man bowed, slightly, accepting the collaboration. The blood demon, his crimson hair a stark contrast to the deepening twilight, issued a command. Let's go to the murder scene tomorrow, once it's dark. A response came, calm and measured. Yes, I will come meet you in the morning. A silent figure, shrouded in shadow, stood resolute. He wouldn't let his guard down until the very end. A question arose, a subtle observation. Hyungnam, why are you looking at Podonym's back like that? The subject of the question, seemingly unfazed, replied simply, it's just habit. Meanwhile, another individual was meticulously observing and analyzing others, noting their actions. A chilling revelation was made. I stayed alive at the blood cult for several years thanks to this habit. The scene shifted to Baek Suryong's lodgings, under the watchful eye of the moon. A thoughtful analysis was presented. The culprit's reasoning is wrong. Even if they didn't personally kill him, there's a chance they ordered it. The investigation continued, focusing on the will. It was full of suspicious things. More than the demonic arts, Kale was troubled by the blood cult's presence. He felt swept up in something far more significant than he'd initially anticipated. His expression was one of deep concern, his brow furrowed in thought. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the night. Alarmed, a young man rushed to Kale, breathlessly reporting urgent news. Kale questioned the young man's agitated state, wondering why he was so flustered in the dead of night. He remained stoic, his gaze intense. The young man explained that Elder Hio's residence was ablaze. Meanwhile, others raced towards the scene. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a grim sight. It was confirmed, Hio Il had started the fire. A body, bearing a striking resemblance to Hio Il, had been discovered within the burning building. The question hung heavy in the air. Had Hio Il taken his own life? The document in hand confirmed the grim reality. It was Hio Il's last will and testament. A close-up revealed a detail, a smudged fingerprint on the document. But the investigators doubted suicide. Hio Il was not one to atone for his actions, nor was he the type to resort to arson. The will itself revealed a desperate plea. Under the influence of alcohol, Hio Il wished to atone for his actions and leave this world. One of the investigators acknowledged this information. The lead investigator pondered the implications. The suspect was dead, making extra points unlikely. The ease of the case's resolution surprised them. However, the Murim field would not forget their cooperation. The lead investigator decided to close the case. His subordinate suggested they return to their lodgings. However, the lead investigator refused. He had other matters to discuss with Podanim, and he would return first. His subordinate questioned his decision to discuss extra points with the deceased. The night was dark, the moon a distant, pale orb in the inky sky. He moved with a practiced grace, his footsteps silent on the cobblestones. He continued his patrol, ever vigilant. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. A figure emerged from the shadows, their presence a sudden disruption of the quiet night. He tensed, his hand instinctively moving towards the daggers at his back. The newcomer challenged him, their voice sharp and demanding. "Who are you?" With a swift, precise movement, he drew his sword, the moonlight glinting off the polished steel. He was ready. The figure revealed himself, his voice carrying a note of surprise. "It's me, Baek Young." Kale lowered his sword slightly, though he remained cautious. "Ah, you are still here. What do you need?" Baek Young explained that the demonic arts used by the blood cult were called Hylewood demonic arts. He had discovered this through his investigation. He confirmed his findings, emphasizing the name, Hylewood demonic arts. Baek Suryong's explanation continued, detailing the martial arts techniques used by the blood cult fighters. Baek Suryong stated that Kale must have heard of the Hylewood demonic arts, explaining their rapid initial improvement and later detrimental effects. Kale acknowledged that he had heard of the Hylewood demonic arts and their dangerous consequences. Kale tilted his head, a question forming on his lips. "Why are you telling me this?" Across from him, Baek Suryong continued his explanation, his expression serious. "The Hylewood demonic arts," he explained, "were a safe technique, but only if learned properly." Kale's brow furrowed, a silent question hanging in the air. Suryong elaborated on the technique's side effects. Severe emotional states caused the eyes to turn red, and it also caused physical pain, digestive issues, and heightened sensitivity. Suryong gestured, emphasizing a point in his explanation. He noted that Kale hadn't shown any emotion during their previous encounters, implying a calculated control over his feelings. Kale responded simply, "I always look like this." Suryong sighed, recalling that others had made similar observations years ago. Suryong explained that those who had experienced many things could not learn the Hylewood arts at will. He looked at Kale intently. Suryong continued, highlighting the difficulty of learning the Hylewood arts, explaining that those from less privileged backgrounds would find it nearly impossible. Kale listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suryong paused, then posed a question. "But what about a weak boy who, despite his stature, desperately wanted to become a warrior?" He scoffed, his gaze unwavering. The accusation was absurd. The other man pointed, his attention drawn to a detail. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the shoes. The damage was evident. They had been scorched. A rhetorical question hung in the air. Escape had been hasty. The consequences of his actions were explained. The question of Elder Hio's death was raised. His response was immediate and dismissive. The question echoed in his mind. A flashback revealed the brutal truth. The confession was raw and filled with pain. Kale, the shadow, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, clad in crimson, unleashed a furious assault. During a brief respite, Kale's eyes narrowed as a chilling realization washed over him. He recognized the truth. His adversary was his biological father. The implications of this revelation were profound. If the man before him was his father, then the person named in the will was also. The crimson-clad figure pressed his attack, his movements a blur of deadly intent. Kale barely managed to defend himself against the onslaught. He countered with a desperate move, channeling raw power. His father warned him, "Using that technique is the same as shortening your life." But Kale, consumed by rage and a thirst for vengeance, scoffed at the warning. Why should I care? He unleashed a devastating counterattack, his movements fueled by a potent, dark energy. His father, weakened and reeling from the previous blows, could only utter a desperate cry, "Die!" The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air. Kale's father stumbled back, his body battered and bruised. He fell to his knees, his life force rapidly ebbing away. Kale stood over him, his expression unreadable. A wave of energy washed over Kale, leaving him breathless and shaken. He unleashed a final, devastating blow. The impact sent his opponent reeling. The force of the strike was immense, a shockwave rippling outwards. His adversary crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Kale took a moment to catch his breath, his own body trembling with exhaustion. He reminded himself to remain calm amidst the chaos. His opponent lay defeated, his face a mask of agony. Tears streamed down the defeated man's face, a mixture of pain and despair. He was curious about the origins of the technique he had just witnessed. The defeated man explained that he had learned the technique while grieving at his mother's grave. His body was battered and bruised, but his spirit remained unbroken. He had received the knowledge from a mysterious figure. The man had promised him immense power if he mastered the techniques. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the figure of a cloaked man standing beside a young man with vibrant red hair. He recounted his journey, the book proving instrumental in his rise to power. His transformation was complete. He had become a Podu. But this newfound status brought an unexpected visitor, Elder Hio, who revealed a shocking truth. He confessed to being the young man's father and apologized for his mother's death. Despite the revelation, the young man felt a deep sense of betrayal. The weight of his past and the elder's insensitivity led to a decisive action. He lay wounded, his resolve unshaken. The will was revealed, naming him as the sole inheritor. His opponent, defeated and desperate, begged for death. The young man's response was resolute. His eyes reflected a cold determination. He smirked, a glint in his eyes. "Ah, I see. Great." The other man, however, made a firm decision. "I won't report you." His brow furrowed in confusion. "What?" The first man explained. "I'll turn a blind eye. It's a secret between the two of us." Confused, the second man questioned. "Why suddenly?" The first man proposed a deal. "How about giving me that useless will in exchange for your life?" A sinister grin spread across the first man's face. "Give you the will." He continued, explaining the conditions. On the condition to close this case quietly and get rid of the side effect of the Hylewood demonic arts. An agreement was struck. The case would be closed quietly, contingent upon the complete eradication of the Hylewood demonic arts' lingering effects. He stood, his expression unreadable, the weight of the unspoken agreement heavy in the air. Meanwhile, another man, his face etched with worry, contemplated a far more perilous secret. The revelation of his biological father's identity would be his ruin. He scoffed at the other's naivete, certain of his own superior cunning. He had a plan always. The man admired the beauty of the Scarlet Flower Palace, his inheritance. He mused that if his son hadn't killed the old man, he would have done it himself. His focus shifted to the will. He would find it or forge one. He planned to leave the forgery to the lower sect and bribe the officials. His eyes narrowed, a glint of ruthless determination in their depths. The mistress was addressed. A request was made to allow entry. The arrival of Podonym was met with a formal greeting and inquiry. The will of Elder Hio was announced to have been found. An explanation was given for their presence. A woman reacted to the discovery of the will, realizing her plans were jeopardized. A question arose regarding the identity of the will's inheritor. The inheritor was revealed, causing a reaction of surprise. Hio Chion introduced himself to the youth. The youth presented his father's will for verification. The revelation was met with disbelief. The woman vehemently rejected the outcome. Master Namgung's face was etched with deep concern. He seemed to be weighing the gravity of the situation. His worries stemmed from the uncertainty surrounding the will's authenticity. However, the government had already verified both the will and the claimant's identity. One of the officials nervously attempted to clarify the situation, but his words only added to the tension. The young man, the inheritor, began to explain his circumstances, his voice tinged with a mixture of apprehension and hope. He recounted how his mother's passing had led him to a new city, and how his arrival coincided with his father's death. An older man, witnessing the young man's plight, expressed his sympathy, acknowledging the hardships he must have endured. He then humbly requested their assistance. The young man needed their expertise to manage his father's businesses. He sought the aid of two individuals known for their business acumen. He proposed a strategic approach, suggesting that bringing potential adversaries to his side would be more effective than forcing them into a corner. He sought their collaboration, assuring them that their current work would remain unchanged. Master Namgung, his face etched with worry, pleaded with the younger man before him. He implored the man to take on the task. The younger man nodded curtly, his expression unreadable. He seemed to understand the weight of the request. He remained silent for a moment, considering the implications. Finally, he gave a simple, almost reluctant agreement. The elder expressed his sincere gratitude for the young man's willingness to help. A subtle smile played on the younger man's lips as he contemplated the task ahead. Meanwhile, two other figures observed from distance, one offering words of praise to the other. One of the observers, however, questioned the other's claim of having acted solely out of altruism. The second observer, a man with striking blue eyes, smirked, revealing a more self-serving motive. He revealed that his actions also served his own interests, hinting at a calculated move against a powerful enemy. The man then proposed a plan to deal with a troublesome woman, suggesting a time frame of 6 months. He reassured his companion, emphasizing his competence and efficiency in handling such matters. Two figures, one in dark gray and the other in crimson, strolled side by side. A hint of amusement played on the lips of the man in gray. The man in red, however, seemed less amused. His expression was one of barely suppressed anger. He considered the other's words, finding them arrogant. A conversation about formality ensued, given their likely frequent future interactions. The man in gray continued his journey, a subtle smile still gracing his lips. The next day found them at the Murim Alliance. A heated discussion took place, revealing the culprit behind a recent crime. Despite the gravity of the situation, the man in gray was praised for his efforts. He humbly deflected the praise, explaining his limited involvement. The investigation, however, had left some questions unanswered. A man with light brown hair and a knowing smile appeared, suggesting the pursuit of demonic arts was far from simple. He harbored a secret, the truth behind Elder Hio's demise. He chuckled, a sound light and carefree. Since as soon as I say the truth, I'll have to explain how I know the Hylewood demonic arts. With the recommendation issue resolved, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Don't worry about the entrance exam. This uncle will write a great application letter for you. I'll even make you an appreciation plaque. Even if you cause a ruckus in the interview, you'll be fine. He nodded curtly. Yes, thank you. Then let's go to the Scarlet Flower Palace and finish the rest. You've arrived. He had organized the inventories of the hotel, bar, and store that the elder had managed. It may just be a name, but they all had a guard attached. And if you look here, he had done well. You've organized it well. You've worked hard. It might be because he was a vagabond, but he's adapting quite fast. Even when Elder Hio was here, he'd take on a lot of the dirty work for him as a guard. Seems like he'll be useful in the future. By the way, Garbok, would you be able to obtain some elixirs? Ones with strong yang energy. If it's strong in yang energy and the efficacy is good, then it doesn't matter if there's poison in it. The academy head stroked his beard thoughtfully. He decided to utilize his network within the vagabond market to find the right individual for the task. He knew several people who could be of assistance. A young man mused that if the blacksmith services were sought in the vagabond markets, the weapons trade would boom. Kale approached Garbok, requesting an introduction to a discreet and skilled blacksmith. The academy head, understanding the need for discretion, agreed to make inquiries. He found the process surprisingly straightforward. With the blacksmith located, they prepared to begin their work. The young man reflected on how easily the monetary issues had been resolved, acknowledging his limited understanding of the world. Kale sighed, recognizing that nothing of value comes easily. He had been gone for days, and now his companion, Baek Hyung, demanded an explanation. Kale, exhausted, offered little resistance to the inquiry. He simply closed his eyes, his expression one of weariness. Baek Hyung, however, seemed amused by Kale's secretive behavior. The scene shifted to show Kale alone, resting. He dismissed Baek Hyung's concerns, claiming he was merely going to sleep. Baek Hyung, though, insisted that Kale examine something before resting. He presented a mysterious page, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Baek Hyung explained that he'd found the page attached to a door on the street. Meanwhile, Kale read a notice about job openings at the Azure Dragon Academy. He was urged to read further down the page. Kale's brow furrowed in confusion as he scanned the text. His disbelief was palpable. A shocked exclamation escaped his lips. The announcement detailed a student-led vote to select their instructors. The Azure Dragon Academy was advertising a job vacancy for instructors. Applicants who passed the initial screening and practical examination would be hired as temporary instructors for 3 months. The successful applicant would then be contracted as a regular instructor, their selection based on a monthly evaluation and student votes. Two figures, one older and one younger, discussed the details of the temporary instructor position. The younger man questioned the salary, noting the lack of information on that point. The younger man, Kale, contemplated the unexpected nature of the job posting. He was being asked to teach children. He reacted with a mixture of surprise and displeasure to the prospect. Meanwhile, another individual informed Kale that over 100 people had applied for the 5 temporary instructor positions. Kale and his companion confirmed the deadlines for the application documents and the interview. Kale felt confident due to a letter of recommendation he possessed, giving him 4 days before the interview to prepare. He planned to use the time to advance his fate-defying god technique. His companion, Hyungnim, reassured him that nothing would drastically change in the few days remaining. They agreed to approach the situation strategically. The conversation shifted and Hyeongnim asked Kale about his thoughts on him. Kale's companion, Hyeongnim, expressed his belief that a different approach to preparation was needed for the upcoming interview at the Azure Dragon Academy. He had been considering this since their first meeting. Hyeongnim's words spurred Kale into action. They needed to prepare immediately. He assured his companion that they would see what kind of preparation was needed once they arrived. The day of the instructor interviews at the Azure Dragon Academy had arrived. A large crowd had gathered, exceeding expectations. Even after initial screenings, many remained. The sheer number of applicants highlighted the academy's decline in reputation over the years. Two individuals, observing the scene, discussed the need to weed out those who lacked genuine skill. They anticipated that this year's selection process would be different. Dok Gojin, the student captain, silently observed the proceedings. He vowed to restore the Azure Dragon Academy to its former glory. The Azure Dragon Academy loomed before them, its imposing gates hinting at the rigorous selection process within. Kale and Hyeongnim approached, the latter expressing his approval. A booming voice announced the commencement of the instructor interviews. A vast courtyard filled with numerous applicants unfolded before them. Hyeongnim voiced his doubts about the quality of the candidates. He questioned whether any truly useful individuals were among them. Hyeongnim confidently declared his attire to be perfect for the occasion. The sight of both Kale and Hyeongnim among the applicants surprised onlookers. They were both there to apply for the new instructor position. The students' welcoming attitude was noted, and Hyeongnim's supposed happiness was questioned. Kale reflected on their success in attracting attention, though uncertain of its usefulness. Hyeongnim assured him that their approach was the best way to appeal to the students' preferences. The results were in. Kale and his companion had passed the initial assessment. A wave of disbelief washed over them. They had done it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Their attention was immediately drawn to the disturbance. Dang So-So, the Azure Dragon Academy vice captain, noticed them. His gaze was sharp and assessing. The vice captain, a woman with intense purple eyes, addressed them directly, her voice filled with authority. She declared, by the authority of the student council, that they had passed without further questioning. Kale's companion protested, incredulous at the vice captain's decision. The commotion had left both of them wondering what had just transpired. They looked towards the source of the earlier commotion from the roof. They decided to proceed with their next steps. They learned that they were next in line for the interview. Kale's companion was confronted by a large, imposing man. The large man recognized Kale's companion from a previous encounter at a hotel. The superpower knife of Kwak Deong connected with its target, the blow sending a ripple of force through the air. A pained grunt escaped the victim's lips as he stumbled back, his foot catching on something. He looked around, confused and disoriented, muttering about a shoe. An older woman, witnessing the scene, scolded those involved for their unnecessary argument. Another blow landed, this time aimed at an instructor, prompting a warning to cease the altercation. The order to fail immediately was given. Suryong and his companions reflected on the importance of making a good impression, even while standing still. The commotion was abruptly halted by a commanding voice. Kale and Suryong exchanged a look of concern. A new rule was announced. Excessive noise would be penalized. Master Namgung observed the situation from a distance, his expression unreadable. The consequences of disruptive behavior were reiterated. Despite their innocence, Suryong and Kale found themselves facing the same penalty. The interview had concluded, yet the young man and his companion lingered, causing a stir. Master Namgung, their examiner, was clearly displeased. He had explicitly instructed them to leave immediately. His patience was wearing thin. The master considered more forceful measures. But before he could act, another cultivator intervened, swiftly removing the source of the disruption. Master Namgung, despite his initial irritation, decided to use his authority to dismiss both the young man and his friend. They apologized profusely, explaining that their interview hadn't even begun. The master paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. A nearby cultivator pleaded on their behalf, assuring the master that they hadn't done anything wrong and would remain quiet. The master, showing signs of discomfort, let out a cough. Meanwhile, the young man and his companion exchanged relieved glances. The master, after a moment's hesitation, instructed them to wait quietly until their interview. The young man inwardly marveled at his ability to charm his way out of trouble. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided expulsion before the assessment even began. It's thrilling. It's new. A young man, impeccably dressed, preened before a mirror. He mused that while he wanted his appearance to be known, he hadn't anticipated such a swift reaction. His companion, equally handsome, expressed surprise at the identity of the person who had reacted so strongly. He was, apparently, the student head. Meanwhile, an elderly man with silver hair meticulously documented something in a ledger. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. The younger man questioned why the older man, his superior, seemed to recognize the student head. He insisted this was his first time at the academy. The older man, however, insisted he didn't know the student head. But the student head seemed strangely familiar to the younger man. The younger man and his companion were called to the assessment. They proceeded towards the assessment area. The younger man, again, found himself pondering the student head's unsettling familiarity. The selection process for the Azure Dragon Academy's instructors was underway. The assembled candidates were indeed striking. A discussion ensued regarding the identities of the three most prominent candidates. One was clearly the thousand-armed Guanyin. The others were less certain. The headmaster, No Gunsang, confirmed the identity of one candidate as the thousand-armed Guanyin. Further details about the thousand-armed Guanyin were revealed. His past was shrouded in mystery, but he had clearly changed. Another candidate was identified as Kwok Chilwo, wielder of the blazing sword. The final candidate, Nam Gung Soo, was known for his mastery of the Yongang martial arts, though his reputation remained somewhat enigmatic. Nam Gung Soo's position as a top instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy was highlighted. The headmaster declared that the interviews would commence. He instructed all candidates to introduce themselves. Myung Il-ho and A.K. Yeon-ho, from prominent families, stepped forward to introduce themselves. Another candidate, eager to make an impression, announced his application as a spear instructor. A question arose regarding A.K. Yeon-ho's relationship with the Spear King. Two figures stood in hushed conversation. One, dressed in a flowing blue robe, expressed surprise, revealing the other to be his father's cousin. He inquired about a recent meeting, to which the cousin replied that it had been brief, occurring just before their departure. The cousin's nonchalant attitude suggested a lack of secrecy surrounding their actions. An examiner posed a question to Baek Suryong, confirming his application as an external arts instructor. Suryong confidently explained his application, emphasizing his proficiency in external arts. He acknowledged a deficiency in internal arts, but asserted that his external skills were strong. The examiner commented on the unusual nature of Suryong's application, given his limited experience. Suryong's confident demeanor implied a sense of superiority, prompting a reaction from the examiners. One examiner challenged Suryong's words, finding them arrogant. The examiner proposed a test to verify the validity of Suryong's claims. An unseen observer reacted angrily to Suryong's behavior. He clenched his fist, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "I'll crush you with my external arts," he hissed, his eyes glinting with malice. His opponent, taken aback, could only stammer what. The young man's expression hardened. "What's wrong? Isn't this enough to verify it?" Suddenly contrite, the younger man bowed deeply. "Oh my, I'm so sorry. We'll be leaving now, thank you." Meanwhile, the two continued their journey, the younger man expressing his relief. An older man observed them from afar. "It really is a familiar face. Is he the son of a graduate?" His eyes widened in realization. The older man slammed his book shut. He muttered under his breath, "That arrogant bastard." Fear gripped him. "What? He'll crush me with his external arts?" A calm voice interrupted his thoughts. "Teacher Namgung, don't be upset. He was acting out in order to catch our attention in the interviews. Just fail him immediately." Namgung, though still seething, nodded slowly. Master Namgung, the esteemed elder, mused on Baek Suryong's performance during his instructor application interview. He found the young man's display rather entertaining. The discussion turned to Myung Il-ho, another applicant. The headmaster's unusual interest in Suryong's performance was noted. At his age, the headmaster claimed he could usually assess an opponent's potential, but Suryong was an exception. One of the observers commented that this was the first time they had seen the headmaster show such praise for an applicant. He expressed a desire to see Suryong again, suggesting the young man might be a hot-headed oddball. The conversation shifted to the potential consequences of letting Suryong fight the top instructor. The implications of a potential loss were discussed. One of the men expressed concern about the plan, but another dismissed it, stating that it was an opportunity given personally by the headmaster. A silent exchange passed between the two men, hinting at unspoken understanding and agreement. One of the men questioned the other's actions, suggesting they had gone too far. The other man brushed it off, claiming it was fine. The discussion returned to the plan to let Suryong fight the top instructor. It was revealed that the plan was intentional. One of the men admitted that he had only left a strong impression on the headmaster. He seemed unconcerned. The conversation shifted to the consequences of failure. One man suggested building a mansion to spite the White Dragon Academy. Two men exchanged a meaningful glance, their expressions unreadable. Myung Il-ho, one of the applicants, expressed his admiration for the scheming displayed during the interview. Myung Il-ho introduced himself and asked if the other man remembered meeting him before. A young man, his face etched with mild surprise, apologized for not recognizing another. He explained that it had been at Lady Yanawa's 20th birthday celebration, a crowded affair that made the lapse in memory understandable. He suggested they dine together, a proposition met with a cheerful acceptance. The cheerful man readily agreed to treat his companion. The two men, along with a third, discussed the upcoming practical test, their words suggesting a shared understanding of its importance. One of them enthusiastically agreed to the arrangement. Turning to the other two, the cheerful man inquired about their knowledge of the upcoming practical test. One of the men questioned the secrecy surrounding the practical test, highlighting the unusual nature of the situation. They were competitors, a fact that added a layer of complexity to their shared meal. One of the men expressed concern about the consequences of failing the test, emphasizing the importance of this opportunity. A plan was revealed, involving the acquisition of information and the payment for alcohol. One of the men called out to the owner, indicating a need for their attention. He requested a bottle of the finest alcohol. A smirk played on his lips. Meanwhile, Baek Suryong was approached and asked for a private moment. The request was made by a stern-looking elder, his gaze intense. The student head readily agreed to the elder's request, his demeanor shifting to one of nervous compliance. Suryong pondered the problem at hand. He decided to ask one crucial question. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the elder. He suddenly remembered something important. The elder revealed that he was the head of students at the Azure Dragon Academy, and that Suryong's maternal grandfather would be there. A thought occurred to Suryong. His grandfather might favor him due to a resemblance to Yakbing. Suryong's expression turned serious, a question hanging in the air. Master Namgung, his expression unreadable, pressed back Suryong for answers regarding his parentage. He demanded to know his father's name, his tone sharp and unwavering. The elder's eyes narrowed as Suryong hesitated. A ripple of surprise ran through him as he recognized the young man's exceptional skill. Despite his advanced age, Master Namgung possessed a body honed to peak condition, his movements sharp and precise. He was a master of several sword techniques, his mastery evident in his bearing. Suryong knew he was facing a formidable opponent. The tension between them crackled. Suryong, despite his apprehension, stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The question hung heavy in the air. Was Suryong truly Baek Mu-hyun's son? He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. The weight of the elder's scrutiny was immense. Master Namgung pressed Suryong again, demanding an explanation for his actions. The young man's movements were swift and precise, a testament to his rigorous training. He knew he had no choice but to fight, the situation leaving him no other option. Suryong understood the gravity of the situation. He knew he had to fight with the intent to kill. Master Namgung, despite his age, prepared to meet the young man's attack, ready to die if necessary. He had barely escaped Master Namgung's wrath, but the old man's words still echoed in his mind. Survival was paramount. Deception, for now, was necessary. A desperate cry pierced the air, a plea for help that sent a jolt of fear through him. The young man, Baek Suryong, lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised. Master Namgung stood over him, his expression unreadable. Despite his injuries, Suryong managed a weak smile. He addressed the elder as his grandfather. His deception complete, a triumphant grin spread across Suryong's face. The plan was in motion. Baek Suryong, a young man with a cheerful expression, extended a greeting. His words were a simple, polite introduction. The response was immediate, sharp, and laced with a threat. The question of Suryong's grandfather hung heavy in the air. Master Namgung, his face contorted in fury, unleashed a powerful surge of energy. His voice boomed with righteous anger. He explained his mother's use of a different name, emphasizing that the truth remained unchanged despite any attempts to conceal it. A palpable sense of dread washed over him. He braced himself for the inevitable. Master Namgung stood resolute, his expression grim. He awaited the approaching threat. A figure emerged, their hand gently cupping Suryong's face. Suryong's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Master Namgung's gaze lingered on Suryong's features, noting the striking resemblance to someone from his past. His voice was barely a whisper. He wept openly, overcome with emotion. The other man watched, bewildered by this sudden display of grief. Master Namgung's grandson, Kale, confessed that he had wanted to proudly announce his enrollment at the Azure Dragon Academy, but had forgotten to do so. Master Namgung, however, saw through Kale's attempt at a casual confession, stating that only his grandson would possess the confidence to make such a claim. Despite the revelation, Master Namgung expressed his displeasure. His anger stemmed from the striking resemblance between Kale's smile and that of his estranged son. Master Namgung's anger intensified, his features contorted in a display of fury. Kale, taken aback by his grandfather's outburst, apologized and explained that he hadn't meant to smile without permission. Kale further explained that after meeting his grandfather, he realized he resembled his maternal side of the family. Master Namgung sternly instructed Kale to act appropriately, reminding him that he was still his father. Kale apologized again, and Master Namgung, though still visibly upset, acknowledged that Kale was indeed his grandson. The elder then dismissed Kale, stating their business was concluded. Kale, however, promised to visit his grandfather more regularly from now on. Master Namgung, despite his initial anger, was secretly pleased by Kale's promise and left. Master Namgung observed Kale, his grandson, with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He noted the young man's attire, seemingly untouched by the rigors of his recent journey. "Oh, you're coming back in quite a good condition. Do you have a problem?" the elder inquired, his tone laced with subtle suspicion. The elder's gaze lingered on Kale's appearance, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He mused internally, To think that you would come back from a one-on-one interview with the Azure Dragon Academy's crazy sword Rakshasa. Baekhyung, who exactly are you? Meanwhile, another individual, seemingly a fellow instructor, expressed his astonishment. Crazy sword? Is that the student head's nickname? A sudden burst of energy illuminated the scene as the name Crazy Sword Maid Gukrium appeared, accompanied by a brief biography of the legendary warrior and instructor. The conversation shifted to a scandalous rumor involving the student head. Incidents of public indecency? You're saying the students are dating each other? The instructors, now seated around a table, decided to change the subject. Okay, enough with this story. We didn't come here to reminisce on our past stories, right? The discussion turned to the practical exam. So, how will the practical test be held? One of the instructors explained the format of the exam. From what I know, we take 2 tests, and that will be how they score it. He continued, detailing the first part of the exam. The first subject will be a demonstration lecture. The instructor elaborated on the requirements. We will have to hold a lecture in front of several students and instructors, because the students' votes are worth 50% in this section. The 3 instructors looked at each other, contemplating the upcoming challenge. The second part of the exam was revealed, a spar. The importance of observing student reactions was emphasized. The practical exam for the Azure Dragon Academy student head would involve sparring with existing instructors to verify their skills. It wasn't strictly necessary to win, but victory would certainly be preferable. The instructor extended a hand, a gesture of calm confidence. He seemed resigned to facing Nam Gung-soo, though he knew the headmaster would ultimately decide their opponents. He sensed that Gunsang wanted to see him and Nam Gung-soo fight. He, on the other hand, was paired with Nam Gung-soo to make a good impression as a top instructor. He wasn't overly concerned about the sparring match itself, focusing instead on making a favorable impression on the students. Before engaging in battle, he mused, one should always scout the enemy lines. To gauge student sentiment, they decided to visit a place where many students would gather. Fortunately, the student council was hosting a night festival. It presented an excellent opportunity to gather information. They arrived at the festival, impressed by the lively atmosphere. A figure in the crowd caught their attention. The Azure Dragon Academy Festival had drawn a significantly larger crowd than anticipated, with many unfamiliar faces among the attendees. Observing the scene, Yonho noted that the instructors from the interview were also present, seemingly sharing the same observation. A woman approached them, identifying them as the new instructor applicants. She offered her assistance, provided it wasn't too much trouble. Suddenly, the woman's demeanor shifted, and she appeared to be in distress. She was experiencing an unusual phenomenon, expressing confusion and alarm. 2 guards swiftly apprehended her, their actions raising questions. The guards explained that her behavior violated school regulations, specifically regarding relationships with the opposite sex. One of the applicants expressed apprehension about the student council. Despite his concerns, they proceeded to the student council. While en route, Yonho noticed several students with a similar aura. They decided to investigate further, believing they had observed enough of the situation. He, the stern instructor, watched as the young man before him crumpled to the ground, a wave of crimson energy erupting from his body. The force of the outburst sent nearby onlookers reeling, their faces etched with shock and fear. A moment later, the energy subsided, leaving behind a trail of scorched earth and stunned silence. 3 figures, hidden behind a partition, watched the aftermath with apprehension. One of them muttered something inaudible. Meanwhile, a man in a dark robe emerged from the shadows, a small, glowing orb clutched in his hand. The hidden observers reacted with alarm. One of them, enraged, demanded an explanation. The man in the robe, seemingly unfazed, simply stated that it was that bastard. Another of the hidden observers, a young man with dark hair, was taken aback. Crazy demon? Did you just call me that? He confronted the man in the robe, his anger evident. You dare refer to my nickname in front of me? The man in the robe simply chuckled, a sinister glint in his eyes. Hyunwin Kong, the Hyunwin clan's young master, found amusement in the reactions of those around him. His laughter echoed, a stark contrast to the seriousness of the situation. His amusement, however, was short-lived. A voice, filled with righteous anger, challenged his audacity. The speaker, enraged, confronted Kong, his face contorted in fury. Kong stood defiant, his chest puffed out, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Meanwhile, Hyunwin Kang's student observed the unfolding events with growing concern, questioning the young master's behavior. The tension in the air thickened. Whispers circulated, speculating about Kang's actions and his possible connection to the Hyunwin clan. A bystander noted a striking resemblance between Kong and Hyunwin Hu, leading to speculation about a familial connection, despite Hu's lack of children. The confrontation escalated. Kong, with a swift movement, disarmed one of his opponents. He warned them to stay back, his eyes hardening with a chilling intensity. His threat hung heavy in the air. The others hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. They decided to attack en masse, believing that overwhelming force would be their best chance. Kong, however, remained unperturbed. He questioned their audacity in daring to lay a hand on him. He scoffed, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Try it if you can, he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. The blow landed with a sickening thud, sending him sprawling to the ground. His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in defiance. Kale, his expression grim, stood amidst the swirling dust. His eyes, usually sharp and intense, held a weariness that belied his youthful appearance. He had just heard the declaration. They would tolerate his presence no longer. The weight of this ultimatum settled heavily upon him. A cultivator, impatient with the prolonged tension, scoffed and prepared to attack. His opponent, a brash young man, sneered, daring him to make a move. He was clearly confident in his abilities. The challenge was accepted. A flurry of motion ensued. The young man boasted about the strength of his student council, clearly underestimating his opponent. With a swift, decisive blow, the cultivator was sent sprawling. The impact of the strike sent tremors through the ground. The young man, his face contorted in surprise, found himself on the defensive. He retaliated with a fierce counterattack, his movements a blur of motion. Another cultivator, observing the fight, prepared to intervene, his expression grim. He moved to join the fray, ready to lend his support. The cultivator braced himself, anticipating another blow. He felt the wind whip past as a swift attack grazed his shoulder. His attacker, a blur of motion, pressed their advantage. The cultivator barely managed to parry the next strike. From a distance, an observer noted the impressive coordination between the two attackers. Their movements were seamless, almost telepathic. Another cultivator, witnessing the fight, expressed his amazement at their skill. However, he dismissed the current opponents as mere distractions. His focus remained on Hyun Kong, the true threat. Despite his seemingly clumsy movements, the cultivator skillfully evaded several fatal attacks, his experience proving invaluable. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of blows and parries. The cultivator fought with grim determination. A cruel smile stretched across the cultivator's face as he anticipated his next move. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, catching his opponent off guard. Nearby, other cultivators recognized Hyun Kong, expressing their disgust and fear of his violent nature. Despite their outward bravado, a palpable fear of Hyun Kong lingered among the cultivators. Hyun Kang's presence alone instilled an instinctive fear in those around him, a testament to his terrifying power. The red-haired warrior unleashed a devastating blow, his blade a blur of motion. Two cultivators, attempting to intercept, were sent reeling. Another cultivator lunged forward, but the warrior effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his movements impossibly fluid. Observing from distance, a man whispered to his companion, "What in the world is he using? Such an awkward martial art." One of the cultivators, wounded but defiant, said to his ally, "I'll tell you later. It seems there's something." The warrior, amused by their struggle, casually remarked, "How boring. I can slowly see all your movements." He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Let's finish it here." He moved with terrifying speed, his attack aimed at the heart of a cultivator who had just begun to rise. The cultivator cried out, "Stop." The warrior's attack was relentless. He continued his assault, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. He paused, surveying the scene. So now more of you want to come at me?" From the sidelines, a group of onlookers exchanged worried glances. One whispered, "This is going to escalate. Should we stop it now?" "We cannot. If we get involved unnecessarily, our practical exam." A stern-faced man, his expression filled with barely contained rage, muttered, "Act appropriately, damned Hyun clan bastard." He launched himself into action, his movements swift and purposeful. Peng Sayek, his face grim, muttered, "Enough of this." He addressed the group before him, his tone sharp. "You must have sobered up by now. Go back to the dorms and sleep it off. Stay out of my business and fuck off." His words were a clear dismissal. One of the cultivators whispered to another, "Peng Sayek, Hyungnim, you don't even know Habuk Peng family's young master?" The young master, Peng Sayek, was revealed to be one of the strongest powerhouses within the Azure Dragon Academy, alongside the student council president, Dok Gojin. The cultivators exchanged glances. Aren't they a family that were rivals with the Hyun clan for their martial arts pride? One of them, injured and on the ground, hissed, "You wretched." Peng Sayek smirked. "Good thinking. That way you'll be able to protect your rat tail like family." Another cultivator spoke. "There's a bit of history between the two families. I have a lot of stories to hear once we get back." One of the cultivators complained, "The moods become like this. Should we go back?" A new instructor, observing from afar, thought, "I was wondering who you were. You came to the new instructor interviews before. I remembered because your appearances were quite eye-catching." Peng Sayek, confident and self-assured, declared, "I am the president of the Club Alliance, Peng Sayek." Myung Il-ho, the academy president, stood confidently before two other men, his expression unreadable. One of the men looked apprehensive, the other annoyed. He offered a brief apology for the earlier disruption, but the instructors seemed to dismiss it. One instructor suggested the commotion was simply the exuberance of a festival, and the matter was dropped. Il-ho then departed, escorted by several students. Despite the outward calm, Ilho privately felt uneasy about the situation. He extended an invitation to dinner as a gesture of apology. He assured them that he would be paying for the meal. Meanwhile, several individuals gathered, some students, others new instructors. The new instructors had also observed the day's interviews. Another instructor prepared to address the assembled group. He began his address. He congratulated everyone who had passed the interview. The results of the interview were to be released the following day, causing considerable anxiety among those present. One man nervously asked if anyone knew the results. A young man, clearly a person of some importance, reflected on the invitation he had received. He mused that there must have been a reason for it, a reason connected to power and information. Meanwhile, an older man, radiating confidence, offered words of encouragement. He expressed hope that those present would achieve good results in the upcoming practical test. He continued, emphasizing their gratitude for the young master's generosity and offering further assistance, both spiritual and physical. The young man from earlier, now identified as a member of one of the 5 great clans, was cautioned against getting too excited and simply ordering some expensive alcohol and snacks. He excused himself to use the restroom. Outside, the city was quiet under a snowy sky. A figure moved swiftly through the city streets. He stopped another individual, urgently requesting their assistance. The person, however, was too busy to help. His request was met with a curt refusal, leaving him visibly frustrated. He dashed through the academy grounds, his brow furrowed with worry. The urgency in his voice betrayed his anxiety. His destination was clear, the source of the commotion. He had to reach it quickly. Another instructor, Baek Hyun, confronted him, surprised by his presence. The rumors of Pang Sayek's behavior had reached even him. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Baek Hyun. He realized that the situation was far more serious than he had initially anticipated. Kale reassured his colleague, promising to address the situation. He wouldn't stand idly by. His resolve hardened. He couldn't tolerate such behavior from a student, especially one who would be learning from him in the future. He moved swiftly, his steps purposeful. The scene unfolded before him. He urged his companion to join him inside, where the main conflict was taking place. They found another instructor, A.K. Hyung, visibly distressed. The situation was escalating. A.K. Hyung, despite his inebriated state, was reprimanded for his unprofessional conduct. His actions were causing significant problems. The scene shifted to reveal the source of the commotion, Pang Sayek, acting arrogantly and disrespectfully. Pang Sayek's face contorted in anger as he prepared to unleash his power. The scene opens with a heated exchange. A student is being berated for his audacity. The instructor, clearly displeased, questions the student's suitability for the academy. The instructor, his face grim, accuses the student of tearing something. The implication is clear. The student is guilty of a serious offense. The student, unfazed, retorts with a smirk, highlighting the evidence in his hand. He points out the instructor's arrogance in the face of irrefutable proof. The scene shifts slightly. The tension remains high. Suddenly, another instructor arrives. His return is unexpected, and the others react with surprise. A swift, violent motion is depicted. The arrival of the instructor seems to have triggered a sudden attack. One of the instructors is thrown to the ground, the impact clearly shown. The fallen instructor is stunned, his thoughts filled with disbelief and anger at the unexpected attack. The attacker is confronted. The words exchanged are sharp and accusatory. Amidst the chaos, a calmer voice observes the situation, noting the presence of a third party who failed to grasp the unfolding events. The focus shifts to the injured instructor, his expression one of shock and pain. A single word, good, is spoken, suggesting a dark satisfaction. The attacker levels a serious accusation against the injured instructor, alleging sexual harassment and violence against students. The blood demon, his dark form a blur of motion, shattered a priceless porcelain vase. The impact echoed through the room. A sharp cry pierced the air as the vase's fragments rained down. He then struck a man in a light blue robe, a forceful blow to the chest. The attacker, his face contorted in a sneer, questioned the man's next crime. Meanwhile, another man, his face bruised and weary, was being interrogated. He was accused of being late in delivering something that should have arrived ages ago. The scene shifted to a fierce battle, a flurry of motion and flashing steel. A man in red fought valiantly against several opponents. He stood defiant, his gaze unwavering despite the injuries he sustained. Reports of underage drinking had reached the authorities. The man in the blue robe, nursing his injuries, looked on with a grim expression. An official ordered everyone to present their identification tags. One man, dressed in rich red robes, insisted that this was not a matter for government interference. The question of demonic arts being used in public was raised. Another official scoffed at the notion that simply mentioning martial arts would excuse any wrongdoing. The cultivator, his face grim, stood before the assembled officials. He had reported the incident, a decision that weighed heavily on him. A sharp crack echoed through the room as a blow landed, the force of it visible in the distorted air. The young woman, her expression defiant, challenged the authority of the government official who had arrived on the scene. The officials attempted to downplay the severity of the situation, claiming it was a minor incident caused by excessive drinking. One of the officials, seeking to resolve the matter quickly, offered a bribe to the cultivator in exchange for his silence. The implication of bribery and obstruction of justice hung heavy in the air. A new figure entered the scene, identifying himself as Peng Sayek of the Habuk Peng family. He refuted the claims of the previous speaker, stating that the true culprit had committed heinous acts against female students. The details of the violence and the ensuing commotion were recounted. The other officials present confirmed the events. One of the officials, emboldened by the confirmation, confidently stated that the young master's account was accurate. However, another individual vehemently denied this, revealing that the whole situation was a carefully orchestrated trap. The man who had laid the trap was revealed, and his actions had ensnared everyone present. A man swore upon the name of his clan, the Sandong AK clan, to the truth of his statement. The accusations flew fast and furious. Kale, his face grim, stood accused of jeopardizing his family's honor. He was challenged. Did he lack the conviction to stand by his words? His opponent scoffed, reminding him of the Hianwen family's history and the weight of their reputation. A tense question hung in the air. Was this man truly his friend? The invitation to a meal had seemed innocent enough, but now, confusion reigned. What was happening? The arrival of an elder brought a glimmer of hope. His grandfather had come, but the situation was far more dire than anyone anticipated. The focus shifted to the student's unexpected predicament. The young master of the Peng family had orchestrated a seemingly innocent gathering, but his true intentions were far from benevolent. The delicious food served only heightened the tension, reminding him of his grandfather's absence. The elder, observing the unfolding chaos, sought clarification. An explanation was promised. To summarize, the young master of the Peng family, Peng Sayek, had orchestrated a complex scheme. His actions had led to a significant disruption. Female students' dresses were torn, and some male students suffered injuries. Following an argument, he attempted to conceal his mistakes by using his family's reputation as collateral. His actions were deemed unacceptable by the headmaster. The student head teacher, witnessing the unfolding events, was shocked. He was aware of the student's inability to handle the situation. The headmaster questioned the student head teacher about the incident. Taking full responsibility for his student's behavior, the teacher vowed to rectify their actions. The headmaster considered giving the student a warning. The headmaster decided to leave, but not before advising the teacher to speak with his students. The student head teacher expressed his gratitude for the headmaster's understanding. The extent of the damage caused by the students was discussed, and the need for compensation was raised. Compensation for the damaged hotel was confirmed. Peng Sayek formally declared that he would compensate for all damages incurred. He expressed his shame at the incident and his determination to resolve the matter swiftly. A young man, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, smiled brightly. His demeanor suggested a certain naivete or perhaps a calculated display of nonchalance. With the matter resolved, the elder prepared to depart. He stated his intention to leave immediately, as the situation did not call for a meal. The young man bid farewell to his grandfather, the student head teacher. The elder reminded him of the one-on-one talks awaiting him upon his return. He sighed, reflecting on a lack of discipline within the academy. The group prepared to depart. Before leaving, the young man paused, requesting the floor. The others apologized for not recognizing him as the head teacher's grandson. He expressed his annoyance at their oversight. He questioned their qualifications as teachers after such a lapse in judgment. The recruitment notice, stark against the dark background, detailed the requirements for translators, editors, and raw providers. It urged interested parties to join their Discord server. The discussion continued regarding the damages incurred at the hotel. 10 times the original amount was proposed as compensation. The young master was informed that the recipient of the compensation was the heir of the Peng clan. He agreed to the increased amount. However, if the compensation wasn't paid, the invoice would be sent to the student head instead. A man, smirking, confidently declared that the arrogant bastard would soon be fasting in the dormitories. 2 figures on horseback rode swiftly through the countryside. Meanwhile, Baekhyun was informed that he would be leaving shortly for the practical test. He reassured his companions that it wouldn't take long. One of the companions inquired if anything bad had happened, but Baekhyun revealed that, on the contrary, something beneficial was about to occur. He explained that this event would prepare him for the upcoming practical test. This is the vagabond market. It was once a market where one could buy and sell vagabonds for their skill and strength, but, well, now it's a black market where anything that makes money can be sold. He reassured the young master that despite the dangerous people present, he would be safe under his protection, though he admitted the young master was scarier than most. So, where's the elixir and the blacksmith I asked you to find? This way. First, I will show you the elixir. Upon seeing the elixir, Baekhyun noted its potent yang energy, confirming its authenticity and high quality. What great find. It'll help a lot. Yes, this is all I need. Then, since we've obtained the elixir, let's go meet the blacksmith. By the way, escort Bach the blacksmith. You're talking about, what kind of person are they? No one knows their real name. They all just call them Old Man Y. He's as big as a bear, and they say his stubbornness is no joke. Suryong, ever the pragmatist, expressed his hope that the blacksmith's skill matched his stubborn reputation. His companion reassured him, dismissing his concerns. According to rumors surrounding the blacksmith's initial appearance, his creations were extraordinary. The rumors spoke of vagrants whose lives had been saved countless times by these weapons, their durability exceeding all expectations. If true, the swords were of a caliber typically reserved for legendary, named blades. Despite their quality, the Old Man Y had dismissed them as mere throwaways, inferior to his standards. It seemed a well-crafted tale, one designed to enhance the blacksmith's reputation. Yet, the sheer number of vagrants who sought his weapons spoke volumes. The truth was more complex. The Old Man Y had once accepted a commission from the vagrants. A commission for what, exactly? The question hung heavy in the air. One could hardly imagine a master craftsman, someone who named swords inferior, boasting about a mere weapon. The nature of the request remained a mystery. Those who had accepted the commission met a grim fate, all perishing except for one. A chilling smile stretched across the blacksmith's face, a smile that hinted at madness. The academy master, Yonho, stood firm, his expression unwavering despite the blacksmith's offer. He refused to compromise. His companion, Suryong, remained cautious, observing the scene with a discerning eye. The blacksmith's words hinted at a hidden agenda. Despite his initial skepticism, Suryong acknowledged the blacksmith's reputation for skill and discretion. Suddenly, a powerful force struck Yonho, sending him reeling. Enraged, Yonho cursed the old man who had attacked him. He demanded payment, reminding the attacker of his promise. The old man, however, remained defiant, refusing to sell anything to someone like him. Yonho's anger flared, unable to ignore the blatant disrespect. The old man calmly offered Yonho another chance to leave before things escalated further. Yonho, however, refused to back down, vowing revenge. Suryong, observing the scene, suspected the old man was the infamous blacksmith. He confirmed his suspicions based on the evidence he had gathered. Two figures approached the aged blacksmith. He was renowned, his skills sought after from afar. The blacksmith, unimpressed, demanded they dispense with pleasantries and state their business. They explained that they required a weapon of exceptional quality. The blacksmith's expression hardened at the mention of a weapon. One of the men correctly identified the weapon's intended user as a young man with a distinctive red dragon tattoo. They pressed further, inquiring if he would still consider the commission if they fulfilled a certain request. The blacksmith remained silent, his gaze fixed on the men. He was aware of the weapon's infamous reputation. All who had attempted to wield it had either perished or lost their minds. Despite this, the men persisted in their request. The blacksmith chuckled, amused by their audacity. One of the men asked if the blacksmith intended to judge him with the discerning eye of a master. The blacksmith, scrutinizing him, commented on the imperfections of the young man's bearing. A powerfully built, older man with intricate tattoos across his arms and chest addressed someone off-panel. He requested their return the following day, noting that they had already discerned the state of his body. The individual, wearing a traditional wide-brimmed hat, responded that he understood and would return at another time. A different scene unfolded. A figure, seemingly in a hurry, was given an object. He was told to take it. The older man, from the first panel, revealed the name of the object, Moon Shadow. The object was described as having unusual energy, despite its worn sheath. It was clearly a named sword. The recipient expressed his gratitude for the sword. Suddenly, a loud, unexpected interruption occurred. A chaotic scene erupted, with several individuals engaged in a violent confrontation. Amidst the chaos, a command was given to set the tent ablaze and ensure the escape of an older man was prevented. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men were discussing the older man, noting that he had been chased away previously after taking drugs. They noticed the approaching figures and warned them to flee. One of the approaching figures reacted with indignation at the behavior in the marketplace. Two individuals were instructed to wait. A new, unidentified individual appeared, prompting a question of their identity. Three figures, armed and menacing, surrounded a lone individual. The leader, a powerfully built man with a confident smirk, declared, "You're going to get hurt like this." The lone figure, seemingly unfazed, was a cultivator. He calmly observed them, his expression betraying no fear. He responded with a quiet resolve. Trash who live their lives causing harm to others. Today, I'll clean you all up. The three aggressors exchanged confused glances, questioning his words. One whispered, "What's she saying? What are you saying when you're alone?" Suddenly, a new threat emerged. One of the aggressors exclaimed, "He's coming this way." The cultivator reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sent one of the aggressors reeling. Another aggressor, caught off guard, cried out in surprise, "Shit!" The cultivator pressed his advantage, delivering a fatal blow. The remaining aggressor, witnessing his companion's demise, observed, "Their movements don't match at all." He attempted a desperate counterattack, but it was too late. The cultivator's superior skill proved decisive, leaving the final aggressor incapacitated. The cultivator stood victorious, his movements precise and deadly. He stood amidst the aftermath, his breath ragged. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and the lingering tension of the recent battle. His instructions had been clear: engage only if necessary, and if so, to do it properly. Across from him, a cultivator lay defeated, his straw hat askew, his eyes wide with disbelief. The cultivator had lunged, shouting a battle cry, but his attack was met with swift, precise countermeasures. The cultivator's attack was deflected, and he was swiftly incapacitated. He sheathed his sword, its edge gleaming faintly in the dim light. He tested the blade's sharpness, a grim satisfaction settling over him. The next attack came with brutal efficiency. A swift, clean strike. He noted the ease with which his blade sliced through his opponent's defenses. It was sharper than he'd initially thought. He moved on to the next opponent, his movements fluid and deadly. The remaining cultivators watched, fear etched on their faces. Another cultivator fell, his lifeblood staining the earth. A spike ball and chain lay discarded nearby. The surviving cultivators were terrified. They had underestimated him. He was a monster. Their earlier bravado was gone, replaced by a desperate plea for mercy. They had only intended to kill one old man. He paused, considering his options. Should he kill them all? The thought lingered, a dark cloud in his mind. No, it would simply mean more work for him. However, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. He stood amidst the aftermath, the air thick with the scent of blood and the lingering energy of his strikes. Even if they all fled, he mused, the consequences of their actions would not be so easily escaped. A surge of power, a blinding flash of light, and then silence. The cultivator's attack had been swift and decisive. One of the aggressors, sent sprawling by the force of the cultivator's strike, let out a pained cry as he plummeted to the ground. From the shadows, a voice called out, filled with a desperate plea. They couldn't just leave. The cultivator turned, his gaze falling upon a figure cowering in fear. A decision weighed heavily on his mind. His expression was unreadable, a mask of shadows concealing his thoughts. The weight of his choices pressed down on him. A tense confrontation unfolded. One man, his dark coat billowing slightly, tried to leave, but another, his face etched with concern, blocked his path, shouting that he couldn't just leave. The scene shifted, focusing on a figure wielding a sword. The motion blurred, suggesting swift, decisive action. The sword fell, and a bloody scene was left in its wake. A body lay lifeless on the ground. An older man, his face lined with age and wisdom, spoke, retracting a previous statement and requesting to be heard. His request was met with immediate agreement. The man who had been stopped earlier walked away, his movements swift and purposeful. Inside, a room filled with weapons, the older man began to explain his business. His request was simple. He needed someone killed. He explained that he was looking for someone who could perform the task quickly. In exchange for the assassination, he offered to create any weapon the assassin desired. The older man requested privacy, dismissing a younger man who was present. He felt a prickling sensation, a premonition that this encounter was about to become intensely personal. Then a brief pause. A figure, cloaked and watchful, observed from the shadows. Meanwhile, in a secluded encampment, a request was made. The elder questioned the visitor's presence in such a remote location. The elder, his face etched with age and experience, listened intently. He explained that he was inquiring about the head of the Ouija clan's unexpected arrival. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the elder. A swift, decisive blow was delivered. The force of the attack sent the younger man reeling. The elder continued his assault. A grunt of pain escaped the younger man's lips. The fight intensified, with several figures now engaged in a chaotic melee. A powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of a strike was immense. The recipient of the blow, a man with weathered features and numerous tattoos, stood firm, his expression unreadable. He assessed the attack, a thoughtful look crossing his face. His eyes narrowed, and he questioned the attacker. "You? Who are you exactly?" A younger man, his face partially obscured, responded, "I'm a person who is in a similar circumstance to yourself." The tattooed man scoffed. "Impossible. Are you also someone who survived?" He continued, "If you cannot believe me, then I will show you one more thing." The younger man drew his sword, a dark glint reflecting in his eyes. He moved with surprising speed, his blade ablur. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the two engaged in a fierce duel. The tattooed man observed, "The bloody swordsmanship. It's been a while since I've seen it." What is your relationship with the bloody cult?" The younger man revealed, "As expected, you understood. I learned this swordsmanship from my father, who was a student of the Blood Wolf group." He pressed further, "How did you know that I'm the head of the Ouija clan?" A hidden truth was revealed. A red dragon tattoo, marking the Blood Demon's sword, was concealed on the young man's shoulder. The Blood cult's legendary weapon, the Blood Demon sword, was the subject of the tattoo. A question arose regarding the connection between the young man's request and the blood cult. Kale, his expression unreadable, stood before the questioner. An aged man, his face etched with worry, confessed that his request was deeply intertwined with the blood cult. Kale, taken aback, questioned the man's strange request. He had followed the man due to unusual circumstances and now found himself in a predicament. The young man, burdened by the situation, found himself troubled. He needed to return before the practical test, but their current situation was proving difficult. The old man pointed to a grave, revealing it to be the resting place of his son, wife, and grandson. Weiji Chion, seemingly carefree, was seen amidst nature. It was revealed that Weiji Chion was the least talented person in his clan's history. The old man's question hung heavy in the air, his gaze unwavering. Kale, his expression grim, remained silent for a moment, the weight of the query pressing down on him. He turned his attention to a nearby tree, where a pair of butterflies fluttered gently, their wings catching the light. The old man, his face etched with sorrow, explained the circumstances that led him to seek Kale's help. Years of grief and a burning desire for vengeance had shaped his actions. The young man, startled, could only utter a single word, "Grandfather?" He stared, his eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning recognition. The old man, his voice filled with emotion, greeted his grandson, urging him to slow down. He embraced the young man warmly, noting the passage of time since their last meeting. The old man chuckled, admitting to being bored during his grandson's absence. The reunion was interrupted by the appearance of another figure, Kale, who watched the scene unfold from a distance. A flashback revealed events from several years prior. The old man explained that he had left his grandson for a few months, during which time a mysterious figure in a black hat gave the boy a book. The grandson reacted with surprise and a hint of apprehension at the mention of the book's reappearance. The grandson reflected on his past, realizing too late that the book contained dangerous martial arts techniques. The narration reveals that the grandson, Chion, was enthralled by a darkness within his mind. Jan Gil watched, wide-eyed, as a young man unleashed a flurry of strikes unlike anything he'd ever seen. The boy's grandfather, a seasoned warrior, recoiled in surprise, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and awe. He urged the young man to flee, sensing imminent danger. The young man, however, pressed his attack, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion. His strikes were imbued with an ethereal energy, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. The force of his blows sent shockwaves through the air, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. The attack culminated in a dazzling display of power, leaving the area shrouded in a blinding light. A figure emerged from the dust, his expression grim. He wondered how such a young man could wield the Swordmaster's everlasting sword. The young man, now revealed to be Jangil's grandfather, stood before him, his face etched with concern. Jangil, bored by the apparent lack of challenge, expressed his desire to end the fight quickly. Meanwhile, another young man watched from a distance, hoping his friend would survive the encounter. After the bloody demonic arts, the everlasting sword was revealed. He requested that the elder remain at a distance until the process was complete. The elder, though hesitant, agreed to leave the task to him. With a determined glint in his eyes, he prepared to begin. He stood poised, the everlasting sword radiating a faint, ethereal glow. His expression shifted to one of intense focus as he questioned his readiness. A young man with fiery red hair appeared, a playful challenge in his eyes. He accepted the challenge, the clash about to begin. A blur of motion, a figure, cloaked in darkness, moved with impossible speed. The air crackled with energy as a wave of icy power surged forth. He watched, a smirk playing on his lips. "HM, how should I play with you?" The figure, now revealed as Kale, received instruction. "Don't act surprised, try spreading out again. Let's see how much you've learned struggling by yourself." He stood poised, sword at the ready. His opponent taunted him. Just don't die quickly. It's not fun that way." Kale lunged forward, a whirlwind of motion. The clash of steel echoed through the forest. A fierce exchange of blows ensued. His enemy's eyes widened in surprise. Kale pressed his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. He moved to deliver the final blow. The combatants clashed, a whirlwind of steel and motion. Kale, agile and precise, deflected a powerful blow. His opponent, surprised by the young man's skill, let out a chuckle. "You dodged that? How amazing." He mused. "He's better than I thought. The more time drags out, the more disadvantaged I am. It's a good thing that I took a dose of the 7-branch 9-leaf clover before I came." "It can't be helped, Brad." Kale countered. "What can't be helped?" He pressed his attack, his movements a blur of motion. His blade flashed, a streak of light cutting through the air. The clash of steel echoed through the forest as the two warriors exchanged blows. Kale stumbled, momentarily off balance. His opponent pressed their advantage, a grim look on their face. With a burst of speed, he launched a devastating counterattack. Kale exclaimed, "But that's my technique." His opponent laughed. "Always mine, you brat." The red-haired warrior's blade flashed, a blur of motion aimed at Kale's heart. His opponent paused, offering a critique. "Oh, your balance is better. Straighten your back. Your form is all off." The warrior continued. "You still have quite far to go. I'm saying that the swordsmanship you've learnt yourself is just a simple sword skill and not martial arts." With a swift movement, Kale parried the blow, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Confused, Kale questioned his opponent's sudden change in tactics. The warrior's attack continued, forcing Kale to react defensively. A pained grunt escaped his lips. He was forced to retreat, the warrior's skill proving unexpectedly difficult to counter. Kale's blade danced, deflecting a series of rapid strikes. Despite the intensity of the fight, Kale reminded himself of his training. Your elbows stay close to the body, relax your shoulders, and use your wrists. He channeled this advice, his movements becoming more fluid and precise. The warrior pressed his advantage, unleashing a powerful attack that sent Kale reeling. The warrior muttered to himself, "TSK. Didn't think I'd meet the technique that changed to F*** the blood cult over like this." Kale, regaining his composure, retorted, "Hyung, you're not funny." The warrior responded, "Settle your excitement." The blood demon roared his hatred, a furious declaration of "No, I hate you. Die," as he launched a devastating attack. His strike was a blur of motion, a crimson torrent aimed at Kale's heart. Kale, however, remained calm. He countered, "You don't understand? Then I'll just have to show you." With a sudden burst of speed, he deflected the attack, the clash of steel echoing through the air. The ensuing battle was a whirlwind of swordplay, each movement precise and deadly. Kale's movements became increasingly fluid, his blade a shimmering blur. He anticipated his opponent's every move, countering with effortless grace. The blood demon stumbled, his attack faltering for the first time. Kale realized the truth. To have a good teacher is invaluable. He stood victorious, his sword dripping with the blood demon's blood. The setting sun cast long shadows across a tranquil landscape, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. A small cottage nestled amidst the trees, smoke curling lazily from its chimney. Inside, Kale lay on a bed, his body wrapped in bandages. He was pale and weak, but alive. A man, observing him, noted the unusual chi deviation. He pondered the implications of the Black Hat's actions, wondering if this was intentional. The observer reflected on Kale's remarkable talent, noting his skill level was comparable to that of Hyun Kong. He mused on the rarity of geniuses capable of mastering imperfect martial arts. Despite his current state, the man acknowledged Kale's impressive self-teaching abilities. He decided that Kale's condition was still salvageable. With a surge of energy, he began to channel his power towards Kale. The energy flowed into Kale's body, a vibrant purple light illuminating the room. Kale endured the intense process, knowing that his life depended on his ability to withstand the impure energy. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Kale as he absorbed the impure energy. He awoke with a gasp, his body racked with pain, but a strange energy pulsed beneath his skin. The residual effects of the expulsion were still visible. His skin glowed faintly with an ethereal light. His hand clenched involuntarily, the lingering power coursing through his veins. A faint smile touched his lips. It had worked. Now was his turn. Across the room, the figures sighed, the exertion evident in their posture. The mysterious figure released a small orb of dark energy, its power palpable. Meanwhile, outside, a powerfully built man with tattoos noticed something amiss. He couldn't believe what he sensed. The energy he felt was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Kale's breakthrough was unexpected, even to him. He had broken through the third stage of the fate-defying god technique. The sudden surge of power alarmed him. He had never experienced anything like this before. The tattooed man rushed towards the house, his concern evident. He found Kale unconscious, but seemingly unharmed. Relief washed over him. He stirred, a low groan escaping his lips. The impure energy, the source of his torment, was gone. His grandfather, the man responsible for his current state, looked on with a mixture of relief and concern. How could he ever repay such a debt? Cheon's eyes fluttered open, his vision slowly clearing. The first thing he saw was his grandfather's worried face. He was alive. He had survived. It had all been a terrible nightmare. The elder man wept, overcome with emotion. It had been a long, arduous ordeal. His grandfather's hand rested gently on his cheek, a silent reassurance. Cheon vowed to repay his grandfather's kindness, no matter the cost. His grandfather, kneeling before him, offered his life in gratitude. But Cheon refused. A single sword would suffice as payment. In response, the elder stated that a simple, named sword wouldn't do. He would need something extraordinary. He produced a dark, gleaming meteorite iron, a material capable of forging a weapon of immense power. Cheon requested a weapon surpassing even the demonic blood swords. His grandfather smiled, stating that Cheon's request was his life's goal. The elder craftsman, his shoulders slumped, massaged his aching arm. Years of forging weapons had taken their toll. He had chosen his apprentice. The young man, Cheon, stood patiently, awaiting instruction. The elder stated, "Great. Then the two of you, please come with me." Meanwhile, another figure spoke. "Before Black Hat comes here again, I have to leave this place." The day of the practical test had arrived. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. A figure, Baek Hyung, was seen hurrying towards the academy. Master Baek, however, was growing increasingly anxious about his tardiness. He nervously chuckled, attempting to reassure himself that Baek Hyung would arrive shortly. Master Baek remained skeptical, his expression suggesting doubt. Baek Hyung's delayed arrival was causing a stir. He was expected to begin his lecture soon. Ilho, having completed his lecture, felt a sense of relief. He reflected on the difficulty of the demonstration lecture. Meanwhile, the students' behavior was causing concern among the instructors. The instructors were growing increasingly worried about Baek Hyung's absence. Master Baek was particularly concerned, as he had yet to receive any word from him. The elder statesman, Master Namgung, observed the proceedings with a discerning gaze. He still hadn't arrived. His assessment was grim. It seemed the applicant, Baek Suryong, would fail. A plea was made to grant Suryong more time, a request born of concern for the academy's future. However, a counterpoint was raised. If Suryong failed, he would poach students for a rival academy. Master Namgung mused on Suryong's audacity, finding it reminiscent of his own daughter. He had already given Suryong ample time. If he didn't arrive, he would fail. But a question arose. Was there a problem? Another individual's presence was noted. Baek Suryong had yet to arrive, and this person seemed oddly calm. A suggestion was made. Perhaps something urgent had come up. A proposal was put forth. Move Suryong's position to the very end. This, however, was contingent upon the current applicant in the final position granting permission. The current final applicant readily agreed to the change. He was willing to compromise that much. A young man, head bowed, addressed the vice headmaster. He apologized for acting without prior guidance. The vice headmaster waved a dismissive hand, indicating that it was fine and the headmaster wouldn't mind either. He then took his leave, while others watched expectantly. They had been looking forward to the arrival of the next applicant. One of the observers muttered that this was all part of a plan to make the final applicant's test the harshest. Meanwhile, a furious man threatened to kill his grandson if he didn't arrive on time for his test. Elsewhere, a man reflected on something he had learned at the Vermilion Bird Academy. A large, jovial man chuckled. The examiners discussed the unexpectedly good teaching abilities of one of their colleagues. One of them commented on the man's cousin's son, noting his disposition as that of a great teacher. They continued their discussion, noting that the man was a good person when sober, but a problem when drunk. The jovial man asked if there was a reason he couldn't stop drinking. The examiners learned that the next applicant was a survivor of the Chanjamao massacre. They decided to focus on the results of the test, regardless of the applicant's background. Ak Yonho, of the Sandong-ak clan, addressed the assembled examiners. He declared his intention to showcase his spear mastery. He prepared to demonstrate his skills. The examiners, seated before him, signaled for him to begin. With a blur of motion, Yonho unleashed a flurry of spear techniques, his weapon of vibrant purple. The speed and precision of his movements were breathtaking. The examiners watched impressed. They commented on his skill, noting it was expected of someone from a noble family. The next applicant was announced, Baek Suryong. Suryong, visibly nervous, approached the platform. Yonho, however, felt a surge of anger. He considered Suryong's challenge a provocation. The examiners announced that the final demonstration would focus on the foundations of external arts. The examiners instructed the students to take their seats. Suryong was then called to the platform to begin his demonstration. The courtyard buzzed with anticipation. Groups of onlookers, dressed in various shades of formal robes, watched intently from the sidelines. Among them, a young man with dark hair stood out, his expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. He whispered to a companion, his concern evident. "Why are they all sitting down? Shouldn't they be more attentive to the lesson?" His friend responded, "They're not the type of students who need a basic lesson. They're already beyond that level." The announcer's voice boomed across the courtyard. Applicant Baek Suryong. An official reviewed documents, his face etched with a serious expression. The official sighed, muttering to himself. In the end, he didn't come. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Wait, do you see that? Something is flying in from over there." Several examiners turned their heads, their expressions shifting to alarm. One of them exclaimed, "What is that? Is it a cannon?" The object approached rapidly. Another examiner shouted, "A cannon? It's going to land here. Move." A massive explosion rocked the courtyard. A figure, barely visible amidst the dust and debris, moved swiftly to evade the blast. A wave of energy, powerful and unsettling, crashed over Baek Suryong. He looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, as the source of the disturbance remained shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Master Jean, along with several other cultivators, watched from a distance, their faces etched with concern. "This brat, where'd he go to make him arrive just now?" one of them exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. The cry of Baek Hyung cut through the air, a desperate plea for help. A figure, caught in the midst of the energy surge, was sent tumbling through the air, the force of the impact evident in their uncontrolled spin. A young woman, her eyes wide with excitement, watched the unfolding events with rapt attention. Baek Suryong, seemingly unaffected by the initial blast, stood defiantly, a surge of energy crackling around him. He landed gracefully, the energy dissipating around his feet as he prepared for whatever might come next. A figure emerged from the shadows, apologizing for their tardiness. His demeanor suggested a calculated arrival. Baek Suryong introduced himself calmly, his voice steady despite the chaos. A nearby cultivator reacted with laughter, finding the situation amusing. The headmaster, despite the chaos, seemed pleased, stating that the demonstration could begin immediately. An older man, his face etched with wisdom and anticipation, looked expectantly at Baek Suryong. Baek Suryong confidently affirmed his readiness. He noted the presence of familiar faces. A young woman, seemingly apprehensive, stood before a group of martial arts instructors. The instructor, a woman with dark hair, announced that her first lesson would include a reward to enhance the mood. She explained the challenge. Anyone who could throw her outside a designated circle using only external arts would receive 100 yang. A man in a long robe calmly stated that he would also be using only external arts and would concede defeat if forced to use internal arts. The time limit was set at 30 minutes. A young man with a mischievous grin prepared himself. He confidently declared that the reward was his. The challenge began with a flurry of motion. The young man launched a swift attack. The instructor, impressed, acknowledged his victory. He chuckled, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. It was good that he could read the text so easily. There was no time to waste. He gestured sharply, initiating the next phase of the plan. A voice urged him to begin, the words echoing in the tense silence. A figure in a flowing robe stood poised, ready for action. He moved with practiced grace, a blur of motion. The impact sent his opponent sprawling, a grunt escaping his lips. Another blow landed, precise and forceful. He taunted his opponent, confident in his superior skill. A warning echoed, a reminder of the family's formidable reputation. A swift kick connected, sending a shockwave through the air. He noted the opponent's movements were too large, predictable. The force of the blow left him reeling. Another strike followed, relentless and precise. A call for help cut through the sounds of battle. Another figure joined the fray. He was caught off guard, a new attack surprising him. He countered with a flurry of blows, his skill undeniable. He deflected a swift strike aimed at his head, the woman's attack narrowly missing its mark. Her expression was one of frustrated determination. She attempted to take a lock of his hair as a souvenir, but he anticipated the move. With a swift counterattack, he sent her sprawling backward. He noted her aggressive tactics, recognizing them as typical of the Seishin Dang family's fighting style. His brow furrowed in concentration. He took a step back, assessing the situation. Meanwhile, another warrior sighed, observing the unfolding fight. He commented on the opponent's overly dramatic movements, revealing their inexperience. A powerful blow landed, sending the warrior reeling. The fallen warrior apologized profusely, fearing he had caused injury. Observing the scene, a new combatant appeared, commenting on the unexpected bravery of the fighters. He suggested they team up to defeat him, but the warrior refused. The warrior confidently stated that his opponents were not on his level. Kale smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Is that so? I guess you don't mind getting your butt kicked again, huh? A woman with dark purple hair and a purple and gold outfit looked shocked. She clearly didn't expect such a response. Another man, this one with dark hair, challenged him. Beat me like this. He pondered for a moment. I developed and carried out this training countless times in the blood cult. Do they really think they can beat me individually? How about this? He stated his terms. I won't use my left hand from now on. If that's still not enough for you, I won't use my left foot either. His opponents reacted with disbelief and anger. One of them scoffed, what? That little? Another urged them on. Do whatever you need to do to kick him out of the circle. They attacked simultaneously. The warrior moved with surprising speed. He deflected their blows effortlessly. Never defeat me unless they work together. The best they can think to do is to come to me all at once, huh? He spun, his movements a blur of motion. His counterattack was swift and decisive. He moved with incredible speed, a whirlwind of motion. One of his opponents crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Ark. Two figures grappled, one complaining, damn it, get off me. The other retorted, hey, don't you know how to attack? He chuckled, TSK, I can do this all day. The scene shifted. A powerful stomp echoed as he effortlessly dispatched his opponent. He wondered, what kind of external chi class is this? He glanced at the newcomer, noting, who's she? He looks like one of the teachers here. He scoffed at his opponent. What would a scrawny, weak little guy like you know about external chi? This is ridiculous. You need to have a body like mine when it comes to using external chi. Irak Yang, the external chi teacher at the Blue Dragon Academy, observed the scene. Annoyed, he commanded, stop this joke of a lesson right now. Mr. Yang addressed the young man. People really need to be as big as you to use external chi? The young man countered. External chi isn't used only for building muscle. Mr. Beck's mastery of external chi was remarkable. Isn't that so? One of the students groaned in exertion. Mr. Namgung worried. What if I lose my job as an external chi teacher? Master Namgung sat amongst a throng of cultivators, his expression unreadable. A question hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. He subtly warned them against revealing their use of telepathy. A frown creased his brow. The implications were serious. He left the resolution of the matter to them. One of the cultivators, burdened by the weight of the situation, felt a surge of panic. His apprehension stemmed from the potential threat to his position if a new external chi teacher were hired. A swift blow landed, the sound echoing through the room. A fierce battle erupted between two cultivators. With a blur of motion, Kale dispatched his opponents with practiced ease. Another cultivator flinched, momentarily startled by Kale's overwhelming skill. He was ordered to use his internal chi. Hesitantly, he considered attacking Kale, but the potential consequences weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, a group of cultivators were swiftly subdued by Kale's prowess. The cultivator trembled, his earlier boast about Kale's visit to a brothel now a source of intense shame and fear. Master Namgung watched, his expression unreadable, as a cultivator drew his blade, the weapon trembling slightly in his grip. With a sudden lunge, the cultivator attacked, aiming a blow at another. This was his chance. A cultivator scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by the attack. He retaliated swiftly, his blade flashing out in a deadly arc. Meanwhile, Suryong was warned of impending danger. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted. The observers were shocked to witness the cultivator using internal chi. A warning was shouted, urging everyone to take cover. One cultivator was struck, clearly disoriented by the unexpected attack. The attacker boasted about his actions. Suryong prepared himself, drawing his own weapon. Suryong deflected an incoming blow with a resounding clang. The force of the impact sent tremors through his body. The attacker, momentarily stunned, stumbled backward. He quickly recovered, his eyes narrowed in determination. Confusion rippled through the observing crowd. Whispers of disbelief filled the air as they questioned what they had just witnessed. A nearby instructor, his face etched with concern, watched the unfolding events. The attacker, with a swift and precise movement, sliced through a powerful gust of wind generated by his opponent's blade. A triumphant smirk spread across his face as he declared victory. A student, witnessing the display, immediately reported the unusual technique. The instructor, observing the student's report, deemed the attacker's actions worthy of disqualification. An elder, witnessing the event from afar, observed with a thoughtful expression. The elder reflected on the remarkable nature of the attack, noting the complete absence of internal chi. The aftermath of the incident unfolded, leaving the crowd in a state of stunned silence. Two elders discussed the implications of what they had witnessed. Master Namgung observed the young cultivator's movements with keen eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. The technique was unorthodox, yet undeniably effective. He clasped his hands together, a gesture of quiet satisfaction. That concludes my trial lesson, he announced, his voice carrying a note of finality. Meanwhile, Beck Suryong, overwhelmed with relief and excitement, celebrated his success with his peers. He felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he realized how close he had come to failure. The anticipation was palpable. A young man, his arrival causing a collective sigh of relief amongst those present, entered the room. He was greeted by a bustling scene. Servers moved with purpose, carrying trays laden with food and drink. One of the servers, visibly relieved by his presence, explained that things had become complicated while he was away. His companions expressed their joy at his safe return, though acknowledging the nearness of the danger he had faced. The conversation turned to the events leading up to his arrival. He recounted a harrowing encounter with the student head, narrowly avoiding death. Despite the recent ordeal, the mood lightened. He offered to treat everyone to drinks. A celebratory toast followed, marking the end of a tense period. The conversation shifted to a looming event, a deathmatch spar demonstration scheduled for the following day. He learned that the matches were serious affairs, with the potential for fatal consequences. He pondered his potential opponent, a formidable figure named Gung Su. Confident in his skills, particularly in external arts, he expressed his determination to win. His companions reassured him, urging him to relax and enjoy the remaining time before the match. The celebration following Kale's return was jovial, but a sense of underlying tension remained. His fondness for drink, much like his father's, was noted by an elder. Suddenly, a young man entered, appearing startled. He and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation, forced to hide. The reason for their concealment remained unclear to them. An elder offered him an item, seemingly to aid in his recovery. He sensed a rare scent emanating from the object, but its origin was a mystery. The elder made a comment about his health, causing him to pause. The headmaster's surprise at his presence was palpable. The rapid turn of events left his companions bewildered. The elder reflected on a legendary figure from the past. Master Namgung, a figure of quiet authority, addressed an unseen individual. His words carried the weight of experience. This world held 100 experts, and the aura of the person before him was unlike anything he'd encountered before. The individual, seemingly taken aback, responded with a hesitant affirmation. Despite his age, Master Namgung admitted his unfamiliarity with various teas. He gestured toward the teapot, suggesting a change of beverage. The other man, intrigued, inquired about the origins of his martial arts skills. He simply replied that he learned them from his father. The younger man continued, noting the other's lack of reaction to his jokes and mentioning his past reputation as a troublemaker at the Azure Dragon Academy. Master Namgung then posed a question, curious about why the younger man hadn't yet ventured into Gango. The younger man explained his past physical weakness and his current preference for teaching. In short, he wished to avoid the dangers and complications of Gango, wanting no blood on his hands. The elder nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. However, he observed that the younger man didn't seem afraid of bloodshed. Master Namgung, the esteemed teacher, sipped his tea, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He observed his student with an air of quiet amusement. The student, having finished his questions, awaited a response. He boldly requested a sparring match with Master Namgung the following day. The elder's response was immediate and firm. It was impossible. The student, perplexed, pressed for an explanation. Why? The master explained that Master Namgung was a pillar of their academy. Many coveted the opportunity to spar with such a renowned figure. He countered that he was merely preparing for the upcoming change in star instructors. The master deemed the request premature, refusing to allow the spar. He questioned the student's confidence, suggesting he underestimated the master's skill. The master pondered the student's determination. A fierce clash of blades erupted, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Master Namgung, the vice headmaster, mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. It would be fun, he thought, though he hadn't said as much. He pondered the recent wager between himself and Su, a playful glint in his eyes. The old master then revealed a crucial detail. Suryong's opponent had already been chosen, a decision he couldn't alter. Suryong, upon hearing this, slumped back, a sigh escaping his lips. There was nothing more he could do. Master Namgung posed a question, his voice calm, yet probing. Did Suryong wish to become the Academy's star instructor? Suryong's response was immediate and confident. Of course. The old master pressed further, inquiring about Suryong's understanding of what constituted a star instructor. Suryong thoughtfully explained that a star instructor was someone who commanded the trust of their students and the entire organization, excelling in martial arts instruction. Master Namgung pointed out that Suryong's own grandfather was highly skilled, and the vice headmaster himself had once captivated Murim with his swordsmanship. However, he added, that alone wasn't enough to explain why Namgung was the Academy's star instructor. Suryong, with a smirk, questioned if it was simply because Namgung was young and handsome. He confidently asserted that he possessed the necessary qualities as well. Master Namgung cleared his throat, stating that wasn't what he intended to say. He then proposed another path to becoming a star instructor. Suryong's suspicion grew. He wondered if the old master was toying with him. Master Namgung's final words of advice to Suryong echoed in the young man's mind. In any case, don't rush and be too impatient. He pondered the old master's words, his gaze distant and thoughtful. The comparison to his own teacher was striking. Master Namgung continued, the resemblance between Suryong and his former student clearly on his mind. Namgung very much. Suryong, startled by the comparison, questioned the old master's assertion. He was dedicated to the academy. Master Namgung smiled knowingly. He believed Suryong would forge his own path, diverging from his own. The headmaster's curiosity was piqued. He pressed for an explanation of the cryptic pronouncements. Master Namgung simply advised him to consider the guidance as well-intentioned nagging, a necessary step on the path to greatness. Elsewhere, a figure apologized for interrupting. The interruption caused a moment of reflection for the individual, prompting self-doubt about his teaching abilities. His thoughts drifted back to his time with the blood cult, a stark contrast to his current life. He recalled the harsh realities of his past, where he was known not as a teacher, but by far less flattering titles. The harsh reality of his past continued to weigh on him, a stark contrast to the respect he craved. The instructor offered a chilling proposition. He could easily eliminate them if they proved to be of no further use. These 4 children, raised as weapons, were the product of his rigorous training. Their personalities had been suppressed from a young age, their training focused solely on obedience. One of the young trainees winced, reporting a lack of feeling in his arm. The impact of the training was evident. The boy collapsed. A powerful blow sent him reeling. The instructor had been merciless, far exceeding the severity of any other instructor. Despite the visible injury, the instructor deemed the trainee fine. Another trainee pleaded with the instructor to end their suffering, to give up. The instructor's response was cold and calculating. They would be discarded if they were no longer useful. He pointed out the abundance of replacements. The trainees questioned whether the instructor truly desired such a fate for them. One of them vehemently rejected the idea of his accomplishments being tarnished. He stood defiant, his expression resolute. The relentless training continued, the trainees' faces contorted in exertion. The instructor's gaze was sharp, assessing. "Good," he stated. "Those eyes are good. It seems you may be useful." A figure, cloaked in flowing teal robes, appeared, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be surveying the scene. The young man's face softened slightly. He murmured, "A good teacher." He continued, "Honestly, I already knew, since I thought that Namgung-soo was perfect from the moment I first saw him." The scene shifted. Two figures lay injured on the ground, their struggle seemingly over. Another, in dark clothing, stood over them, a sword at his side. "Youth, I have no clue. Besides what I did in the blood cult, I've never once even thought about it in a different way." The young man in teal sighed, a hint of frustration in his expression. TSK. The following day began. A decision was made to halt Yonho's sparring match. Yonho, clearly distressed, called out to his superior. He was surprised to see his opponent again. The man, clearly affected by alcohol, stumbled back, muttering about his opponent's skill. His performance during the sparring match had garnered even more attention. The match continued, even faster than before. Despite the intensity, the match concluded cleanly. However, a question arose about how long the other two would continue their intense exchange. Jan Gil pleaded with his uncle to ease up. The uncle, revealed to be the vice headmaster, rebuked the boy. The instructor, his face contorted in a mask of fury, addressed his student. "Are you taking the position of instructor lightly? If you don't have the resolve, then quit right now." His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The vice headmaster was already intervening. The vice headmaster, a man of considerable age and bearing, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. He harbored a desire. Another figure, seemingly a colleague, approached the vice headmaster. "Then will you stop drinking as well?" he inquired, a hint of playful challenge in his tone. The vice headmaster sighed. "I can try." Meanwhile, the young student, Jan Gil, continued his sparring match with reckless abandon. His uncle watched, his disapproval evident. Jan Gil cried out to his uncle, "Uncle!" The uncle's response was sharp and immediate. "You still haven't gotten a hold of yourself. You wretched brat, return home immediately," he bellowed. The vice headmaster intervened, shouting, "You dare?" "Vice headmaster, enough." The headmaster, observing the sparring match, made a judgment. This had been enough to assess the student's skills. The headmaster and the vice headmaster conferred. The vice headmaster apologized for his impulsive actions. The vice headmaster acknowledged his error. He admitted that his personal feelings should not influence the assessment. After the commotion subsided, preparations for the next sparring match began. Myong Ilho was instructed to warm up. Teacher Namgung offered words of encouragement to Myong Ilho, urging him to perform well and remain calm. Master Namgung, the esteemed elder, calmly issued an instruction, "Please get ready." A murmur rippled through the observing students. "What? Teacher Namgung-soo? He's never come out to spar before." Kale, the young swordsman, reacted with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "What is this? That sly old man. He told me he couldn't do anything." His gaze hardened, a question forming in his mind. "Who else?" A young woman, appearing much younger than her actual age, approached Kale. "Oh my, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone I knew. What brings you here?" He was taken aback. There shouldn't be anyone looking for him because of work. The woman, undeterred, continued. She had a question about the swordsmanship he displayed the previous day, wondering if it was from the Moyang clan. She seemed quite frail, yet her movements and breathing were surprisingly steady. Kale was intrigued. He had never been to the Moyang clan before. Could this be connected to the Kunlun sect? He admitted that he was speechless. Her deductions were accurate. The sword master was originally from the Moyang clan, later becoming influential in the Kunlun sect, where he created the everlasting sword. Kale revealed that his swordsmanship was taught to him by his father, who also created his sword. The young woman was impressed, concluding that his father must be a genius among experts. A young woman, her expression unreadable, questioned an official in a small village. She challenged his assessment of a local swordsmanship style. The woman pondered the differences between two distinct styles of swordsmanship. Kale, observing from a distance, recognized that the woman was testing him. He reflected on the Moyang clan's emphasis on gentle movements that overcome strength. In contrast, she explained the Kunlun style's raw power and ferocity. Kale, intrigued, considered the possibility of combining these seemingly incompatible styles. The woman revealed that the everlasting sword had successfully unified both styles. She expressed curiosity about something else. The instructor concluded his lecture on sword theory. Meanwhile, she revealed herself to be a new instructor applicant. Jaegao Soyong introduced herself, stating her application for both strategy and martial arts history instructor positions. Kale, recognizing her reputation, acknowledged her. The instructor addressed two individuals, indicating it was their turn. One of them, a woman with dark hair, nodded curtly, preparing for the exercise. The other student, a man in a yellow tunic, assumed a fighting stance. The two began their sparring match, a flurry of motion and skill. The woman's movements were swift and precise, her blade a blur. An observer commented on the obvious outcome of the match, predicting the woman's victory. The man in yellow continued to fight, though clearly outmatched. He reflected on the difficulty of the match, noting his opponent's skill and the need for better footwork. The woman's footwork was impeccable, her movements fluid and powerful. She thanked him for the sparring session, noting his grip was too tight. An onlooker declared the sparring match over, citing the significant skill disparity. Master Namgung, the woman's instructor, approached, his presence commanding respect. The man in yellow admitted his opponent's superior skill, acknowledging he hadn't been treated as a serious opponent. He was kind and friendly when he was younger, a stark contrast to the formidable figure he is now. The memory brought a wistful sigh from the observer. The image of Master Namgung in his youth was jarring. It was difficult to reconcile that image with the man before them. A cultivator, sensing the urgency of the situation, knew he had to act quickly to draw attention. With a battle cry, he launched a powerful attack, hoping to distract their pursuers. Meanwhile, a swordsman stood poised, his blade gleaming under the pale sunlight. He observed the unfolding chaos, his expression unreadable. The swordsman deflected a heavy blow with practiced ease, his movements precise and deadly. He noted that with a slight adjustment in his stance, the previous attack could have been avoided entirely. Despite the near miss, he declared, "This is just the beginning." His opponent, undeterred, sneered, "You are quite slow." The swordsman responded with a flurry of attacks, his movements a blur. His counterattack was swift and decisive. He saw it, a gap in the opponent's defense, a fleeting opportunity. The cultivator, seizing the moment, launched a powerful strike. His attack was swift and precise, aimed at disrupting the swordsman's rhythm. The blow connected, sending a shockwave through the air. Undeterred, the cultivator declared his intention to press his advantage. He moved with renewed determination, aiming for another opening. But the swordsman, a master of his craft, anticipated the attack. With a blur of motion, he countered, his blade a silver streak. The cultivator was forced to retreat, his previous confidence shaken. The swordsman, impressed by his opponent's skill, acknowledged his prowess. Meanwhile, observers watched, one amused by the unfolding events, the other perplexed. The observer questioned the cultivator's uncanny ability to mimic the swordsman's movements. He spat the words out, venom lacing his tone, "This rude bastard." Namgung Orbioni, even in his youth, possessed an unwavering pride and a tendency to emulate impressive martial arts techniques. This unwavering self-belief is considered a key factor in his rise to become a renowned instructor. A cultivator, clad in simple, ochre robes, stood before a figure in flowing white, the question of continuing their match hanging heavy in the air. The cultivator in white, his expression unreadable, stated his belief that continuing the fight would be futile. He had previously been asked how many rounds he anticipated the match lasting. The cultivator in white confirmed the inquiry, but declared the matter essentially concluded. He declared that the match would continue for significant duration. During this extended period, he intended to decisively defeat Namgung Su. He challenged his opponent, questioning their desire for victory. The cultivator in ochre robes, taken aback, questioned the meaning behind the statement. The cultivator in white had proposed a swift, decisive victory over their opponent. The cultivator in ochre robes, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and determination, stared intently ahead. The instructor, Cheeky Academy, nodded curtly. His expression remained stern. He addressed his student, issuing a concise order. From that moment on, questions were forbidden. Only obedience would suffice. The student, unwavering, responded with a single, emphatic word. "Yes." His eyes blazed with determination, his grip tightening on his staff. The instructor gestured, beckoning his student forward. With a burst of speed, the student lunged forward. The force of the attack sent the instructor reeling. He reacted swiftly, drawing his sword. The clash of steel echoed through the air. A flurry of blows followed, each strike precise and powerful. The student's attack was relentless. His resolve hardened. The student vowed to show no mercy. The instructor, observing the unfolding battle, urgently called for his student to retreat. He anticipated an imminent, slicing attack. The student, heeding his instructor's warning, executed a swift defensive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the incoming blow. His instructor then barked out further instructions, urging him to relentlessly target his opponent's torso. The student, fueled by adrenaline and his instructor's guidance, unleashed a furious barrage of strikes. Despite his best efforts, the student found himself momentarily stunned by the unexpected power of his opponent's counterattack. The instructor, witnessing the student's improved skill, was taken aback by the transformation in his fighting style. Undeterred, the student pressed his attack, his movements now imbued with a newfound ferocity. He knew he couldn't afford to falter, despite the danger. A warning from the instructor alerted the student to an impending attack from his left. The student braced himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration. With a powerful movement, he evaded the attack, his agility honed by rigorous training. Observers were astonished by Master Namgung's ability to anticipate and effortlessly dodge the attack. The student, however, refused to accept defeat, his determination unwavering. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two individuals engaged in a conversation, seemingly unaware of the intense battle unfolding nearby. Master Namgung observed the unfolding duel, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He had seen through the student's initial feint. The true extent of his abilities had been concealed until now. The student, Ilho, continued his measured advance, his movements deliberate and precise. He was slowly drawing his opponent into a carefully constructed trap. His instructor's earlier words echoed in his mind. The limitations of external arts versus the power of internal arts. Namgung Su, Ilho's opponent, was clearly overconfident, unaware of the impending danger. Ilho signaled his readiness for the final strike. He was drawing his opponent into the imaginary circle, a technique requiring precise control and timing. With a blur of motion, Ilho unleashed a devastating attack. Namgung Su reacted instinctively, but it was too late. He had fallen into the trap. The force of the blow sent him reeling. Ilho's attack struck with incredible power. He had been careless, his movements too loud. Ilho's superior mastery of internal arts proved decisive. Ilho smirked, confident in his victory. The young warrior, Kale, stood before his opponent, Master Namgung. Namgung's gaze was sharp, his expression questioning Kale's focus during their sparring match. Namgung launched a swift attack, his movements a blur of motion. He declared his intent to finish the match with a decisive blow. Kale, unfazed, questioned his opponent's confidence in an easy victory. He warned Namgung to watch out. Kale's counterattack was swift and powerful, a surge of energy accompanying his blade. The force of the blow sent Namgung reeling. Kale's attack continued, relentless and precise. Namgung cried out in pain as he was struck. He was sent flying backward by the impact. A young woman watched the unfolding events with a concerned expression. Kale's attack continued, his movements precise and deadly. He commanded Namgung to remain silent. The match concluded. The question hung heavy in the air. Was Kale's opponent attempting to kill him? He offered a swift apology, explaining that the tense situation had caused him to unleash his sword aura unintentionally. The man stood, his expression unreadable, but his posture suggested a simmering tension. His words were met with disbelief. So, a simple apology makes everything all right? Your life must be easy, his opponent scoffed. Kale's smirk widened, a hint of dangerous amusement in his eyes. He challenged the man's actions, questioning his intentions. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Kale, silencing the room. Enough, he commanded. The elder, caught in the crossfire, looked on in alarm as the tension escalated. Ignoring the elder's pleas, Kale pressed his advantage, his voice sharp. The elder's face contorted in anger and frustration as he witnessed the escalating conflict. Kale's gaze locked onto his opponent, the intensity of the moment palpable. The elder pleaded for a moment's pause, attempting to de-escalate the situation. A sharp TSK escaped the elder's lips, expressing his disapproval. The elder unleashed a torrent of insults, his anger finally boiling over. Master Namgung observed Kale with a discerning gaze, his expression unreadable. A cry of alarm echoed through the training grounds. The urgency in the voice was palpable. He was informed of an incident involving Kale, prompting a hurried departure to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Bex Suryong was summoned to the sparring platform for a death match. Kale, still recovering, was informed of his impending participation. His opponent, a formidable figure, exuded confidence. The headmaster, observing both combatants, declared the match ready to begin. The opponent, aggressive and dismissive, taunted Kale, certain of victory. Kale, despite his injuries, remained calm, his resolve unwavering. He knew he was at a disadvantage, but he was determined to fight. His opponent, fueled by arrogance, underestimated Kale's capabilities. With a swift, decisive blow, Kale countered his opponent's attack. The impact sent the opponent sprawling, defeated. He subtly wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, the exertion of the recent battle still lingering in his muscles. A faint smirk played on his lips. Victory had been swift, but not without cost. His opponent, however, was not so fortunate. The man's face was contorted in a grimace of defeat, his body trembling with barely contained rage. A cultivator, his expression serious, relayed information about the Azure Dragon Academy. He continued, noting the academy's decline and the suggestions for its removal from the 5 great academies. A stern-faced man, his gaze intense, issued a sharp command. The cultivator questioned his earlier statement, recognizing the Azure Dragon Academy's prestige. An authority figure instructed Bex Suryong to proceed with his assessment. Bex Suryong, seemingly unfazed, continued his explanation. The headmaster listened intently. Bex Suryong apologized for any offense caused by his previous words, requesting a hearing. He explained his unique ability to assess individuals based on observation, a skill honed since youth. This allowed him to quickly gauge their martial arts skills, personalities, and life experiences. Among those he observed were individuals who disparaged the Azure Dragon Academy while promoting others. He also encountered a wealthy student who attempted to influence him with alcohol. However, there was another student with exceptional skills but a notorious reputation for delinquency. The Azure Dragon Academy, a place teeming with promising young students. However, a pervasive sense of defeat hung in the air. Their performance in the heavenly martial competition had been abysmal, fueling feelings of inferiority and fear of failure. One student vehemently denied the academy's poor standing, insisting their year would be different. Their goal was to surpass last year's performance in the upcoming competition. The discussion turned to the White Tiger Academy, who had placed fourth last year. A new instructor, driven by ambition, arrived at the academy. He had initially aimed to become the star instructor, but a request to focus on teaching first altered his plans. He believed that while becoming a star instructor was important, being a good teacher was paramount. This year's heavenly martial competition loomed large. The new instructor declared his intention to lead the Azure Dragon Academy to victory. A student expressed admiration for the new instructor's skills and demeanor. The Azure Dragon Academy buzzed with excitement. A new instructor, Baek Suryong, had captivated the students with his profound knowledge of martial arts. His demonstration was nothing short of spectacular, leaving even the vice president impressed. However, concerns arose regarding the possibility of spies infiltrating the academy. Suryong's exceptional skills meant he could easily gain acceptance at any of the prestigious academies. His choice, therefore, held significant weight. The vice president, acutely aware of the potential damage, voiced her apprehension. The academy's decline was undeniable. It had fallen far from its former glory. Baek Suryong, burdened by the weight of expectation, felt the pressure. His pride, once a source of strength, now felt like a heavy burden. The once promising future of the Azure Dragon Academy had become a source of embarrassment. The academy struggled to attract top students and instructors alike. This was particularly damaging to their standing in the Heavenly Martial Competition, a prestigious collaborative event. For 10 consecutive years, the academy had finished last. Hyung Nim, a man with blonde hair, was berating someone, though the individual's face was obscured. He accused them of being crazy for making a promise they couldn't keep. The outburst concerned a victory at the Heavenly Martial Competition. The speaker's frustration was palpable. A man with dark hair, lying injured on a cot, responded that he had only been telling the truth. Meanwhile, another blonde man, his face wide with surprise, apologized for interrupting. He had been looking for someone in the infirmary. A young man with dark hair inquired about the injured man's condition and the outcome of a recent sparring match. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, holding a book, cheerfully reported that she had just finished her own match and had come directly to the infirmary. The dark-haired young man was surprised to learn that she had already finished sparring and that she appeared completely unharmed. He wondered aloud if her weapon was a judge's pen, given her seemingly effortless victory. He mused that she wouldn't use her book as a blunt weapon, expressing a desire to see her fight. The woman with brown hair, noticing the intense gaze of the young man, nervously asked why he was looking at her like that. The young man explained that he wanted to know if she was serious about securing first place for the Azure Dragon Academy in a Heavenly Martial Competition. He warned her that she might regret her ambition. Baek Suryong's statement hung heavy in the air. It was a truth, a harsh reality. Victory for the Azure Dragon Academy was considered impossible. A sudden, unsettling sound pierced the silence. Elsewhere, the closing ceremony had begun. Two figures, engrossed in conversation, paused their discussion. One of them, clearly frustrated, questioned the defeatist attitude of those around him. News of the competition's outcome spread rapidly. The reactions were varied. A group of students reacted with disbelief and derision. Their comments echoed sentiments heard within the blood cult. Suryong, the applicant, approached the headmaster. The headmaster informed Suryong of the academy's consistent failures in the Heavenly Martial Competition. He then questioned the meaning behind Suryong's earlier words. The headmaster expressed concern about the potential negative impact on the students' morale. Suryong stood confidently amidst a group of students, seemingly unfazed by their reactions. He acknowledged their skepticism, but challenged them to consider the consequences of failure after such bold pronouncements. Baek Suryong, brimming with confidence, declared his intention to establish a new academy across the street, the White Dragon Academy, and predicted that within 10 years, its students would surpass those of the Azure Dragon Academy. An elder listened intently, offering to serve as a reference for Suryong's ambitious endeavor. The headmaster announced it was time for the closing ceremony speech. Suryong politely excused himself, promising to see them again soon. He bowed, reiterating their agreement to meet again. Outside, a group of students were gathered, their chatter audible. One student noted that Suryong's composure was remarkable, given the circumstances. Another student wondered aloud if Suryong would also be an instructor at the White Dragon Academy. Suryong, unfazed, suggested they go for a drink instead. Another student invited him to join them. One of the students offered to take Suryong to a good restaurant. However, another student expressed concern for Suryong's health, noting he seemed unwell and should rest. A group of students discussed their plans for the day, one suggesting they visit someone one last time before departing. Another student dismissed the idea, confident that their absence would be understood, especially given the significance of the day. They walked along a pathway, the scene bustling with activity. The next day, a student quietly passed through a building. Two students reviewed a document, their expressions thoughtful. The official results of the Azure Dragon Academy's new trainee instructor selection were posted. The announcement listed the top 7 candidates. The announcement continued, revealing the remaining candidates. The announcement concluded, stating that the 10 selected individuals would be appointed as new instructors for the academy. One of the students excitedly shared the news with a companion, who expressed similar happiness. The student's joyful reaction was shown. Another student, however, expressed indifference to their ranking, prioritizing better wages. A student questioned the reasoning behind the apparent lack of correlation between rank and compensation. Baek Suryong's name was shown on the list, indicating his 10th place ranking. News of Baek Suryong's appointment as provisional instructor for the remedial class spread through the academy. He was, after all, only 10th in the recent rankings. A student, perhaps one of those destined for the remedial class, voiced his confusion. What's the remedial class? A young man, his expression unreadable, pondered the words, the remedial class? It was, as the text explained, a class designed for students needing extra lessons. In other words, a gathering of those who had failed. A woman with striking purple hair stood confidently, declaring it the place where the academy's problem children congregated. She seethed, inwardly fuming at Nam Gong-soo's audacity in insulting her so openly. He and Win-kong, surprised, questioned the unexpected nature of his assignment. The remedial class, it turned out, had a notoriously poor attendance rate. He and Win-kong, however, found the prospect of being a remedial class teacher appealing. An elder addressed the new instructors, welcoming them to the academy. He explained the necessity of acknowledging the various factions among the students. One of the new instructors, openly admitting his lifelong ties to a faction, scoffed at the idea of pretending otherwise. The senior instructors would be paired with the new ones based on their respective skills and specializations. He and Win-kong reflected on the pairing process, a thoughtful expression on his face. A senior instructor, his face etched with years of experience, extended a hand, offering a piece of paper. He requested that the others follow him. A murmur rippled through the group. The news of Nam Gong-soo's appointment as a senior instructor caused a stir, particularly concerning the challenges it presented for a certain young woman. Meanwhile, another instructor, Yeon-ho, announced his arrival, his voice echoing with confidence. In the midst of the commotion, Instructor Myung-il-ho and Instructor Kwak Deong calmly delegated their responsibilities. One of the instructors, Baek Bre, expressed his apprehension about the unfolding events. Master Jean, his expression unreadable, stood silently, observing the scene. His disapproval was palpable. He then directed a young man to follow him, a subtle shift in focus. The group arrived at the Movement Arts Training Hall, a place of rigorous practice. The hall, designed for diverse training scenarios, was also known as a clandestine smoking spot for some students. They continued their tour, reaching the secluded training club, a place for solitary practice and enlightenment. A sudden interruption broke the quiet. The building, despite its affiliation, was notorious for student misconduct, particularly alcohol abuse. Finally, they reached the Federation Building, a place of significant importance. The tour concluded at the Federation Building, known for its clandestine romantic encounters. The senior instructor expressed his intention to address any such inappropriate behavior. Master Nam Gong, his face etched with worry, spoke with a young man. He expressed concern that the young man's actions might cause unnecessary suffering. The conversation shifted to the Heavenly Martial competition. The younger man questioned the elder's statement, suggesting it was too hasty and didn't reflect the current state of the Azure Dragon Academy. A historical account of the competition's origins was revealed, highlighting its initial purpose of fostering friendship between students from the 5 great academies. A flashback depicted intense combat, showcasing the fierce competition that now characterized the event. The narration highlighted the Dragon Phoenix matches as the most intense part of the competition. The reason for the intensity was explained. The top 8 students earned the prestigious title of Dragon Phoenix. The younger man acknowledged the explanation. He listened intently as the elder continued. The elder then revealed that for the past 10 years, no student from the Azure Dragon Academy had achieved the Dragon Phoenix title, mentioning a significant event from 30 years prior. The younger man dismissed the topic, suggesting they move on from discussing this particular individual. The elder, coughing, expressed his belief that the Academy's ingrained sense of failure needed to be addressed. A young woman, her face alight with a self-satisfied grin, confidently declared, "Yes. If I didn't think I could do it, I wouldn't have said anything." Her father, an older man with silver hair, responded with a subtle air of disapproval. "Humph, your arrogance is quite similar to them." He then added, referring to someone off-screen, "My daughter." A young man, seemingly the subject of the previous comments, shifted the conversation, muttering, "I'll have to change the subject. Grandfather, do you know anything about the remedial class?" The grandfather, seemingly amused, replied, "Changing the subject? That's right. You are now in charge of the remedial class, are you not?" The young man, slightly flustered, confirmed, "Yes." He continued, "They're not easygoing kids, then. Do you think Namgung Su?" The grandfather thoughtfully responded, "Would he have given you the remedial class for no reason?" The young man pondered this, then stated, "Well, I'd rather have a class full of skilled, but misbehaving students than students with nothing special going for them. First, should I start with someone I know?" He asked, "Grandfather, do you know where Hyunwin Kang's dorm room is?" Counting silently, he muttered, 98, 99. He arrived at a door, and a voice boomed, 100. He braced himself, his knuckles white as he prepared for impact. The blow landed, a sharp, searing pain shooting through his body. He groaned, his body collapsing. He gasped, his vision blurring as he struggled to regain his bearings. Another figure appeared, their presence a sudden, violent intrusion into the scene. A struggle ensued. A voice, calm and confident, cut through the chaos. "I knew you'd come out first." He clenched his fists, his anger simmering. That bastard, I'll beat you up one of these days." His opponent scoffed. "Shit, I didn't even see this one, so I'll look past it." He was left reeling, questioning the events that had just transpired. Was it like this? Slowly, deliberately, he began to rise. He muttered to himself, a grim determination hardening his features. "Shit, this isn't it." He stood before a mirror, frustration etched on his face. Why couldn't he replicate the technique? A sudden, sharp pain shot through his back as a voice filled the room. "This crazy bastard." He whirled around, his eyes wide with surprise and pain. His instructor stood in the doorway, arms crossed, a mixture of amusement and disapproval on his face. "Training by yourself? What a good student you are," he remarked sarcastically. The young man bristled at the interruption. He explained that he'd come to have a private discussion, but his instructor's dismissive attitude only fueled his anger. He protested, insisting that his name was simply Kong, not Won Kong. His anger escalated further. The instructor, unfazed, calmly approached and struck him. The young man accused his instructor of copying his movements earlier. He promised to demonstrate the difference. The instructor, seemingly curious, watched intently. The student prepared to showcase his skills. He unleashed a powerful technique. "Do you see the difference?" He stood, a silhouette of sculpted muscle and unwavering resolve, his dark hair falling past his shoulders. A quiet intensity radiated from him. His instructor, a man of calm demeanor, pointed out a flaw, a lack of flexibility. The instructor further explained that the student needed more training to refine his technique, noting specific issues with arm and leg positioning. The instructor acknowledged the student's sharpness, noting that he had been subtly mimicking his movements. The student, impressed by his own quick learning, expressed disbelief at his ability to replicate the technique after only a brief observation. His instructor responded that the student, too, could master the technique, but it would require dedicated practice of 18 specific forms in the green forest. He considered this new challenge, a thoughtful expression on his face. He bluntly stated his lack of interest in a martial arts his instructor was teaching. The reason for his refusal was revealed to be the Habuk clan's involvement. Enraged, the instructor called him a bastard. The student countered that he wouldn't hesitate to kill his teacher. His eyes, blazing with defiance, locked with his instructor's. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a silent battle of wills preceding the storm. He and Win Kong already knew of the issues between his clan and the Habuk Peng clan, aware that his clan had received assistance from them in the past. A man, seemingly a member of the Habuk Peng clan, confronted him. The man's words were sharp, accusing Hyunwin of seeking strength to improve his standing within the clan. Hyunwin remained silent, his expression unreadable. The man's accusations clearly struck a nerve. Hyunwin angrily silenced his accuser, his frustration evident. The man continued to press Hyunwin, highlighting the precarious position of the Hyunwin clan, likening them to dogs on a leash. Hyunwin was called a genius by an unseen observer, who questioned the actions of someone with his background and opportunities. Ignoring the continued insults, Hyunwin remained focused. Hyunwin challenged his opponent, questioning their knowledge. The man, unfazed, continued to belittle Hyunwin's efforts. However, the man offered Hyunwin a chance to change his circumstances by learning martial arts from him. Hyunwin, irritated, silenced the man again, pointing out the man's student had already mastered the movements he had taught. Despite the conflict, the man acknowledged Hyunwin's talent. The man's final words hinted at the potential for Hyunwin's talent to surpass even that of the Blood Demon. He landed gracefully, the impact absorbed by a series of perfectly timed steps. His movements were fluid, almost ethereal. A sharp cracking sound echoed as he struck a defensive pose, his body coiled and ready. His opponent, a powerful figure, sneered. "You could even make the Hyunwin SAE clan into an unrivaled family." Hyunwin responded curtly, "Damn it, stop talking bullshit." He moved with explosive speed, a blur of motion. His anger was palpable. He thought, this much is enough to light a fire under his ass. From a distance, several figures watched the unfolding confrontation. One of them asked, "So, how was your first day?" Another cultivator sighed. It's the same for me. Sigh. And I don't even have a big age gap compared to them. Don't even talk about it. You have no idea how much they make a person sweat from the first day. A woman exclaimed. Namgung Orbioni is totally obsessed with work. Frustrated, she slammed her teacup on the table. She continued. He said that since it's my first day, he'd let me finish early, and he let me go at this time. How would you be paired with someone like that? You've suffered a lot. Then a voice stated, Oh, how did Hyungnim go with the remedial class? I went and saw Hyunwin Kong. The conversation continued, one cultivator expressing his belief that Hyunwin Kang's martial arts training was solely intended to antagonize Peng Sayuk. He elaborated, explaining that this provocation stemmed from Hyunwin's awareness of his inevitable future position as head of the Peng clan. Another cultivator interjected, mentioning that the relationship between two clans had deteriorated after the emergence of the infamous Crazy Demon. The first cultivator confirmed that the Crazy Demon they were discussing was, in fact, Hyunwin Hu. The discussion turned to Hyunwin Hu's exceptional talent within the Hyunwin SAE clan. His mastery of the Heaven-Splitting Sword and Heaven-Striking Sword was highlighted. However, during a sparring competition, his ambition to master his martial arts led to a tragic incident where he killed many. Among his victims was the younger head of the Habuk Peng clan. Following this massacre, the Murim Alliance pursued him relentlessly. The scene depicted the pursuit and the ensuing chaos. Despite the widespread search, Hyunwin Hu vanished without a trace. But that was not the end of the story. 20 years later, a woman's voice interrupted, expressing shock. She exclaimed, Wait, the blood massacre? The hushed conversation around the table spoke of a dark secret, the Crazy Demon blood massacre, and the demon's return 20 years after his disappearance. A young man, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, reacted with shock and disbelief. His reaction was one of stunned silence. The clan head, the Crazy Demon's younger brother, had quietly held a banquet for the remaining clan members. However, at that banquet, tragedy struck. The Crazy Demon slaughtered his entire family who had gathered to celebrate his return. He not only did that, but he also destroyed all information on the Heaven-Striking Sword and Heaven-Splitting Sword, setting fire to the buildings and destroying them all. The speakers expressed their astonishment that not only the martial arts experts in the family were killed, but also family members who had no martial arts knowledge. From the survivors' accounts, it was a complete annihilation of the family. Following the massacre, the Peng clan expanded their influence over the Hyunwin SAE clan. The speaker stated that the Crazy Demon died with him that day. The speaker mourned the loss of his family, those with whom he shared blood. He reflected on his inability to repay the blessings he had received in his life. He lay prostrate on the cracked earth, his body a testament to the brutal battle. His breaths hitched, shallow and pained. If given another chance, he vowed to repay all debts. His enemy, enraged, could not believe his audacity in even considering death. The bandit, wounded but defiant, was addressed by another. His final words were a quiet expression of gratitude. With a final surge of power, he vanished. His fury was palpable as he unleashed a torrent of curses. His opponent, consumed by rage, vowed vengeance. The enraged warrior launched a devastating attack. The force of the blow was immense. The speaker expressed disbelief at the accusations against the Crazy Demon Master. The truth was revealed. He and others had perished in the massacre. The only ones capable of such brutality were identified. Is the blood cult? The red-haired warrior, his eyes blazing, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. Hyunwin Kong, overcome with a sudden wave of despair, cursed under his breath. The weight of recent events pressed heavily upon him. He decided to drown his sorrows in alcohol. As he left, some of his fellow clan members questioned his late-night excursion. His master's emissary confronted him, displeased by his insubordination. They noted his intoxicated state. Meanwhile, Peng Sayuk, eager for a fight, sought out Hyunwin. Hyunwin, enraged by the challenge, drew his sword, ready to defend himself. The two prepared for a duel, their past rivalry reigniting. Peng Sayuk stood poised, his dark, formal attire a stark contrast to the dimly lit alleyway. His sword, sheathed but ready, reflected the faint glow of a nearby lantern. He moved with a practiced grace, a blur of motion as he drew his blade. The steel sang a silent song as it left its scabbard. His opponent, Hyunwin Kong, barely registered the attack before a sharp pain shot through his side. He stumbled back, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Hyunwin glared at his attacker. Did you think you'd be able to beat me like when we were kids? Peng Sayek smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. While you were going around drinking, I was working my ass off with martial arts training. He continued, his voice dripping with disdain. While you were running away from your own inferiority complex, I was sharpening my bones with effort. You drank expensive elixirs and gave it all of your effort to learn martial arts under the guidance of good teachers. With a burst of speed, Peng Sayek unleashed a powerful strike, sending Hyunwin reeling. Hyunwin, despite the pain, fought back with surprising ferocity. He countered Peng Sayek's attack, a fierce clash of steel echoing through the alley. Hyunwin's eyes narrowed. Did you really think I was that kind of person? Enraged, Hyunwin roared, "You son of a bitch!" Hyunwin's face contorted in a grimace of fury and determination. Peng Sayek, despite his aggression, offered a final piece of advice. "Listen well, Hyunwin Kong. This is the final advice I'm going to give you as a friend." His eyes blazed with barely contained fury, a storm brewing behind the steely gaze. Peng Sayek's face was a mask of barely controlled rage. He spat out the words, each syllable dripping with contempt. "I will truly crush you, like the insect you are." The defeated Hyunwin Kong, lying on the ground, could only manage a weak, barely audible response. "Let's go." Peng Sayek's final warning hung heavy in the air, a threat echoing in the silence that followed. "Don't ever appear before me again, otherwise I'll—" Hyunwin, defeated and bruised, slowly rose to his feet, his movements labored and painful. The weight of his loss was evident in his posture. He stumbled, his body aching, muttering a curse under his breath. "Shit, I feel like shit." A young boy, Kong, excitedly greeted someone, his words filled with unrestrained joy. He was clearly delighted by the arrival. Elsewhere, two figures engaged in a conversation, their words hinting at an upcoming sparring match. One of them confidently declared his intention to win. The challenge was issued, a clear invitation to battle. The sparring match began, swift movements and sharp exchanges filling the air. One combatant emerged victorious, their triumphant declaration echoing in the aftermath. Despite the victory, the warrior's determination remained unwavering. He resolved to win again. The intensity of the next match was palpable, a clash of wills and skill about to begin. With unwavering confidence, he prepared for the challenge ahead. He was certain of his victory this time. The clash of blades began, a fierce duel of skill and determination. He achieved victory, his triumph resounding. A cultivator, clad in crimson, unleashed a swirling vortex of energy, his expression a mask of fierce determination. He deflected the attack with a swift, precise movement, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He knew his opponent was mastering the five-tiger gate-breaking blade, but this was beyond what he expected. The impact sent his adversary reeling, a sharp cry escaping his lips. Concerned onlookers rushed to his side, their faces etched with worry. They questioned the attacker's motives. The young man, shaken but unharmed, responded with a mix of fear and defiance. He knew the risks he had taken. An older man, his face etched with concern, approached, demanding an explanation for the attack. The enraged father confronted the attacker, his voice laced with fury. He accused him of attempting to kill his son. The elder pleaded for forgiveness, his voice trembling with desperation. The father, still seething with rage, recounted the events, emphasizing his son's innocence. An older, cloaked figure observed the scene, revealing that the two had never been compatible, even in their youth. The elder issued a stern warning, forbidding the young man from returning. The name Hyunwin Kong echoed through the mountainous landscape. It had been some time since he'd last been seen at the academy. He seemed surprised to see a familiar face. The man, a fellow heir to one of the great clans, questioned his presence. Hyunwin's demeanor was dismissive. Hyunwin brushed off the other man's invitation to visit his family, stating he had pressing matters to attend to. Hyunwin's actions had drawn the attention of others. His behavior was deemed unacceptable. The scene shifted to a nearby plum tree, its blossoms falling like snow. The words "pathetic bastard" hung in the air. Hyunwin, reeking of alcohol, stood defiantly. A concerned voice questioned whether he intended to continue his self-destructive path. Meanwhile, another individual mused about Peng Sayek's unexpected presence. Hyunwin Kang's name was mentioned again, a question mark hanging in the air. Someone noticed Hyunwin's condition from afar, observing the signs of a recent fight. A voice questioned his decision to apply to the academy, given his immense potential. Hyunwin, seemingly defeated, urged the speaker to simply ignore him and continue on their way. Hyunwin Kong stood in the rain, a weathered umbrella offering little respite. A figure, cloaked and imposing, extended a hand, offering something unseen. The offered item remained obscured, only the giver's hand visible. Hyunwin refused the mysterious offering, his expression resolute. His refusal prompted a swift and decisive response. He was to be expelled. With a final, dismissive gesture, his opponent sent him sprawling to the ground. Hyunwin lay defeated, his thoughts bitter. The last act of kindness had been rejected. His body bore the marks of the encounter, a testament to his stubbornness. Despite his defeat, Hyunwin possessed formidable power, fragments of legendary swords. He knelt, defeated but unbowed, in the relentless rain. His face was bruised and bloodied, yet his eyes held a flicker of defiance. The rain continued to fall as his name, Hyunwin Kong, was spoken. Baek Suryong, watching from above, offered a grim assessment of the situation. Baek Suryong's sarcastic comment hung in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the moment. A young man, cloaked and carrying an umbrella, sneezed. He muttered something about not being a genius. He recalled a past battle, admitting his inadequacy against a formidable opponent. Another individual scoffed, revealing that the young man's expulsion from the academy was inevitable, given his reputation. The young man accepted his fate, deciding to embrace a life of wandering and to perfect a powerful sword technique. He reacted with disbelief to the suggestion of becoming a vagabond. He questioned the difference between his current life and that of a vagabond. He felt resignation, believing his actions were futile. He confirmed the existence of the Peng clan. He challenged someone to prove him wrong. An offer to teach a sword technique was made. He reacted with surprise to the offer. The technique was described as being from an expert of a previous generation, comparable to one used in a past test. He contemplated the offer. Hyunwon, a student in the remedial class, deemed the advanced sword technique too challenging and decided to abandon it. Frustration mounted as he questioned his inability to master the technique. His master observed his struggle. Hyunwon defiantly declared his resolve to overcome this obstacle. His master questioned his determination, given the difficulty of the technique. Hyunwon, however, reminded his master of his past praise. The training commenced, and Hyunwon pushed himself to his limits. Despite his efforts, he faltered, and his master intervened. The master expressed his belief in Hyunwon's potential, intending to mold him into a great swordsman. Hyunwon, exhausted from the training, collapsed. Later, in the headmaster's office, Hyunwon requested a transfer to the Heavenly Martial Academy. Hyunwon sought a recommendation letter to facilitate his transfer, aiming for a more competitive environment. The headmaster agreed to write the letter, though expressing some disappointment. Hyunwon, his back to the viewer, stood resolute. Despite the weight of his decision, his posture conveyed a quiet determination. That may be true, he acknowledged, but I alone cannot change anything here. I will leave. The elderly Master Jean, his face etched with wisdom and understanding, responded. He would prepare the necessary recommendation letter for Hyunwon's transfer. Hyunwon, having made his decision, declared his detachment from his current surroundings. He sought greater challenges. With a confident stride, Hyunwon moved forward, his ambition burning brightly. Asserting his authority had grown tedious. He craved a higher pursuit. Peng Sayuk, surprised by Hyunwon's departure, voiced his disbelief. Hyunwon's decision was unexpected. Sayuk's frustration boiled over. He had been searching for Hyunwon for a considerable time. Hyunwon, confronting Sayuk, questioned the sudden appearance of his rival. He had warned him before. Sayuk, undeterred, challenged Hyunwon to another fight, eager to test his skills once more. Hyunwon, though not wanting to fight immediately, promised a rematch after mastering a new sword technique. Hyunwon's dedication to his training was unwavering. He planned to dedicate himself fully to improving his skills. Hyunwon visualized his future self, stronger and more skilled, ready to defeat Sayuk in their next encounter. Sayuk, confident in his own abilities, defiantly challenged Hyunwon to wait for their next confrontation. An observer commented on Hyunwon's tenacity, noting his unwillingness to accept defeat. He stood before the academy, his gaze resolute. A quiet determination settled upon him as he prepared for the upcoming competition. Two figures walked towards a temple, their destination clear. The journey was long, but their purpose unwavering. He carried only what he needed, a quiet confidence in his eyes. The weight of his pack was insignificant compared to the weight of his resolve. A question was posed, a simple one, yet it spoke volumes about the journey ahead. He affirmed his readiness. A message arrived, a challenge issued. The time for the competition drew near, and the anticipation was palpable. A young man, his dark hair pulled back, was led to a secluded courtyard. He questioned his guide. Here? The guide confirmed, explaining that he would be training with another individual. A figure with long, dark hair smirked, revealing a secret weapon he was preparing for an upcoming competition. The young man looked surprised. Meanwhile, another young man, Suryong, excitedly greeted his teacher. He expressed his happiness at seeing his teacher again after a long absence. The teacher responded that he had been busy, but would be seeing him every day from then on. The student then inquired about the identity of the other person training alongside him. A new boy, Weiji Cheon, introduced himself, explaining that he would be 15 years old that year. The teacher explained that Cheon would be taking the entrance exam and would soon become his student's junior. The student reflected on the unusual pairing, comparing it to a cat and a dog meeting for the first time. The teacher announced that they would both be training together from that point forward. The student, no longer bored, was excited at the prospect of training with a new boy. The teacher suggested a friendly spar to warm up. He contemplated his upcoming spar, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. The thought of his new training partner clinging to him was less than appealing. Perhaps a swift end to the young man's hopes would be best. Meanwhile, his opponent, a youthful martial artist, approached with an air of confidence. The instructor, observing the pair, gave the signal to begin. The initial exchange was swift and brutal. The younger fighter was sent sprawling. He found himself momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. His opponent, however, was pleased with his progress, feeling invigorated by the fight. But the match was far from over. Another attack followed swiftly. The older fighter, despite his initial success, was beginning to tire. He questioned whether he should continue. Another powerful blow landed, sending him reeling. His opponent checked on his condition, showing a hint of concern. The instructor observed, noting the superior strength of the older fighter, but also acknowledging the younger one's unique talent. The narration box detailed the older fighter's exceptional abilities, superior body control, the capacity to instantly copy techniques, and incredible stamina. The straightforward and destructive nature of his fighting style was perfectly suited to him. The figure, cloaked in shadow and wreathed in flames, moved with impossible speed. He paused, his gaze drifting to another, younger man. His thoughts turned to the other's dedication. A weathered master, seated on a rock, observed a heavy chain hanging overhead. He spoke, a hint of amusement in his tone. The master continued, explaining the common misconception of the sword's purpose among many swordsmen. A close-up revealed the intricate detail of a sword's hilt. He challenged the young man's understanding, questioning his definition of what it meant to truly wield a sword. The master emphasized the depth of commitment required to master the sword, suggesting a daily, profound connection. The narrator reflected on the young man's remarkable skill, even if his training method was unconventional. He loved the sword above all else, the narrator explained, and this devotion fueled his progress. The young man's future potential was highlighted, contingent on his full recovery. The narrator mused on the exciting prospect of the two martial artists dominating the upcoming competition. A sudden shift in demeanor. The young man's face hardened, his eyes blazing with a cold determination. He declared his intent, a chilling resolve in his voice. Kale addressed an elder, explaining that to master the fate-defying technique, he needed time to prepare and would soon require a crucial elixir from Bachmann-chan. He inquired after the elder's well-being, mentioning a previous, hurried departure. The elder responded that Kale's visit concerned the progress on his commissioned sword. The cost of the materials needed proved higher than anticipated. Kale apologized for the increased expense, assuring the elder that he would cover the costs, urging him to focus solely on the sword's creation. He cheerfully added that he was quite wealthy and could easily afford any additional expenses. A sudden announcement shattered the calm. They had run out of money. An elder, his face etched with worry, reviewed the financial records. Kale's shock was palpable as he reacted to the news. The elder explained that despite having funds, they had mysteriously vanished. All their assets had disappeared. Suspicion arose, with the elder wondering if Kale had secretly been misappropriating funds. The elder revealed that all their investments had been shut down due to illegal activities, and their income sources had dried up. Even the Sleeping Dragon restaurant had been acquired. The elder angrily revealed that Kale had been purchasing incredibly expensive materials. Kale calmly responded that he could wait a year for the funds to replenish. A tense negotiation unfolded between two figures. One, powerfully built with long dark hair, gripped the other's arm, his knuckles white. The other, more slender, wore a light beige tunic and appeared to be protesting. The merchants and their escorts needed a new name, a matter of some importance. A man with dark hair and a sharp gaze, his expression enigmatic, proposed a solution: the White Dragon merchants and White Dragon escorts. The scene shifted to a bustling tavern. A group of people were gathered around a table, their conversation lively and animated. He addressed his companions, his voice carrying a note of urgency. One of them, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, was bluntly asked if they had any money. A man with dark hair and a serious expression explained that he'd been wondering why they'd suddenly been buying so much alcohol. He then asked if they were trying to borrow money. The woman offered to give them some money, explaining that they had made a bet last time. Another man, however, was hesitant to take the money, preferring to save it for a more opportune moment. She offered to lend him the money instead, requesting repayment when he received his own. He gratefully accepted, and she suggested a private lesson if he needed more money in the future. A discussion unfolds around a table. The topic is the potential for earning money by teaching martial arts privately. One individual suggests it would be particularly lucrative in the coming month, given the Azure Dragon Academy entrance exam. The timing, they agree, is ideal for those preparing for the upcoming entrance exams. However, a trainee instructor points out that they don't typically earn much money. Another suggests that with the right connections, such as Namgung, significantly more could be made. The potential earnings are discussed. A skilled instructor could make 300 silver pieces in a month. One person expresses surprise and questions the instructor's apparent greed. Despite the potential for higher earnings through private lessons, one of the instructors notes that even then, the pay is relatively low for their position. Another instructor confidently asserts that he will earn more than Namgung Su. A wide shot of city at twilight. The scene is peaceful and quiet. The tranquility of the city is noted. An elder comments on the cold dawn air. He mentions his recovery and that the chill is tolerable. The elder expresses his pleasure at returning to his hometown after many years, but also states that he has no desire to return to a place filled with crime. The elder directs attention to the surprisingly noisy sounds coming from a nearby location. The narrator observes that there are many strange people in the world. A group of men, dressed in traditional garb, stood in hushed discussion. The air crackled with unspoken questions, their gazes fixed on a single flyer. One of them voiced his skepticism, muttering about overconfident martial artists. He, an elderly man with a neatly trimmed mustache, seemed unusually intrigued by the advertisement. He requested a copy, his curiosity piqued. The flyer detailed the Azure Dragon Academy's entrance exam preparation classes. An enthusiastic advertisement promised unbelievable qualifications and immediate success to those who enrolled in Baek Suryong's personally tailored classes. The elder chuckled, amused by the prospect of martial arts lessons. His companion, however, seemed unconvinced. The title card for Chapter 34, Strength, appeared, signaling the start of a new training arc. A group of cultivators stood before a training hall, discussing whether to open for business. He and Winkong critiqued a student's form during a sparring session, instructing them to repeat the exercise. The student, clearly frustrated, complained about being hit repeatedly. A voice called out, questioning the two about their earlier actions. He and Winkong, observing the scene, remained impassive. One of the students explained that he had diligently prepared for the training session, having risen early to set up. The other student, curious, asked if this was the White Dragon training grounds. An elderly man with a cane approached, his presence commanding attention. A young man greeted the newcomers, while another cultivator expressed his disdain. The elderly man invited them inside. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the grand architecture of the Azure Dragon Academy. A lone figure, his aura radiating power, stood silhouetted against the vibrant sky. He was accompanied by a younger man, whose strength was evident even from a distance. They were offered tea, a gesture of hospitality. The younger man, addressing the academy's staff, clarified that he sought training for himself, not a grandchild. An elder, surprised by the request, questioned the younger man's intentions, given his age. The elder politely inquired about the younger man's age, prompting a moment of hesitation. The younger man, though initially hesitant, revealed his age and his long-held ambition to join the academy. Boldly, the younger man proposed to pay 10 times the academy's standard fee. The elder, taken aback by the offer, calculated the sum, 3,000 silvers. The elder, after a moment of consideration, extended his hand, a gesture of agreement. Despite the substantial sum, the elder sighed, indicating that even that amount might not be enough. Undeterred, the younger man countered with an offer of 20 times the original fee. He confidently asserted that this would guarantee his transformation into the academy's top student. The young man stood defiantly, his gray eyes blazing with defiance as he faced his accuser. He had been accused of deception. His teacher, enraged by the perceived betrayal, threatened to cut out his tongue if he continued to speak lies. The unseen observer noted the young man's predicament. The tension between the young man and his accuser escalated, the air thick with unspoken threats. The young man's gaze hardened, questioning whether the threat was directed at him or someone else. He apologized, explaining that his escort had been wrongly instructed. The elder, however, responded with amusement, expressing envy at the loyalty of the young man's escort. The elder then explained the difficulties the young man would face in learning martial arts at his age, despite any potential luck. Despite the odds, the young man remained resolute. However, the elder pointed out that the young man had already encountered a stroke of incredible luck. The elder chuckled, appreciating the young man's quick thinking and promotion. The elder expressed his amusement at the young man's calm demeanor during the earlier confrontation. The young man, however, insisted on ending the pleasantries and proceeding with the matter at hand. The young man, Kale, stood before an elder, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. The elder offered him a substantial sum of silver coins, a proposition that seemed to surprise Kale. The elder, in a gesture of generosity, agreed to pay half the sum immediately, promising the remainder upon completion of a task. Kale, overcome with a sense of unexpected good fortune, couldn't help but smile at his luck. The elder, with a knowing smile, expressed his hope that Kale would succeed in his endeavor. He contemplated the implications of accepting such a generous offer, acknowledging the potential consequences of failure. The elder then outlined the terms of the agreement, a month of training starting immediately. During the training, the elder observed Kale's stamina, impressed by his endurance. As the training progressed, a moment of rest was called for. Suddenly, an unexpected energy surge manifested itself. The elder, intrigued, pondered the reason behind Kale's need for a cane, a detail that had previously gone unnoticed. The elder explained that with his constant presence, Kale would have no need for self-defense. Despite his stamina limitations, the elder deemed Kale's overall fitness acceptable. The elder, having assessed Kale's physical condition, prepared to continue the training. Kale, ever vigilant, proposed a thorough examination of the elder's physical state, prompting a question regarding the prior pulse check. The elder explained that a simple pulse check was insufficient. A deeper analysis of the internal energy coursing through his body was necessary. Despite the elder's apprehension and pleas to the contrary, Kale insisted on proceeding with the examination. Kale reassured the elder, emphasizing his intentions were purely diagnostic and posed no threat. The elder, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, reluctantly agreed to the examination. He instructed Kale to sit, preparing to transfer his internal energy. With a solemn declaration, the elder initiated the energy transfer. The elder's hands rested on Kale's back, initiating the energy flow. Meanwhile, the elder's expression reflected surprise at the minimal effect of the numerous elixirs Kale had consumed. He noted that the elixirs seemed ineffective, suggesting a lack of training despite their consumption. The elder discovered a significant amount of impure qi within Kale, masking his true physical state. The energy transfer continued, the elder guiding the process. Finally, the elder inquired about the results of the energy transfer. An elderly man, seemingly amused, observed Kale. The old man already knew the answer, yet he posed the question anyway. He commented on the miraculous nature of Kale's survival, given the significant amount of money spent on his treatment. Kale, somewhat smugly, pointed out that even renowned experts couldn't diagnose his condition so quickly. Addressing his teacher, Beck, Kale inquired about his next steps. The old man revealed that Kale possessed an excessive amount of impure qi. He explained that the first step was to eliminate this impure qi. Kale reacted with disbelief to the suggestion of removing the impure qi, questioning its feasibility. The old man insisted that even the most skilled healers deemed this task impossible. Kale, however, felt a sense of relief, understanding that his encounter with the old man was a stroke of incredible luck. The old man noted Kale's escort's wariness, even after confirming the absence of weapons. Kale acknowledged the escort's apprehension, but resolved to maintain composure. The old man instructed Kale to close his eyes and breathe deeply, warning him of some discomfort. Kale reflected on the relative ease of the process, attributing it to prior experience. The young man's hands rested on the elder's chest, a faint purple glow emanating from his palms. A surge of energy pulsed outwards. A pained groan escaped the elder's lips as the process continued. He was nearing his limit, the strain evident on his face. The young man paused, sensing the elder's distress. He decided to halt the procedure for the day. But then, something unexpected happened. The medicinal effects of the treatment began to manifest. The elder's body began to react to the influx of healing energy. The young man was astonished. The impure qi had been a part of the elder for so long that it had become integrated into his being. He realized the elder was more than just a patient. He was a source of immense power. His eyes gleamed with determination. He would continue the treatment, even if it meant pushing the elder to his limits. He would ensure the elder's full recovery. The young man stood, his back to the viewer, a faint purple aura still surrounding him. The elder gasped, his body trembling from the exertion. The young man approached, concerned for the elder's well-being. A low chuckle rumbled from the elder as he sat, his body visibly lighter. The impure qi, it seemed, was finally yielding. He felt a lightness he hadn't experienced in decades. Kale, observing him, felt a surge of satisfaction. Kale, though pleased with the progress, was primarily concerned with the elder's well-being. He asked if he was all right. The elder reassured him, stating he would be fine in a moment. He explained that continued sessions would further improve his condition, but also remove the lingering effects of the medicine. The question hung heavy in the night air. What exactly was that person? Even after witnessing it, the speaker found it unbelievable. He had accomplished something beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled heavenly doctor. An elderly man, his hands clasped together, confessed that he still felt as if he were in a dream. He had never heard of such a method for expelling impure qi before, but he had heard of the absorption technique, a dangerous method that involved absorbing another person's internal energy. Though powerful, it was considered a demonic art due to the risk of bursting one's vessels. Concerned, someone asked if he was all right. He assured them he was fine and urged them to rest. Feeling feverish, he decided to wash up. An elder lamented the loss of a man's life that day. The young man, Kale, stared at his teacher, a profound sadness etched onto his face. Just why? Just for 10,000 silvers? He questioned, his voice barely a whisper. The elder sighed, his gaze distant and heavy with unspoken burdens. He explained that he had made a promise to ensure Kale's entry into the Azure Dragon Academy, a promise that may have cost him his life. The weight of that promise pressed upon the elder's heart. He reflected on the order he had received, realizing the task was far too difficult for him to accomplish alone. A sigh escaped the elder's lips, a sound heavy with regret and weariness. Kale's eyes blazed with an inner fire, his hair seeming to writhe with barely contained power. He was determined to master the fate-defying god technique. He focused his resolve, believing that with enough dedication, he could reach the fourth peak of the technique. The next morning arrived, bringing with it a new day and a renewed sense of purpose. Kale visited his teacher, expressing gratitude for the immense favor he had been shown. He had been half joking about the favor, but his teacher had taken his words seriously. The teacher, seated serenely, listened patiently. He had risked his own life to help Kale. A younger man, surprised by the elder's words, asked for clarification. He pledged his loyalty, vowing to follow in his teacher's path from that day forward. Gong Sun Su, the young man, revealed his name to his teacher, apologizing for the oversight. Suryong's third disciple, Gong Sun Su, was formally introduced. A young woman, kneeling before a seated man, earnestly pleaded with him to accept her as his disciple. Her words were heartfelt, yet tinged with a hint of frustration at his unusual reticence. Meanwhile, another individual, seemingly a fellow student, questioned the man's silence, adding to the already tense atmosphere. The man, clearly uncomfortable with the informal address, politely explained his preference for a more formal interaction. The young woman, now his disciple, expressed her gratitude for his guidance, subtly hinting at her significant progress in mastering a powerful technique. Their training commenced immediately. The master declared that their lessons would begin at dawn. The initial exercises were a review of the previous day's warm-ups. The disciple's body felt remarkably light, almost as if she could fly, a testament to her growing mastery. However, her enthusiasm led to a sudden, painful mishap. The master scolded her for her recklessness, reminding her to slow down. Despite the setback, they both acknowledged the long road ahead. News of the private lesson spread, revealing the existence of another student, a 15-year-old boy, and also, surprisingly, a 65-year-old elder. The master discussed the elder's remarkable physical and mental condition, noting that if he succeeded, he would be the oldest student in the academy's history. He also commented on the 15-year-old's exceptional potential, predicting his success in the upcoming year. The question hung heavy in the air. Who among the students would rise to the top? He instructed the student head to begin patrol duties. The instructor surveyed the group of students he was tasked with guiding. Among them, he identified 3 who he believed possessed the greatest potential. Master Namgung confirmed the student head's report. A student inquired about the identity of Weiji Chion, a name unfamiliar to another. The latter dismissed the question, stating that even a hedgehog loves its own children. One student scoffed at another's apparent naivete. A student humbly greeted the instructor, admitting his ignorance of the instructor's name. Baek Suryong, impressed by the student's confidence, introduced himself. Other students recognized Baek Suryong, acknowledging his reputation as a braggart. 2 students discussed a seemingly ordinary child under Namgung's tutelage, speculating about his future. The instructors discussed the student's behavior, noting the influence of Namgung's personality. Master Jean, observing 2 of his students, declared, "Enough, the both of you." He seemed to question his own words, muttering, "Did I say something wrong?" One of the students, a young man named Hyun Kong, had been receiving separate tutelage due to his exceptional potential. His instructor explained, "That being said, it seems that you've taken Hyun Kong from the dorms." He has a lot of potential, so I've been teaching him separately." Another instructor, unimpressed, retorted, "To take a failure and try to win the Heavenly Martial competition. Your ambitions are quite big. We'll see how long that lasts. Let's go back." Hyun Kong, the student in question, confidently proposed a wager to his instructor. The instructor scoffed, "A wager?" Hyun Kang's instructor, Baek Suryong, countered, "A failure? You dare insult my student? It's no different to insulting me. This year's entrance exams. Let's see whose students get the better results. There's no way I can just let that slide, or else I'll feel like I've lost." The other instructors reacted with amusement and disbelief to the unfolding events. The intensity of the situation escalated, mirroring the growing tension between the instructors. Baek Suryong challenged Hyun Kong, questioning his confidence. "Really think that you can win? If you're scared, then you can just go, right?" Hyun Kong, a student in Master Namgung's class, remained calm and collected. A female student, concerned about the wager, asked Hyun Kong, "What? And what if I win? I haven't really thought about that. What are you so worried about? Is there something you want?" Hyun Kong, with a smirk, made his demands clear. "How about you clean my room every morning and night?" The wager was accepted, and the tension reached a fever pitch. The young man, Baek Suryong, stood before his instructor, a stern look etched on his face. He had just made a bold wager, the stakes of which were far higher than he initially let on. His instructor, a man of considerable age and wisdom, merely sighed. The weight of the impending competition rested heavily upon him. The 2 instructors, observing the scene, exchanged a knowing glance. Their student's recklessness was a familiar sight. One of the instructors expressed his disapproval with a sharp TSK. A wave of intense energy pulsed outwards, emanating from the young man. The air crackled with anticipation. The instructor addressed his students, his voice carrying an air of authority. He announced that they had 30 minutes to change into their uniforms and assemble. One of the students questioned the sudden announcement of dinner time. Another student, a powerful cultivator, expressed his impatience. He challenged the instructor, questioning whether he looked easy to defeat. The instructor reiterated the dinner time rule. Those late would not eat. A student, frustrated by the instructor's stinginess, let out a cry of exasperation. The instructor, Master Namgung, declared his intention to return to his former, more ruthless teaching style. A figure, doubled over in pain, gasped, a sound like air escaping a punctured lung. He was being held down by another. There were a mixture of taunting and instruction. The words tiger, monkey, and move were discernible. The one being held down protested, his frustration evident. He angrily demanded to be released. His captor laughed, urging him to move faster. He was clearly exhausted, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The struggle continued, the held figure clearly nearing his limit. His captor praised his efforts, offering a moment of respite. The captor gently touched his head, a gesture of both encouragement and assessment. The student questioned the method, wondering why he was mimicking animals instead of human movements. The instructor explained that while modern martial arts often focus on human movements, the origins of many techniques lay in animal mimicry. He lamented the loss of this deeper meaning. The instructor clarified that the goal was to utilize muscles not typically engaged, enhancing training. He stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. The movements, he'd been told, were key to mastering the Green Forest's 18 base formations. And that mastery, in turn, would eventually allow him to learn the Azura bloodway of the sword. But even with the upcoming heavenly martial competition looming, he felt no pressure. He possessed potential, yes, but he was, as his master often said, a lazy student. A sudden blow to the head interrupted his reverie. He cried out in surprise. His master, irritated by something else entirely, had unleashed his frustration on the young man. The young man was taken aback by the unexpected attack, questioning his master's actions. His master explained that the anger itself was a catalyst for growth, a force to be harnessed. Challenged to prove his anger through the upcoming midweek tests, the student readily agreed to continue his training alone. Master Jin checked on Shion's recovery. Shion explained that while his physical wounds had healed, accessing his internal energy still caused discomfort. His dantian and veins were fully healed, but the possibility of a psychological issue remained. The young man, Shion, found that attempting to access his internal energy triggered an overwhelming sense of fear, a chilling reminder of his past. His master, Jin, offered words of comfort and suggested they work together to find a solution. He apologized for the added stress. Shion's anxieties were palpable. The thought of financial ruin weighed heavily on him. Despite his worries, he reassured his master that he was fine and urged him not to feel burdened. He resolved to do his best. Master Jin, however, noticed his student was overworking himself. He pointed out that Shion was already at his limit. Shion insisted he was still fine, but his master disagreed, noting that his current training was akin to self-flagellation. Master Jin explained that Shion's current training level was not comparable to that of younger students. He promised to help Shion get into the Azure Dragon Academy by teaching him suitable martial arts. Shion acknowledged that he had pushed himself too hard. His master then suggested they rest. "Ugh, this is just like paradise." Shion reflected on the many massages he had received in the Imperial Palace, unsure if his master was acting as an instructor or a masseuse. Chon, exhausted but resolute, received a massage. His master noted his skill, commenting that it was the first time he'd encountered someone so adept. The master chuckled, inquiring about Shion's aspirations, suggesting a position in the palace. Shion, however, dismissed the idea, focusing instead on his own martial arts training and his challenges. He reflected on his childhood jealousy of those who attended martial arts academies, viewing them as heroes. His widowed mother had enrolled him in an academy, but by the time he made a name for himself, she had passed away. Despite this, he continued his training, suppressing his memories of his hometown. He found himself attending martial arts lessons, even at his current age, finding the pursuit enjoyable. The elderly man, seemingly content with his decision, found joy in his continued learning. Shion's grandfather offered his support and guidance, ensuring his success in the upcoming entrance exam. Their training continued, with the master's stern instruction. Despite pleas for leniency, the master remained firm, pushing his students. The master's words echoed, reminding them of the path ahead. 1 month later, Shion stood before the Azure Dragon Academy, contemplating the entrance exam. He chuckled, a light sound that belied the tension he felt. The line to enter the Azure Dragon Academy entrance exams was indeed quite long. Applicants were instructed to have their identification papers and proof of identity tag ready. He observed the scene, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. There were some who seemed unfamiliar with the process. A ghostly image of an older man appeared before him, his words echoing in Chion's mind. "Chion, from now on, just forget the blood cult. Live as a martial artist of the just families." He reflected on his new identification papers, a necessary precaution to avoid suspicion. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards his teacher. He carefully held the papers, his expression thoughtful. His teacher had already left for work, making it difficult to meet him before the exams. The preparations were underway, but his teacher was unusually busy. He sought assistance from a senior student, who readily offered help and proved to be reliable. Only those taking the entrance exams were allowed past this point, due to the high volume of activity inside. He waited patiently, his companion reassuring him that if anything were to happen, it would have already happened. His companion offered to stay with him, ensuring his safety. He declined, stating that he would use stealth techniques to follow. He resolved to take the exam on his own merits, without external help. He vowed to remain silent about his companion, even if discovered. His training had prepared him to withstand torture. He stood before the elder, a storm brewing in his eyes. The question hung heavy in the air. Was this a deliberate provocation? The younger man's apology was swift, a carefully chosen response to the elder's pointed words. The elder's words, though seemingly harsh, revealed a hidden tenderness. He considered the younger man as a daughter. He offered a further apology, suggesting a rest for the day. He granted the younger man permission to leave, instructing him to return before dinner and enjoy himself. Alone, the younger man contemplated the elder's order, a hint of uncertainty clouding his expression. He found himself in a familiar tavern, a place he knew all too well. His thoughts turned to his potential abandonment, a fear that gnawed at him. A mysterious woman approached, her words hinting at a hidden connection. Suddenly, he was attacked. A fierce clash erupted, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. The aftermath of a sudden collapse was chaos. Dust motes danced in the dim light of the room as several figures rushed to aid the fallen elder. He moved with a purpose, his dark coat billowing slightly as he strode through the room, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. His thoughts were grim. If discovered, he would rather end his own life than face the consequences. He knew he had to follow the elder, despite the risk. Outside, he encountered another individual, their words sharp and accusatory. The tone was unwelcome. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. The vast expanse of the Azure Dragon Academy filled the view, its imposing architecture a testament to its prestige. A young man, his gaze fixed on the scene, marveled at its grandeur. He continued walking alongside an older man, their conversation light despite the imposing surroundings. The older man seemed pleased with the academy. The younger man, however, was preoccupied. He turned to his companion, a question lingering on his lips. He voiced his concerns about a woman, expressing worry despite the older man's earlier reassurances. The older man sighed, clearly exasperated. The older man, though clearly annoyed by the younger man's persistence, reiterated his instructions for the young man to continue his observation of the academy. The pair arrived at the academy gates. The younger man pondered their next move, unsure how to proceed without proper credentials. They were approached by a group of students, who immediately recognized the younger man. A tense moment hung in the air. One of the students, surprised by the encounter, expressed his astonishment at seeing the younger man there. Another student, however, revealed that he and a companion were receiving private tutoring from a respected teacher within the academy. The conversation shifted to the younger man's reputation, with one student expressing disbelief at his apparent strength and high ranking among applicants. The younger man, however, seemed taken aback by the comments, questioning how he could possibly be considered among the top applicants. Meanwhile, another student observed the younger man, seeing him as an easy target for bullying. A gatekeeper, observing Kale and his companion from a distance, questioned their presence. Outsiders were forbidden from entering. The older man, seemingly unfazed, simply asked if they were taking the entrance exam. Nearby, a student studying martial arts under Beck Suryong expressed surprise at the older man's age. The older man, with a playful smirk, declared himself a hot-blooded youth despite his 65 years. A nearby student apologized for laughing, prompting the older man to remark on the absurdity of their age. He mused that the younger man would undoubtedly fail the entrance exam. The older man then proposed a friendly spar to warm up before the exam. Meanwhile, Kale was approached by someone who inquired about his recent unemployment. Kale vehemently denied being fired, clarifying that he was simply taking a break. He explained that he was preparing for the entrance exams and needed some extra help. Another student offered to assist Kale, expressing concern over his demeanor. Kale, however, insisted he didn't need help. Elsewhere, a group of students discussed Kale's striking appearance. His striking appearance was a topic of conversation. A woman, her expression curious, commented on his handsome features, though she noted that such an appearance would be hard to miss. He was asked why his expression had worsened and whether he needed a break. He replied that he felt no need to rest. In response, he was told that he simply needed some advice. The woman then observed that he was like the elder's shadow, to which he replied that was literally his job. The conversation turned to hypothetical scenarios. He was asked if he would obey the elder's command to die, and he answered affirmatively. Next, he was asked if he would kill someone if the elder ordered it. He stated he didn't even need to answer that. Finally, he was asked what he would do if the elder suddenly passed away. His expression turned serious. He admitted that he had never even considered that possibility before. He was then questioned about why the elder had given him a break, implying a lack of understanding on his part. It was explained that entry to the academy required passing entrance exams. The woman pointed out that while he seemed to be protecting the elder, he was actually the one relying on him. She then revealed that the elder viewed him as a daughter, and asked if he felt the same about the elder as a father. He was urged to consider why the elder had given him time for himself. Kale, his brow furrowed, questioned his recent actions. He felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He turned his attention to the woman, a member of the brocade-clad guard, and asked if she knew the elder. The woman, though seemingly calm, admitted to having a hunch about the situation. She pledged silence regarding the elder, revealing her position within the elite guard. A flashback showed Kale's past, captured as a war orphan by the Imperial Police. His subsequent training in martial arts, infiltration, and assassination led to numerous secret missions. Years passed. A significant change was about to occur. The Emperor's decree reduced Kale to servitude under the Elder. He reflected on his situation, using the word reduced to describe his status. Kale contemplated his freedom, realizing it would only come with the Elder's death. The Elder had erased his past, providing him with a new identity. The woman observed Kale's calm demeanor while recounting such a shocking revelation. Kale suggested they discuss the matter further inside, expressing a slight concern. The woman pondered the potential consequences of insulting the Elder after the exam. He smirked, a glint in his eye. He'd ensured his opponent was robust enough to withstand the upcoming ordeal. The attack commenced, a blur of motion. A powerful blow landed, the force echoing in the air. His opponent, staggered, fell to the ground, utterly surprised. He cursed, his face contorted in frustration. Rage fueled his next words, a threat aimed at the fallen man. He prepared to strike again, his anger palpable. The Elder observed, his expression unreadable. With a swift movement, the Elder countered. The Elder noted the young man's remarkable patience and composure under pressure. The young man explained his slow reactions were a result of facing stronger opponents. The Elder pondered, considering the young man's psychological warfare skills. He, Master Namgung, observed the young man, Kale, with a discerning gaze. The Elder's expression was unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of calm authority. His assessment was clear. Kale's opponents would underestimate him, a crucial advantage in the upcoming conflict. However, this tactic was not unusual for those within the demonic faction. Kale, seemingly unburdened by the weight of the impending battle, let out a carefree laugh. The ensuing confrontation was swift and brutal. Namgung's ears remained unaffected by the cacophony of battle. Kale, enraged, unleashed a furious attack, calling his opponent an old bastard. Namgung, despite his initial doubts, found his assessment of Kale's abilities to be correct. He realized the young man had been muttering to himself throughout the fight, a strategy that had gone unnoticed until now. The fight continued with unrelenting intensity. Namgung witnessed a moment of clarity in Kale's movements, a sign of enlightenment. Namgung's vision pierced through Kale's attacks, revealing their underlying structure. Kale stood defiant, his expression resolute. He stood, head bowed, amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The battle had ended, leaving him drained but strangely enlightened. The title page for Chapter 38, titled Strength, declared the start of a new chapter. A question arose regarding the nature of the martial arts being displayed. Were they shamanistic in origin? The question was answered. They were not shamanistic, but rather Taoist in nature. An observer noted the remarkable harmony between the movements and the principle of softness overcoming hardness. An elderly man with a mustache watched intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He urged the viewers to pay close attention to what was about to unfold. A warning was issued about the dangers of misjudging an opponent. The Elder's skill was praised by onlookers. They were amazed. The Elder's skill was so impressive that someone commented on how cool it was. Another person overheard that the Elder was the strongest applicant. The Elder humbly thanked everyone for their compliments. A sudden, powerful impact was felt, causing a commotion among the onlookers. The elderly man with a mustache looked on, his expression unreadable. Master Namgung, despite his advanced age, moved with surprising agility, his body a blur of motion as he deflected a series of blows. His movements were precise, each strike calculated and powerful. The force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling outwards, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. He grunted, a pained expression twisting his features as he staggered back, blood trickling from a fresh wound on his arm. His attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow, lunged forward, their movements swift and deadly. The attacker, enraged, shouted a threat, his voice filled with malice. Despite the pain, Master Namgung called out a warning, his voice strained but firm. The blow sent him sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, another cultivator engaged the attacker, their swords clashing in a flurry of sparks. The second cultivator, clearly outmatched, was forced to retreat, his movements defensive. The attacker scoffed, their confidence unwavering as they pursued their opponent. The attacker, now focused on both cultivators, issued a chilling vow of vengeance. The battle intensified, the clash of steel echoing through the air. Master Namgung, his face etched with worry, reflected on his student's astonishing mastery of sword aura. He couldn't recall ever teaching such technique. Meanwhile, another cultivator observed the young prodigy, Weiji Qion, whose potential was deemed incredible. He remained poised, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. The blood demon, his red hair a stark contrast to his pale skin, engaged in a furious battle. He declared he would never forgive his opponent. His opponent, gripping his sword, vowed vengeance. The scene shifted to the cultivator's desperate plea for forgiveness. The young cultivator, his face contorted in rage, prepared to strike. He moved with surprising speed and skill, dodging a flurry of blows. A brutal blow sent the older cultivator reeling, a pained cry escaping his lips. Consumed by fury, the younger cultivator threatened to kill his opponent. He questioned whether his opponent had ever taken a life before. The older cultivator launched a desperate counterattack, a chilling reflection on the consequences of murder. The crimson spray arced through the air, a gruesome testament to the ferocity of the blow. The warrior's attack had been swift, brutal, and utterly decisive. His opponent, a seasoned martial artist, cried out in agony. His left arm hung limp, severed at the shoulder. Despite the horrific injury, the warrior pressed his advantage. "Doesn't that mean you can still fight?" he taunted. His opponent, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and terror, could only gasp for air, begging for mercy. He collapsed, defeated and bleeding profusely. The young warrior stood over him, his expression grim but resolute. He raised his sword, preparing to deliver the final blow. But then, a powerful force intervened. Another figure, cloaked in shadows, launched a swift attack. The young warrior parried the blow, his movements precise and deadly. A voice boomed across the battlefield. "A martial artist has lost his arm. That much should be enough for you." The young warrior, momentarily stunned, lowered his sword. His opponent, barely alive, was left to the mercy of the newcomer. He stared, bewildered, at the scene before him. An observer, watching from afar, muttered, "He really has monstrous potential." He was helped to his feet by an older man, his concern evident. The young warrior, though wounded, insisted he was fine enough to walk. The older man nodded, acknowledging the warrior's strength. He mentioned that the warrior's opponent was exceptionally strong. The warrior's name was revealed to be Weiji Chion. His defeated opponent apologized profusely for his actions, admitting to being overly excited during the match. Weiji Chion, unimpressed, called him a disappointing fool. The defeated man explained that his actions were regrettable, but the situation could have been far worse. He continued, emphasizing that he was grateful for only losing an arm. The defeated man was left on the ground, defeated and in pain. Another man approached, promising to deal with the defeated man later. He wondered aloud if the defeated man was a student of Baek Suryeong. Elsewhere, another figure appeared, seemingly surprised to find Weiji Chion there. He winced, a low groan escaping his lips as the old man's surprisingly strong fingers pressed into his injured side. The healer, startled by the sudden intrusion, recoiled slightly. What are you doing?" he stammered, eyes wide with alarm. He quickly reassured the healer, "Calm down. I heard that you were attacked. Who would dare?" His instructions were clear. "Please, just take the elixir and take your clothes off for now. I'll insert the needles immediately." The injuries, while painful, were superficial. "This is embarrassing. They're only small internal injuries," he muttered, more to himself and the healer. A concerned voice interrupted their quiet exchange. "Is there something wrong, teacher?" He explained the situation, recounting the events that led to his injuries. And then Jomak Seng came in with the intent to kill him. His eyes turned red, and he unleashed a gray sword aura. Despite his injuries, a new resolve hardened his gaze. "But that Jomak Seng guy, I'll have to go see him." The moon hung high in the inky sky, casting long shadows across the landscape. A swift, precise strike landed, the attacker's blade a blur. A pained grunt escaped the victim's lips. Two figures stood over the fallen man, their words sharp and cruel. One, a young man, was clearly injured. The other, older and more imposing, sneered. A violent impact shook the room. Jean, the injured man, had been struck. He cursed, his body racked with pain. His face was contorted in agony. His thoughts turned to what might have been a life of ease had he chosen a different path. But his current predicament was the result of poor choices and bad luck. He blamed others for his misfortune, refusing to accept responsibility for his actions. Despite his despair, a plan began to form in his mind. He would take revenge. A wave of relief washed over him, a momentary respite from the crushing weight of his situation. He justified his actions, convincing himself that he had no reason to feel guilt. A new figure appeared, challenging him. The confrontation was imminent. Jean, his face contorted in fury, demanded, "Baek Suryeong? What in the world are you talking about?" His opponent, Baek Suryeong, calmly accused, "You're part of the blood cult, aren't you?" A figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured, questioning, "What really?" The impact of a powerful blow sent Suryeong reeling. He countered, explaining, "What you've been learning are demonic arts called black blood demonic arts." Enraged, Suryeong shouted, "Shut up. What do you know?" A warning echoed in Suryeong's mind. The more he learned, the more his temper would flare, leading to a loss of rationality. Despite the warning, Suryeong continued his attack, shouting, "Shut the fuck up. I'll kill you." Suryeong was warned that the black blood demonic arts would leave him emaciated and dead if he spilled his own blood. Suryeong cried out in pain and agony. Jean roared, "AACK. Shut the fuck up." Suryeong's inner turmoil manifested as a desperate plea, "Get out of my head." Suryeong, consumed by demonic energy, lunged at Jean. The air crackled with dark power. Observing the transformation, Jean noted the demonic person's appearance was identical to Suryeong's. He mused that the black blood demonic arts didn't typically cause such a drastic change, nor did they leak demonic energy. With a roar, Suryong unleashed a devastating attack. Jin resolved that, to understand Suryong's story, he would first have to subdue him. The battle raged, a whirlwind of blows and energy. Jin landed a powerful blow, sending Suryong reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Jin pressed his advantage, demanding to know who had taught Suryong the black blood demonic arts. As the demonic influence overwhelmed him, Suryong fell to his knees, consumed by rage and pain. He cursed those who had scorned him as an orphan. Jin observed that Suryong was completely consumed by the demonic energy, which had seeped into his very bones. He knew he had to quell the demonic influence if he wanted to learn Suryong's story. Suryong cried out in agony, the pain overwhelming him. He pleaded, desperate to escape his torment, not wanting to die this way. Jin, assessing back Suryong's weakened state, questioned him about the origin of his demonic arts, offering a swift, painless death in exchange for the truth. Suryong vehemently denied any connection to the blood cult, insisting he was merely an orphan. He explained that he learned martial arts at an orphanage and later received sponsorship from the Namgung clan, where his demonic abilities unexpectedly manifested. Jin, however, remained skeptical, questioning the possibility of learning such arts without a teacher. The possibility that someone had deliberately implanted the demonic arts into Suryong's mind was raised. Jin, intrigued by this hypothesis, commanded Suryong to remain still. He began a careful examination, prompting Suryong's alarm. A sudden, intense pain overwhelmed Suryong as Jin probed deeper. The examination revealed a scar on Suryong's scalp, a telltale sign of demonic soul implantation surgery. Jin recognized the procedure, confirming his suspicions about the origin of Suryong's powers. A chilling scene unfolded. Rows of children prepared for the same demonic soul implantation. The narration revealed this to be the blood cult's secret weapon, created through ancient surgical methods. The surviving children would have their memories sealed and sent to Murim. As the young men lay slain, a chilling prophecy was uttered. As they grow, they will remember their roots. The location of this grim scene? Right in the heart of Murim's orthodox sects. A sinister figure, eyes glowing red, explained the process. This surgical method is called the demonic soul implantation art. He declared that these children would be known as implanted demonic soul beings, a chilling title that foreshadowed their dark destiny. Two figures, cloaked in darkness, discussed the implications of the procedure. One questioned the controllability of these newly created beings. The other responded that, as the demonic energy seeps into their bones, they will be unable to distinguish friend from foe. He added that, while the implanted beings would kneel before their master's greatness, that greatness could not always be present. A skeptical voice challenged the confidence of the previous speaker, questioning the feasibility of controlling such beings. One of the cloaked figures apologized, stating that their focus should be on perfecting the four great evil beings. The speaker explained that once the four great evil beings are perfected, the implanted demonic beings will awaken. A dark figure, shrouded in shadow, declared that their sect would bathe all of Murim in blood. An elderly man, his body ravaged, shivered, muttering about the cold. Suryong, noticing the man's condition, asked if he was cold. A desperate plea for help echoed through the air, barely audible above the sounds of chaos. Please, save me, the voice whispered, laced with terror. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a deafening roar. The source of the plea was engulfed in a fiery explosion. The aftermath was grim. A single, dark boot stood amidst the scattered debris, a stark reminder of the destructive force unleashed. He observed the scene, his expression grim. If they all explode like that, he thought, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Even from a distance, the sheer power of the explosions was evident. Even the best experts will get hurt, he muttered, his voice low. His gaze fell upon a figure emerging from the smoke, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The figure addressed the demonic entity, a question hanging heavy in the air. Demonic brain, are you really alive? He stood silently, contemplating the implications of what he had witnessed. Or have others in the blood cult taken on your teachings? He wondered. The ever-powerful Hyunwon clan, and now this. He pieced together the information, a grim realization dawning on him. It's all information that only I can recognize, he concluded. The young man reflected on his past, his training, and the forces that had shaped him. I learned martial arts at the orphanage, and then started learning from the Namgung clan when I was a bit older, he recalled. The young man, Suryong, pondered the implications of Jomak Sang's origins, noting the unusual coincidence of his upbringing and the Namgung clan sponsorship. He resolved to investigate further. His thoughts then turned to the demonic brain, a figure of immense power, whose survival remained uncertain. A grim determination hardened his features as he recalled his ill-fated relationship with the blood cult. He vowed to eradicate them completely this time. The young man, Kale, was urged to rest longer, but he insisted he couldn't sleep. He attributed his insomnia to age, though he seemed far too young for such a complaint. He explained that his current state was due to the other man's actions. The other man, however, seemed unconcerned. The other man reflected on the changes in a woman's demeanor, attributing them to the influence of their teacher. The day the entrance exams had arrived, as expected, the elder stated he would finish his preparations before they left. Kale and the elder were shown walking together. The elder seemed somewhat anxious. Kale was greeted by another individual who inquired about his arrival. He responded that he had woken up early, which was unusual for him. The other man observed Kale's expression and sensed a problem. He offered his assistance, stating that he could not hide his concerns from him. The elder noted that even Kale, usually nonchalant, seemed troubled. The elder pondered whether this was an opportunity to repay Kale for past favors. Kale, his face etched with worry, posed a question to the elder. He considered it a promise before his death, a final request. The elder, however, reassured him, stating that few things could truly trouble him. Kale, having awakened early, explained that his hunger was intense. He then observed a scene of great excitement, noting the hopeful young martial artists. His curiosity piqued. Kale wondered what made the elder so happy. The elder explained that many would leave after the trials, with only a few remaining. Kale countered that it was too early to make such assumptions, given the unprecedented number of applicants. Despite this, Kale declared his intention to transform the Azure Dragon Academy this year. The applicants were then instructed to enter in an orderly fashion. Kale and the elder decided to leave, wishing to avoid a certain man's nagging. The elder mentioned that one of the applicants was from their clan's main branch. Kale expressed his hope that they would not disappoint. He addressed the assembled crowd, his voice carrying across the expansive courtyard. He thanked those who had chosen the Azure Dragon Academy for their entrance exam. The elder continued, acknowledging the academy's poor reputation amongst the 5 great academies. He noted that some applicants had chosen to attend other academies, a fact that caused a stir among the onlookers. But the elder's demeanor shifted, a powerful aura emanating from him as he declared that this year would be different. A wave of energy surged outwards, causing a ripple effect among the assembled students. The sheer power of the elder's internal arts was evident, leaving those present awestruck. He warned those with doubts that they would regret their lackadaisical thoughts. 2 young men, visibly shaken, expressed their understanding. The elder's words were clear. This year's Azure Dragon Academy would be unlike any other. He promised that this year's competition would surpass those of the past. A nearby cultivator questioned the elder's sudden declaration. The elder simply responded that the cultivator had done well. The elder explained that he had to manage expectations, urging Kale to give his absolute best. Kale nodded, resolute in his determination. The first panel shows only the bottom of the figure in flowing robes and elegant footwear, the text above indicating a special judge. A young man, seemingly surprised, remarks that he's never heard of such a thing. The heavenly blue sword king makes his entrance, his arrival causing a stir. The crowd reacts with awe, recognizing the legendary figure. The heavenly blue sword king expresses gratitude for the warm welcome. The judge hints that this year's Azure Dragon Academy entrance exams will be extraordinary. He then approaches 2 individuals, his expression suggesting a lack of trust, proposing a wager. One of the individuals responds, expressing hope that the judge's expectations will be met. The judge states that he has already judged the applicant's skills and calls for the next applicant. 2 observers react to an unexpected event. A lost individual seeks assistance, revealing his identity as Gong Sansu. The heavenly blue sword king is shocked to see Gong Sansu. 2 figures, their faces alight with excitement, watched Gong Sansu. One, clearly anticipating a celebratory feast, planned to order the most expensive alcohol available. The other, more cautious, decided to keep a secret from him for now. Meanwhile, another individual admitted defeat, a wry smile playing on his lips. The judge, an elderly man with a stern expression, announced the commencement of the next phase. The first style was unleashed with a flourish. The judge's movements were swift and precise. His opponent watched in disbelief, questioning the speed and power of the attack. The judge, nearing the end of his demonstration, felt confident in his performance. His final, powerful strike sent his opponent reeling. The judge's attack was a blur of motion. He realized, to his dismay, that he had forgotten one of the styles. Despite the oversight, the judge was praised for his skill. He requested another opportunity to showcase the missing style. The next applicant was called forward. The previous applicant reflected on his shortcomings, recognizing the dangers of overconfidence. The elderly examiner declared the morning exams concluded. His voice, though weary, held a note of satisfaction. He then announced a 1-hour break for the applicants before the next phase. A figure approached him, addressing him as Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, seemingly unhurried, calmly requested a brief conversation, assuring the other party of his peaceful intentions. A formal greeting echoed in the opulent hall. The Prime Minister, standing beside the Emperor, explained that this was the first time the younger man would meet him. The Prime Minister then confided that the younger man considered him a father figure. He reflected on the Emperor's deep trust in the Prime Minister, given their public display of affection. Suddenly, someone called out. The Prime Minister apologized for the abrupt greeting, explaining that they had met once before in the Imperial Palace. The cloaked figure chuckled, acknowledging the previous encounter. He questioned the Prime Minister's presence there, knowing he was recovering from an illness. The Prime Minister explained that he had achieved his dream of attending a martial academy and found a teacher willing to train him. He noted the Emperor's improved health, remarking that he might live another 20 years. The conversation turned to the identity of this mysterious teacher. A young man, breathless and panicked, tugged at the sleeve of an older man. "Just trust me. I saw Grandpa go this way." The older man, his face etched with worry, looked around anxiously. He was the Prime Minister, and his grandson's disappearance was a matter of grave concern. He spotted a figure in the distance, and his eyes widened in recognition. "Grandfather." The Prime Minister approached cautiously, his grandson's safety paramount. He needed to speak privately. Meanwhile, another young man, concerned, called out to the Prime Minister. "Why were you wandering alone when you don't know where that bastard Jomak Singh could be?" The Prime Minister sighed, exasperated. "What? How many times do I have to tell you? My name isn't one Kong, it's Kong. It's one character." He continued, addressing the unseen figure. "However, he seems to contain incredible potential, although he still needs some polishing." The Prime Minister's assessment of the young man's abilities was sharp and insightful. He was clearly someone of great talent. Suddenly, a young man burst onto the scene, calling out to the Prime Minister. "Grandfather." The Prime Minister was astonished. The child already possessed a sword within him. He marveled at the boy's potential, recognizing the immense power he held. The child with the long sword has incredible potential. But this child, his entire body is like a sword. The Prime Minister recalled a conversation. The Prime Minister said that he is a fellow student with those two children. A thought struck him. Then those three have the same teacher. Just who could that be? He observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The young man, seemingly exhausted, leaned heavily on his cane. Nearby, two figures engaged in a heated discussion. One, dressed in formal attire, appeared agitated. The other, more relaxed, listened patiently. Their conversation concerned a group of students who had caused trouble. The task of managing them fell to these two. Meanwhile, a third individual, seemingly unconnected, pondered the nature of his students. He was curious about their progress. One of the instructors, however, was reluctant to reveal the identity of a particularly promising student. He felt that the student's skills were exceptional, exceeding even his own expectations. The other instructor, however, expressed his admiration for the dedication shown by his students. Elsewhere, a pair walked together. One of them, known as Shadow, possessed a prosthetic hand which caused concern. Their presence felt ominous to an observer. One of the instructors, Yonho, was suddenly tasked with patrolling a specific area alone. He was interrupted during his patrol, causing him to stumble. This prompted a decision. He would follow the pair from earlier, determined to uncover their identities and their connection. Shadow was greeted by a familiar figure. It had been some time since their last meeting. A high-ranking official, his hands clasped together, posed a question. "Have you found out the contents of the Prime Minister's secret letter?" The response was brief. "I see." Another figure, dressed in dark attire, stated firmly, "I won't check myself." A grateful thank you followed. Despite the outward calm, the official observed, "But you have an expression on your face. It seems you've relaxed." He added, "I won't blame you since you aren't part of the Thousand Shadows." The official continued, "But even so, to think that you would sink this low. What is that?" A dark figure responded simply, "We." The conversation turned grave. "Are going to kill the Prime Minister." The words hung heavy in the air. The dark figure clenched his fist, a single word escaping his lips. Antidote. After the Prime Minister was hospitalized, the Emperor rediscovered his intelligence. But the Emperor has ordered that the Prime Minister return when he has recovered. Many in the court are concerned with this. They worry that the Emperor will once again become a puppet of the Prime Minister. A tense moment between two figures. One of them exclaimed, "To think that the Emperor's shadows would be this treacherous and desire power like this. If this isn't treason, then what is?" The Prime Minister, his face contorted in a sinister grin, declared, "Are you saying that I, who has lived my entire life as a puppet, cannot desire power? If the entire embroidered uniform guards are involved in this plot, impossible. Does the Heavenly Sword also know of this? You would need his permission." A sharp blow landed against Kale's jaw, the impact sending a jolt of pain through him. He stumbled back, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He braced himself, his attacker's next move imminent. The attacker, his face obscured by shadow, revealed a chilling truth. The plot to assassinate the Prime Minister was an inside job, orchestrated within the ranks of the Emperor's elite guard. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the attacker resolved to warn the Heavenly Sword, a powerful figure known for their unwavering justice. He knew that only the Heavenly Sword, the strongest among Murim's beings, could possibly stop this conspiracy. The attacker offered Kale a choice: cooperate and live, or refuse and die. He presented Kale with a mysterious substance, promising freedom and wealth in exchange for poisoning the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, a seasoned killer observed the scene, noting that a killer who feels emotions would never waste their life and would be unable to refuse such an offer. The Elder's words echoed in Kale's mind. He was considered like a daughter to the elder. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Kale sat alone, contemplating his predicament. He considered the elder as family, a bond he would not betray, even at the cost of his own life. Despite the risk, Kale vowed to ensure the elder's safety, even if it meant sacrificing himself. His resolve hardened. Kale declared his unwavering loyalty, choosing death over betrayal. The impact of the collision sent tremors through the earth, a violent eruption of dust and debris obscuring the scene. His opponent, his face bloodied, glared at him, his question hanging heavy in the air. A voice, cold and dismissive, echoed the sentiment of disappointment. He stood defiant, his resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. He realized the gravity of the situation. The enemy had brought reinforcements. He smirked, a hint of mischief in his eyes, challenging his adversary. A surprised voice broke the tense silence, revealing an unexpected presence. He casually revealed that he had already dealt with the guards. A whirlwind of crimson energy erupted, engulfing his foes. With a cold sneer, he unleashed his fury upon them. His blades danced, a deadly ballet of destruction. He lunged, his blade a silver streak against the crimson backdrop of the battle. The word die echoed in the air, a chilling promise from his lips as he met the desperate attack of his foes. The clash of steel was deafening, a whirlwind of motion and death. His opponents, though numerous, were no match for his honed skill and ruthless efficiency. A stark image of a fallen warrior, riddled with arrows, served as a grim reminder of the battle's brutal cost. The next confrontation loomed. The battle raged, a whirlwind of steel and shadow. A masked figure, their movements impossibly fast, pressed their attack. Their opponent, equally skilled, parried each blow with deadly precision, but the masked figure's relentless assault showed no sign of slowing. A chilling observation was made. The masked figure's martial arts were not only extraordinary, but also born from a chilling familiarity with death. The masked figure's attacks continued, each strike a blur of motion, leaving their opponent struggling to keep up. With a sudden burst of speed, the masked figure unleashed a devastating blow, sending their opponent reeling. They followed up with a barrage of attacks, each one more powerful than the last, leaving their opponent on the defensive. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the opponent remained calm, revealing that they were already aware of the masked figure's prosthetic arm. The masked figure pressed their advantage, their movements a deadly dance of precision and power. Their opponent, though wounded, refused to yield, challenging the masked figure to end the fight quickly. The masked figure, with a grim expression, prepared for a final, decisive strike. With a powerful blow, the masked figure sent their opponent crashing to the ground. Kale, having defeated his opponent, stated that he was busy and needed to leave. The scene opens with a figure lying prone on the ground, his face obscured by shadow. A voice, filled with disbelief, questions, "The elder is the prime minister?" Two figures stand over a fallen man. One suggests starting from the beginning, but the other dismisses the idea. The second figure declares, "Let's just deal with the situation in front of us now." A narration box reveals that the Imperial Palace's intelligence agency had attempted to assassinate the elder. A young man with dark hair listens intently, his expression serious. He reflects on the audacity of those who underestimated the elder's martial arts skills. Another figure, seemingly involved in the plot, expresses surprise at the elder's proactive approach. He vehemently declares his intention to protect the elder. The assassin reveals that 3 syndicates were involved in the assassination attempt. He explains that his failure would trigger the other assassins. The elder is shown impaled by multiple swords. The scene shifts to a figure drawing his sword, preparing for battle. An assassin lunged, blade flashing, but his target, a grizzled man, deflected the blow with surprising agility. "You talk a lot for an assassin," the man retorted, his voice laced with amusement. The situation was dire. He had to protect the elder, and he would also contact His Majesty, the Emperor. He couldn't trust the Imperial forces. They were too slow. Even if he contacted them immediately, it would take several days. Until then, they would have to protect the elder from the assassins. For now, they decided to halt the entrance exams and secure the elder's safety. However, another voice countered, suggesting that the exam should continue as planned. The reason for this decision was clear. If the elder became inaccessible, the assassins would lie low. Instead of completely isolating the elder, a different strategy was proposed to limit the assassins' methods. The plan was to use the elder as bait, luring the assassins into the open. One of the men voiced concern about the difficulty of such a plan, but the other man believed this was the best approach to deal with the assassins. He explained that while the man was from the Orthodox faction, he possessed extensive knowledge of assassin techniques and how to counter them. His methods were too suspicious to be considered normal. Therefore, he would contact the Imperial Palace. He needed to act quickly before Shadowless failure became known. He instructed his companion to hurry and gather trustworthy people, keeping the plan secret to allow the elder to focus on the exams. His companion agreed, noting that the elder had been looking forward to these exams. With that, the man departed, leaving his companion to await his return at the Azure Dragon Academy. Kale, the Shadow, silently made his way through the city streets, his movements deliberate and measured. He knew that time was of the essence. The assassins would soon strike. He arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, where he was met with suspicion and disbelief. The Prime Minister, a man of considerable age and wisdom, questioned Kale's sudden appearance and the urgency of his message. The Prime Minister challenged Kale's claims, accusing him of using the situation as an excuse for his lateness. Kale, however, insisted on the truth of his warning. The Prime Minister noticed the lingering scent of blood on Kale, further fueling his skepticism. Despite his denials, Kale's insistence on the truth finally prompted the Prime Minister to listen. Kale explained that assassins would soon target the Prime Minister. Just then, Master Jean and his reinforcements arrived. The sight of the reinforcements eased some of the Prime Minister's apprehension. However, the gravity of the situation still weighed heavily on those present. Another individual urged the Prime Minister to protect the elder, emphasizing the veracity of Kale's warning. Kale reiterated the plan: protect the Prime Minister while simultaneously hunting down the assassins. Kale, addressing a small group, stated that they were the only people he could trust in this place. They pressed him to reveal his plan, but he asked for a moment. A woman, seemingly impatient, raised her hand to interrupt. Meanwhile, another individual proposed that they proceed as a small group to avoid alerting the headmaster. A detailed account of the Namgung clan's collusion with powerful figures was revealed. One of the assembled individuals confirmed that there was one more person to be included in their group. Despite some reservations about his trustworthiness, they decided to give him a chance. Concern was expressed about the restlessness of one of the men. He insisted he was fine, attributing his behavior to anxiety about an upcoming exam. Others, however, suspected he was unwell. His unusual behavior, including spilling his tea earlier, fueled their suspicions. He dismissed their concerns, reiterating his well-being. He ran a hand through his sweat-slicked hair, a grimace twisting his features. Just before lunchtime, two figures sat at a table, discussing their upcoming exams. One reassured the other, promising that following instructions would guarantee success. The conversation shifted abruptly. A sudden tension filled the air. One of the men, Won Kong, noticed the change in demeanor and questioned his companion. The other man attempted to dismiss it, claiming it was nothing. However, a grave revelation was made. Assassins were targeting the elder. Alarmed, they rushed to the elder's aid, concern etched on their faces. The situation was dire. The elder, the Prime Minister, was in mortal danger. The young man realized his youth might be an advantage in evading the assassins. After a meal, they decided to take a walk to aid digestion, a seemingly normal activity. One can remained behind, seemingly hesitant to join them. Frustrated, the young man urged his companion to follow, promising a pleasant walk. A young man, his neck painfully gripped, gasped for air. He pleaded, "Please let go of me." His captor, however, only laughed, "Haha, it's just a sign of our close friendship, okay?" 3 assassin syndicates received the same commission, to eliminate Gon Sansu. And that was the objective. Not long ago, the Prime Minister sat upon his throne, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. In the Black Forest, preparations were underway. A subordinate inquired about their progress. The subordinate confirmed the preparations were complete and that they had received news of the commission. They dismissed the bloody legacy as insignificant, focusing instead on the arrival of the 7 deaths, the most formidable assassins. This presented a perfect opportunity. If they were to succeed, eliminating the Prime Minister first was deemed essential. The second target was located, and the third. The Blood Demon chuckled, enjoying the rare moment of freedom outside. His companions, however, were less amused. He issued a curt order, signaling the start of their mission. Meanwhile, an elderly vendor hawked his wares, oblivious to the impending danger. He enthusiastically offered samples to a passing customer. A group of men, dressed in dark robes, approached the vendor. One of them, seemingly the leader, expressed his fondness for the vendor's treats. He politely inquired about purchasing some. The vendor happily obliged, offering a variety of his sweets. A woman, surprised to see the man from the group, gasped. She recognized him. The man, taken aback, tried to explain his presence. She reminded him of their past encounter, a time when he had left to pursue wealth. He suggested they move to a more private location to catch up. Suddenly, the man felt a sharp pain and realized he was trapped in an ambush. An elderly woman, her face etched with worry, surveyed the scene. Were the other assassins? Her eyes widened in surprise. Something unexpected had just occurred. A group of figures, their movements swift and silent, vanished from sight. A woman in elegant attire appeared, issuing orders. She would clean up the scene. Meanwhile, a lone figure was engaged in a fierce struggle. He seemed to be enjoying the fight. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the air. A blow had landed. The woman from before approached, her tone commanding. She instructed the injured man to speak. The injured man, defiant, challenged her. He dared her to kill him. She responded with a chilling question, implying that he was too eager for death. She continued, her words laced with disdain. He thought his familiarity with death made him invincible. The woman scoffed at his arrogance. Did he truly believe that? A man watched from the shadows, his expression grim. He was clearly displeased. A blinding flash of light erupted as one figure sent another hurtling through the air. The attacker, a man with dark hair, stood over his fallen opponent, a chilling question hanging in the air. Everyone only dies once, so are you really that familiar with it? His victim groaned, barely conscious. He pressed his advantage, demanding, "Now, what do you want to do?" The wounded man gasped, "I want to live. I want to live." The attacker continued, "Then you'll have to answer my questions. First, which syndicate are you with?" He revealed his affiliation with the Black Forest Syndicate. The attacker then instructed him, "Take this one to jail as a witness. Get rid of the others as you'd like. I'm going to leave." The wounded man, exhausted, simply agreed. He began to leave, but then paused, a thought crossing his mind. This way. He changed course, muttering, "No. Was it this way? Listen to me properly." He spotted his target fleeing north. The chase was on. The target's escape route was clear, but the pursuer was relentless. He pursued his quarry with deadly precision. However, upon reaching the target's location, he found it empty. A swift blow sent the would-be assassin sprawling. He quickly signaled his allies. The situation unfolded exactly as Suryong had predicted. More assailants continued to approach, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Meanwhile, another operative questioned the lack of communication. A veteran operative suspected the involvement of the Bloody Legacy. The news of Gong Sansu's survival sent a ripple of shock through the room. Whispers of disbelief and urgent planning filled the air. Despite the astonishment, the group remained resolute in their mission. They recognized this as a crucial opportunity. Suddenly, a flurry of motion erupted. A swift, unexpected attack shattered the tense calm. Those present reacted with alarm, their initial surprise giving way to a desperate defense. Amidst the chaos, a powerful figure emerged, their presence commanding attention. A chilling question hung in the air. The figure, radiating an aura of immense power, stood defiant. Their identity was revealed, a member of the Bloody Legacy. Elsewhere, two figures observed the unfolding events from a distance, their expressions grim. Master Jean, ever watchful, issued a critical instruction to his young protege. The young man, Yonho, was tasked with intercepting a specific individual. Meanwhile, information about the Bloody Legacy's current activities was relayed. The situation was dire. A figure was spotted, and a command was given to eliminate the threat. The assassin, known as Shadow, was tasked with eliminating Peddler. Their speed was noted. The situation was under control, thanks to the combined efforts of Mei Gukrian and the children. The assassins were dealt with. He surveyed the scene, a grim satisfaction settling over him despite the lingering unease. The immediate threat had been neutralized, but a deeper, more insidious danger remained. The fact that the perpetrators of the stealthy slaughter hadn't yet resurfaced was deeply troubling. A powerful figure, seated and brooding, considered this. The blood cult's disappearance was unsettling, yet the continued threat of the stealthy slaughter cast a long shadow. Meanwhile, a lone figure, cloaked in flowing robes, stood amidst a serene landscape, his expression unreadable. He wondered if he was the only one aware of the connection between the stealthy slaughter and the blood cult. A fact remained unknown to most: the origins of the blood cult. The clandestine group, known as the Stealthy Slaughter, was revealed to have been formed by the blood cult. It was further disclosed that one of the blood cult's elders had led the Stealthy Slaughter, though whether this was still the case remained uncertain. A tense observation was made. Let's see who wins. Meanwhile, a concern was voiced. Sunbae, you're acting really strange today. What are you hiding? The speaker, however, was unable to relax, stating, I can't be relaxing right now. Another commented, Ho ho, Kong is very excited today. A man reflected on his current situation. Could I have imagined what I'd be doing now back a month ago? An unimaginable opportunity, that I would be annoyed by an order from His Majesty the Emperor. He raised a hand, a gesture of command. Elsewhere, an individual expressed contentment. I do not think I've had a day where I've been so happy. One of them, somewhat nervously, admitted, I was a little nervous in the morning, but now I am fine. A confidential statement was made. This is something that I will only say to you. Despite passing his exams, the young man despaired. He doubted his ability to attend the academy. News of his recovery reached the palace, and orders for his return were issued. An older man, slightly disappointed yet content, reflected on his recent happiness. They had arrived. The young man's safety became even more critical. He dismissed his companion's concerns, urging them to focus on the upcoming exams. A figure, long awaited, finally appeared. He had been waiting. The newcomers were challenged. The man explained that he had no quarrel with them, but with the person behind them. He questioned the nature of their problem with his grandfather. The man's aura was unexpectedly cold, unlike what he had heard. The boy was asked if they were talking about him. He had heard the rumors of the boy's academic success. The exchange between the two students was sharp, filled with ambition and a hint of underlying tension. One, confident and assertive, declared his intent to surpass even Jomak Sang, a name clearly signifying a formidable figure. His opponent, however, cautioned him against overconfidence, warning him not to get ahead of himself. Despite the warning, the first student remained resolute, stating his belief in his ability to win. Their conversation took an unexpected turn when a confident student revealed his opponent's ignorance of his identity, a detail that seemed to amuse him. The student, now identified as Cheon, explained that he had recently found a compelling reason to strive for the top student position, a reason he was still contemplating. His rival reacted with disbelief and anger, calling him a bastard for his ambition. Cheon calmly revealed his intention to deliver the graduation address, a privilege typically reserved for the top student. His rival scoffed at this audacious claim, suggesting they settle their differences after the exams. A new character appeared, dismissing the previous interaction with a dismissive "you, get lost." This newcomer, clearly agitated, confronted the student who had been boasting earlier, berating him for his arrogance and threatening violence. A bystander observed the scene, expressing surprise and concern at the sudden outburst of aggression. The newcomer, enraged, issued a challenge, urging the other to fight. The student, now clearly threatened, tried to defend himself, but the newcomer's aggression was overwhelming. The newcomer declared the end of the confrontation. The Azure Dragon Academy's Student Association head, Dako Jun, stood poised, his sword gleaming. He was facing off against another student, the tension palpable. Namgung Suk, a young man with blonde hair, smirked. He had insulted his opponent, but claimed it was in self-defense. The other student retorted with a frustrated "fine, jerk." Elsewhere, a group of students were hurrying, one of them clutching his neck. They were worried about the seemingly peaceful demeanor of their leader. Namgung Suk's attitude had changed significantly. An observer noted that two students were exceptionally skilled, exceeding the abilities of typical new students. This year's competition promised to be unlike any other. Announcements were made, directing students and teachers to their assigned seats. A student head was missing, causing a commotion. Two figures sat in discussion, noting the unusually high number of participants this year. They speculated that this was due to the potential for victory in a heavenly martial competition. Master Namgung, a figure of quiet authority, observed with a subtle smile playing on his lips. Nearby, two other instructors discussed a newcomer. They identified him as Baek Sur-yong, a trainee instructor. One instructor commented on his appearance, noting his handsomeness. Meanwhile, Master Namgung's students approached him, requesting permission to observe him. They were cautioned against testing him. A young woman, reacting to a comment, nervously asked if it was a joke. She expressed surprise at the suggestion that Gunsang would say such a thing, growing increasingly curious about Baek Sur-yong. The scene shifted to a man, known as the Heavenly Blue Sword King, who stood pensively. Another instructor spoke of Sur-yong's past, mentioning his participation in a war against a blood cult 50 years prior. He sensed Sur-yong's gaze and resolved to be cautious. Elsewhere, a group of martial artists discussed the possibility of assassins being present. One of them warned against causing trouble, given the large crowd. News of the Shadow's actions had reached the Imperial Palace, and the assassins were expected to act desperately. The elder's words hung in the air, a stark warning amidst the bustling academy grounds. All right. Now, attention turned to the sparring exams, a crucial part of the academy's entrance process. Namgung Suk's student had just won, a testament to their skill. One student, observing the matches, noted the consistent victories of Namgung Su's students, but his gaze was drawn elsewhere, to something more intriguing. A tense sparring match unfolded, the instructor's sharp commands echoing across the training grounds. The student, Yasuhyuk, was being urged to attack more aggressively. The intensity of the match was palpable. A chilling display of power left onlookers shaken. One student felt a sense of familiarity with the competitor's demeanor. He mused on the competitor's build and personality, finding a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Meanwhile, the elder's match was about to begin. The students recognized the elder's opponent. He was the same individual who had previously faced off against Jomak Sang, a formidable opponent. Encouragement rained down on the elder as he prepared to face his powerful opponent. He acknowledged their support with a grateful smile. A lone figure stood silently, observing the unfolding events. His presence radiated an aura of quiet confidence and determination. The competitor felt the weight of everyone's support, a palpable sense of expectation hanging heavy in the air. He was honored to face the president of the Student Association, a worthy opponent indeed. But, after the match, the elder was instructed to forfeit the entrance exams. The Azure Dragon Academy sought only the most skilled and promising students. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, posed a question. He wondered aloud if his age would prevent him from entering the prestigious Azure Dragon Academy. A younger man, his blonde hair neatly tied back, swiftly refuted the notion. Age, he insisted, was not the barrier. The conversation shifted. The younger man was questioned about his private lessons with Baek Sur-yong, a renowned instructor. He confirmed the reports. The blonde man scoffed. To him, the upcoming exams were mere child's play. However, he acknowledged the immense effort others invested in them. He declared that the younger man had no chance of succeeding as a martial artist. Therefore, he should give up. His competitive spirit ignited by the younger man's words. The blond man prepared himself. The younger man, undeterred, firmly stated his intention to take the exams and proudly wear the Azure Dragon uniform. He rejected the blond man's suggestion to give up. The blond man, however, refused to back down. A swift, powerful kick was launched. The blond man's attack was met with a fierce counterattack. Only 2 seconds remained. The blond man acknowledged his opponent's strength. Master Namgung, a seasoned cultivator, launched a swift attack. He believed his mastery of internal energy, honed by years of elixir consumption, would grant him a decisive advantage. His strike was a blur of motion, a testament to his skill and power. He declared that Suryong had only 1 second remaining. Despite the overwhelming speed of the attack, Suryong managed to deflect the blow. The 3 seconds allotted to Suryong had expired. With a confident grin, he declared it was his turn to attack. His counterattack was swift and brutal, catching Master Namgung off guard. The impact sent Master Namgung reeling, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Master Namgung was taken aback by Suryong's unexpected resilience and skill. He noted the weight of Suryong's sword, feeling it more like a blunt weapon than a blade. Despite the surprising power of Suryong's attack, Master Namgung acknowledged the young man's incredible skill. Suryong, having gained the upper hand, resolved to strike first in the next exchange. He launched a powerful, descending blow. The aftermath of Suryong's attack hung heavy in the air. Dust swirled around the fallen Master Namgung, obscuring the details of his injuries. He stood, his breath ragged, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. Master Namgung, despite his injuries, challenged Suryong, questioning his resolve. Suryong's counterattack landed, forcing a pained grunt from his opponent. His grip tightened on his sword. Blood stained his tunic. He questioned Master Namgung's persistence, wondering why he continued to fight. Master Namgung responded that his resolve surpassed all others. Suryong understood. He would accept the challenge. Instead of an apology, Suryong declared he would demonstrate his clan's most powerful single-strike sword technique. He prepared himself, his eyes focused on his opponent. Master Namgung, showing respect, urged Suryong to attack. Suryong launched his attack. With blinding speed, he moved in. His sword flashed, aimed at his opponent. Master Namgung, his face etched with worry lines, stared intently at something unseen. A powerful blow shattered the air, sending shards of what appeared to be ice flying in all directions. The force of the impact sent Suryong sprawling, his body tumbling through the air. He landed hard, creating a large crack in the stone beneath him. His opponent stood over him, seemingly unfazed. Defeated, Master Namgung admitted his loss. Despite the defeat, the young man acknowledged the impressive skill displayed by his opponent. They both felt the match had been a good one. The young man vowed to never forget this day. He approached Master Namgung, offering a sincere apology for any past disrespect. Master Namgung, understanding the young man's remorse, readily forgave him and urged him to seek immediate medical attention for his injured hand. The young man, though injured, assured everyone that he was fine and still had more matches to fight. An onlooker expressed his amazement at the young man's stamina, noting his ability to fight match after match. The air crackled with anticipation. A profound truth resonated. True strength is tested when facing a superior opponent. Master Namgung, his preparations complete, stood poised and ready. His young opponent, brimming with confidence, eagerly awaited the start of their duel. The glint of polished steel hinted at the intensity of the upcoming battle. He possessed incredible potential, a fact that was undeniable. But Master Namgung, the Azure Dragon Academy's Student Association president and its top student, would not relinquish his title easily. He declared that the match would begin immediately, demanding his opponent's utmost strength. Undeterred, the young man resolved to fight with everything he had, regardless of his opponent's strength. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the spar began. One of the observers, impressed by the newcomer's skill, questioned whether this was truly a sparring match for a new student. The master explained the contrasting styles of the two combatants, Dako Jun's honest and sturdy swordsmanship versus Cheon Weiji's adaptable and fluid technique. Even the other student, impressed by the display, commented on Dako Jun's skill, though the other found it merely pretty good. The master, however, seemed uninterested in the spectacle, questioning whether the other even considered himself human. He mused that the younger fighter would have been even more formidable with slightly greater talent. That boy, they call him a true genius. He moved with a speed that defied the eye, his blade a blur. Meanwhile, onlookers observed the match, commenting on the impressive skill displayed by both combatants. One of them suggested a final test of strength. The young man unleashed a powerful attack, a wave of energy erupting from his sword. His opponent countered with equal force, their blades clashing in a shower of sparks. The intensity of their clash was palpable, a visible aura surrounding their weapons. The onlookers gasped, amazed by the young age of these skilled swordsmen. It seemed the Azure Dragon Academy would make a significant impact this year. The match continued, each blow precise and powerful. Suddenly, a change in the atmosphere. One of the combatants sensed danger. The cry of assassins echoed through the area. Chaos erupted as several figures attacked, forcing a retreat. Amidst the confusion, one of the students desperately searched for their teacher. A flurry of motion, a whirlwind of steel. Several figures, cloaked and swift, descended upon the courtyard. Their blades flashed, a deadly dance of precision and lethality, aimed at a single target. Its assassins. Protect the elder. A wave of crimson energy erupted, its tendrils lashing out. A guttural cry of pain echoed through the air. Panic ensued as figures scattered, desperate to escape the destructive force. Amidst the chaos, a man in a brown robe frantically warned others of a poison release. He urged them to remain calm, but his pleas were largely ignored in the ensuing pandemonium. A coordinated response was initiated, with teams assigned specific tasks. One team was instructed to buy time, another to eliminate obstacles, and a third to focus on the source of the chaos. The strategy emphasized protecting a key individual, Namgung Jahak, at all costs. The orders were understood, and the teams moved with grim determination. A flurry of shurikens flew through the air, a testament to the intensity of the conflict. A cultivator called out for help, his back to an unseen assailant. He was struck from behind, his attacker's identity partially obscured. The elder, Master Namgung, stood amidst the chaos, his eyes wide with alarm. A young man, Kale, stood before him, sword drawn, a look of grim determination etched on his face. Shadow, what's going on? A nearby cultivator, his face contorted in pain, apologized profusely. He claimed the current situation was his fault. Kale, his senses heightened, searched frantically for the source of the disturbance. Where was the attacker? A swift, brutal strike landed, sending a cultivator reeling. The attack was swift and unexpected. The attacker's movements were a blur of motion, a deadly dance of precision and power. Kale reacted instantly, his blade a silver flash, deflecting the blow. He moved with the grace of a predator. He was struck, a searing pain lancing through his side. Blood welled up, staining his dark tunic. A young boy cried out, "Grandpa!" Another cultivator, concerned, rushed to Master Namgung's side. "Are you all right? What kind of situation is this?" The cultivator, clearly shaken, admitted he didn't understand what was happening. Kale, despite his injury, urged them to focus on defense. There was no time for explanations. A flurry of blows rained down, the cultivators desperately defending themselves against the unseen assailant. Master Namgung, despite his age, moved with surprising agility, evading a swift blow aimed at his heart. The attack came from a young man, his face obscured by shadow, but his movements were precise and deadly. The young man, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, cursed his attackers. His body screamed in protest, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. He watched, momentarily stunned, as the attackers pressed their assault. The sheer audacity of their actions shocked him. A flurry of motion followed, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The attackers were relentless. Kale, his face grim, urged his superior to retreat. The situation was dire. He fought back with desperate strength, but the pain in his body was overwhelming. His movements were becoming sluggish. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of blades and desperate maneuvers. Each strike threatened to be the last. Despite the chaos, Kale managed to create an opening, using his agility to evade the onslaught and create some distance. He paused, catching his breath, his mind racing. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. Master Jean, despite his own injuries, offered words of comfort and reassurance. He reminded Kale that he was not to blame for the situation. He offered Kale a small, dark orb, a potent antidote. The young man recognized it instantly. Kale, despite his efforts, had been poisoned by the daggers. The antidote was crucial. Master Namgung, his face contorted in a furious grimace, revealed the true nature of the attack. They were there to kill him. He vowed that if he survived, he would hunt down those responsible for the attack and those who hired them. A fierce clash unfolded. Two figures clad in dark robes, engaged in a desperate struggle against a lone, imposing figure wielding a spear. The spear wielder, his face contorted in rage, unleashed a chilling threat, the annihilation of their entire families. Despite the gravity of the situation, one of the cultivators remained defiant, asserting his unwavering resolve. He acknowledged the overwhelming odds, but resolved to find a way to overcome them. A fellow cultivator, witnessing his struggle, offered a blunt assessment of the situation. He revealed that the cultivator possessed an almost animalistic instinct, a primal sense that could be his key to survival. The cultivator questioned the practicality of relying on such an instinct, unsure of how to utilize it effectively. Driven by desperation, he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. He vowed to ensure that both he and those who hired him would face the consequences of their actions. An elderly man, observing the scene, uttered a single word, "No." Amidst the chaos, a declaration of victory rang out. The elderly man, wounded but resolute, gasped for air. A brutal clash erupted. One combatant, his back already marred by a deep wound, lunged forward, his blade aimed at his opponent's heart. He was surprised by his opponent's speed, his attack having been anticipated. "How did you see my movement?" he hissed, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. The attacker, unfazed, simply replied, "Dunno, fucker." His plan had failed. The situation had deteriorated rapidly. He was forced to retreat. He launched another attack, his movements a blur of motion. His opponent, however, managed to stop him, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. A dark, shadowy figure emerged, radiating an aura of immense power. The figure revealed long, sharp claws, ready to strike. Meanwhile, another cultivator engaged in a desperate struggle, his movements precise and deadly. The cultivator was struck, a pained cry escaping his lips as he collapsed. A group of cultivators fought back against their attackers, but they were clearly outnumbered and outmatched. Observing the scene from a distance, two figures exchanged worried glances. "What's wrong with them?" one asked. "Let's go to the elder," the other replied, urgency in his voice. The battle concluded, leaving behind a trail of destruction. One of the observers reflected, "I think it's finished." The situation demanded an explanation. A figure, cloaked in purple, plummets from a great height, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake. The fall is abrupt, the impact brutal. Beck Suryong, his face etched with concern, observes the scene. He addresses Suryong, his tone serious. "I will have to hear a lot from you." A man with brown hair, his expression grim, remains silent, contemplating the events that transpired. The scene shifts to a group of officials, their faces a mixture of shock and anger. One of them speaks. "Yes, let's hear how this came to be." The brown-haired man speaks, admitting, "It was a mistake in my judgment. The people here won't be amused if I explain myself half-heartedly." An elderly man, his face etched with worry, questions, "Trust us?" Another official, sharply dressed, rebukes him, "Is that why you also kept it a secret from the Prime Minister? Do not faff about it and speak properly. What was your reason for not telling the Prime Minister about the assassins?" The brown-haired man looks shocked, speechless. The sharply dressed official explains his actions. "Because I wanted to use the elder as bait to draw out the assassins." Master Namgung, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, slammed his fist on the table. The sound echoed through the room, silencing the hushed whispers. He was struggling to maintain his composure. "I cannot keep myself back any longer." The question hung heavy in the air. Was this hearing convened to interrogate Teacher Beck? A formal hearing was convened to question Teacher Beck's actions. A high-ranking official vehemently defended Teacher Beck, asserting that his only intention was to protect him from assassins. Doubt was cast upon the official's claim, questioning the Namgung clan's potential involvement. The official, unwavering in his support, declared that he would personally take Teacher Beck to the imperial palace and appoint him a general if the hearing resulted in dismissal. Even so, the elevation of a mere teacher to the rank of general was considered unusual. The possibility of Master Namgung believing such an outlandish claim was deemed unlikely. A young man, dressed in dark attire, clenched his fists, stating that if Teacher Beck faced disciplinary action, he would also face consequences. Another young man expressed his intention to forfeit the entrance exams if Teacher Beck was not present at the Azure Dragon Academy. An elder voiced concern over the potential loss of such a valuable individual. The elder then demanded an immediate apology to Teacher Beck. The young man, humbled, apologized for his overly aggressive questioning. The hearing concluded, and the discussion shifted towards future countermeasures. He had been informed that the Heavenly Sword, the Emperor's personal guard, would escort him. The elder questioned the Emperor's decision, but was told that the Emperor had ordered it due to the rumors and the arrests of several officials. A discussion ensued regarding the many government officials who had been in contact with those involved. A decision on how to proceed was needed. The elder instructed his messenger to deliver the same message to everyone involved. The price for their sins would be paid in blood. The messenger acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man awoke from what he described as a long dream, believing it to be a period where he achieved his dreams. He declared that he must now wake up. He handed a small, important item to another man, lamenting that he had almost forgotten it. The recipient of the item noted that he, too, had been surprised by recent events. He stated that whether it was early or late, a pass was still a pass. Two young men were joyfully reunited with their grandfather. One of the young men was questioned about his tardiness for the entrance ceremony for new students. He replied that they were actually on time. The other young man commented on their remarkable recovery in such a short time, and they set off. A few days prior, a treacherous plot involving wicked assassins had been thwarted. The memory of the sparring matches during the entrance exams remained fresh in everyone's minds. A senior figure voiced his concerns, revealing the truth about the attack would only cause further problems. A cunning plan was proposed to disrupt the Azure Dragon Academy's entrance exams. He believed this would also strengthen the bonds between the new students. The Azure Dragon Academy, a bastion against evil, would always stand at the forefront of its defense. The time had come for the top student representative to deliver a speech. Whispers circulated, Some recognized the speaker, Weiji Chion, and noted his remarkable skill. Weiji Chion began his address. He expressed his desire to have been the top student, but he intended to relinquish his position to another deserving student. Confusion rippled through the crowd. They wondered about the meaning behind his words. A classmate was urged to step forward. The young man, Kale, stood silently as the elder addressed the assembly. He had orchestrated this surprise, a carefully laid plan to relinquish his top student position. The elder chuckled, seemingly amused by the unexpected turn of events. He commented on Kale's ability to anticipate his students' thoughts. Gong Sun-soo, a 65-year-old student, introduced himself, highlighting his age and unexpected presence among the younger students. He humbly stated that if anyone older than him was present, they should come forward. Sun-soo continued, expressing his lack of grand aspirations but his desire to share a few thoughts with the assembled students. He advised the students not to be discouraged by others' perceived superiority, sharing his own long journey to reach this point. Sun-soo's words touched upon the unfairness of life, emphasizing that people are often judged by their birthright or skills. However, he encouraged them to work hard, urging them to live each day to the fullest. He wished them well, hoping they would find good friends. He cautioned them against self-centeredness, warning that it would lead to isolation and enemies. The elder Gong Sun-soo smiled serenely, his words of wisdom echoing in the air. Finally, he stressed the importance of finding a teacher who believes in them, a teacher who could help them become better than they ever thought possible. The entrance ceremony concluded, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation amongst the students. Gong Sun-soo's words echoed in their minds, a reminder that true achievement comes from within. He had spoken of the journey, the struggles, and the ultimate triumph of realizing one's dreams. The elder's parting words to his most promising student were filled with pride and affection. He had accomplished all he set out to do. With that, the ceremony officially ended. News of Gong Sun-soo's resignation spread quickly through the academy. His decision to leave was unexpected, marking a historic event in the academy's history. Despite the student head's initial rejection, Gong Sun-soo's departure was ultimately accepted. He reflected on the hardships endured over the past month. As a token of appreciation, a celebratory drink was offered. With the departure of one student, a sense of relief washed over another. Concerns were raised about the vulnerability of the top student, Chion. He was a strong kid. His mentor reassured him, nothing to worry about. The mentor then shifted the conversation, casually inquiring about his thoughts on marriage. His response was sharp, pointing out the absurdity of the question given his mentor's awareness of the young man's current relationship. The mentor conceded, admitting his unnecessarily quick wit and that he hadn't actually asked the question of the young man's significant other. The subject of marriage, he reflected, was something he'd never even considered in his past life. The young man reflected on his current life, finding it more peaceful and safe than his last. However, he acknowledged that the threat of the blood cult still lingered. He couldn't predict when they would strike next. A mysterious figure offered a book, its pages glowing with an ethereal light. The young man reiterated that marriage wasn't on his mind. His mentor chuckled, a knowing glint in his eye, noting that there was a story there. They had finished their drinks, and a guest had just arrived. The guest was recognized as Wonkong Sunbae. The young man questioned the occasion, wondering why they hadn't said goodbye earlier. His mentor explained that he had simply forgotten to give him a gift. A blinding flash of light erupted, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The force of the attack sent a figure sprawling, tumbling down a rocky slope. Another figure, swift and silent, moved with deadly precision, their weapon a blur of motion. He watched, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. "How did you know?" he demanded. Kale gripped his dagger, his knuckles white. The attacker revealed their method. The attacker explained, "I stole Hyunwin Kang's speech, walking pattern, even his scent, because I was waiting for you." He stood, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing within. The reason assassins are so dangerous is the element of surprise. However, once they strike, there is nothing left to fear. An assassin attacked, but the target was prepared. He calmly stated, "Did you know I would come?" He explained that he anticipated this attack and had set a trap. He knew the assassins wouldn't all come at once. One of the assassins realized he'd fallen for the trap. He'd mistaken the target's appearance. The assassin recognized the face as belonging to a disobedient child he'd once dealt with. He was enraged. An elder, witnessing the scene, was concerned. The assassin shouted, "How dare you? What have you done to Kong? That can't be Kang's face." Another assassin pointed out that the target was likely using a transformation technique, not a mask, to mimic Kang's appearance and demeanor. The target, however, reminded the assassins that they'd overlooked something crucial. The assassins were distracted, unaware of the impending danger. The target prepared a powerful technique, capable of killing both assassins instantly. He unleashed the attack. An elder nearby gasped in shock. A younger man pleaded with the elder, "No, Teacher Beck, you should at least." Master Namgung stood, his back to the viewer, a figure of quiet contemplation against the desolate landscape. The narration box explained the assassin's methods, highlighting their mastery of both stealth and lethal martial arts. A confident voice, belonging to the Blood Demon, declared his intention to eliminate Gong Sansu and use the others as scapegoats. He recognized something familiar, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. One of the assassins, surprised, questioned if the Blood Demon was laughing. A violent clash erupted, a whirlwind of energy in motion. The Blood Demon stood defiant, his power evident in the swirling crimson energy around him. Another assassin, stunned by the display of power, could only utter a word of disbelief. The Blood Demon revealed his knowledge of Namgung Jahak's involvement, accusing the assassin of hiding due to this connection. The Blood Demon boasted about never revealing this power to the 10 masters. One of the assassin's eyes transformed, revealing the Blood Demon's mark. The Blood Demon impatiently demanded an answer from the remaining assassin. The red-haired warrior unleashed a devastating blow, a surge of dark energy ripping through the air. His opponent, equally formidable, countered with a desperate defensive maneuver, but time was running short. The clash of their powers resulted in a blinding explosion of energy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures rode horseback through a mountainous region. One, a man in a wide-brimmed hat, reassured his companion. They were soon interrupted by a question from the companion, concerned about something. The companion, a young man with dark hair, appeared pensive and troubled. Their journey continued, the young man's unease growing. Suddenly, a powerful energy surge startled them both. The young man reacted with shock and disbelief, questioning the nature of the energy. Elsewhere, a figure clad in purple moved with impossible speed, leaving a trail of swirling energy. This individual's power was immense, capable of shattering even the most potent attacks. The scene opens with a display of brutal swordsmanship, leaving one to question if such savagery can even be called a martial art. A wounded man, his face etched with grim determination, knows he cannot die like this. He must warn his leader. His thoughts are interrupted by the shocking realization that a practitioner of the blood cult's martial arts has appeared. He desperately tries to reach his leader, knowing the consequences of revealing the connection between the stealthy slaughter and the blood cult. A swift, powerful figure intercepts him, demanding an end to his flight. The wounded man is struck, a sharp cry escaping his lips. He struggles, realizing the futility of his resistance. He spots another person in the distance, a glimmer of hope. The attacker assesses the newcomer, deeming him a suitable hostage. The attacker plans to use the hostage as a shield, injuring him just enough to ensure his cooperation. The attacker's identity is revealed, a master of the stealthy slaughter, attempting to assassinate the Prime Minister. The Blood Demon unleashed a devastating blow, a crimson arc of energy cleaving the air. His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, barely managed to deflect the attack. The force of the collision sent tremors through the earth. The shadowed figure stumbled, gasping for breath, but remained defiant. "I will show you as much mercy as you would have shown the Prime Minister," he hissed, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. He retaliated with a swift, precise strike, his blade flashing. His opponent fell defeated. "Are you another assassin?" the victor asked, noting the scarlet hair and eyes of the fallen foe. The victor identified himself as Baek Suryong, an instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy. He explained that he had been sent to retrieve the other assassin, but had not encountered her. He revealed that he had met another assassin, and that this was enough reason to be suspicious. Suryong knew there was no way to confirm the identity of the person the other assassin had been talking about. He prepared to disarm his opponent. Suryong stated his intention to cut off both arms before questioning him further. He stood over his defeated opponent. The assassin's form sprawled on the forest floor. Suryong's expression was grim, his gaze unwavering. The assassin, defiant even in defeat, spat on the ground. "She'll confirm my identity," he hissed, his voice laced with venom. "Do not say any more useless things." His opponent sighed, a mixture of frustration and weariness evident in his posture. "Damn it. So you gotta be like this?" A surge of energy erupted from the assassin, a violent crimson wave that threatened to engulf Suryong. He calmly countered, "Do you know how many times I've saved the Prime Minister? Does the heavenly sword not have any respect? And you're saying you'll cut my left arm off?" The assassin's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll cut your right arm." With a blur of motion, the assassin lunged forward, his blade a silver streak. Suryong met the attack with a swift counter, his own blade a whirlwind of motion. The assassin grunted, a sound of pain and frustration. He was clearly outmatched. A fierce clash of steel echoed through the forest as the two combatants traded blows. The scene opens with a figure's feet, clad in dark boots, striding purposefully across a dusty path. The individual's gait is steady, their movements deliberate. A powerful gust of wind erupts, swirling dust and debris into a violent vortex. A figure, silhouetted against the swirling chaos, is thrown backward by the force of the wind. The figure, now visible, is Kale. He shouts a desperate plea to halt the attack. His face is contorted in a grimace of exertion and alarm. The violent wind intensifies, threatening to overwhelm him. A figure in dark robes, wielding a sword, declares this to be the end. Another figure, his face partially obscured, reacts with shock and disbelief. He recognizes the attacker's identity. The red-haired warrior, the blood demon, is taken aback by the sudden realization. The observer confirms his earlier suspicions. Kale, smirking, reveals he anticipated this outcome. A stern-faced figure, appearing to be a cultivator, orders Kale to drop his sword. A crimson trickle stained the pale skin of Kale's cheek, a stark contrast against his dark attire. He stood, his gaze fixed on the retreating figure of his opponent. Following the Prime Minister's instructions, he would tend to his wounds before proceeding. The man, cloaked and hooded, admitted to himself the frightening strength he had felt while nearly killing his adversary. He clenched his fist, the knuckles whitening under the strain. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. The Prime Minister awaited his arrival. The Prime Minister, upon seeing Kale, noted his heavenly sword and expressed relief at his survival. The Prime Minister questioned Kale's solitude and inquired about his teacher. The Prime Minister, despite Kale's apology for his lateness, was more concerned with his well-being. Kale explained that he had been unconscious. Kale, upon seeing his teacher, explained that he had nearly lost his arm in battle. The teacher pondered whether Kale's identity or skills were more impressive. Master Namgung, his expression grave, addressed teacher Beck. He pointed out that had Beck known his opponent wielded the heavenly sword, he should have begged for mercy. The fight could have easily cost him his life. Beck countered that while Kale possessed considerable martial arts skill, attacking the Prime Minister's protector without reason was illogical. Namgung calmly urged Kale to cease his actions, pleading for the sake of his own well-being. Kale, his gaze unwavering, met the Prime Minister's gaze. A silent understanding passed between them. The Prime Minister chuckled, amused. He questioned whether Kale truly believed he could fight unseen. News of reinforcements arrived. The Prime Minister, observing the approaching soldiers, remarked that he had known of their arrival for some time, having heard the commotion. He reflected on his own importance, offering his assistance should it ever be needed. Kale approached the Prime Minister, intending to discuss the heavenly sword. The Prime Minister, already compensated for his services, inquired what more Kale could possibly offer. The Prime Minister, amused, asked Kale if he didn't want the reward. The Prime Minister expressed his favorite idiom, the more the merrier. Kale, lost in thought, stroked his chin. An imperial edict, delivered by an instructor from the Azure Dragon Academy, arrived unexpectedly. The young man, Kale, along with another, looked on in stunned surprise. The scroll was presented with a command to receive it with honor. A stern-faced man, seemingly the instructor, watched intently as the edict was received. He instructed another to retrieve the document. Kale, bowing deeply, humbly accepted the Emperor's decree. The document detailed the award, dated on the 7th day of the 7th month, in the year of the dragon. It specifically recognized Beck Suryong's contributions to the country, highlighting his protection of the Prime Minister and the nation from grave danger. The reward was substantial, 100 gold coins and 30,000 pyong of land. He knelt, overwhelmed by the honor bestowed upon him. Kale pondered the significance of the Emperor's decision, noting that such honors are not given lightly. He was then instructed to retrieve another item. A mysterious, ornate wooden box appeared. Recognizing it as an old lecturing stick, Kale noted its surprising weight. He examined the Black Dragon stick, a weapon of considerable power. Its history was steeped in trauma for the Emperor, who would be overcome with fear at its mere sight. Despite this, the old man insisted that Kale take it, explaining its unique properties and how to use it. Kale, understanding the significance of the gift, accepted it with a nod. He channeled his internal energy into the stick, causing it to extend dramatically in length. The old man watched with a knowing smile, pleased with Kale's skill. He cautioned Kale to use it wisely, not just for disciplinary actions against students. Kale assured him that he would remember everything he had taught him, even upon his return to the Imperial Palace. With a grateful farewell, Kale expressed his thanks for everything. The old man chuckled, stating that he had given Kale everything he needed and that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, Beck Suryong was reassured that his martial arts would remain a secret. Kale departed, the Emperor's retinue watching him go. His eyes, sharp and determined, reflected the weight of his new responsibilities. The young man, Kale, received a final piece of instruction from his master, to keep his martial arts skills secret. He nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. His master, despite being one of the 10 martial arts masters, was considered the weakest among them. Kale reflected on his potential, imagining the impact of his full power. He resolved to quickly master the art of concealing his true strength. This meant he needed to reach the 7th level of the 18 strikes of the outlaw. But his responsibilities as a teacher weighed heavily on him. There was much to do. He accepted his role, despite the sacrifices it demanded. He grimly prepared his students for the possibility of death. Meanwhile, elsewhere, students discussed their upcoming classes. A group of students reviewed the course catalog. One student wondered about a new instructor, Jai Gal Soyong. He overheard a conversation amongst his students. One of them excitedly commented on the presence of a new instructor for the year. Another student, referencing the new instructor, added that he was quite handsome. Fight preparation against the unorthodox factions martial arts. Baek Suryeong. Teacher Baek. To be continued. The headmaster, a man of considerable age with a long, flowing white beard, leaned in conspiratorially. He was discussing a wager made with Baek Suryeong, a younger instructor. As a result of this wager, Master Namgung had lost and was obligated to hand over one of his classes. News of this decision spread quickly amongst the students, causing a stir of excitement and speculation. Despite the excitement, two senior instructors voiced their concern. They reminded Master Namgung that such a significant decision required academy approval. Master Namgung, however, remained firm in his resolve. He had made a promise and intended to keep it. Another instructor, Teacher Kwok Chilwo, stepped forward to support Master Namgung's decision, emphasizing the importance of upholding promises between men. The headmaster, witnessing the unfolding events, chuckled heartily. His amusement was evident. He then turned his attention to Baek Suryeong, offering him the choice of which class he wished to take over. Baek Suryeong's choice surprised many. He opted to teach a class focused on understanding and preparing against unorthodox martial arts techniques. When questioned about his unusual choice, Baek Suryeong simply stated that there was a reason behind his decision. Baek Suryeong explained that the class's name perfectly suited his teaching style and that the curriculum's commonality across levels would allow him to teach a large number of students. Master Namgung's class was unexpectedly popular. One student, in particular, expressed their amazement at Baek Suryeong's teaching abilities, noting his unconventional methods. Baek Suryeong modestly attributed his success to luck. The conversation turned to the need for an assistant teacher. The students enthusiastically suggested themselves. Suryeong was informed that he could appoint an assistant. He considered asking a particular individual for help, though he knew the person disliked the unorthodox faction. One eager candidate offered his services, promising to be of great help. Another candidate, Miss Jae-gal, also presented herself, but her offer was met with skepticism. She presented gifts as a show of sincerity, which were dismissed as bribery. Her counterargument was that it was different from directly giving money, prompting a retort that she should have prepared something better if she was upset. Meanwhile, Baek Suryeong politely declined the offers for assistance, stating he did not need one. He then addressed the assembled teachers. A nearby patron politely requested that the teachers quiet down, mindful of other patrons. A young man, recognizing the second-in-command of the Namgung faction, greeted him respectfully. The teachers, having been noticed, quickly apologized and left. Baek Suryeong, the newly appointed instructor, received a polite yet firm message from his superior. He was to teach, and high expectations were placed upon him. He acknowledged the expectations with a nod, his expression serious. The weight of responsibility was evident. Following this, a nearby patron, Instructor Myong, extended an invitation for drinks that evening. He generously offered to cover the cost. Suryeong, surprised by the offer of alcohol, readily accepted, already envisioning a pleasant evening. That night, in a Hyocho brothel, the scene was set for an evening of conversation and relaxation. Instructor Myong reiterated his offer to pay for everything, ensuring a comfortable atmosphere for their meeting. The conversation then turned to a more serious topic. Two individuals, brought together for a specific reason, found themselves unsure of the purpose of their meeting. One of them, however, suspected that their presence was not accidental. For 50 years, since the destruction of the blood cult, the world had known a relative peace. But the Orthodox faction, particularly the religious sects and clans, remained watchful, sensing a potential threat. The 5 great academies, outwardly established for training the next generation, were suspected to be secretly preparing for the blood cult's resurgence. The lingering questions about the blood cult's resurgence hung heavy in the air. It had all been for money, a shocking revelation. Across the table, the elder calmly sipped his tea, his expression unreadable. He questioned the younger man's naivete, implying that even the Namgung clan's actions should have made the true motives clear. The elder explained that the academy's preoccupation with wealth and fame had blinded them to the true danger, the blood cult's return. He continued, highlighting the importance of joining a great clan as the ultimate goal for students. The elder's words painted a picture of a system where students funded the very clans they aspired to join. The conversation shifted to the Shangshi's Storm Society, a powerful organization. He revealed his plan to unite instructors from smaller clans before he grew too old, explaining his reasons for bringing his colleagues. One of the instructors, initially believed to be aligned with the Namgung faction, proved to be surprisingly hostile towards the great clans. The elder shared a piece of confidential information, the Azure Dragon Academy's exclusion from the upcoming Heavenly Martial competition. This meant the Azure Dragon Academy would no longer be considered one of the 5 great academies. The elder, a realist, predicted the academy's imminent financial collapse within 5 years. He revealed his plan to establish a new academy, offering employment to the 2 instructors. The conversation concluded with a discussion of the potential consequences of spreading rumors about the elder's plans. The elderly master's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Before any drastic measures, However, a necessary first step must be taken. He proposed a plan, his voice calm yet firm, to tarnish the reputation of the Azure Dragon Academy by ousting Nam Gong-soo. His younger colleague, Baek Suryong, reacted with disbelief, questioning the audacity of the proposal. Suryong, ever pragmatic, pressed for details on the execution of this bold strategy. The elder merely noted Suryong's lack of surprise, implying a shared understanding of the academy's internal issues. He continued, explaining that his long tenure as an instructor had made him adept at reading people, and he found Suryong to be someone he could trust. The conversation shifted to the potential difficulties of removing Nam Gong-soo, given his influential family background. The elder acknowledged that forcing Nam Gong-soo's departure directly might not be feasible, suggesting a more subtle approach. He pointed out the hypocrisy of Nam Gong-soo's position, highlighting the disparity between his claims of hard work and his privileged background. Suryong, though hesitant, conceded that Nam Gong-soo was unlikely to leave voluntarily. The elder then proposed a plan to create a situation where Nam Gong-soo would have no choice but to resign, suggesting various scenarios that could force his hand. Suryong, still somewhat uncomfortable, acknowledged the examples given as merely illustrative. A close-up on Suryong's face reveals a thoughtful expression, hinting at his consideration of the plan's implications. A serpentine silhouette, vast and menacing, filled the void. The image evoked a chilling comparison. The old man, his face etched with years of wisdom, poured another cup of tea. He spoke of a predator, patient and deadly, waiting to strike. A young man, his back to the viewer, sat at a table laden with food. He seemed lost in thought. The narrator's voice, a low murmur, observed that this wouldn't be the first time such manipulation had occurred. Other instructors had fallen prey to similar schemes in the past. Hyeongnim was questioned about his intentions to join Pong Jinho's ranks. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. He considered teacher Pong's plan carefully, acknowledging the need for serious reflection. He agreed to the plan, for now, noting that the target acted as if he were superior despite lacking genuine support, except perhaps from his maternal grandfather. He knew the target would have no choice but to accept his help later. A question was posed. Why did he choose to become a martial arts teacher? His response was simple: money and the opportunity to have followers. The old man commented on the ease with which good-looking individuals could achieve their goals. Another man, overcome with envy, expressed his disbelief at the other's audacity. He was called out for his true personality finally showing through. The insulted man retorted with a vulgar insult. His opponent, despite his intoxication, remained unfazed. He moved with a blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel and fury. His opponent, caught off guard, barely managed to deflect the onslaught. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, stands before a large screen displaying various statistics. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts, sending a man hurtling across the room. He crashes to the floor, groaning in pain. Another man, his face contorted in anger, watches from above. The injured man spits out a venomous insult. "You're worse than a dog." The attacker, unfazed, prepares for another strike. His movements are swift and precise. The injured man is struck again, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. He cries out in pain. He pleads desperately. "H. Stop, stop." The attacker continues his assault, delivering a brutal kick to the injured man's side. The injured man's face contorts in agony. His body trembles from the pain. The attacker stands over his defeated opponent, a smirk playing on his lips. "Looks like you still haven't gotten beat up enough." Another man rushes in, shouting, "Suryong, please stop. What on earth are you doing?" The attacker, Suryong, responds, "If I fought you properly, someone like you." He scoffed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The air crackled with barely contained power. Across the room, a man clutched his jaw, blood welling between his fingers. His eyes were wide with pain and disbelief. Two onlookers, clearly concerned, tried to intervene, but their words were cut short by the young man's outburst. He silenced them with a sharp command, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. The injured man, defiant despite his pain, dared to question the young man's authority. The onlookers, intimidated, could only offer nervous agreement. His eyes, blazing with intensity, fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. He proposed a different location for their conflict, suggesting a more appropriate setting for a fair fight. His gaze hardened, his expression turning grim. The injured man, Baek Suryong, could only manage a pained whisper. An older man, his face contorted with anger, accused him of relying on his family's influence. The older man dismissed any notion of protection from his family, promising dire consequences. Kale, agitated, questioned the relevance of his grandfather's mention in the conversation. The elder, seemingly unfazed, countered by questioning Kale's assumptions about the dean's capabilities and position. A powerful figure, presumably the dean, was shown, his presence commanding respect and authority. The elder explained the dean's isolation, highlighting his inability to connect with others. Kale, incredulous, questioned if that was the entire explanation. Someone observed that the dean's nickname, Sword Idiot, hinted at his obsession with swords. The elder further emphasized the dean's aloofness by mentioning his absence from his own daughter's funeral. The elder then stated that Kale was no different from the dean. Kale, his expression hardening, drew his sword. He issued a warning, daring anyone to challenge him further. Suryong's name was called out, suggesting his involvement in the unfolding events. Kale, unwavering, stood his ground, his blade poised. He declared that no matter what transpired, he would proceed. His opponent, unfazed by Kale's resolve, coldly stated that he didn't care what a dying man had to say. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. One of the elders had been struck. The attacker's name was called out, Suryong. Another elder attempted to intervene, but was quickly subdued. Kale, seeing the unfolding chaos, commanded the intervening elder to step aside. He pleaded with Kale, urging him to let the matter go for his sake. The elder, regretfully, admitted he hadn't considered the consequences of his actions. The elder, weakened and injured, stumbled back. Kale paused, stating he would wait for the right connections to deal with the situation. A new character, seemingly unperturbed by the events, interrupted. He cheekily asked if they should at least pay for the wine before leaving. Lecture 51. So this is how you're playing it, huh? News spread quickly. Instructor Pong had a new lecture. The students buzzed with anticipation, eager to hear what the renowned instructor had to offer. However, the timing was unfortunate. It clashed with Instructor Beck's lecture. One student, torn between the two lectures, contemplated his options. Beck Suryong's lecture on unorthodox martial arts was highly anticipated, as was Peng Jinho's analysis of field practice. He decided to attend Instructor Peng's lecture, reasoning that liberal arts were less critical. He didn't realize the consequences of ignoring Instructor Peng's lecture. It could put him on the wrong side of a powerful figure. Meanwhile, Suryong, observing the situation, found it interesting. So this is how you're playing it, huh? He mused. Suryong's smirk hinted at a plan unfolding. Mae Gukrium's residence loomed in the distance. A voice echoed, reminding someone of a past warning. I told you not to make Peng Jinho an enemy, didn't I? An apology was offered, though the weight of the mistake hung heavy in the air. Elsewhere, a jovial scene played out. A sign read, Troublemaker's son that studied in Blue Dragon Academy. A wry smile touched the lips of the elderly man as he observed the young woman before him. You're this bad because both of them gave birth to you. He sighed, his gaze falling to his teacup. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a young man sat alone, a troubled expression etched onto his face. He knew he shouldn't tell the elder what he knew. The news of the lecture's low attendance spread quickly. Peng Jinho, a master politics, was praised for his shrewdness. His popularity among the students was undeniable. His lectures were always well attended. This was a problem for the young man. The young man continued to sip his tea, his thoughts turning to the unfortunate truth. The instructor's personality was far less appealing than his competence. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Was he talking about himself? Later that day, a young man bid farewell to his grandfather, promising to see him again the following day. The grandfather, with a knowing look, simply reminded him not to be late. The young man, left alone with his thoughts, muttered a single word, idiot. The elder man, however, had no intention of seeking help, mirroring his father's stubborn nature. A question arose. What was the current registration status for the lectures? Instructor Peng had 13 students, while Instructor Beck had only one, Weiji Chion. The young man pondered this stark contrast, a thoughtful expression on his face. He continued walking, the rhythm of his boots against the cobblestones a steady beat in the quiet street. A surge of anger flashed across his face as he thought of Hien Gang. He knew he needed to act decisively. He had no time for pleasantries. The situation demanded immediate action. Despite his reluctance, he sought out the most knowledgeable person in the academy. She was his only hope for uncovering the truth. However, he was met with an unexpected obstacle: rumors. Intrigued, he demanded details. The woman, before revealing the information, requested payment. He paused, momentarily taken aback. The woman's insistence on immediate payment irritated him, but he understood her need for a guarantee. He paid, receiving confirmation of a damaging rumor about him. Of course, there are tons of other things as well. The rumors swirling around Kale were multifaceted: seducing female students, exploiting wealthy men, and even the scandalous claim of having learned forbidden sexual arts. He found the consistency of these rumors unsettling. They all seemed to point in the same direction. Kale's anger flared, his thoughts immediately turning to Peng Jinho, the man he suspected of orchestrating this smear campaign. He confronted a mysterious woman, her expression a mixture of amusement and intrigue. She teased him, suggesting that if he were truly guilty, he would have known about the rumors long ago. Kale, flustered by her words, tried to deny the accusations. He questioned why students were avoiding him, attributing it to the rumors. The woman revealed that the rumors were not only about his supposed misdeeds, but also about his close relationships with several instructors, including Instructor Namgon. She explained that this proximity would make it difficult for students to score well in other instructors' classes, thus explaining the widespread avoidance. Kale pondered this new information, realizing the strategic use of the situation by his enemies. Should I drive a wedge between them? Should I break his limbs so he can't give lectures? No, I shouldn't use such extreme methods like I did in the blood cult. He decided to hire people to do the work for him. He felt a chill as he recalled the unsettling encounter. The agreement felt like a pact with something far beyond human comprehension. His thoughts turned to the woman's words, her cryptic reference to the Tang clan's secret sorcery. He found himself in the presence of his instructor, a man burdened by the weight of his connections. A formal apology was offered on behalf of the vice chairman, a gesture that felt inadequate given the circumstances. The instructor, despite the difficult situation, remained composed, acknowledging the weight of the problem. He explained his inability to take sides, highlighting the extensive network of connections held by Instructor Pong. The implications of those connections were clear. This was a man deeply entrenched in the Academy's power structures. He was offered a chance to reconcile with the individual at the heart of the matter, a meeting arranged through the student council. The instructor politely declined the offer, unconvinced that such a reconciliation would be possible. His skepticism was evident, a subtle question hanging in the air. Reassurance was given. This wouldn't last long. He felt a sense of foreboding, a growing unease. He listened intently as the older man spoke, his words a low hum against the backdrop of the bustling academy. The advice was clear: register for classes before it was too late. A smirk played on the lips of the younger man, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. It was a futile effort, he mused. The decision had already been made. The instructors, engaged in hushed conversation, seemed troubled. One of them sighed. It can't be helped if you've already listened to it, though. Master Beck, his expression unreadable, listened intently. He simply stated, "That's what happened." Madame Co. Rie, the Academy's Parent-Teacher Association president, fanned herself calmly. An older instructor apologized on behalf of the others. Madame Co., despite his apology, found the situation detestable. Beck Suryong, a young man, was informed that this was it for him. The Parent-Teacher Association's authority was absolute, even for someone as powerful as No Gunsang. The instructors agreed that such a man must be expelled to protect the Academy's reputation. They agreed with the assessment. Madame Co. invited Beck Suryong to speak. Another young man, concerned about his son's academic standing, questioned whether there would be any further problems. Preparations for the Murim Alliance Special Employment Evaluation were already underway. A small, ornate pouch containing several items was presented to Beck Suryong. He politely declined, stating that he could manage. Meanwhile, another instructor assured his superior that Beck Suryong's training was proceeding smoothly, though some concerns remained. The superior responded that Beck Suryong's future role demanded absolute perfection, brooking no flaws. A female instructor, having heard this exchange, promised to inform the other instructors. The conversation shifted. Someone inquired about the availability of Master Namgung. It was revealed that Master Namgung had been repeatedly requested for meetings, but had refused each time. Concerns were raised about the state of the training grounds and the storage of weapons. One instructor pledged to address the issues with the dormitories and training grounds. Another instructor, seeking feedback, offered to consider any suggestions. A group of individuals approached the gate, requesting passage. They were denied entry. Elsewhere, a commotion erupted, prompting an investigation. An elderly instructor explained that government officials were barred from entry due to a non-interference treaty. A young man, seemingly a student, approached the dean, his voice laced with concern. The scene was one of controlled chaos. Several figures in formal robes stood amidst a group of armed guards. He pointed towards a man with a stern expression, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. The man was easily identifiable as Instructor Pong. The dean, observing the situation, suggested a direct approach to the instructor. The instructor, a man of advanced age, stood surrounded by a crowd, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be the center of attention. A hand pointed directly at the instructor, confirming his identity as the subject of the commotion. A woman, her face contorted in anger, accused the instructor of destroying property and assaulting her. The instructor, clearly taken aback, questioned the woman's statement, his confusion evident. He vehemently denied her accusations, his anger flaring. An older man, observing the scene, noted the apparent familiarity between the two. He seemed to recognize the significance of the situation, his expression turning serious. The dean explained that a formal report had been filed against the instructor for property destruction and assault. The instructor, maintaining his innocence, insisted that this was a setup against him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman joyfully recognized a man from a previous encounter, expressing her gratitude for his help. The man, remembering the event, smiled faintly. He observed the scene unfold before him, a grim expression etched onto his weathered face. The accusation hung heavy in the air, a dark cloud threatening to consume everything. The woman, her face contorted with anger, recounted the events. Her words painted a picture of violence and destruction. A young man, his features sharp and alert, listened intently. Doubt clouded his expression. He found it hard to believe the accusations against his teacher. The scene shifted to a formal setting. a council of elders gathered to discuss the matter. The gravity of the situation was palpable. The name Teacher Pung was uttered, a weight settling upon the room. The accusations were serious, and the consequences potentially dire. The woman, still seething with rage, continued her testimony. Her words were sharp and precise, leaving no room for misinterpretation. A bystander, observing the unfolding drama, wondered about the nature of the accusations. The council members, after hearing both sides, delivered a stern warning. Their words carried the weight of authority, a clear message that further conflict would not be tolerated. An elder, his face etched with disapproval, emphasized the gravity of the situation. A shocking revelation emerged. A conspiracy was afoot. The investigation continued, with a new suspect now in focus. A young woman, dressed in elegant robes, bowed deeply, her expression one of profound gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The scene shifted to a group of individuals, their faces etched with worry and concern. The weight of the situation hung heavy in the air. One of them, a young man with dark hair, hung his head, a single word escaping his lips. "This is my fault." His confession sparked a furious outburst from an older man beside him. "Fucking bastard!" he roared, his fists clenched. An older man with long gray hair observed the scene, his gaze sharp. He had seen the lecture proposals and noted their similarities. He made a decision. "Let's do this," he declared, his voice firm. The plan was explained. After reviewing the lectures, the one with fewer points would be cancelled. There were no objections. The younger man, despite his earlier outburst, remained silent, accepting the decision. A tall figure stood, observing the proceedings with a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be contemplating the situation. An older man, his face etched with worry, voiced his concern. "You don't think things will just end like this, do you?" Another man, his expression unreadable, responded calmly. "Of course, things are just starting to get interesting." The final panel showed a man with a smirk, his eyes glinting with malice. "Fucking brat," he muttered. A sharp question sliced through the air, directed at two figures who had just concluded a meeting with the dean. One of them, a woman of refined elegance, lay sprawled on the floor, fanning herself. The other, a young man, stood over her, his expression a mixture of concern and weariness. He offered a sincere apology, explaining their delay to the woman, who seemed to accept his explanation. The young man then approached another individual, inquiring if they had a moment to speak. The person addressed, a stern-looking man, initially seemed reluctant, but agreed to a brief conversation. They began to walk together, the young man leading the way. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded. A cultivator, seething with barely suppressed rage, muttered to himself. The young man and the stern-looking man continued their walk, the latter expressing surprise at something he had heard. He revealed that he had heard about the young man's tutoring of a top student. The young man responded humbly, attributing his success to the exceptional talent of his student. The stern-looking man questioned whether the student's success was solely due to talent, implying other factors might be at play. He, the esteemed Master Namgung, had just finished a meeting with the dean. His thoughts turned to the young man who had boldly declared his exceptional teaching abilities. The young man, brimming with confidence, continued to boast about his skills, comparing himself favorably to other instructors. His claims were met with skepticism. A voice questioned his qualifications, highlighting the extensive experience of other teachers. Undeterred, the young man listed his impressive attributes: exceptional martial arts skills, a brilliant mind, eloquence, and a captivating personality. He paused, considering whether to add another point to his list of accomplishments. A woman, impressed by his confidence and spirit, offered a subtle compliment, though noting a hint of arrogance. He dismissed further discussion of his accomplishments as pointless. He then announced his intention to change academies, requesting the woman's observation of his actions. The woman explained that her son, a very talented student, would be unable to attend his classes due to his current year level. She expressed regret, mentioning his participation in the Heavenly Martial Festival the previous year. The young man reflected on the difficulty of becoming the Murim Alliance leader, comparing it to other significant achievements. A woman, likely a member of the Parent-Teacher Association, expressed hope that any conflicts between the two would be resolved amicably. He thanked the woman for her consideration, a polite formality masking his keen observation of her skill. With a final bow, he departed, leaving her to her thoughts. He paused, noticing faint traces of ice on the ground. Ice arts? His assessment of the woman deepened. She was clearly not ordinary, and he sensed a struggle within her. He pondered his next step. Should he recruit more students? The next day, he arrived at the Azure Dragon Academy's Academic Affairs office. A sudden pain made him cry out. Someone had already registered him for class. He was frustrated. If he hadn't been brought there, the registration deadline would have passed. But that wasn't the whole story. He was being playfully teased by a group of students. He protested, reminding them of his status as a third-year student. He found himself face-to-face with another student, the air thick with tension. A challenge hung unspoken between them. A young woman, seemingly amused by the situation, observed from a distance, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She seemed to welcome the impending conflict. The initial tension escalated into a brief, sharp exchange. One of the students, clearly annoyed, swatted at the other's head. The young woman from before, concerned, inquired about the whereabouts of a third individual. She had checked his dorm, but he was not there. The student she had initially spoken to reacted with surprise and confusion to her mention of a gambling den. The scene opens in a bustling tea house, the air thick with hushed whispers and nervous energy. Several figures, including a young man with brown hair, sit at various tables, their conversations punctuated by anxious glances. A young woman, her face etched with worry, expresses her concern about the tense atmosphere at the academy, noting the recent incident and the alienation she and others are experiencing. The brown-haired young man, seemingly unfazed, remarks that their situations are still all right. He reflects on the cowardice of those targeting only easy targets. The group laughs, their conversation shifting to a discussion of those from reputable clans. The brown-haired young man nervously adjusts his collar, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Suryong, the young man, and another individual discuss their plans to rise to influential positions once their rivals are dealt with. The conversation turns to a list of students, which the brown-haired young man intends to use for his teaching. He explains that he hired someone to gather information on them. Another young man, Soo-hyuk, is introduced as a new student. The group recalls a previous encounter with a remarkably large and imposing student. A young woman, diligently studying a book, pondered aloud, Jio, Sangwon, Yeomin? Who are they? Based on this information, they appear to be exceptional students. Nearby, two figures were discussed. One, a man with dark hair and a red scarf, was identified as being from the remedial class. The third-year student, Hyun Kong, was also mentioned. A voice expressed disbelief at the existence of two more students similar to Hyun Kong, noting their unpleasant personalities. The group's attention shifted to a list of names. Confusion and surprise rippled through them as they examined the list. The list revealed a shocking discovery: gambling addiction, bulimia nervosa, and kleptomania. One of the students, a young woman with pink hair, reacted with wide eyes to the implications of these disorders. A man with dark hair and a light blue robe calmly remarked that such issues were to be expected from troublemakers, especially compared to his time in the blood cult. The conversation turned to Hyun Kong, who was surprisingly kind. The speaker noted that including these students would fulfill the minimum attendance requirement for a lecture. With lunchtime over, the focus shifted to Suryong. A scene of chaos unfolded as several figures ran past Suryong. One of the fleeing figures offered to do a great job if given the chance. Suryong, however, already had someone in mind for the task. The lecture hall was nearly empty. A young man, clearly new to the role, nervously addressed the sparse audience. He expressed his apologies for the low turnout, hoping for better attendance in the future. Another young man approached, offering words of comfort and suggesting they grab drinks together soon. Later that day, the first lecturer found himself yawning in the quiet inn. The day had been long and uneventful. A sudden burst of energy filled the air, a powerful force that shook the very foundations of the building. A man nearby cried out in pain, his muscles clearly strained by the unexpected surge. Another man, seemingly unfazed, calmly reassured the injured man, attributing his discomfort to muscle shock. Meanwhile, a confident man sat in a different room, offering a peculiar wager: 10 silver niang to anyone who could defeat him in a fight, even if only managing to touch a single finger. His boast was met with disbelief. Even a bear, it was argued, would struggle against his strength. A man, seemingly unconcerned, casually responded with a non-committal Yeah. He was then questioned about his lack of visits to the gambling den, a place he frequented often. He explained that the usual gambling had become boring, preferring the thrill of a more challenging bet. He mused that perhaps someone capable of defeating him might appear soon. Master Namgung, a man whose age was etched onto his face like a well-worn map, sat across from another man in a gambling den. A sudden, powerful presence filled the room. The younger man, startled, looked up. He glanced nervously at the older man, seeking an explanation for the disruption. The older man, however, seemed unfazed. Word of Master Namgung's unusual wager had spread: 10 silver niang to anyone who could beat him in arm wrestling. A challenger approached, curious and confident. The challenger, Soo-hyuk, introduced himself. He noted their similar height, suggesting a close match. Soo-hyuk proposed a more serious wager, betting everything he owned against Namgung's 100 silver niang. The match began. The onlookers watched with bated breath. The contest was fierce, but ultimately ended in a draw. Both men were clearly strained. Soo-hyuk conceded defeat, feeling he hadn't given his all. He had already wrestled more than 10 people that day. Namgung, however, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He felt a surge of anger. Watching Soo-hyuk, Namgung felt a pang of recognition. He saw a reflection of his younger, more impetuous self. Master Namgung examined the meager collection of copper coins. He'd been asked to wager a substantial sum, 100 silver niang, a sum far exceeding the paltry amount before him. His challenger, a young man, revealed himself to be a student at the prestigious Azure Dragon Academy. The age difference was noted, with the challenger being 17 and Master Namgung 20 years his senior. The young man questioned the formality of addressing him as senior. Master Namgung found himself increasingly fond of this spirited youth. Instead of a monetary wager, they decided on a different contest, a test of endurance in consuming meat. The young man readily agreed, confident in his ability to out-eat his opponent. However, the loser would become the winner's servant for 3 days. An hour passed. The young man struggled to keep up with the sheer volume of food. He was surprised by his own unexpected camaraderie with his elder. His stomach ached, but he pressed on, his competitive spirit refusing to yield. He reflected on his surprising aptitude for eating compared to his arm wrestling skills, noting the youth's still developing physique. Master Namgung felt a pang of envy for the young man's youthful vigor. He wept, overcome with a longing for his own lost youth. He stared at his trembling hands, a wistful expression clouding his features. The question lingered. Could things have unfolded differently? But the elder dismissed the thought. It was pointless to dwell on what could have been. His young opponent declared his intention to serve him for 3 days. The elder, however, simply waved him away, instructing him to leave. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, offered a parting gift and a polite farewell. His words ignited a furious outburst from the elder. The young man's calm demeanor shifted, a hint of defiance in his eyes as he challenged the elder's condescending attitude. He attempted to explain his actions, claiming he was only trying to help. His words were met with indignant rejection. A sudden, violent clash erupted between the two. The younger man's swift attack caught the elder off guard. The elder, momentarily stunned, reacted defensively. His anger boiled over, unleashing a furious retort. The conflict intensified, leaving the outcome uncertain. The young man, Baek Suryong, launched a swift attack, his movements a blur of motion. Master Namgung, caught off guard by the unexpected assault, reacted instantly, his expression hardening. He deflected the blow with practiced ease, his years of experience evident in the effortless grace of his movements. "Impudent brat," he roared, his voice echoing with controlled fury. Suryong, undeterred, muttered "brat" under his breath, his eyes narrowed in determination. The force of the clash sent Suryong sprawling, the wooden floorboards splintering under the impact. He rolled, quickly regaining his footing, his eyes burning with defiance. Master Namgung, surprised by the young man's resilience, paused, a question mark forming in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Suryong unleashed another attack, a swift strike aimed at the elder's vulnerable side. The attack was met with a counterstrike, a clash of skill and experience. Master Namgung's hand connected with Suryong's temple, sending a jolt of pain through the younger man. Suryong stumbled, his vision momentarily obscured by the blow. Master Namgung prepared for a final, decisive strike. The elderly master, his face etched with the weight of years, stood poised to strike. His walking stick, usually a symbol of calm authority, was now held aloft like a weapon. A blinding flash of energy erupted from the clash of their powers. A sharp cry pierced the air. Amidst the chaos, a voice, filled with disbelief, demanded to know the identities of the combatants. One of the figures, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a powerful blow. The impact sent his opponent reeling, a blur of motion against the dusty ground. A voice commanded them to halt their conflict. The newcomer explained that he had been merely observing, and that their intervention had saved him considerable trouble. He expressed gratitude, his smile hinting at a hidden agenda. One of the combatants praised the other for their restraint, noting their lack of reliance on internal energy. Before the conversation could continue, the newcomer questioned the reason for their fight. A man, his gaze sharp, observed the scene before him. His expression hardened as he heard the insult. The man's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist. He addressed the perpetrators, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. He questioned their intentions, demanding accountability for the damage they caused. The man's anger was palpable. He stood poised, ready to act. One of the perpetrators apologized, promising to rectify the situation. However, the man's anger remained. He turned his attention to another individual, his expression questioning. Some time passed. The scene shifted to a bustling inn, now seemingly restored. The man thanked those who had helped with the cleanup. He was then approached by someone who questioned his background. The man revealed that the inn and surrounding businesses belonged to his father, explaining the lack of complaints. Another man expressed surprise at the withheld information. Master Namgung observed the exchange between the two young men, a subtle frown etching itself onto his weathered face. One, clearly agitated, apologized for his impulsive actions. He found the other's quiet demeanor unexpected. The quiet one, however, was more interested in how his opponent had stopped his punch. He was fascinated by the technique, noting the lack of internal energy used. A sly smile played on the lips of the quiet young man. He offered to teach a technique that could be learned by joining his class. His teaching method focused on efficient body use, avoiding wasted strength. The other young man lamented his wasted strength. He acknowledged his mistake. The instructor pointed out their inefficient use of bodies and strengths. He explained that due to their similar physiques to a certain master Meng, learning from him would greatly benefit them. The quiet young man confidently stated that his teachings could increase their strength tenfold. The prospect of mastering the 18 techniques was almost unbelievable. He stared intently at his bruised companion. A mixture of concern and annoyance etched on his face. The older man, his face still bearing the marks of a recent altercation, spoke with a hint of amusement. He would make them believe. His teaching assistant, a young man, appeared looking slightly overwhelmed. The older man explained that the assistant had been training for only a month. He challenged the other two to fight him using only physical martial arts. But, as one of the young men pointed out, if the assistant didn't use internal energy, he would get hurt. The scene shifted to the assistant, who was now facing a fiery confrontation with another individual. He was asked his name. The other individual scoffed, unimpressed by the assistant's bravado. The first young man, still seething, confronted the assistant, accusing him of running away. The other young man berated the assistant for his choice of words. The assistant was insulted, questioning the other's fighting ability. The scene showed the assistant being struck. A fierce blow landed, the impact clearly shown. The attacker declared the assistant weak. Master Jean observed the young man's movements with a critical eye, a faint smile playing on his lips. He moved with surprising speed, his strikes precise and powerful. His opponent, however, proved to be more resilient than anticipated. Frustration etched itself onto the young man's face. His attacks were ineffective. With a mocking laugh, the young man countered, his words dripping with sarcasm. He questioned his opponent's skill, highlighting the absurdity of his slow movements. The swiftness of the counterattack caught his opponent off guard. The force of the blow sent him reeling, his body momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the young man prepared a decisive strike. He declared the demonstration concluded, his tone firm and unwavering. The impact was immediate and forceful, leaving his opponent breathless. His opponent lay defeated, his body still trembling from the force of the blow. Master Jean approached, pondering the next steps in his student's training. A sinister figure, his face contorted in a cruel smile, brandished a whip. He seemed to be considering a ruthless course of action. He was interrupted by a sharp rebuke. The words hung in the air, a challenge to his arrogance. The rebuke struck its mark. The figure recoiled, clutching his head in pain. He turned to his companion, seeking guidance on how to proceed. The younger man, uninterested in martial arts, declared his path in life was already set. His ambition was clear, to inherit the family business and live a life of luxury. The elder man revealed that he had heard of the younger man's goal to win the Heavenly Martial Festival. He confirmed his intention to gather promising students and train them. He then addressed the younger man directly, revealing a surprising truth. The elder man explained that while aiming high was admirable, achieving the impossible was a different matter entirely. The younger man, taken aback, questioned the impossibility of his goal. He decided to leave, his resolve shaken. But he was stopped. He watched as Kale, his student, vanished in a blur of motion, leaving only a faint trail of disturbed air in his wake. The speed was astonishing. A swift strike aimed at the young man's hand connected, but the force was deflected with impossible grace. A look of surprise crossed the master's face, a rare sight indeed. He questioned Kale's actions, his voice laced with concern and a hint of disbelief. Kale's face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. He dismissed the master's concerns, his resolve unwavering. The master, though surprised, seemed to accept Kale's decision, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A conversation between the master and another individual ensued, revealing doubts about a potential ally's commitment. The master's assessment of the potential ally's dedication was based on the level of skill demonstrated in their palm-striking technique. A metallic sound echoed, drawing their attention. The master turned to his student, seeking his opinion on the situation. Another individual confronted the student, demanding an explanation for his actions. The confrontation escalated, with a threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. The young man, still on the ground, nodded submissively. He expressed his desire to join the martial arts classes. His instructor, however, had other pressing matters to attend to. The instructor was warned about the consequences of pursuing a certain individual. Undeterred by the warning, the young man admitted his inability to win a fight. Elsewhere, a group of individuals were discussing their plans. One of them urged haste, indicating a need to proceed to their next destination. Their destination was the Golden Dragon Inn. The Golden Dragon Inn stood majestically under the moonlight. Inside, guards prevented entry to those without appointments. A young man, Bex Suryong, clarified that their purpose was not leisure. He revealed his intention to meet with a dancer named Yeo Min. Two figures observed him intently. One of them issued a command. A young woman, adorned in a crimson dress, sat poised before a vanity mirror. She seemed to be expecting a visitor, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she adjusted a jeweled hairpin. The sound of a hesitant knock echoed through the room. She rose gracefully, her movements fluid and practiced. A young man, Bex Suryong, stood in the doorway, his expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. He was there to meet her, a dancer named Yeo-min. Yeo-min, intrigued, examined a torn piece of paper. The fragments held a message, the details of which were unclear. She tossed the remnants aside with a dismissive gesture, her interest piqued. Suryong, slightly flustered, questioned her age and profession. He seemed surprised to learn she was a dancer. Yeo-min explained that dancing was lucrative, a means to a comfortable future. She elaborated, stating that the academy helped her secure well-paying engagements. A moment of introspection followed, as Yeo-min considered Suryong's implied criticism of her materialistic pursuits. Suryong pressed further, anticipating her idealistic justifications. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, interrupted, asserting that true martial artists transcend material desires. Another man, shrouded in shadow, observed the scene, his expression unreadable. The elder man continued, implying that Yeo-min's focus on material wealth was a problem. It was a simple proposition, a straightforward exchange. Payment would be offered. The woman, however, was taken aback. "What?" she questioned, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. He clarified, "This is actually better. I don't know how much they're paying you, but I'll pay you more. There was a condition, however. She would need to help secure a victory in the upcoming Heavenly Martial Festival. The Qinggong competition, to be precise." Her response was immediate. A question, laced with suspicion. "Are you really a teacher? Are you allowed to tempt a student with money?" He shrugged off the concern. He didn't understand her obsession with money. The narrative then shifted to reveal Yeo-min's past. Her history of taking shared items from the dormitory and her current residence at the Golden Dragon Inn were detailed. It was a humbling experience, he noted, for someone who was poor. The man scoffed at the notion that one must empty their materialistic desires to master martial arts. "That's just bullshit that those who lack nothing say," he retorted. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes, as he subtly touched her arm. His final statement was a pointed observation. No one who says those things are truly poor. The instructor's words echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. He scoffed at the notion that material desires hindered martial prowess. A woman, adorned in rich fabrics, dismissed his words with a dismissive snort. She clearly found the sentiment absurd. She countered that those who spoke of such things were themselves impoverished, lacking the understanding of true wealth. Her expression was one of disdain, a subtle curl of her lip betraying her amusement at the naivete of the instructor's words. Nearby, a lively discussion unfolded. The woman's companions seemed to agree with her assessment. One of them, however, pointed out the hypocrisy of her statement, reminding her of her own considerable wealth. Elsewhere, a young woman sat alone, seemingly lost in thought. A man approached her, concerned about her well-being. He offered words of advice, emphasizing the importance of leg care in the practice of Qinggong. The young woman listened intently, her expression shifting from confusion to understanding. He further suggested that she avoid certain clothing and footwear to improve her Qinggong technique. She was hesitant to agree. The exceptional Qinggong skills of the Ice Lunar Priestess were mentioned, setting a high standard for the young woman to aspire to. An older woman, presumably the Ice Lunar Priestess, was shown, her image radiating power and authority. She believed the young woman had the potential to master Qinggong. The young woman sat contemplating the advice given, her expression serious and thoughtful. The instructor's words about the importance of leg care resonated with her. A young woman, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension, listened intently to the proposition. The offer was enticing, guaranteed lodging, daily martial arts training, and a substantial monthly salary. She considered the terms, her gaze unwavering. The man before her, radiating confidence, awaited her response. He gestured toward a contract, highlighting the guaranteed monthly payment. Further incentives were offered, a significant bonus upon victory in the upcoming martial arts festival. A question arose regarding the consequences of failure. Doubt flickered in her eyes. She pondered the implications of the offer, a silent internal debate raging. The man, pleased with her apparent interest, smiled subtly. Despite the allure of the proposal, she decided to decline. She explained her decision, revealing a substantial sum of money already received from another source. The penalty for breaking a contract was 10 times the initial sum, a significant deterrent. The man, slightly taken aback, acknowledged her explanation. The woman prepared to leave, her decision firm. She expressed gratitude for the offer, but reiterated her intention to depart. She confessed, her voice barely a whisper, "I don't want to say it. I don't want to owe anyone more because of my love for money." A gruff voice boomed from within the house. "Hong," I said, "come out quickly." The woman, startled, replied, "What? I need to meet with your owner immediately." Ignoring her, a man barked, "Oh, I pimp, get lost right now." The man was struck, a violent cough escaping his lips. Meanwhile, another man, his expression grim, stood before a powerful figure. From afar, a cry pierced the night. "Who is it? Protect the manor master." Inside the manor, a voice demanded, "What are you all doing? Capture him and find out who's behind this." The location was identified as the Golden Dragon Manor Master's residence. The question remained, who was the Golden Dragon Manor Master? A fierce struggle ensued. He moved swiftly, evading his attacker. The Manor Master, weakened, clutched his chest. He challenged, I'm him. Who are you? The Golden Dragon Manor Master, Geo Ilson, was a figure of quiet authority, his robes speaking of years spent in cultivation. He was deep in thought, a student's unfair contract weighing on his mind. A sudden commotion erupted. His students, along with unexpected visitors, had arrived. Among them was Geo Sangwon, whose presence caused a stir. Even Yasuhyuk was there, adding to the growing unease. One of the students, frantic, urged their teacher to wait. The scene was tense, a mix of apprehension and confusion. The Manor Master observed the gathering, noting the unusual number of people. He was concerned about the situation, recognizing the gathering as a group of troublemakers. Having assessed the situation, he reassured them, allowing them to relax. A question arose regarding the identity of one of the visitors, an instructor from the Azure Dragon Academy. The visitor confirmed his identity as Geo Sangwon's father, prompting further questions. The reason for his visit was revealed. His daughter, a student at the Azure Dragon Academy, was working at the Golden Dragon Inn. The person before him was the most influential tycoon in Nanchang, capable of mobilizing the city's elite. This individual was Geo Ilson, the esteemed master of the Golden Dragon Manor. He explained that he had come to discuss a problem. A woman wished to break her contract, but faced a steep penalty. The tycoon, however, responded that he managed many businesses and that this was not a significant issue for him. He questioned the lack of proper procedure in this matter. Instead of following protocol, the tycoon had ignored it entirely. The tycoon's assets had been destroyed and his warriors injured in the ensuing conflict. He further explained that if the rumors spread, it would negatively impact his businesses. He demanded compensation for the damages. The tycoon smirked, seemingly amused by the situation. A son pleaded with his father to leave the matter to him. The father dismissed his son, stating it was none of his business. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. A question had been posed, a request made, and now, the anticipation of the answer filled the space. Master Namgung, ever the pragmatist, decided to hear the other party's proposal first. He sized up his visitor, a subtle hint of surprise in his eyes. The rumors, it seemed, had underestimated this individual's audacity. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the estate, instructions were given. A young woman, Yeo Min, was to be provided with food and lodging. She would begin training the following day. Yeo Min herself seemed less than pleased with the arrangement. Master Namgung, however, was resolute in his decision. He needed to speak privately with his visitor, sending his junior disciples away. His instructions were met with immediate and unquestioning obedience. The weight of the decision seemed to bear heavily on one of the departing disciples. One of the remaining disciples was tasked with a secondary mission, to await the conclusion of the meeting. The disciple readily agreed, following the instructions given. With the room cleared, the final preparations were made. Everyone was to maintain a distance of at least 100 meters. A palpable tension filled the air as the two men prepared for their private discussion. The meeting commenced. Kale, calm and collected, poured himself a cup of tea. A distinguished-looking elder, his face etched with the wisdom of years, addressed the young man before him. He spoke of having heard much about him lately. The young man, a hint of amusement playing on his lips, responded that he had indeed recently bested the martial arts instructor, Peng Jinho. The elder continued, revealing a surprising detail. The most intriguing rumor surrounding the recent entrance exam was the identity of the assassin's target. He then remarked on the young man's detailed knowledge of the events. The young man, ever perceptive, inquired if the elder's interest in the matter was connected to Premier Gongsun Su. The elder hesitated, admitting he wouldn't dare interfere with someone of the premier's stature, but he had a request. He revealed that his request was related to his son. A small, framed portrait of a man with a confident expression was shown, confirming the elder's statement. The narrative shifted, revealing that the elder's son wasn't always as he was now. The elder reminisced about his son's youthful ambition to become the world's strongest martial artist, an aspiration he openly shared. He recalled his son's unwavering dedication to martial arts and the elder's own boundless support. After joining the Azure Dragon Academy, the elder's son and Bang Baekhyun gained fame as the Azure Dragon Ultimate Duo. The elder's tone shifted, hinting at a significant change in his son's life. The elder's face was now etched with sorrow, his words trailing off as he spoke of his son's transformation after the Heavenly Martial Festival 2 years prior. Master Namgung's account of his son's decline continued. He had become consumed by food and gambling, a stark contrast to his former self. The elder explained that his son had simply grown accustomed to his obese state and the accompanying sense of defeat. Kale listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He questioned the gravity of the situation. His gaze was sharp, reflecting the understanding that the elder's son had reached his limits as a martial artist. Master Namgung, desperate, pleaded for help, offering Kale lifelong gratitude in return. His desperation was palpable. His plea was a cry for salvation. Kale considered the situation. He recognized the elder's desperation and decided he had no reason to refuse his request. He confidently assured the elder that he was the right person to help. A young woman, seemingly a skilled healer, entered the room, offering her expertise in rehabilitating troubled individuals. She stepped forward, ready to assist in the elder's son's recovery. A close-up revealed a sly smile playing on Kale's lips, hinting at a hidden motive or plan. The next day dawned, revealing the imposing structure of the White Dragon Manor. Geo Sangwon arrived at the manor, completely unaware of the events unfolding within. A stern voice commanded silence, cutting through the murmur of the assembled crowd. The speaker, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood tall and imposing. His gaze swept across the room, ensuring everyone heeded his order. He then proceeded to welcome the newcomers to the White Dragon Manor, explaining their living arrangements for the semester. One of the newcomers, a young man, pondered his father's actions, now understanding the implications of his current situation, daily training. Another student readily agreed to the training regimen. Meanwhile, an older man, seemingly a dorm resident, reassured a nervous student about the living arrangements, emphasizing the dean's awareness. The stern instructor, however, made it clear that escape was not an option, and he looked forward to their training. The instructor's words were laced with a hidden meaning, a promise of personal growth intertwined with a veiled threat. One of the students reflected on his decision to come here, questioning its wisdom. His apprehension grew, culminating in a grim realization. They were in a dire situation. The instructor then announced the introduction of their training assistants. 3 figures emerged, their presence radiating an aura of power and intimidation. The instructor welcomed them to their new reality, a place from which escape would prove impossible. The instructor, a man radiating menace, addressed his students with a chilling promise. Rebellion would bring pain beyond death. His words were followed by a swift, brutal strike. One of the students, emboldened by his position as senior, questioned the instructor's casual use of violence during what was supposed to be external arts training. The student's protest was met with another swift blow, silencing his objections. Despite the harsh introduction, one student expressed his eagerness to begin training. He was addressed by another student, Weiji Cheon. Cheon warned the other student against assuming airs of superiority, reminding him that he was closely monitoring his progress. A nearby instructor scoffed at the student's arrogance, pointing out his inability to defeat even Cheon. The student, now hesitant, questioned whether he truly wanted to engage in another fight. The instructor swiftly struck the student again. The instructor made it clear that future fights would require his permission. The instructor watched with disdain as the defeated student lay on the ground. The instructor, his face etched with displeasure, muttered about his fellow students' incompetence. He feigned an injury, his expression carefully crafted to appear pained. Having finished his charade, he departed for the academy, leaving 2 students behind. One of the students, lying on the ground, lamented his situation. Another student, observing his companion, reflected on their training. He noted the surprising strength of their instructor. Meanwhile, the instructor, having overheard their conversation, smirked. Breakfast was announced, but he chose to eat elsewhere. Another student questioned his decision to skip the meal. He explained that his appetite would bankrupt the establishment. He left, promising to return by nightfall. A close-up on the instructor's intense gaze. Another student called out to him as he left. The academy instructor, Yonho, scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He muttered about the insubordination of his students. Meanwhile, in the bustling marketplace, 2 figures conversed. One questioned the other's motives for their presence. A servant handed something to his master, who reacted with frustration. A woman challenged a man's confidence, questioning his abilities. The man, clearly agitated, let out a frustrated sound. Another individual appeared, seemingly surprised by the sudden challenge. The confident man's demeanor was noted by an observer. A man recalled a past event, the Heavenly Martial Festival. A group of people sat down for a meal, their bowls piled high with food. A man devoured a large piece of meat with gusto. Another man watched him, a mixture of surprise and concern on his face. The instructor, Cheeky Academy, watched Sangwon with a critical eye as the young man devoured his meal. His expression was one of intense scrutiny. Sangwon, oblivious to the gaze, continued to eat with gusto. He was clearly hungry. A voice, sharp and laced with disdain, cut through the air. With those shitty martial arts of yours? Another student, concerned, asked Sangwon if he was all right. The voice scoffed. Huh, look, there's a pig talking like a human here. Sangwon's face contorted in a grimace as he continued to eat, seemingly unfazed by the insults. The voice continued, its tone dripping with contempt. If you're attending the Azure Dragon Academy, then you ought to know your place. Son of a bitch that doesn't know his place. He clenched his fists, a surge of anger coursing through him. He vowed to make the speaker remember this moment. His face was contorted in a mask of fury. The words were a burning brand on his soul. A shadowy figure emerged, eyes blazing with malevolent intent. He would engrave this humiliation into Sangwon's body. Sangwon's name echoed through the air, a cry of pain and defiance. An older man, tears streaming down his face, muttered about martial arts. Tears streamed down his face. He whispered, "It's something that can't be learned. Martial arts," he lamented, "are not something that can simply be learned." His face was contorted in pain and confusion. "What's wrong?" A voice boomed from the shadows, saying, the man lay sprawled on the floor, blood staining his dark robe. The untouched meal sat beside him. He awoke disoriented. "Are you awake?" Across the room, a young man spoke to the injured man. "Teacher, Beck Suryan." The young man approached, his expression serious. "Let me ask you just this." He turned, his gaze intense. The question hung in the air. "Who did you lose to?" The young man's understanding dawned. "I was wondering why his personality changed so abruptly. I understand now. This is definitely a trace of losing to the blood cult's martial arts." A title card dramatically announced the arrival of a devastating technique, the soul-destroying demonic palm strike. The narration box explained that it was one of the blood cult's two greatest defensive mystic arts, using demonic energy to invade and destroy the victim's mind. The effects of a strike were subtle, often leaving few traces, making it difficult to detect. The master, Yonho, was asleep again, the demonic energy having infiltrated his brain and heart. Swift action was needed. Sang-Woong had awakened briefly, but then fell back asleep. His condition was grave. A concerned individual recounted that Sang-Woong had experienced another seizure, a phenomenon that had not occurred in months. The doctors reported that Sang-Woong was recovering, but the reason for the recurrence of the seizures remained a mystery. The speaker noted that Sang-Woong seemed unaware of the soul-destroying demonic palm strike, prompting a question about when the seizures began. It was determined that the seizures began after Sang-Woong attended the Heavenly Martial Festival 2 years prior. A discussion ensued regarding events surrounding the Heavenly Martial Festival, searching for clues. The Heavenly Martial Festival was described as an event for verified individuals from the 5 great academies of Murim. A question arose about the identity of the person responsible, whether a student or an instructor. The possibility of a blood cult infiltration of the academy was raised, and the severity of the situation was implied. A worried individual inquired about the well-being of his son, Sang-Woong. The academy instructor carefully tended to Geo Sang-Woong, noting the severity of his mental shock. He pondered the implications of the situation. His thoughts turned to the possibility that the attacker might be targeting one of the world's top 10 emporiums. This realization caused him to worry that the blood cult's agents were closer than he initially believed. Meanwhile, Cheon Ah, his expression grim, considered his options. He decided to speak with others privately later. He then requested assistance with a matter. The extraction of demonic energy had taken longer than anticipated. Despite this, he knew that the workaholic was likely still nearby. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Baek Suryong? Master Namgung, adjusting his spectacles, appeared deep in thought. Suryong, in a brief aside, explained that he only needed to ask a quick question. He recalled a conversation from years past, a detail surfacing from a long-ago martial arts competition. The words hung in the air, a subtle challenge. His fingers traced the edge of his robes, a nervous habit betraying his composure. The question hung between them, unspoken yet heavy with implication. A silent query demanding an answer. The conversation began with a pointed question regarding Master Beck's involvement in the Heavenly Martial Festival 2 years prior. Master Beck listened intently, his expression unreadable. He then questioned the validity of the statement. A sigh escaped Master Beck's lips as he admitted to his past role, but questioned this sudden inquiry. The focus shifted to a different individual, who inquired about the fate of Geo Sang-Woong. He searched through a stack of documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. The man scoffed at the seemingly trivial nature of the student's issues. He explained that some students' spirits were crushed by the overwhelming power of the academy's students. The man pondered the frequency of such occurrences. Another individual interjected, acknowledging the brutal competition but emphasizing its orthodox nature. He demanded a detailed explanation of the events. The other man questioned the necessity of revealing such information. A surge of dark energy erupted, accompanied by a declaration of arrogance. Master Namgung, radiating power, challenged the newcomer. "What gives you the confidence to act so boldly?" He stood defiant, his eyes blazing with intensity. Despite the bravado, the observer noted, "He's definitely skilled." A warning was issued. "If we run rampant here." The skilled individual calmly responded, "All these documents will fly away. Wouldn't it be easier for you if you just talked to me instead?" He gestured towards the towering stacks of papers. Annoyed, he muttered, "Sigh. Where the hell did someone like you appear from? Enough with your compliments. Just answer me already." The rules of the Heavenly Martial Festival were explained. Interactions with other academies are forbidden outside designated time slots to prevent unnecessary fights. However, there are always kids who ignore the rules and secretly sneak out. The conversation turned to Geo Sang-Woong, a second-year student who had once climbed the walls and fought with Heavenly Martial Academy students. Although surprised by the news, the man appeared physically unharmed. He questioned, "Wait a minute. Your explanation is a little strange. You didn't see it yourself?" Another individual recounted, I had a clan event that day, and another instructor took my shift for me. It seems he had drunk alcohol that day. The name Jinho was mentioned. The scene shifts to a discussion between two individuals. One recounts a conversation with Jio Sangwon, detailing the apology he received. He explains that this is all the information he possesses regarding the incident. The two individuals exchange intense gazes, the tension palpable between them. One of them expresses surprise at the unexpected turn of events. He reveals his skepticism towards the account he received, highlighting his uncertain past and his connection to the Namgung clan. The conversation turns to the Namgung clan's potential involvement in the presence of a trace of the supreme, soul-reaping art sorcery. It is revealed that Namgung Su attempted to recruit a specific individual to the Azure Dragon Academy. The conversation shifts to advice on not dwelling on failures and focusing on more promising students. The discussion continues, focusing on Jio Sangwon's past. A moment of contemplation follows, marked by a thoughtful expression. A powerful surge of energy erupts, suggesting a display of martial arts prowess. The scene concludes with a comment about the individual's attachment to the troublemakers in his remedial class. The young man, his expression grim, watched the dust settle after a powerful strike. It had been a pointless exercise, he mused. Better to focus on more promising students. His gaze shifted to a nearby figure, a cultivator seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts. A challenge was issued, a wager proposed, to test the skills of students in a remedial class. A confident figure, clad in light blue robes, approached, a smirk playing on his lips. He sheathed his sword, a subtle movement betraying his readiness. The confident cultivator scoffed, his words sharp and dismissive. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger in their depths. The other cultivator, however, was unmoved, his desire to end the conversation quickly evident. The challenge was accepted, the words gladly hanging in the air. But a sudden interruption caused a pause in the impending confrontation. A question was posed, a query about the seemingly pointless nature of the remedial class. The cultivator's expression hardened, his gaze intense. A sudden, powerful energy surge filled the room. The young man lay in bed, his bare feet visible beneath the covers. A figure sat beside him, their posture suggesting concern. Water was offered. The young man stirred. His teacher had instructed the offerer to bring him to the White Dragon Manor upon waking. He refused, firmly stating his intention not to go. His refusal prompted a question. Why? The young man's father had also urged him to go, despite his apprehension. He scoffed, dismissing the gravity of the situation, viewing it as a simple master-servant interaction. His past ambition to become the world's strongest warrior was recalled, a stepping stone to his current state. He recounted his experience at the Heavenly Martial Festival, where he felt confident and fought against other students. There were 10 of them, but he reflected on the strength of his opponents, their power surpassing human limits. Their strength was inhuman. That encounter was his first experience with true fear, the fear of death. Nightmares followed. To escape that fear, he turned to gambling and excessive indulgence. He resolved to abandon his martial arts training. The fear of another seizure, triggered by the trauma of his past, was too overwhelming. Yet, he found himself calmly recounting the horrific event, a strange detachment from the emotional weight of the memory. The scene shifted to a memory. A young Kale lay ill in bed, his father tending to him. A man, Sangwon, laughed at Kale's fear, finding amusement in his vulnerability. Kale began to narrate his traumatic experience, the brutal death of his father. 7 years prior, a monstrous tiger had attacked his family. The immense, shadowy form of the tiger loomed large in his memory. After devouring his father, the beast simply glanced at the young boy and left. His mother had already passed away, leaving him an orphan. Kind strangers from the mountains took him in. But the memory of that day continued to haunt him, causing him to cry and wake everyone at night. His nightmares were vivid and intense, leaving him deeply disturbed. Sangwon pressed for an explanation for this confession. Kale asked Sangwon if he knew how he overcame his fear. Last year, the image depicted the terrifying visage of a tiger, its features contorted in a final, desperate struggle. Claws extended, the beast's eyes burned with a primal fury. He had torn the beast apart with his bare hands, a grim memory that still haunted him. The scar on his chest was a badge of that brutal encounter, a testament to his courage and the price he paid. The memory of the tiger's ferocity still haunted his dreams, a constant reminder of the power and danger he had faced. Kale, still shaken by the memory, was urged to continue his training. He was told to simply follow, his companion's words cutting through the lingering trauma. His companion noted that the person they were going to see was similar to his friends, though different in their approach to martial arts. Despite the seriousness of the situation, a lighter moment arose as his companion commented on his weight. Despite his complaints, Kale was reminded of his servitude and told to stop complaining. A strange sense of peace washed over him, a stark contrast to the turmoil he had been experiencing. He wondered if he should try again, despite his previous trauma. The healer declared that Kale's energy deviation was cured, eliminating the risk of future seizures during training. The healer explained that the condition was a type of energy deviation. He couldn't reveal the truth. The demonic arts of a heavenly martial arts student were involved, and the Murim Alliance would be searching for them while the blood cult went into hiding. Meanwhile, a cultivator treated Kale's energy deviation, confident in a full recovery. The cultivator assured him that the effectiveness of the treatment would become clear as he continued his training. Under the watchful eye of the moon, the question of whether or not to resume his martial arts training loomed over Kale. Elsewhere, two figures looked towards the horizon, one with a determined expression. His resolve faltered. He hesitated. But then, a new determination filled his gaze. He declared his intention. He wanted to learn martial arts again. Despairingly, he pleaded for help. His plea was answered. Training would begin immediately. The instructor warned him that the training would be brutal, pushing him to his limits. He accepted the challenge, ready to endure the pain. That night, under the tutelage of Baek Suryong, Jio Sangwon underwent an intense, exhausting martial arts session. He hadn't experienced any seizures immediately following the training, nor in the hours afterward. Even the following day, he remained seizure-free. A short rest was called for, 15 minutes. Since he'd wasted his second year, he would need to train harder than his peers and shed some weight in the process. He admitted that he'd been distracting himself from martial arts. His instructor clarified that he wasn't scolding him, merely curious. The truth, he revealed, was that he knew a senior. A senior? The young man had graduated the previous year. The White Dragon Manor stood before them, its name emblazoned across the entrance. Inside, an older man inquired about Sangwon's well-being, having heard of a recent seizure. A table was violently overturned, a clear sign of the man's boisterous laughter. He declared that his visit wasn't so serious as to warrant a formal invitation. Sangwon, appearing relaxed and healthy, casually adjusted his hair. The older man expressed his surprise, having rushed over immediately after hearing from Sangwon's father. He questioned Sangwon about his martial arts practice, particularly concerning his previous seizures. Sangwon confidently declared that he was completely cured. The older man reacted with disbelief, questioning whether Sangwon had truly recovered from his nightmares. Sangwon confirmed that he no longer experienced any urges to gamble or binge. The older man exclaimed that such a recovery was impossible. A sinister smile crept across the older man's face as he whispered that there was no way that could be true. A profound sense of unease washed over Master Namgung. He couldn't comprehend how things had come to this. His gaze fell upon Baek Suryong, a young man whose face bore an expression of quiet contemplation. Suryong explained that his recent progress in martial arts was entirely due to teacher Baek's intervention. He had been suffering from an energy deviation. Suryong's words were met with immediate skepticism. The energy deviation explanation seemed insufficient to explain the magnitude of the situation. The intensity of the situation was palpable. The young man's nightmares continued, a stark reminder of the ordeal he endured. The weight of the past bore down on Suryong. He recalled the relentless attempts to sabotage Sangwon's life. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling Suryong. It was Teacher Baek. A man, seemingly a cultivator, approached Suryong with a concerned expression. The cultivator introduced himself as Yang Jin, a graduate of the Azure Dragon Academy. He expressed surprise at learning that Sangwon was still studying there. Master Namgung extended a gracious invitation to Yang Jin, offering him dinner and hospitality. Yang Jin politely declined, citing a prior engagement. He quickly departed, leaving Master Namgung with a thoughtful expression. Master Namgung, having just concluded a meeting, offered a polite dismissal to his visitor. He then turned to his companion, a look of contemplation washing over his features as they walked away from the building. His gaze was intense, focused on something only he could see. The conversation continued, the companion expressing doubt about Jio Sangwon's recent progress. Meanwhile, a detailed description of the little killer demon, a blood cult operative, was revealed. News of Sangwon's recovery reached another individual, who reacted with surprise and relief, having seemingly overcome a significant phobia. The companion voiced their confusion, finding the situation illogical. Master Namgung's expression shifted, a subtle change in his demeanor hinting at a deeper understanding. The explanation for Sangwon's recovery was revealed, Baek Suryong's intervention. Master Namgung pondered the implications of Baek Suryong's involvement, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. The gravity of the situation was emphasized, highlighting the urgent need for action regarding the Demon Blood Captain. Master Namgung sat, his back to the viewer, a picture of quiet displeasure. He clearly did not wish to be involved in the matter at hand. Despite his reluctance, however, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. The cult's plans to seize the Golden Dragon Emporium were too important to jeopardize. A sinister figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, smiled cruelly, a glint of malice in his eyes. He held a knife, poised to strike. The knife fell, a swift, decisive blow. The action was met with a hearty laugh. The Demon Blood Captain was then asked to favor, a seemingly simple request. Master Namgung, his expression unreadable, considered the request. A subtle, serpentine symbol shimmered faintly in his hands. He dismissed the other man with a curt farewell, his mind already elsewhere. The man left, muttering about a sneaky rat. Meanwhile, information about the blood cult's interest in the 5 great Murim academies was revealed. Peng Jinho's name was mentioned as a key player. Peng Jinho's position and greed made him a convenient pawn. The Golden Dragon Manor, the location of the captain's headquarters, was mentioned. News of Master Namgung's sudden collapse reached him, causing him to pause. News of Master Namgung's critical condition had spread, despite the secrecy surrounding the matter. The Blood Demon captain, still seething with barely contained rage, reviewed the situation. Jiao Sangwon, heir to the Golden Dragon Emporium, had not yet officially taken the reins. Their plans hinged on Sangwon's ascension. Otherwise, everything would crumble. The captain issued orders, closed down the gambling den, and put the Demon Blood Squad on standby. A subordinate, face contorted in a grim smile, responded with immediate obedience. Meanwhile, Baek Suryong raced towards the Emporium, desperate. He found Master Namgung lying in bed, his condition grave. A physician examined him, noting his high stress levels and the presence of impure energy within his body. Suryong anxiously questioned the physician about his father's chances of recovery. Master Namgung remained unconscious, his face etched with worry. Overcome with grief and guilt, Suryong wept, lamenting his role in his father's suffering. Master Namgung lay still, his breath shallow and weak. His ornate robes, usually a symbol of authority, now seemed to only emphasize his vulnerability. Jiao Isan, his younger brother, watched with a grim expression. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. He spoke, his voice low, "But we ought to plan for the worst case, don't we?" The question hung in the air, unspoken anxieties filling the room. The future of the manor and the many lives it sustained hung precariously in the balance. A hushed whisper broke the silence. "He does have a son?" The implications of this revelation were immediately apparent. The succession was no longer a simple matter. The thought lingered. Would it be his younger brother, Jiao Isan? Isan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ailing master. The weight of the potential decision was evident in his pensive expression. Meanwhile, Baek Suryong, overcome with grief, cried out to his uncle for support. The young man's distress was palpable. His uncle, though burdened with his own concerns, offered comfort and reassurance. "All right, together," he continued. "I know it's not easy, but leave the matters of the Emporium to me for now. It'd be better for you to stay by your father's side right now." Observers nearby whispered amongst themselves, impressed by the elder's decisive action. To think he'd sorted out with just a few sentences. As expected of him. Suryong, alone, crumpled a piece of paper in his hands, a frustrated outburst escaping his lips. "Haha, damn it." Jiao Isan lamented the imminent theft of their collective labor's fruits. Despite Jiao Sangwon's incapacitation by the Blood Dragon's demonic palm strike, a plan was still in motion. A decision was made. Jiao Isan would be eliminated at dawn. The assembled forces were urged to remain vigilant, mindful of the blood that was soon to be shed. A sinister figure, cloaked in shadow, revealed a cruel smile. Meanwhile, at the Golden Dragon Manor's grain storage, 2 guards noticed something amiss. A sudden, intense fire erupted. One guard, startled, reacted to the flames. The fire spread rapidly. The grain storage was ablaze, and urgent calls for help were made. An ambush was underway. A thief had infiltrated the jewel storage. A group of shadowy figures descended upon the manor, their leader barking orders to get them. They moved with practiced efficiency, their movements a blur of dark cloth and steel. One of the figures, cloaked and hooded, leaped forward. The target of their assault was revealed. This was Jiao Isan's residence. The assassins approached the manor cautiously. Their plan was to swiftly eliminate Jiao Isan and escape within 30 minutes. However, they were met with an unexpected sight. The manor was eerily deserted. The assassins questioned the absence of guards or servants. A closer inspection revealed signs of a recent, intense fire. They realized, with dawning horror, that they had walked into a trap. Arrows rained down from hidden positions. One of the assassins, wounded and surrounded, questioned his attackers. His question was answered by the arrival of Jiao Isan himself, who revealed that he had anticipated their attack. Gong Sansu, the cultivator, calmly stated his awareness of their intentions. "Of course, I also know why you're here to kill me," he continued, revealing his knowledge of their methods and what tricks you've pulled. His words confirmed his suspicions. "I also know you guys are from the blood cult." With a smirk, he removed his head covering, revealing his sharp features and confident demeanor. A look of disbelief washed over the assassins' faces. The masked figure, Baek Suryong, was questioned. He was asked how much he knew about the events unfolding. Overwhelmed, Suryong could only utter the word, "everything." The question of what the figure sought was posed. He was accused of causing suffering to many. The weight of his actions pressed down on him. Suryong admitted to knowing quite a bit. His accuser challenged him, questioning why he continued to harass those living peacefully. Confused, Suryong asked what his accuser was talking about. The masked figure rejected further discussion, stating that words were useless. He proposed settling the matter through violence. The other party responded that this was a common response in conflict. The masked figure revealed his knowledge of the other party's identity, stating that he knew far too much. The masked figure's allies were instructed to use their demonic arts. The masked figure, head bowed, offered a curt affirmation. Yes, sir. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, his form partially obscured by the chaotic power. Observing the scene, a voice noted the potent demonic energy, remarking on the significant bloodshed required to achieve such a level. The speaker, a man of authority, stood in a grand hall, his presence commanding respect. The masked figure's identity remained a mystery, prompting the question, who on earth is this person? The authoritative figure demanded the masked individual be brought before him for questioning. In response, the masked figure engaged in a fierce battle against multiple opponents. A powerful, dark energy emanated from the masked figure's hand. The masked figure continued their relentless assault, their movements swift and precise. The masked figure's opponent, seemingly confident, declared, let's see. A voice observed how different the current situation was from the past. The masked figure unleashed a devastating attack, their blade a blur of motion. He moved with lethal precision, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the chaotic battle. The air crackled with dark energy. His opponent, a masked figure, was relentless. I don't care if his limbs are ripped off. I just need him to be breathing. Nearby, a man in fine robes watched the fight. Sir, do you not need any help? The man simply replied, I'm good. The masked figure's attack continued, relentless and brutal. 3. Each strike was precise, each blow devastating. Blood sprayed as another opponent fell. The masked figure counted each fallen foe. 4. He paused, addressing someone unseen. Please stay a little further away, since I don't know how they'll attack. His allies nodded in understanding. The masked figure then issued a command. Cook, everyone, bring out the full power of your demonic arts. A wave of dark energy surged forth. The masked figure was overwhelmed, barely able to stand. What? Everyone yet. The masked figure, outnumbered but undeterred, unleashed a final, desperate attack, sending his opponents reeling. The force of the attack was unlike anything they had ever witnessed before. A wave of raw power surged outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He felt a surge of power, a terrifying and exhilarating force coursing through his veins. The energy coalesced into a terrifying skull-shaped manifestation, radiating an aura of immense power. The skull pulsed with dark energy, its eyes burning with an unholy light. His opponents, momentarily stunned by the display of power, recovered and issued a chilling warning. He scoffed at their threat, his confidence unwavering despite his weakened state. The masked figure, now exhausted, stood defiantly, his power waning but his spirit unbroken. He realized that thanks to his actions, he was no longer being observed. With a dismissive gesture, he prepared to end the confrontation quickly. One of his opponents, seemingly in awe, addressed him with a title of reverence. The masked figure, weakened but resolute, prepared for a final confrontation. His opponent's expression shifted, a question forming in his mind. The blood demon, his crimson hair a stark contrast to the pale moonlight, paid his respects to a mysterious supreme one. His words were a chilling declaration of dominance. He stood, a silhouette against the night, his posture radiating power. A quick, strategic move, the blood demon had erected an energy barrier before his declaration, preventing eavesdropping. The heaven-defying divine arts, the pinnacle of the blood cult's martial arts, were described. Their power to subdue those who practiced demonic arts was legendary. This power also explained the cult's instinctive fear of their leader. The blood demon reflected on the effectiveness of his heaven-defying divine arts, noting its increased potency at a higher level. Considering this newfound power, he made a decision. With a swift, decisive movement, he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the attack was immense, cleaving the earth itself. The resulting shockwave spread outwards. A nearby cultivator was caught in the blast, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the shadows, demanding information about the blood cult. Inside, two figures discussed the unfolding events outside. Master Namgung's abode had been ravaged. He felt a profound sense of betrayal, a promise to his benefactor now broken. He remained stoic, however, refusing to divulge any information about the incident. The sheer energy emanating from outside was alarming, yet he insisted on maintaining a facade of calm. Even if it weren't for the promise, the repercussions of the incident leaking out would be catastrophic for the Golden Dragon Emporium. He had known of the martial master's abilities, but their skill far surpassed his expectations. His gaze shifted, curiosity piqued by the identity of the Golden Dragon, its owner. His extensive travels had introduced him to countless martial masters, including the 10 strongest. He delicately picked up his teacup, his thoughts far from the beverage. The Golden Dragon Manor was obligated to provide exceptional care for this particular guest. A terrified man, his face contorted in fear, begged for mercy from the Supreme One. He revealed the blood cult's horrific practices, sacrificing countless children to learn demonic arts. The man worried about leaving the young man alone, fearing he would become a fool. He condemned the blood cult's reckless pursuit of demonic arts, their actions appalling. The weight of the revelation settled heavily upon Master Namgung. The blood dragon, a disciple of the elders, was poised to lead the next generation of the cult, a terrifying prospect. He recalled the exceptional martial prowess and cunning scheming of Cho Il, a rising star in the Heavenly Martial Academy. This young man, a potential future among the 10 strongest martial artists, was a figure of both promise and considerable danger. A single word escaped his lips, him. Meanwhile, the aftermath of a recent confrontation was grim. The bodies of the fallen lay still. They hadn't exploded as Maxim's had. The blood dragon, observing the scene, revealed his limited knowledge of the main cult. He nonchalantly dismissed the fallen as expendable, stating that this was enough for his purposes. A chilling proclamation echoed through the air. May all submit and bow to the blood demon. May blood rule the world. The scene shifted to a brutal display of violence, a bloody struggle ending in death. The blood dragon, his back to the viewer, expressed his disdain for a particular phrase. A conversation unfolded between Master Namgung and another individual. Gratitude was expressed for saving his son and aiding his clan during a crisis. Master Namgung had already achieved much by obtaining information on the blood cult, even managing to secure a debt from the owner of the Golden Dragon Emporium, one of the world's top 10. But he addressed his subordinate, a young man with dark hair, as Manor Master. The elder statesman hoped that whatever transpired would remain between them. He also hoped his name wouldn't be associated with the incident. The young man, despite being a businessman, affirmed his loyalty. He reassured the elder that his bodyguards were trustworthy, having earned his confidence over many years. The young man would handle everything within the manor, ensuring the blood cult remained unaware of his involvement. He presented the intercepted message, having mobilized the city's falcon hunters to capture the messenger pigeon. With this, the information intended for the blood cult was successfully blocked. He asked if he could read the message there, knowing it was likely written in cipher. He thanked his instructor. The elder man, however, corrected him, stating that he was a businessman. Master Namgung listened intently, acknowledging the information with a simple, "Yes, I know." He understood this was a separate matter from the debt owed by the Golden Dragon Emporium's owner. His gaze remained fixed, a thoughtful expression etched onto his weathered face. He was considering his next move. The scene shifted to Baek Suryong, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. His plan had worked. The young man considered the proposition. Investment? He pondered the meaning of the words. An older man, his face etched with shrewdness and amusement, explained that the Golden Dragon Emporium would act as a shield, protecting him from future difficulties. He offered his services, treasures, elixirs, anything money could buy, he would procure. The young man was invited to state his needs. He remained silent for a moment, his gaze unwavering. The older man reassured him that sufficient funds were available. A custom-made sword was already in progress. He clarified that his true need was not material wealth, but something far more profound. The young man sat in meditation, his crimson hair flowing around him as he focused his energy. He needed to overcome his injuries and master a powerful martial art. To achieve this, he required the aid of the finest physician. He turned his attention to another matter, inquiring about the location of the god of life and death. The older man sighed, explaining that even the most powerful sects were unaware of the deity's whereabouts. He sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. Even the most skilled martial artists seemed unable to locate the elusive physician. The elder official, however, remained resolute. He would mobilize all his connections to find a man. Kale nodded, accepting that even a lead was a victory. Finding the physician was proving far more difficult than anticipated. The elder official then inquired about Kale's injuries. He could overcome the severed meridians himself, but it was risky and time-consuming. The elder official pondered this, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then asked if Kale had heard of the White Dragon Store, a place of great age and personal investment. Kale admitted he had never heard of it before. The Demon Blood Squad's gambling house was a notorious establishment. A bloody scene unfolded within its walls. A trail of carnage was evident. Several bodies lay scattered, victims of a brutal attack. Kale arrived at the scene, his senses alert. He knew the culprit was nearby. He paused, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He found what he was looking for. He stood amid stacks of ancient texts, the dim light of a single lamp illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. A faint smile played on his lips. His gaze fell upon a particular scroll. He wondered if this list contained the names of the blood cult spies. The Murim Alliance, the clans, merchants, academies, all had been infiltrated. Countless spies were woven into the fabric of society. A predatory grin stretched across his face. He had found what he was looking for. He recognized the name, Peng Jinho. He was summoned to breakfast at Peng Jinho's house. At the breakfast table, several officials were already seated. He watched as one of them tasted the morning's meal. The meat was tough. The servant apologized profusely, offering to prepare a replacement. One of the officials accepted the apology graciously. The official mused about the upcoming class registration deadline and the predictable results. He noted that Baek Suryong, a student, was quite arrogant. A figure, cloaked in shadow, fell from the sky, a grim expression etched onto his face. He landed heavily, the impact jarring. His words were sharp, laced with bitter resentment. With a swift movement, he grabbed a piece of meat, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, a man in simple robes sat hunched over, awaiting someone. He wondered who would dare to visit at this late hour. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the stillness. A weary individual arrived, clearly exhausted from a long night's work. He noticed another person enjoying a lavish meal alone, a strange scent catching his attention. The aroma was unsettling, hinting at something sinister. He was interrupted by a stern voice, demanding his presence elsewhere. The man complied, leaving the room immediately. A voice expressed disbelief at the boldness of the situation. A defiant response echoed, hinting at a willingness to face any consequences. Kale, the shadow, savored a sweet pastry, his expression unreadable. He sat across from his opponent, a tense silence hanging in the air. His adversary, conceding Kale's superior martial arts skills, warned him of the consequences of his actions. Kale, intrigued, questioned what truly governed the world. The conversation shifted to the nature of power and influence. Kale clarified that his presence was not motivated by such concerns. A blood-sealed document was produced, a testament to loyalty to a dangerous cult. An outburst of anger erupted from a nearby figure. Kale swiftly reacted, his movements precise and deadly. He contemplated the implications of revealing the document to the Murim Alliance. The defeated man writhed in pain, his face contorted in agony. He was warned of the dire consequences of falling into the hands of the Murim Alliance. An elder, his face etched with worry and disbelief, demanded an explanation. How the hell did you get that? He continued, his voice tight with urgency. Is that what's important now? I think what's important is that I have this, and that the blood cult won't be able to protect you any longer. Kale held up a document, his expression grim. The text detailed the long-destroyed blood cult, a fact that would prove invaluable in his fight against the Murim Alliance. He sighed, a hint of weariness in his voice. I see. Yeah, it won't be easy to get them to believe me, but there could be people who suffered because of them. Kale explained his strategy, revealing that he'd secured a witness beforehand, a graduate student. The elder, overcome with despair, cried out, "It's over. I'm done for." Despite his own exhaustion, Kale offered a word of caution. The Murim Alliance would likely give him some time while they investigated. A question lingered in the air. Would the Golden Dragon Manor Master show the same leniency? The elder, his body trembling, warned Kale to stay back. He feared the wrath of the Golden Dragon Manor Master, whose son had been harmed. Kale, though tempted to kill the elder immediately, recognized the strategic value of patience. Hung Jinho, the Golden Dragon Manor Master, arrived, his rage palpable. Kale revealed the centipede, the source of the poison. Master Namgung, his face etched with age, listened intently as Kale described his discovery, a jar of venomous centipedes found in the gambling house's basement, likely intended for a nefarious purpose. The elder's expression remained stoic, but a flicker of concern crossed his eyes as Kale detailed the traditional preparation of goo poison, a process involving the creatures devouring each other until only one venomous larva remained. Kale, his voice low and menacing, reminded the elder of his power over life and death. He could end the elder's life at any moment. The elder, visibly shaken, could only whimper in response to Kale's chilling threat. Kale's demeanor hardened. He demanded the elder change his tone. The elder, still trembling, questioned what he should do. The elder, having processed the information, requested a complete change to his lecture. A bystander observed, noting that the elder seemed to have encountered something akin to a Grim Reaper. Another individual questioned the elder's sudden pallor and sweating, suspecting illness. The elder denied being ill, despite visibly breaking out in a cold sweat. The elder reiterated his denial of illness. A discussion ensued regarding the need to verify the obedience of the centipede. Master Namgung, feeling concerned, offered his assistance to the other instructor. He expressed his willingness to help if there was anything troubling him. The instructor, however, politely declined, stating that he was merely feeling slightly unwell. Master Namgung then inquired about the reason for the change in lecture content. A third party, observing the interaction, noted that the instructor had recently worked with Instructor Beck that morning and suspected something had transpired between them. The instructor quickly clarified that any issues between himself and Instructor Beck had already been resolved. He explained his intention to collaborate with Instructor Beck to achieve great results in the upcoming Heavenly Martial Festival, emphasizing the importance of unity among instructors. The observer expressed surprise at this unexpected collaboration. Meanwhile, two figures, Beck and another individual, were seen together, their collaboration being made known to everyone. The observer reflected on the pitiful appearance of the instructor, now understanding the political maneuvering behind the scenes. The observer recalled a past event that had to be dealt with for the sake of the academy. Another individual commented on instructor Beck's apparent good fortune, referring to him as the lucky star of the Azure Dragon Academy. Master Namgung, upon meeting instructor Beck, immediately recognized his potential. A low chuckle escaped the elder, Master Namgung. His eyes, though aged, held a glint of amusement. To be continued. Next chapter's preview. A stark image of Master Beck, a star instructor, is displayed, his face partially obscured by a dark hood. The number 61 is prominently featured, likely indicating a ranking or level. The scene shifts to Suryong, who is urgently calling out for someone. A figure, seemingly a cultivator, approaches Suryong, questioning the commotion. Two individuals excitedly explain that they have assumed the role of assistant instructors under Instructor Pong. Two young men react with unrestrained joy to this news. One of them explains that Instructor Pong has restructured his lectures to focus on comprehensive martial arts, and that this opportunity is being extended to recent graduates. Suryong, hearing this, expresses surprise. The two young men excitedly anticipate the opportunity to lead classes. They express their enthusiasm, relieved that the burden will be shared. Director No, having understood their needs, reflects on the necessity of ensuring competent instructors to elevate the overall standards of the students. He calmly asks them to settle down, suggesting they discuss the matter further later. One of the young men, seemingly Suryong, is questioned about his sudden departure. Whispers of concern arise among the students regarding the potential unorthodox teaching methods of the new instructors. Suryong, now alone, encounters another individual, seemingly displeased by the recent events. A beating on such a nice day? He's here. The news spread quickly through the academy. The students, however, were less than thrilled. Their expressions reflected their apprehension. Other instructors also arrived, adding to the growing tension. Dako Jun, another instructor, seemed displeased by the situation. Suryong, calm and collected, introduced himself to the assembled students. He would be teaching them unorthodox martial arts. His first lesson would be particularly intense. He planned to push his students to their limits, intending to beat them until they were on the verge of death. He was serious about this, and warned them not to underestimate his methods. Suryong's training began immediately. The instructor, Beck Suryong, blocked a swift blow aimed at his face. His expression remained calm amidst the flurry of motion. He calmly explained that the academy's rules prohibited fighting outside the designated training grounds. His opponent, undeterred, continued their attack, ignoring Suryong's words. The student, enraged, called Suryong a coward. Despite the insult, Suryong remained resolute, his focus unwavering. Suryong reiterated the importance of following the academy's rules. He swiftly countered the attack, his movements precise and efficient. The student, impressed, recognized the Dako 9 sword techniques. Nearby students watched in awe and fear as the demonstration continued. The intensity of the exchange increased, the speed of their movements blurring. An observer commented on the student's solid foundation in martial arts. The student launched a powerful kick, aiming for Suryong's head. The instructor, Beck Suryong, found himself on the receiving end of a swift and unexpected attack. His opponent's blow landed with surprising force. He barely registered the impact before being sent sprawling. The attack was over almost as quickly as it began. Suryong's attacker stood over him, a smirk playing on his lips. The student seemed pleased with his success. A murmur rippled through the onlookers. The student council president had been defeated with unnerving ease. He questioned the student's audacity in launching such a brazen surprise attack. Suryong calmly explained that this class was not a theoretical exercise, but a practical preparation for real combat. He commanded everyone's attention, preparing to deliver a crucial lesson. Suryong stated his intention to teach them the unorthodox methods employed by real martial artists. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of the earlier fight, highlighting the brutal and underhanded tactics used. He emphasized the importance of understanding how to fight against such opponents. Suryong explained that this type of combat would be the focus of their studies throughout the semester. He offered a 15-minute grace period for any student lacking confidence in their ability to continue. The instructor then proposed they resume their training from where they left off. Suryong, the instructor, stood before his students, a calm expression on his face despite the clear tension in the air. He hoped they would cease their destructive behavior. One student, attempting to recall their names, apologized for his inability to remember them. He pointed out that the student with the bat was the older brother, and the one with the rope was the younger. However, the reality was quite different. The instructor calmly instructed the student council members to approach him together. Two of the students, emboldened, began to shout angrily. One of them received a swift blow, causing him to cry out in pain. The impact sent him reeling, his body collapsing to the ground. Another student was also swiftly subdued. Their shirts were roughly pulled open, revealing their chests. They protested indignantly at this violation. Their outrage was palpable as they threatened to complain to the academy. Suryong smirked, seemingly unfazed by their threats. He mused about their complaints. The instructor, Beck Suryong, watched in disbelief as a student spat on another. His expression hardened. He swiftly moved to intervene, his movements a blur. With a swift strike, he sent the offending student sprawling. The impact echoed through the training hall. Another student, observing the scene, felt a surge of apprehension. He challenged Suryong to a fight, daring him to test his skills. Suryong, unfazed, calmly instructed the remaining students to attack him simultaneously. The students hesitated, unsure of their actions. 15 minutes passed. The scene shifted. One of the students, bored by the lack of action, complained. Meanwhile, a different student watched with a smirk. A group of figures, cloaked and menacing, appeared in the shadows. The smirking student questioned their intentions. Suryong's unorthodox teaching methods were put to the test. He calmly explained to his students, there's a limit to how many people can attack one person at once. So we let the weaker ones waste their strength first. He continued, highlighting their earlier attempts. Just now, you dodged them all. The students, however, were not deterred. One explained, we stopped after hitting some of the other students, though. We warmed up our bodies while observing. Their instructor, unimpressed, retorted, look at you guys, you're even in a formation for attacking together. Huh? I didn't tell you the contents of today's lesson, though. One student confidently stated, it was obvious that you'd give the students a hard time. The ensuing chaos erupted. A student shouted, smash his face in. Suryong, witnessing the escalating violence, muttered to himself, I can't believe the children of orthodox factions are saying things like that. A swift blow landed, sending one student reeling. Another student, amidst the fray, desperately called out, let's break out of this hell. The fight intensified, with students unleashing a flurry of attacks. One student, fueled by adrenaline, lunged forward. Observing the scene, a voice pondered, Ouija Cheon is the only normal one, huh? Suryong, seemingly unfazed, simply raised an eyebrow. Suryong, the instructor, observed his students' sparring match with a calm demeanor. The intensity of their movements was palpable. Raw power and untamed aggression filled the air. One student, a whirlwind of motion, unleashed a fierce attack. His opponent, equally aggressive, met the assault head-on. The force of the clash sent the second student reeling. His eyes, wild with a ferocious energy, reflected the intensity of the battle. A voice, laced with amusement, cut through the sounds of combat. Looks like you guys are determined to give me a hard time, but you're 1,000 years too early, orthodox kiddos. A figure, clad in white, moved with surprising speed, intervening in the fight. His presence commanded attention, instantly shifting the focus of the chaotic scene. The fight continued, but the intensity lessened slightly as the students seemed to become more aware of their surroundings and the presence of their instructor. One student, clearly frustrated by the interruption, shouted, "You coward!" He launched another attack, but it was easily deflected. The impact sent him sprawling. Another student, observing the scene, questioned the unusual nature of the fight. Oh, what's with that fight? He wondered if their instructor had been going easy on them. The instructor, calmly observing, explained his methods. He had used unconventional tactics to assess their skills and reactions. He pointed out that their attacks lacked proper technique, a consequence of their unorthodox training. Unorthodox martial artists, he explained, are often lazy and prone to vices, yet they still achieve mastery through unconventional means. Another instructor, however, disagreed with this assessment, stating that it was not entirely accurate. Suryong, the instructor, addressed his students. He emphasized the importance of understanding their opponents before engaging in combat, highlighting that not all unorthodox martial artists utilize demonic arts. He warned that if pampered students were to enter the world of martial arts, they would surely die in a real fight. One of the students acknowledged the validity of Suryong's statement. Another instructor, the assistant, was introduced to the students. The students reacted with surprise to the introduction of an assistant instructor. Chong Chan, the escort chief, explained that he would be assisting Suryong for the semester. He further revealed that the students would be acting as honorary constables, patrolling areas prone to violent crimes. Chong Chan mused that combining training with real-life experience was ideal. The students questioned the sudden assignment of constable duties. They were being asked to follow government orders. A stark image depicting Master Beck, a star instructor, his face partially obscured by a dark hood. The display shows his power level at 62. Dako Jun, the student council president, approached Master Beck, a question forming on his lips. He expressed concern about the potential problems that might arise from government interference with the Murim students. Dako Jun's apprehension was palpable. He was clearly worried about the implications of the government's actions. Meanwhile, another student, observing the scene from a distance, remained silent, his expression unreadable. Dako Jun continued to voice his concerns, emphasizing the potential for unrest among the students due to the government's involvement. The narrative reveals that many students shared Dako Jun's sentiments, fearing the government's interference. However, some students desired a more hands-on approach to learning, wanting to experience real-world combat rather than remaining sheltered within the academy. One student questioned the necessity of confronting low-level thugs in back alleys, expressing doubt about their ability to help. Two students, one in a red coat and the other in a light blue tunic, exchanged a weary sigh. Their conversation hinted at their reservations about the patrol assignment. One of the students voiced his opinion that sword training would be more beneficial than patrolling the back alleys. Another student, anticipating the difficulties, predicted the current class would likely end in chaos. The two students in the red coat and light blue tunic were openly critical of their classmates' naivete, highlighting the harsh realities of city life. A student explained that while most students live in the safer, more prosperous areas near the academy, Nanchang is a vast city with both bright and dark sides. Violent crimes and murders were on the rise in Nanchang slums. People were constantly getting hurt due to conflicts between several Murim groups. Constables were getting hurt and had requested help from Jiangxi Murim, but there was still no help so far. There were tons of important matters in Murim, and they probably simply had no time for smaller problems. When Murim groups ignored the government's warnings, they used the exact words, the government and Murim's non-interference treaty. He apologized if going straight to the point displeased them. However, he was happy when he heard instructor Beck Suryong's offer. If they decided to help him, he would never forget their help. They were in the slums of Nanchang. Today's exploration was just a preparatory one, a chance to take a look around. They needed to talk about things they had been putting off. In any case, make sure you follow closely. It was under his jurisdiction, after all. The young man and his companion stood before a weathered building, the setting sun casting long shadows. He recognized the place. It held the memories of his youth. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. His companion, surprised by the revelation, expressed his astonishment at learning about this part of his past. The young man then questioned the reason behind the hasty departure of a mother and daughter they had just witnessed. They sat down at a table, discussing the various factions that controlled the slums. He attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, but his companion remained serious. The young man explained that the slums were divided into 3 territories, each controlled by a different faction. He continued to explain the factions, emphasizing their significance. The Crimson Tiger faction was the main culprit behind the chaos in the slums, their recent growth raising suspicions. The Iron Head sect, a group of Nanchang slum natives, was originally composed of beggars but grew to its current size by recruiting more people. It is led by 3 brothers known as the Mighty 3 Bears, veterans of vagrancy. They are considered the weakest of the 3 factions controlling the slums. One of the young men questioned the seemingly uninspired name, prompting a discussion about the sect's origins. He commented that their leader was somewhat ignorant. The other young man, Suryong, explained that the current leader had defeated the previous one, a beggar, and subsequently established the Iron Head sect. He clarified that not all beggars belong to the beggar sect. The conversation continued, highlighting the complexities of the slum's power dynamics. Suryong pointed out that in areas like this, the Hao clan would hold more influence than the beggar sect. Their discussion took place over bowls of noodles at a restaurant. Suryong warned his companion that the noodles were quite bad. Despite the warning, the other young man began to eat the noodles with gusto. He confirmed Suryong's assessment. The noodles tasted truly awful. In return for their patronage, the restaurant provided a large quantity of noodles. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. The question hung heavy in the air. Did this establishment not serve alcohol? His companion answered, explaining that while they did have Zweiking liquor, it was exceptionally expensive. Undeterred, he offered to pay, gesturing for the other to relax. He decided to fetch the drinks himself, noting that the server was hard of hearing. He simply instructed his companion to wait. A few bottles would suffice. They resumed their earlier conversation, discussing the relative strengths of the various factions. One of them confessed to having seen the Crimson Tiger faction leader from afar and doubted his ability to defeat him. The other expressed surprise at the leader's strength. A narration box detailed Chong Chion's exceptional martial arts training. The narration continued, highlighting Chong Chion's recent surpassing of first-rate martial artists and his approach to the peak level. Based on this information, they concluded that the Crimson Tiger faction was likely at the peak level. A narration box revealed the presence of a peak-level martial master in the slums, suggesting a higher chance of stronger opponents. Considering this, they agreed that it would be best for the students to avoid conflict with the Crimson Tiger faction leader. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dilapidated buildings of the city's outskirts. A sense of decay permeated the air, clinging to the tattered banner hanging limply from a weathered flagpole. He finished his meal, a simple broth, and addressed his companion. He would return later. There was still much to do. The man thanked the elderly woman for the food, assuring her that payment would be forthcoming. He promised to return again soon. The Crimson Tiger faction, the Great Bear faction, and the Iron Head sect. A young woman mused that this would be a valuable experience for the Azure Dragon Academy students. He walked away from the establishment, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and red. But what should he do now? When he was young, he had wanted to eliminate those who had been neglected and outcast. However, he realized that such a task was far more difficult than he had initially imagined. In the end, those who have been neglected and outcast continue to suffer. They are like cockroaches. No matter how many die, more always appear. He sat, contemplating the streets below. His goal was to create a place where people could walk safely. A street safe for everyone. He observed from a distance, wondering what was happening. A fight, perhaps? He needed to reach higher ground, and with a swift, practiced movement, he launched himself upwards, his body a blur of motion. The impact echoed through the building as he kicked off a wooden beam. He peered over the edge, his gaze sharp and focused. Below, a chaotic scene unfolded. Shouts and the clash of steel filled the air. From his vantage point, he could make out the combatants. He wondered who they were fighting. The fight intensified, blows exchanged with brutal efficiency. One of the fighters was clearly gaining the upper hand. A swift strike brought his opponent to his knees. He observed, noting the skill and ruthlessness of the fighters. Those Azure Dragon Academy kids needed to learn such things, he mused. His opponent roared in fury, vowing revenge. He recognized the man as the infamous Ironhead. The situation was more complicated than he initially thought. He watched from the shadows, observing a brutal clash between two figures. One was clearly outmatched, his defenses crumbling under a relentless assault. The weaker combatant was sent sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. A pained groan escaped his lips. His pursuers, shouting for him to stop, pressed their advantage, intent on finishing the fight. Kale, from his concealed position, assessed the situation. Despite his lack of formal martial arts training, the fleeing man possessed a surprising fighting prowess. He mused that, given the right circumstances, the man could quickly become a formidable martial artist. Kale turned to seek the opinion of an elderly woman nearby, asking for her assessment of the situation. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing conflict, pondered aloud which of the three groups vying for control of the street would ultimately prevail. She then playfully suggested the possibility of a new group taking over instead. Kale, however, was growing impatient. He challenged the woman, questioning how long she intended to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. He proposed that he would reveal the Hao clan's involvement in the area if she didn't start cooperating. A young man, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief, questioned the seemingly impossible. An elderly woman, her eyes sharp despite her age, calmly responded, highlighting her keen observation skills. She warned him about the dangers of unnecessary curiosity, implying potential life-threatening consequences. The young man, still pondering the woman's words, reflected on the ineffectiveness of a particular martial art. He was told that his recent discovery was quite interesting. The conversation shifted to the Hao clan and their seemingly limited knowledge of him, suggesting a deeper mystery. The young man, now focused, urged the old woman to get to the point. He questioned the cleanliness of their current location, given its size. The woman pointed out the remarkably consistent quality of the noodles, despite the cook's age and mobility issues. The young man, with a swift and powerful kick, shattered a wooden object. He revealed a hidden passage leading to the Hao clan, further emphasizing the significance of his discovery. A young man, Kale, felt a strange sensation, as if an unseen force had taken hold of his spirit. He had heard rumors of a hidden dragon awakened within the Azure Dragon Academy, and now, it seemed those rumors were true. He pondered the implications of this hidden dragon, a mysterious power stirring within him. Kale sought information and cooperation from the Hao clan, a powerful organization known for its influence and resources. In exchange, he offered a Crimson Tiger faction, Great Bear faction, and Ironhead sect merger. However, his request extended beyond the Hao clan. He also needed information on the people living in the slums. The slums were a haven for various individuals, beggars, prostitutes, hooligans, and criminals in hiding. An elderly woman, Master Namgung, revealed her intentions to build her own sect, incorporating those around her. Kale questioned the feasibility of managing such a diverse group, considering the potential challenges of merging the Crimson Tiger, Great Bear, and Ironhead factions. His inquiry was met with a curt dismissal. The old woman, however, saw through Kale's intentions, recognizing him as a leech seeking to exploit the vulnerable. She dismissed him as someone unworthy of the title Hidden Dragon. Despite her assessment, Kale remained resolute in his pursuit. Two men lamented the actions of those who preyed on the weak and less fortunate. A wealthy man, despite his riches, continued to covet the meager possessions of the poor. The scene concluded with a foreboding message. All who exploit the innocent will face divine retribution. He unleashed a wave of energy, a blinding flash of light erupting from his palm. The force of the blast sent a nearby individual sprawling. An elderly woman watched the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. She questioned his reliance on a non-existent heavenly punishment, urging him to take direct action. Kale remained composed, his gaze unwavering. He considered the Crimson Tiger and Great Bear factions as easily dealt with. The bodies of his victims lay scattered before him, a grim testament to his efficiency. He explained his intention to help those with remaining hope, aiming to create a more peaceful environment. He warned the old woman against misplaced trust, emphasizing the importance of knowing her allies. His desire to create a safe street for people to walk was revealed. The woman, despite her initial skepticism, acknowledged him as a good child. A story about his stubbornness, even refusing free food, was shared. His unwavering pride, regardless of circumstance, was highlighted. He is one of the few children who succeeded in the slums through their own efforts. Chang Cheon sat alone, quietly eating a bowl of noodles. Rain lashed against the window panes, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. An elderly woman observed him from a shadowed corner. She recognized him instantly. The woman mused on the risks involved in approaching him. His reputation preceded him. However, she had a plan, one that could benefit both of them. She intended to let him take the credit for stabilizing the area. Chang Cheon, sensing a presence, extended a hand, his senses alert. The woman approached cautiously, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She reminded him of a previous conversation. She excused herself briefly to retrieve some documents. The documents contained crucial information about 3 criminal groups operating in the area. She offered him the information, highlighting the changes that had occurred since their last meeting. Chang Cheon began to read the documents, his focus intense. The woman asked if he had finished reading. A man reacted with frustration and anger. Another man, injured and resigned, spoke his last words. He squeezed the other man's hand, a final defiant act. "Before I leave this world," he hissed, "I want to annoy you as much as possible." The injured man's face was a mask of pain and frustration, his eyes squeezed shut. Around him, others watched, their expressions a mixture of concern and resignation. He recalled a time when escape seemed possible. "I felt like I was finally getting out of this hell and finally living like a human." But even that fleeting hope had faded. But as time passed, I thought of this as well. His thoughts turned to the hypocrisy of their past actions. What's the difference between Wang Cho and us? We'd use brute strength to destroy others' lives and trample on them. He scoffed at the notion of scholarly pursuits. "Fuck that. Are you a scholar now?" His words were a bitter admission of failure. "No, this is all an excuse." Chang Cheon succeeded by himself. Blood stained his hands, a grim reminder of his past deeds. He was dying, and his regrets were palpable. A sudden attack interrupted his reflections. A blow landed, sending him reeling. His attacker roared his frustration. "Fuck, I want you to live like a human." Tears streamed down the injured man's face, a mixture of pain and perhaps a flicker of understanding. His final words were a plea for redemption. "Don't do bad things anymore." Chang Cheon stood over him, his expression unreadable. 7 people had been killed in the span of 4 days. The grim toll included Jang Sam, raising the death count to 8. A man, his face etched with worry, addressed his companions. He urged them to take what was inside, should he fail to return by the following morning. The Great Bear faction had contacted them again, proposing an alliance to halt the escalating violence. He was handed a key, its significance unclear, leaving him pondering its purpose. He warned them again, emphasizing the urgency of his mission. With that, the Ironhead sect would be disbanded. His plan was in motion. His companions pleaded with him not to go, aware of the mortal danger he faced. Ignoring their pleas, he prepared to confront the inevitable. He instructed the others to remain and wait until morning. He threatened them with a beating if they were not there upon his return. He shivered in the cold, the harsh reality of his situation setting in. He moved swiftly through the night, his destination unknown but his resolve unwavering. A gruff voice boomed, "Who is it?" The intruder, a man in flowing blue robes, calmly replied, "Me? I'm here to take over the Ironhead sect." The sect member eyed the newcomer suspiciously. "Wait, I've never seen you around. Are you from the Great Bear faction or the Crimson Tiger faction?" He raised his axe, clearly agitated. "If you aren't from either group, what business do you have with me?" The intruder repeated his intentions. "I told you, didn't I? I'm here to take over the Ironhead sect." The sect member scoffed. "You're just a crazy bastard, huh?" He continued. "It seems like you were heading to the Crimson Tiger faction. Were you actually going to charge in there alone?" The man in blue corrected him. "That's not it. Actually," he revealed his true motive, if you want to hear the real reason. He unleashed a powerful attack. He vanished in a flash of light. He unleashed an attack, a devastating blow that no one had ever countered at such a range. His opponent, impressed by the technique, complimented its effectiveness. The attacker, however, was not surprised. He recognized it as a mere afterimage. A swift counterattack followed, a blur of motion. The force of the collision was immense. Despite the ferocity of the exchange, the attacker remained composed, noting his opponent's skill and instincts, though not quite at the level of a legendary killer. He acknowledged the opponent's prowess, but deemed it insufficient. The attacker, identified as a killer star among the 36 heavenly spirits, stood resolute. He suggested they end the fight, as the outcome was already clear. His opponent, enraged, refused to yield. A fierce clash ensued. He commanded the opponent to remain still and listen. He stood over his defeated opponent. The man's face contorted in a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Fuck, I'll kill you. The young man spat, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. Yet, a flicker of something else, a strange, almost reluctant mercy, crossed his features. The defeated man could only stare, speechless, as the young man continued. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. He offered a twisted sort of ultimatum. I'll give you and your friends a chance to live like humans. You don't have to beat others up or steal things. I'll give you an honest job so you don't have to commit crimes. His expression softened slightly, a hint of weariness in his eyes. So, the defeated man, still on the ground, looked up at him, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. The young man's offer, however harsh, presented a path away from his life of crime. The instructor's words hung heavy in the air. Live like a human from now on. He addressed the man before him, his voice raw with emotion. I want you to live like a human. The man nodded slowly, a grim determination settling on his face. Starting for now, don't do bad things anymore, he vowed silently. He was alone, the weight of his past pressing down on him. His face was etched with worry. His body bore the scars of countless battles, a testament to his harsh existence. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. Something went into my eye, he muttered, his hand instinctively going to his face. He was overcome with emotion, tears welling up unexpectedly. Why are there tears suddenly? He wondered. His anger flared. I cried just because of a few words, he raged inwardly. He scoffed, disbelief coloring his tone. You must be fucking kidding me. How dare you try and trick me? You want to give me a job? He challenged. He knelt, his posture radiating defiance. He was ready to fight. He spat out his contempt. Did you think I believe that kind of fucking bullshit? He roared. The man lunged forward, his rage unleashed. The question hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of a life lost. Was his name Jang Sam? He had wanted to save his friend, but the circumstances had been insurmountable. Despite overhearing their conversation, he offered to fulfill his friend's last wishes. His outburst was immediate and furious, a raw display of grief and rage. The attack was swift and brutal. He retaliated with a fierce counterattack. He declared that he did not fear death in this moment. Even in death, he vowed to inflict harm upon his attacker. His movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of deadly intent. He aimed to sever at least a finger from his opponent. Observing the attack, he noted its simplicity and obvious murderous intent. The blood demon loomed, his words a chilling promise. You'll be perfect for the heavenly resounding axe. He lunged, a blur of motion, aiming a devastating blow. But Kale, unyielding, countered with a spell, his eyes burning with defiance. That head of yours. A wave of energy erupted from his hands. The force of the spell sent the blood demon reeling. Kale pressed his advantage, suggesting a different approach. How about using it in a different manner? He unleashed another spell, a swirling vortex of power. The impact threw the blood demon off balance, sending him tumbling. He barely managed to brace himself, his fingers scraping the ground. Kale followed up, his attack relentless. Why you? He channeled his energy, preparing for a final, decisive strike. His fist, charged with power, was poised to connect. He moved with a blur of motion, a whirlwind of dark energy swirling around him as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. The air crackled with power. One by one, they fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground with barely a sound. The intensity of his movements was breathtaking. A final foe stumbled back, groaning in pain from the unseen force that had struck him. He glared at Kale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Who the hell are you? Kale simply replied, Stop fooling around. If you want to kill me, then just do so already. He launched another attack, but Kale was ready. With a swift movement, he deflected the blow. Kale thought, if I wanted to gather hooligans just so I can act like their boss, would I spare your life and go this far? His expression was one of quiet contemplation. The defeated man, still on the ground, watched Kale with a mixture of fear and confusion. He asked, What is someone as skilled as you doing in such a place? Kale responded, I'm going to gather the forces within the slums and create a proper sect. The man questioned, A sect? Kale continued, And I'll teach martial arts to those who could be rehabilitated. The man responded, Why on earth would you do that? There's no need for you to know that. He had explained the importance of proper tutelage in the martial arts. The student, however, was already engaged in a fierce duel, his movements a blur of motion. His master had offered him access to advanced techniques that could transform him into a true martial arts master. The intensity of the fight was evident in the crimson glow emanating from the opponent's blade. The power of advanced martial arts was on full display. Following the duel, he was instructed to wait at a nearby inn until dawn. Lying defeated, he wondered about the point of his actions. His opponent warned him of the impending danger of freezing to death in the cold night. He looked up to see an unexpected figure in the night sky. His grandmother questioned his failure to maintain the facade of weakness. She then inquired about the individual who had assaulted him. He learned that his attacker was Bex Suryong, an instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy. The young man reflected on the significance of his training and the potential for advancement. Meanwhile, another individual pondered the possibility of becoming a Murim official through martial arts training. The question of whether to cooperate with the newly introduced individual hung heavy in the air. A decision loomed, one that would shape the course of events to come. An older man, his face partially obscured by a cloth, observed the situation with a discerning eye. His thoughts remained unvoiced, yet his expression spoke volumes. Doubt clouded the judgment of those present. The newcomer's trustworthiness was a matter of considerable debate. Under the vast expanse of the night sky, a decision was pending. The moon cast its pale light upon the scene. Despite the uncertainty, a choice was made. A leap of faith, a willingness to trust beyond the familiar. The man's countenance brightened noticeably after meeting with the newcomer, a subtle yet significant shift in demeanor. With a decision reached, the next step was clear. A simple act, a shared meal, a moment of respite. They set off towards the inn, Owl, their steps purposeful under the night sky. Inside the inn, a meal was shared, the sounds of eating filling the quiet space. A sudden realization dawned upon one of the diners, a look of surprise etched on their face. The morning arrived, bringing with it a need for clarification and a chance to address any lingering confusion. A plan was in place, a contingency for the unexpected, a measure of precaution, a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. An unexpected interruption shattered the calm. A sudden event, a disruption of the established order. He was berated for his forgetfulness. The accusation was sharp, the words stinging. An elderly woman, her face contorted in anger, scolded a group of younger individuals. News of Ironhead's death spread amongst the group. The Crimson Tiger faction was implicated. A tense standoff unfolded. A man, seemingly in charge, confronted a group of armed individuals. The leader considered their options, acknowledging the meager reward for their efforts. Despite the small reward, a decision was made. A rescue mission was proposed. The group rallied, their determination fueled by a shared sense of loyalty and impending conflict. They set off, their movements swift and decisive. Their leader attempted to maintain order amidst the excitement and chaos. One of the men, Ironhead, laughed boisterously, his confidence unwavering. An emotional reunion took place. A man embraced a younger individual. The man's face was contorted in pain and exhaustion. The cheeky academy sect leader, a powerfully built man with a stern expression, addressed his subordinates. He demanded their immediate attention, silencing their unruly chatter. Whispers circulated amongst the assembled cultivators. Uncertainty clouded their faces as they contemplated the identity of their new leader. A cultivator confirmed that the newcomer would be their new martial arts instructor. Several of the men openly questioned the sect leader's suitability for the role, voicing their doubts about his apparent frailty. One cultivator bluntly stated that he looked like a pimp. The new sect leader, unfazed by their insolence, simply smirked. Another cultivator, seemingly more level-headed, suggested they leave the newcomer to convince them himself. A warning was given. The upcoming demonstration would be painful, though brief. 15 minutes passed. The cultivators, now bowing deeply, offered their respects to their new leader. A discussion ensued regarding their next steps, including whether or not to bring weapons. A young man, his face obscured by oversized spectacles, excitedly addressed his companions. He spoke of turning a rival faction into a sea of blood, a plan met with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination from the others. One of the group, a stern-looking man, interrupted, ordering them to cease any thoughts of fighting for the time being. The reason for this was simple. The fighting would be left to the academy students. Their immediate priority, however, was the rebuilding of their dilapidated manor. A younger man voiced concern about their lack of funds. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Instructor Beck. Administrator Bach, having found his way there, was greeted by surprised Instructor Beck. Instructor Beck was informed of the letter and its implications, particularly the ambitious plan to purify the slums. He expressed doubt about the speed of reforming the local ruffians into decent human beings. However, he was assured that the process would be far quicker than anticipated. A grateful Beck thanked the White Dragon store for their generous support. He clarified that he was merely conveying his young master's wishes, prompting a question about the young master's whereabouts. It turned out that the young master had been quite busy lately, communicating primarily through letters. The elusiveness of the young master was noted, though the fact that he still sent letters offered a small comfort. He pondered the question, a slight furrow in his brow. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him. A young woman, her expression hopeful, awaited his answer. The future of their sect hung in the balance. The name was declared, a bold statement of intent, the Rehabilitation Sect. The sect members, a mix of ages and expressions, stood in quiet contemplation. A new chapter was beginning. A sense of solemn determination filled the air. The leader knew he couldn't undo the past, but he could shape the future. Kale, frustrated, muttered to himself about being grouped with a troublesome individual. He found himself in a small village, the scene unfolding before him. His companion, equally annoyed, called him a simple and ignorant fool. A disagreement arose between the two regarding directions, one insisting on going right, the other left. The other cultivator challenged him, suggesting they follow the winner's decision. That morning, a new patrol system was announced. A man received a letter detailing his new patrol assignment. Dako Jun, from the Hyunwin gang, learned of his new partner. He vehemently protested the pairing, not wanting to work with his assigned partner. Despite the objections, the instructor confirmed that there would be no changes to the patrol assignments, reminding them of a past lesson. Peng Sayek sat, seemingly lost in thought, amidst a formal gathering. The air was thick with unspoken tension. He was informed that a one-on-one interview with the dean was also required. The dean noted his considerable engagement in the class. Following this, a young man, his sword sheathed, walked away silently. His first lesson began. The instructor grabbed his attention. Another student suggested they eat instead. He agreed, a slight blush on his cheeks. They found themselves in a simple eatery. The student noted the limited menu. He ordered 2 bowls of noodles. He declared his desire for extra noodles, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. Across the table, a scene of quiet contemplation unfolded. An elderly woman sat, seemingly lost in thought. A young man, seated beside her, watched her with concern. His expression was one of gentle worry. Meanwhile, 2 other young men approached the elderly woman, offering their assistance. One of them asked if she needed help. The young man with the extra noodle request attempted to get the attention of the elderly woman, asking if she could hear him. The elderly woman seemed to be hard of hearing, but she eventually understood. She then requested 2 bowls of noodles from the unseen server. The young man confirmed her order, ensuring she understood. One of the assisting young men noticed a stain on the table and attempted to clean it. He abruptly grabbed a cloth from the elderly woman to help with the cleaning. The other young man told him there was no need to wipe the table and to help prepare the noodles instead. The young man who took the cloth apologized for his abrupt action. The elderly woman, still hungry, impatiently waited for the table to be cleaned. The young man found the stain surprisingly stubborn. He was attempting to remove a stubborn stain from his robes, muttering to himself about the inconvenience of needing to use internal energy for such a menial task. It was a minor annoyance, easily dismissed. His companion, Jun, expressed his approval of the noodles that had just arrived. Both men began to eat, their initial comments about the meal being positive. Jun wondered aloud if his companion was enjoying the taste of the noodles. The noodles were of high quality, originating from the renowned Danwon clan. Meanwhile, a third individual, observing from afar, expressed his surprise at the change in Peng Sayek's demeanor. This observer reflected on a past incident involving Peng Sayek, expecting a different reaction from him. However, Peng Sayek's behavior had not changed as drastically as anticipated. Despite his outward appearance, he had subtly changed. The observer, still somewhat wary, continued to watch Peng Sayek. Jun, having finished his meal, had a question for his companion. Jun's question concerned their instructor. Peng Sayek was startled by the mention of that name. Peng Sayek, his expression unreadable, finished his meal. A subtle question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. He pondered the implications of simply hearing his instructor's name, a reaction that was both unexpected and telling. Only those who had experienced the same could truly understand the weight of that name. Jun, observing his companion, expressed curiosity about the instructor's teaching methods. Peng Sayek explained that the training was rigorous, focusing on constant correction and refinement. However, he revealed a surprising detail. He had been taught a unique sword technique. Jun, emboldened by his own confidence, declared his intention to win the upcoming Heavenly Martial Festival. Peng Sayek reacted with disbelief to Jun's bold proclamation. He continued eating, explaining that his master's wish was for him to win the festival. Jun's confidence stemmed from his belief that victory was possible if he could defeat Peng Sayek. The narrator highlighted Jun's remarkable confidence, a trait that even his instructor envied. The text introduced Dako Jun, the top student at the Azure Dragon Academy. Peng Sayek reflected on his own rigorous training, knowing his strength and skill. Peng Sayek, the master swordsman, knelt, his breath ragged, a gleaming sword planted firmly in the ground before him. He reflected on his progress, acknowledging that enlightenment in swordsmanship was not easily attained. His frustration mounted as he realized his Dako 9 sword techniques had stagnated for months. Meanwhile, 2 other figures discussed a training regimen, agreeing to take turns leading and following instructions. A third individual, observing the scene, tilted his head in question. Suddenly, a swift, violent motion erupted. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, and a surprised gasp followed. The aftermath revealed a scene of destruction, with scattered debris and broken furniture. One figure lay defeated on the floor, coughing weakly. He pleaded for help, his voice strained. His attacker, enraged, cursed him for running. The attacker and his accomplices declared their intent to kill him. A muscular figure, adorned with tattoos, vowed to demonstrate the consequences of opposing the Crimson Tiger faction. Meanwhile, a hooded figure observed the unfolding events, questioning the audacity of the attack in broad daylight. He stood guard, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The duty of protecting the old woman fell to him every 2 hours. His gaze remained sharp, ever vigilant. Nearby, two men from the Crimson Tiger faction conversed, their words laced with arrogance. One of them, emboldened by their numbers, made a sudden move, striking at the young man. The blow was swift, but the young man reacted even faster, deflecting the attack with practiced ease. He countered immediately, his movements a blur of motion. The surprised attacker recoiled, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. A furious roar escaped his lips as he fell to the ground. He quickly dispatched the remaining attacker, his movements precise and deadly. The old woman watched, her expression unreadable. Another member of the Crimson Tiger faction approached, ready for a fight. The young man met his challenge head-on, his movements a whirlwind of controlled fury. A fierce exchange of blows ensued, the sounds of impact echoing through the room. The old woman watched silently, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and something else, something that resembled grim determination. The scene opens on a tense encounter. A group of men, seemingly enforcers, demand protection fees from a group of villagers. One villager nervously explains that payment is delayed. The leader of the enforcers scoffs, incredulous at the villagers' audacity. He reminds them of the protection they've received. He then reveals that one of their own was recently injured by a constable, further fueling his anger towards the villagers for their perceived ingratitude. One of the villagers, terrified, begs for mercy. The enforcer's leader orders his men to bring the man who fled earlier, threatening to cut off his hands. Another enforcer warns his superior against killing the fleeing man by mistake. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupts. The fleeing man is swiftly and brutally incapacitated. The enforcers are shocked by the unexpected intervention. One of them asks what just happened. The figure responsible for the swift takedown reveals himself, a smirk playing on his lips. He explains that he has ensured the man will never use his limbs again. One of the enforcers, bewildered, questions the identity of this mysterious assailant. The mysterious figure, Kale, casually dismisses the incident as none of their concern, but warns them to remember this encounter. He'd spare their lives, a decision that hung heavy in the air. The reason for his intervention remained unspoken, a mystery veiled in the dust settling after the conflict. His expression was grim, his eyes reflecting the weight of his actions. The lingering tension spoke volumes, a silent testament to the violence barely averted. A quiet satisfaction flickered across his features as he acknowledged the source of his strength. It was all thanks to his instructor, a debt of gratitude he carried with him.